On the rooftop of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, Sauron Lee sat cross-legged, a dozen ice-cold cokes by his side. The night had fallen, but the stillness in the air hinted at the storm to come. He was waiting for the intruder. Though it was dark, Sauron's breath seemed to defy the absence of light. Each inhale drew in solar energy, an invisible force that transcended time and space. Even in the dead of night, the sun's essence lingered, reflected off the bright moon above and scattered across the earth. With every measured breath, this energy flowed into him, weaving itself into his being. This was the sun-breathing method, a mystical technique that allowed him to harness and absorb the power of the sun. Every inhale brought strength, every exhale refined his body. The more he practiced, the stronger he became, inching closer to unlocking superhuman abilities akin to the heroes of comic books. Like Superman. But unlike Superman, Sauron had no genetic predisposition, no inherent Kryptonian weaknesses. His power was his own, cultivated and refined through sheer will and discipline. ##### the time traveler. Sauron Lee wasn't always extraordinary. In another world, our world, he was an ordinary office worker, a nameless face among billions. But fate had other plans. Transported to this new reality, he was reborn as a child with nothing but a mysterious gift, the sun-breathing method. His journey began in an orphanage on the outskirts of New York City. Named Sauron Lee for his Eastern appearance, he grew up an outcast, practicing the breathing method daily. By adulthood, he had mastered it to the point that even in sleep, every breath strengthened his body. The energy of the sun, whether direct, reflected by the moon, or scattered in the atmosphere, fueled his evolution. With time, Sauron discovered the fruits of his labor. His body awakened abilities one by one: super strength, invulnerability, enhanced senses, and even flight. The culmination of his abilities made him comparable to Superman, though his power still fell short of the golden standard. #### Xavier's school and Goldfinger. At 18, Sauron's life took a dramatic turn. A mishap involving his heat vision split the orphanage in two, exposing his powers. Mistaken for a mutant, he was sent to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Here, he found comfort and a sense of belonging. The school, a sprawling estate funded by Charles Xavier's immense wealth, became his sanctuary. By then, Sauron had divided his progression into 7 levels of power. 1. Homelander level. 2. Man of Steel level. 3. Black Iron Superman level. 4. Bronze Superman level. 5. Silver Superman level. 6. Golden Superman level. 7. Infinite Superman level. 18 years of practice brought him to the peak of the Homelander level, bordering on the Man of Steel level, but tonight, everything was about to change. Tonight marked his official coming of age, and the full activation of his Goldfinger, the mysterious force that had gifted him the sun-breathing method. #### A night of conflict. Sauron's thoughts were interrupted by the memory of the day's events. During a visit to the New York Museum of Natural History, tensions flared between Pyro John and Iceman Bobby and a group of youths. Pyro's fiery display forced Charles to step in, freezing the situation with his telepathy. Before he could scold them, breaking news flashed across the screens: the President of the United States had been assassinated by a mutant. The events marked the beginning of the X-Men 2 storyline. Sauron knew what was coming. Tonight, Colonel William Stryker would lead a raid on the school, capturing students and dismantling Xavier's prized Cerebro. Most of the X-Men were absent. Phoenix and Storm were off tracking Nightcrawler, while Charles and Scott were heading into a trap laid by Magneto. Only Wolverine remained, and though he was formidable, even he couldn't prevent the inevitable chaos. #### The stand. Sauron wasn't about to let that happen. Xavier's school had become his home, and Charles, his benefactor. He owed them, and himself, this fight. Sitting on the rooftop, he steadied his breathing. The energy of the sun coursed through him, intensifying his resolve. His powers, though still maturing, were enough to make a stand. The intruders would arrive soon. But they would not find an easy target. This was his territory now. And Sauron Lee, armed with the strength of the sun, would not yield. "Sauron, tonight is your coming-of-age ceremony. Are you really not coming down?" Clarice Ferguson, known by her codename Twinkle, climbed onto the roof, her presence as quiet as her soft voice. Like Sauron, she had the same oriental features, though hers still carried an innocent charm. Her wide, curious eyes were a reflection of her youth and purity. Sauron glanced at her, his expression stoic but calm. "No," he replied flatly. "The professors aren't here. Someone has to keep an eye on the place." Clarice tilted her head, confused. "But Professor Logan is here. Isn't he looking after the school?" Sauron let out a dry chuckle, the corner of his lips curling into a smirk. That lone wolf? He won't be much use tonight. His tone carried an unshakable confidence, his voice steady and assured. Go have fun. And sleep peacefully. With me here you're safe. His words carried a weight that made Clarice pause. Sauron was no ordinary student. At 1.85 meters tall, his physique was the perfect blend of strength and agility, his muscles defined yet unassuming. His presence radiated a quiet, commanding power. Though young, his features carried a unique mix of handsomeness and the kind of charm only someone with an Eastern heritage could possess. Clarice couldn't help but blush. Her admiration for him was no secret, though she always tried to hide it behind a veil of playfulness. She suddenly opened a glowing purple portal, reaching inside to retrieve a steaming bowl of noodles. Sauron, she said shyly, holding the bowl toward him, I made this for you. Longevity noodles. With 2 eggs. Sauron blinked, surprised. You made this? She nodded, her cheeks turning crimson. For a moment, Sauron's usually impassive demeanor softened. Thank you, Clarice, he said, taking the bowl. The aroma was familiar, nostalgic. It had been years since he'd tasted authentic Oriental food, and the memory of home, however distant, flooded his mind. As he finished the noodles, he sighed contentedly. It's delicious, he said earnestly. I haven't had food like this in a long time. Clarice's eyes sparkled with delight. Emboldened, she suddenly said, from now on, I'll cook for you every day. Before Sauron could respond, she opened another portal and vanished into the night, leaving him with a bemused smile. ##### the God-level drop system. As the clock struck midnight, a golden light flared in Sauron's mind. **** ding. The God-level drop system has officially launched. ***. A surge of information flowed into his consciousness, introducing him to the mechanics of his new power. The system rewarded him with treasure whenever he defeated or harmed others. These treasures could include abilities, items, or resources, all drawn from his opponent's own capabilities. Unnecessary rewards could be recycled for system gold coins, which in turn could be used to purchase axes of varying qualities. These axes could chop down the system's treasure tree, yielding rewards of even greater value. The possibilities were endless, and Sauron's eyes gleamed with anticipation. 18 years of preparation had brought him to this moment. His time had come. #### the first battle. Sauron turned his gaze eastward, his supervision piercing the darkness of the night. More than 10 kilometers away, several armed helicopters approached, their rotors slicing through the air. On the ground, a commando team crept through the dense woodland surrounding Xavier Manor. The invaders had arrived. Excitement coursed through Sauron's veins. This was his moment to step into the spotlight, to announce his presence to the world. 3 years ago, he had missed the battle at the Statue of Liberty, tasked instead with guarding the academy during Charles's recovery. Tonight, there would be no such constraints. In the blink of an eye, Sauron vanished from the rooftop, his super speed propelling him toward the approaching threat. Within moments, he stood before the assault team, his figure imposing and unyielding. He didn't bother with subtlety. The air around his eyes shimmered with heat as he activated his heat vision, sending twin beams of scorching energy across the ground. The earth melted into boiling magma, forming an impassable barrier that halted the invaders in their tracks. ***leave, ***, Sauron's voice rang out, cold and commanding. ***, or die, ***. The commando team hesitated, their equipment humming with the sound of recording devices. Live footage of Sauron's display was being transmitted directly to Colonel William Stryker's helicopter, the de facto command center. Stryker watched the feed intently, noting the high-energy radiation emanating from Sauron's eyes. So, he's another one like Scott, Stryker muttered, unimpressed. Deal with him. The colonel's order crackled through the radios of the assault team, and the soldiers braced themselves for combat. But Sauron's smirk only deepened. He had been waiting for this. Tonight, Xavier Manor would not fall. Tonight, Sauron would rise.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Fire. The captain gave the order, and the entire assault team, 120 people, 120 assault rifles were aimed at Sauron at the same time. Then, fire at the same time? Bullets are coming? Sauron didn't hide at all. He didn't care at all, a storm of bullets that could tear an elephant into pieces. Each pure steel bullet carries terrifying kinetic energy. Hit Sauron? However, the pure steel bullet seemed to hit the adamantium steel plate. It was instantly crushed by the kinetic energy it carried. Pieces of flattened steel pieces fell from Sauron's body, a distance of more than 1,000 meters, plus a silencer. Let the gunfire be almost inaudible when it reaches the academy. However, Wolverine woke up instantly from his sleep. He possesses 5 senses that are as sharp as Superman's. In an instant, he recognized the sound of a gunshot. Shit. Logan immediately understood that something was wrong. At this moment, he was the only teacher in the entire academy. He quickly jumped out of bed and put on a coat, not even bothering to put on his shoes. Just come to the corridor outside. The entire college was very quiet. It was already late at night, and almost everyone was already asleep. Logan quickly came to the balcony on the 3rd floor and looked in the direction where the gunfire came from. In this late night, the muzzle fire penetrated the cover of the jungle. Logan turned his head and looked towards the roof. Sauron had been sitting there since evening. The figure has long since disappeared. Logan probably figured it out. Sauron went to fend off the attackers. At the moment, the fire in the distance disappeared. The 120-man assault team looked at the target they were shooting at with shock in their eyes. Sauron's body was intact. Even the clothes on his body were not even dusty. Biological force field perfectly protects clothes. This is impossible. No one can, under such firepower, remain intact. Devil. He's the devil. Fake? What kind of enemy are we facing? Even the well-trained assault team was shocked and confused. Fear began to grow in their hearts. In the Air Command Center, Colonel Williams' eyes were firmly fixed on Sauron. Damn it! Not only does he have super abilities similar to Cyclops, you actually have such a powerful defensive ability. Shit. Colonel William shouted into the radio. Use gas bombs? I want to live. At this moment, Colonel William was more interested in Sauron than anyone else except Charles. The commando captain heard this and took off a gas grenade from his chest. Pull the ring apart and throw it towards Sauron. The poison gas grenade landed at Sauron's feet. Green poisonous smoke spurted out. This poisonous smoke has a strong nerve paralyzing effect. Even if an elephant inhales it, it will be completely paralyzed and still be slaughtered. Sauron lowered his head and looked at the poisonous smoke that gradually enveloped him. He picked up the gas grenade. In the shocked eyes of the assault team, he inhaled the poisonous smoke. Just like smoking, it blows out of the nostrils. Sauron threw the gas grenade away. Toward the strike team, the flesh and blood around the eyes were once again illuminated transparently due to the concentration of high energy. Blood vessels are clearly visible. Buzz. The terrifying high temperature of heat vision causes the surrounding air to heat up rapidly. The air expands and rubs, making a buzzing sound. And Scarlet's heat vision is like cutting tofu. Scan from left to right. There are dozens of trees in the 120-person assault team, and one person is holding a thick uncle in his arms. Divided into 2 pieces. Boom, boom. Dozens of grenades were ignited by high temperatures, igniting the gunpowder inside. An explosion occurred. Big trees fell over and hit the ground, making huge amounts of noise. Many trees were set on fire by the terrifying high temperatures of explosions and heat vision. The blazing fire lights up half the sky. And all this happened in just 10 seconds. Logan was still standing on the 3rd floor balcony. That scarlet heat vision that is extremely conspicuous in the dark. Let Logan confirm his guess. Fake. What on earth did that boy do? Dozens of grenades exploded. This movement is too big. The entire college was completely awakened after the explosion. In an instant, it went from quiet to chaotic. What happened? What sound? Is it thundering? Where was the explosion? Ouch! I want my mother. Many lower grade students were frightened. Start crying, asking for mother or teacher. But the senior students were even more curious. Colossus appears behind Logan. Professor Logan, what happened? He is a tall man who came of age last year but remains at the academy. Is an X-Men reserve. No need for Logan to point. Colossus had already seen the blazing flames a kilometer away. I told Bobby to put out the fire. Colossus didn't realize what was happening. I just want to let Iceman Bobby put out the fire to avoid causing forest fires and threatening the school, etc. Logan spoke. Someone is invading the academy, and Sauron has gone to stop it. The sound just now was the explosion of a grenade. Now, you should immediately gather the senior students and protect the children in the lower grades. I'll go over and see what's going on. After Logan finished speaking, he jumped from the balcony on the 3rd floor. Colossus looked at the fire in the distance in surprise. He suppressed his inner curiosity and hurriedly found Iceman Bobby, Pyro John, and Shadowcat, the senior students. Logan ran quickly. Some branches scratched some small wounds on his body, but in the blink of an eye, it healed again. Logan has long been used to such minor injuries and pains. 1,000 meters away, Logan arrived in less than a minute. He was shocked by the scene in front of him. Dozens of fallen trees and blazing fires. And on the edge of this fire, the corpses of more than 100 people were all cut into 2 parts. Many of them were blown to pieces due to the explosion of grenades. Thermal vision will cauterize the wound in an instant without causing bleeding at all. But the explosion of the grenade left blood everywhere here. Even the yellow soil where the body was, all stained red. And Sauron stood there, watching quietly. His feet had been submerged by thousands of steel pieces. But Logan has participated in almost all of America's wars. Recognizable at a glance. That's a squashed bullet. He turned his head and looked at Sauron. His eyes were filled with horror. He fought alongside Cyclops Scott. Scott's Cyclops, which emits laser energy beams, is a high-energy shockwave. When an ordinary person is hit, his body will be hit hard and fly out. So, the person who was attacked by Scott, they were all knocked away by shockwave, knocked out, but these militants in front of me. But in an instant, the body was cut open by high-energy light. It's like the objects cut by lightsabers in the science fiction movie Star Wars that Logan watched. Among mutants' various super abilities, this kind of ability is already at the top. But Sauron actually possesses some kind of terrifying defensive ability. It is true that a very small number of mutants can awakening multiple super abilities. Logan has super self-healing, slows down aging, retractable bone claws, susceptive perception, etc. But Logan has never seen Sauron with such ability. Invincible attack and invincible defense. But what shocked Logan the most was this. Sauron is a child who has just grown up tonight. Before that, I had been living in orphanages and colleges. In an instant, more than 100 militants were killed. But Sauron showed very indifferently. It was like just using super ability to knock down a few trees. No, when the professor comes back, he must pay attention to Sauron's psychological problems. At the Air Command Center, Colonel William was completely stunned. A 120-man assault team? This is the elite trump card in his hand? That's it, gone? Even though he is a powerful colonel in the American military, specifically responsible for mutant issues. But I can't afford such a loss. He thought he had caught Charles and Cyclops, but Phoenix and Storm were not there. Taking down Mutant Academy will be very easy. It's just a bunch of kids. Even if you have super ability, so what? But he didn't expect it. Among these children he didn't care about. Surprisingly, Sauron is hiding this ferocious tiger. With fear in his heart, he had the intention to kill Sauron. Bomb that place for me. Colonel William roared into the radio. He believes that mutants' ability is not unlimited. So what if you have strong defense? He didn't believe that the rockets and missiles on several armed helicopters would not be able to break Sauron's defenses. The 6 armed helicopters headed straight for the Academy and changed their direction. The infrared scanner locked onto Sauron and Wolverine's infrared signals. Then, fire it up. The M134 Vulcan cannon sprayed 7.62mm bullets from the 6 barrels, forming a terrifying torrent of bullets. The M230 30mm cannon sprays high-explosive armor-piercing projectiles. The AGM-114 Helfa anti-tank missile, dragging its tail flame, comes straight towards us. Hydra 70mm rockets, an armed helicopter fires 20 rounds in a row. MH-60 LDAP is an improved version of the famous Black Shadow helicopter. At this moment, he showed his extremely powerful firepower. Bullets and high-explosive armor-piercing shells arrive first. Wolverine was directly blown away by a high-explosive armor-piercing projectile. Large pieces of flesh and blood on the body were torn to pieces, revealing the silver adamantium skeleton. Logan, passed out. Super self-healing, starts to repair the body. With a casual wave of his hand, Sauron swatted away a high-explosive armor-piercing projectile that went straight to his face. He raised his head and looked at the 6 helicopters flying over. Supervision, lock on those missiles and rockets one after another. Super brain, instantly calculates the interception trajectory. Heat vision sweeps across. Missiles, rockets, all hit. It was detonated in midair. Boom, boom. In the sky, an extremely gorgeous firework bloomed. All the students in the college were attracted. Even the seniors like Colossus ran outside and looked at the bright fireworks. Sauron's body left the ground. His body was suspended 100 meters high in the air, on par with those armed helicopters. Colonel Williams' head buzzed when he saw this scene. Shit. He can actually fly. M134 6-barreled Gatling Bodhisattva, 6,000 revolutions per minute. The torrent of bullets was like a tsunami. It hit Sauron, who was 100 meters in the air. The tracer of the bullet, the 7.62mm bullet, hit that indestructible body. The collision produced dazzling sparks. M230 cannon are hit. 625 rounds per minute. The high-explosive armor-piercing projectile exploded on Sauron's body. His figure was engulfed in the flames of high explosives. Inside the college, hundreds of students stood in the empty courtyard. Look up and look into the sky. The figure engulfed in gunfire. Who is that? Oh God, not only can he fly, he can also ignore such terrifying firepower. Awesome. Is he also a mutant? Is he a professor, sent to protect us? It turns out Superman is not a comic book fiction, but a real person. Children in the lower grades. The eyes are full of adoration. Extremely excited, looking at that high and powerful figure. However, the seniors all recognized who it was. Shit, when will he be able to fly? And he has such defense. Pyro John, gaping. He used to have a similar ability to Skola regarding this, but he has always been very lazy. I know people who sleep in the sun every day. Very distasteful. But at this moment, he knew. The other party is so powerful, stronger than the teachers. Shock, envy, and admiration gathered in his heart. Colossus' body changed into a pure steel form. The fiber lines of the muscles are extremely obvious. He lowered his head and looked at his pure steel body. He raised his head again and couldn't help but take a breath. My pure steel body will be torn to pieces in a second when faced with such firepower. Iceman Bobby, clenched fist. Subconsciously, he looked at the girl he liked. Rascal. Sure enough, he saw the scene he least wanted to see. The little naughty eyes stared at Sauron closely. That look was exactly the same as the look he looked at the little naughty boy. Bobby was heartbroken and could hardly breathe. When he accidentally made skin-to-skin contact with me but was not affected by my ability, I knew he was definitely extraordinary. My guess is right. He is so powerful. The twinkling eyes were full of care. He is so powerful, I feel so safe around him. There was a sudden movement in Huan Shuang's heart, and she turned to look at her female classmates. Her heart tensed up instantly. Snort? What a good sister. I was obviously the one who liked him first. I'm not afraid of others, but I have to watch out for Naughty and Shadowcat. Sauron, in no hurry, destroyed the 6 gunships. He allowed the helicopter's firepower to pour on him. He enjoys this invincible state. However, an armed helicopter is not a flight fortress with unlimited firepower. Soon, the ammunition will run out. In the sky, there are no tracers of bullets or fireworks of artillery shells. The bright moon shines in the sky. Sauron's figure is so clear. Colonel Williams' mind suddenly turned around. Withdraw. Quickly retreat. He shouted loudly. 6 armed helicopters couldn't do anything to Sauron. What's more, the ammunition is exhausted. But, at the moment, it was too late to evacuate. Sauron allowed the armed helicopter to complete its turn and fly towards the direction of origin. He smiled for me. It's my turn. Sauron's tone was light. For so long, he had been using his heat vision. But now, he wants to try his other abilities. Boom. The bright moon is clear, but there is thunder in the sky and the earth. Sauron broke through the sound barrier in an instant. Overtaken, a helicopter. He ran straight into it. The rotating alloy propeller, so fast. Even armored vehicles can be cut open. However, at the moment when he poked Sauron, countless alloy fragments are flying in all directions. Boom. Helicopter, explosion in the air. Colonel William looked at the series of data on the display in the command center. I just feel like my brain is freezing. 5 times the speed of sound. Fake? How can he be so fast? Thick despair filled the hearts of everyone on the helicopter. No matter how fast the helicopter flies, it cannot break the sound barrier. It can't reach Mach 1 speed. How to escape from the hands of Mach 5 Sauron? Boom. Another helicopter exploded in the air. Sauron used his hands to directly tear open the alloy body. Boom. Boom. 2 helicopters collided and exploded. It was Sauron, grabbing the tail of a helicopter and throwing it. Loaded, another one. In a blink. 6 armed helicopters, only 2 left. Colonel William, on one of them. Boom. The other one was cut in half by scarlet heat vision in front of Colonel William's eyes. In the explosion, it became countless fragments. Sauron appeared in the direction of the last helicopter in an instant. With a smile on his face, he looked at William in the helicopter. In an instant, William understood. Sauron did it on purpose. He became a mouse under the cat's paw. The helicopter that Colonel William was on braked suddenly and hovered in the air. The driver was tempted to fire, but all the firepower has already been poured out. Hit with a helicopter? Give me a break. The 5 wingmen that were destroyed just now are a lesson from the past. Everyone in the helicopter looked at Colonel William. One's own life and death are no longer under one's control. Even though he was a loyal subordinate, he looked at his leader, already full of complaints. As promised, let's do some cooking. They are a group of kids with a bit of super ability. But even the famous Magneto, I didn't kill them either, just like stepping on ants. Colonel William, how could he not say the eyes of his men? He understands. The situation is over. Sauron stepped in the air. Step on the air and walk step by step. Already arriving, he did not stop in front of the helicopter. Super strength plus body of steel. Even if there is a 10-meter thick concrete wall in front of him, it cannot stop his progress. The front of the helicopter was first twisted, collapsed, and then torn apart. Sauron walked straight to Colonel William. Grabbing his back collar, he strode forward. The tail compartment of the helicopter was torn apart. Sauron carried Colonel William and flew towards the academy. Behind him, the out-of-control helicopter spun and fell to the ground. Boom. The explosion ignited some tall trees. In the courtyard of the college, everyone's eyes followed Sauron closely. With his feet on the ground, Sauron threw Colonel William away. William, who was already old and had not done anything for decades, was surrounded by several senior students. Don't kill him. The professor and Scott are still in his possession. Sauron spoke. One of the upperclassmen spoke up. Yes, Sauron. His tone was full of respect. He even couldn't help but straighten his body. There is no doubt that in his subconscious, he has regarded Sauron as the leader of the new generation of mutants. Sauron looked at him and the rock collapsed. A mutant whose body can turn into rock can effortlessly lift objects weighing 7 tons. Limbs can be separated freely and controlled remotely. A powerful mutant? Sauron nodded. He quickly accepted this change. Bobby, go put out the fire in the forest. Sauron spoke directly. Iceman Bobby frowned. He was jealous because of love, and subconsciously resisted Sauron's words. Just as he was about to refuse, he met Sauron's eyes. Sauron's eyes were very calm. But there is a majesty in this calmness. A majesty that cannot be denied. This was the first time Bobby saw this kind of look from Sauron. He knew that the Sauron in the past had nothing to do with the world and only wanted to sleep in the sun. Completely disappeared. And now Sauron is the most powerful mutant he knows? Yes. Bobby still lowered his head. Bobby, go put out the fire. Pyro John, eager to try. Sauron, I can also put out fires. Let me go too. Fire and Ice, Bobby, and John competed in everything. John's eyes were full of admiration for the strong. This time, he wasn't trying to compete with Bobby. Rather, he wanted Sauron to also notice him. Teacher Logan is unconscious, go and bring him back. Sauron did not let Colossus go. There were the bodies of 120 people. After John saw it, the whole school must know about it. Sauron is screaming. Look at these mutant students, after knowing what they have done. Who would identify with myself? That's his team? A fragrant wind blows towards my face. Flashing cheeks blush. But she still had the courage to do it in front of all the students. Standing in front of Sauron, she used her handkerchief to wipe the non-existent smoke and dust on Sauron's face. Sauron, thank you for your hard work. Are you hungry? I'll cook you some oriental food. Shuang knew that she had an advantage over other female classmates. She and Sauron are both Easterners, even though they both grew up in the Western world. But there are many things deep inside that cannot be changed. Hey, the male students couldn't help but make joking noises when they saw this. Although it is a mutant school, the management is not as strict as other schools outside. But teachers still have some control over falling in love. Therefore, when some people fall in love, they avoid it. Flashing like this is almost an open and honest expression of his love. However, the senior female students. He stared at Shuang, wishing he could tear her apart. Snort. She was one step ahead, especially Rugrats and Shadowcat. He clenched his little pink fist tightly. Sauron, who came of age just an hour ago. Many things that could not be done in the past can now be done. He has no inhibitions. Get a roast duck and make some dumplings. Sauron was unceremonious. For flickers with random space doors. This didn't bother her at all. Flashing nodded. Once the space door opened, there would be no one left. The eyes of the male classmates who were joking just now were filled with envy. Who wouldn't envy such treatment? Sauron looked at Colossus aside and said, contact Jean and Aurora. Tell them to come back quickly. Then, go save the professor and Scott. Pyro John and Iceman Bobby arrived at almost the same time. The raging fire has completely burned out. But Bobby was not in a hurry to put out the fire. Instead, he stared blankly at the fire scene. John's focus is on finding Wolverine. Therefore, the scene in the fire scene was not discovered at the first time. Bobby, if you don't put out the fire quickly, are you waiting for me to come? John said as he patted Bobby on the shoulder. Then, he froze. In the raging flames, the corpses were burned to charcoal. However, its shape can still be clearly identified. In particular, the weapons on his body only burned red but did not melt. Bobby was tapped on the shoulder and he woke up instantly. He swallowed involuntarily. Did Sauron do all this? Bobby, so shocked? Although, Sauron destroyed 6 helicopters in front of everyone's eyes, but they only saw the helicopter explode, not how the people inside died. I just think Sauron is so strong. No, Deadman's visual impact. But now, 120 corpses were burned to charcoal in the fire? Such a scene, them, flowers in a greenhouse. Never seen before. Vomit. Bobby doubled over and threw up. John was also stimulated and started to vomit. After spitting and spitting, the two of them got used to it. Bobby wiped the dirt from his mouth and looked away. John, we have to tell the professor about this. More than 100 lives. How can Sauron kill just as he says? As soon as John heard this, he quit. Bobby, look at these weapons. These people, and those helicopters, are obviously here to catch us. Didn't you hear what Sauron said? Even the professor and Mr. Scott were captured. For those who want to arrest us, if we don't kill them, are we going to let them arrest us? Teachers, how many mutants have been rescued from the laboratory over the years? If it's not Sauron, kill them. What's waiting for us is to be sent to the dissecting table. The more John spoke, the louder he got. Bobby felt more and more that Sauron's approach was too extreme. But he can't kill anyone either. With his ability, he can get rid of them without killing people. When John heard Bobby's words, he was so angry that his head was filled with smoke. He suddenly pushed Bobby away. Listen to what you said. Sympathy for the enemy is cruelty to one's own people. Letting them go will only make people think that we are weak and can be bullied. Since there is no danger of life in attacking us, then they will continue to attack us again and again, until we are all wiped out. After John finished speaking, he turned to face the fire. He uses his super ability to control the raging fire in the fire field. Gather them together and burn those bodies with all your might. Under his super ability, the power of these flames increased dramatically. He can turn a lighter's fire into a big fireball and even blow up a car. What's more, this raging forest fire. In just a few breaths, those charred corpses were completely burned to ashes. Those red weapons also melted into molten iron and mixed with the melted soil. Bobby sees John, destroying the evidence. He quickly used his ability. Super cold air spurts out from both hands. Extinguish those huge amounts of fireballs? However, he was already too late. John looked at Bobby with disgust in his eyes. He turned around and picked up Wolverine, who was still unconscious on the ground. Walking towards the academy, Bobby clenched his fist angrily. Teacher Logan, you must have seen it. When Logan wakes up, the professor will naturally know how cruel Sauron is. Bobby comforted himself, turned around, and walked towards another fire scene. Sauron heard the conversation between Bobby and John clearly. He nodded with satisfaction. As expected of the Burning Man who later followed Magneto, you can become his subordinate. Even though Iceman is a level 5 mutant, his potential is far greater than Pyro. But Sauron really doesn't like Iceman that much. Not only is it a bit fake, it's also a bit crooked. I ate roast duck and dumplings brought all the way from the east. Let her go to bed. In fact, most of the students have already gone to bed. Sauron came to a room on the ground floor of the academy. Colonel William is imprisoned here. At this moment, Colonel William's face was covered in blood. For a bad guy who wants to invade the academy and capture these mutants for research, these boys in the senior class will not show mercy. Colonel William had at least 3 broken ribs. He was tied to a chair and his mouth was covered in blood. Sorenly, I really didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. Colonel William has been keeping an eye on the academy for many years. This allowed him to create an opportunity. Unexpectedly, he risked treason by sending mutant Nightcrawler to assassinate the president. Only then did the high-end combat power of mutant school get dispersed. Sneak attack of sneak attack. But Sauron was able to overturn it all by himself? Completely annihilated? He was also captured. Who would have thought that Sauron has more than one super ability? Every super ability is still such a powerful ability? Heat vision, supersonic flight, super strength, super defense? He even felt that Sauron still had ability that had not been exposed. Colonel William, when did you first meet Logan? Sauron stared at William intently. This question is related to whether X-Man could reverse the future 30 years ago. William didn't know why Sauron asked. He and Logan were old friends. It was him who transformed Logan, who was no more than an ordinary mutant, into what he is today. Possessing the indestructible adamantium skeleton and claws, self-healing ability has also been enhanced. Logan's amnesia was caused by him. He thought that Sauron wanted to retrieve his memory for Logan. Didn't care. Said. The first time I met Logan was in 1981. At that time, Logan and his brother were court-martialed. I discovered them from the military's internal files and recruited them. Colonel William did not hide it. This is no secret to him. There is no need to hide something and get a beating. But for Sauron. But it's very important. In the future, the powerful Sentinel almost slaughtered all the mutants. Charles and Magneto joined forces once again. They obtained key intelligence. Sentinel, why is it so powerful? Because, in 1973, the genius scientist, Bolivar, obtained Mystique's body. Through genetic research on her, Sentinel was invented to suppress mutants' super ability. Thus, in this war, an absolute victory was won. Charles and Magneto, in the final moments. Through Shadowcat's ability, Wolverine's consciousness is returned to the body of 1973. Let him channel 1973's Charles and Magneto. Finally reverse the future. As a result, the timeline was changed. Old history and new history are born. Since William first met Logan in 1981, then, where Sauron is, it must be old history. For mutant, new history is the real end. Genetically modified food has almost completely eliminated the X gene in newborns. Logan, the Twilight Wolf, will eventually die. In fact, it does not matter whether it is old history or new history. For Sauron, it's the same. Sauron left directly. Colonel William was immediately dumbfounded. Shouldn't he be interrogated as to why he attacked Xavier's school? Charles, where is he being held? Don't want to talk about the conditions? Just asked a question and left? Sauron naturally knows all this. Super brain allows him to recall the memories of another world with incomparable clarity. After all, he is wearing a suit, and his past memories are stored in his brain cells. After returning to his room, Sauron began to check the system. A commando team of 120 people, 6 armed helicopters, each with 5 crews. 150 people in total. On their death, 150 light groups dropped. Sauron took one look and threw them all to the system for recycling. They are all ordinary people, none have super abilities, and their abilities are all ordinary. Obtained, 1,500 system gold coins. The most common whiteboard axe costs 100 gold coins. On the whiteboard, there is a green axe with 1,000 gold coins. Only axes that are green or above can drop extraordinary abilities, or mysterious creations, science fiction creations. Exchange it for a green axe. When the consciousness enters the system space, the sacred tree of fallen treasures and the towering ancient trees appear. There are countless light groups on the tree. Sauron's consciousness flashed, and he saw the green axe on the sacred tree of falling treasures. A mark was cut on the tree trunk. Blink to recovery. The light group on the tree dropped 1. Battlesuit mold. Through consciousness, determine the form and appearance of the battlesuit, and add the materials to make the battlesuit. You can get a perfect battlesuit. The strength of the battlesuit depends on the material. Sauron was immediately happy. Now that he is no longer dormant, he should also have his own battlesuit. He didn't like the X-Men's uniforms. Now, he has awakening and has all the same super abilities as Super. Get yourself a Superman battlesuit. It also fits his aesthetic quite well. Definitely, he doesn't like the battlesuit worn outside underwear. A black battlesuit with a red cape is perfect. However, battlesuit materials. Although he has a biological force field that can protect the battlesuit from damage, but ordinary materials are simply not worthy of him. Wakanda's vibranium? Sauron shook his head. He had a better choice. There is adamantium in Colonel William's reservoir base. Build your own battlesuit with adamantium. Only in this way can you be worthy of your own identity. Sauron decided to use adamantium. As for Colonel William's opinion, it is not important. He's taken a liking to it, and it's his. How should Wolverine kill Death Girl? Such an obedient female thug should surrender to him? Be his personal secretary? Arrange the secretary to do something. Fine. Sauron sleeps. As you breathe, your body automatically absorbs the escaping solar energy from the sky and the earth to strengthen your body. But there are people who haven't slept yet. Mystique, through her ability, sneaked into Colonel Williams' office. She obtained Magneto's prison cell, also obtained the guard's personal file. In the bar, the guard who is responsible for delivering food to Magneto every day has a romantic encounter. A woman who took the initiative to embrace her made him extremely excited. He doesn't have Sauron's good looks and charm. There is no such thing as a pie in the sky. Directly knocked unconscious by the medicine, Mystique injected 200 milliliters of liquid iron into his body. An entire assault team disappeared organically in America. This is a major event that is enough to shock the entire WGIO building. Although Xavier's school for gifted youngsters is located, the surrounding land belongs to the Xavier family, but there is a small town nearby. Last night, the sky is so gorgeous. The ammunition that explodes one after another is far more brilliant than firework. The explosion of the helicopter was even more brilliant, even though it's midnight. But there are also many people who go to bed late and see all this. Some young people even took photos and posted them online. Those poor pixels can't be captured clearly at all, but the brilliant sparks of the explosion were extremely eye-catching. Colonel Williams' actions were approved by the president. WGIO building is known. How could America's military operations not be supported by satellites? Collection of information at all levels. In a conference room, the Undersecretary of Defense, 5-star General Sam, personally presided over the meeting. One of our elite assault teams turned out to be an organized one and disappeared on our own land. I need an explanation. Admiral Sam stared at the person in front of him with majestic eyes. At this moment, there are still 2 hours before dawn. Many people either stayed up all night or were summoned from their beds. The CIA, the Bureau of Investigation, Homeland Security, and S.H.I.E.L.D. They were all called to participate in this meeting. Point 5 Building, Satellite Support Operations Command Center, Colonel Keir. He distributed some satellite photos to everyone. Mr. General, sirs, this is the picture taken by our military satellite last night when it provided satellite support for the capture of Colonel William. Everyone looked down. Everyone's brows were all furrowed. Sauron, destroy that assault team because of the obstruction of the jungle. No valid photos were taken. However, he was photographed flying into the sky and confronting the helicopter. The figure is clear, but the face is not photographed. Mutant. Director Lauren of the CIA asked aloud. The existence of mutant is not a secret. The CIA even has a dedicated mutant intelligence team, specialized in obtaining difficult information. It's the CIA's trump card? Colonel Keel, look at the Admiral. Admiral Sam nodded. Colonel Keir spoke up and said, last night, Colonel William received authorization to lead an assault team, supported by 6 armed helicopters. Go to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters in Westchester, New York, and capture the mutant. However, the assault team disappeared completely as soon as they entered the nearby jungle. And this mutant with flight ability can do it in just 1 minute. Destroy all 6 of our advanced armed helicopters. Admiral Sam's eyes were gloomy. Everyone, this is treason? That's a group of terrorists. I want you to figure out the true identity and strength of this mutant. He must be captured. However, there was a kind of greed in the eyes of the several directors present. Such a powerful mutant, if in hand. It will definitely give yourself more voice, even, make a contribution. They all want to capture Sauron and use him for their own purposes. Inside a plastic prison built specifically for Magneto, Lorio, the food delivery guard, with a red face, held the dinner plate and started to pass through the metal detection system. It's just that this time the detection took a few seconds longer than usual. No metal can pass. Hearing the inspector's words, Lorio shrugged and walked into the suspended passage. Then walk into the volleying prison made of tempered glass. Magneto, who was lying on the bed, sensed the presence of iron. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sleep well, Lane's hair. Rarayo was in a very good mood, and he even began to greet this special prisoner in custody. There's something wrong with you, Magneto, Eric said. Lorio didn't think anything of it. He thought Magneto was talking about his high spirits. Yes, I had a great time last night. Eric has sat up. No, that's not what I meant. He stood up and Rarayo's expression changed. He felt that this was Magneto's provocation against him. Sit down. But Magneto, don't say no to him. Rarayo pulled out the glass rod from his waist. Sit down for me. Lorio was angry. However, Magneto raised his head and pointed at him. The huge magnetic field controlled the high concentration of iron ions in Lorio's body. Rarayo's whole body was suspended, and he felt extremely painful. What did you do to me? Magneto, however, suddenly realized. So that's it. The iron content in your blood is too high. After saying that, he made a fist with his hand. In Lorio's body, the iron ions injected by Mystique flew out through the blood vessels and skin, but in Rarayo's eyes, a dance of blood spurted out from his body. His body became riddled with holes. The iron ions gathered and 3 iron balls flew around Magneto's body. Then, this special prison was constructed of tempered glass and plastic. Crush, Magneto, be free, because Sauron, Xavier's school, is not the same as in the original book. Some students were arrested. Some students, along with Colossus, escaped through a secret passage. Wolverine and Iceman, Pyro, and the Rugrats, escaped to Bobby's house. Although there is Sauron, fluttering the wings of butterflies. But what has changed is only part of the plot. Many things are still going on as in the original work. The X-Men's vehicle, a supersonic stealth aircraft. It was built by Beast, the genius scientist of the X-Men, definitely, inseparable from the financial support of Charles, the super rich man. Supersonic flight, radar stealth, optical stealth. There is no doubt that this fighter jet has deeply attracted the attention of the military. Colonel William was able to convince the president. This plane is one of them. Phoenix and Storm, borrowing communications from Colossus. You know, what happened in the academy. Then he hurried back. But as they approached the academy, they were targeted by America's Air Force. 2 F-16 fighter jets appeared behind the X-fighter. Aurora discovered it from the radar immediately. 2 fighter planes have appeared and are flying in quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice sounded in the radio system. The unidentified aircraft immediately lowered its altitude to 20,000 feet. We will escort you back to Hanskanu Air Force Base. You have 10 seconds to do it. Aurora was confused. Say it to Phoenix. What are they going to do? Another sound came from the radio system. We will approach both sides of you and escort you immediately to Hanskanu Air Force Base. This time, there was a tone of voice that said no one could refuse. At the same time, 2 F-16s were also flying parallel to the X-fighters. Please lower the altitude immediately. Aurora looked out the window. The flight attendant on the opposite side made a gesture to lower the altitude. Repeat. Please descend immediately. This is the last warning. But obviously, Aurora and Sheen still haven't figured out what happened. The military's F-16 began to retreat. They retreated. Aurora frowned, and then the computer issued a warning. They've got us. Then, a piercing siren sounded. Shit. Aurora's spirit instantly became tense. They're launching a missile. Nightcrawler tightened himself with the seat belt, held the cross in his hand, and began to pray silently. Aurora and Sheen began to cooperate with each other. Increase the horsepower and maneuver urgently to avoid the lock of the fire control radar. However, the F-16 behind is holding on tight. You run, I chase. Aurora and Sheen already cooperate very well. Jean takes full control of the driving. Aurora's eyes turned white. She uses her super ability to control the weather outside. Dark clouds began to gather. Tornadoes formed one after another, penetrating the sky and the earth. Sheen piloted the X-fighter and survived in the cracks of the tornado. The 2 fighters at the back were avoiding the tornado while pursuing the X-fighter. Soon, a fighter plane passed through a tornado. The fighter plane fell into a stall and tailspin. In this bad weather, there is no way to save yourself or escape. Flight crew, skydive? Only one left? Diddy? The fire control radar reminds me of the target lock tone. The pilot decisively fired 2 Sidewinder missiles. Fly towards the X-fighter. The flight crew jumped decisively. Aurora saw the plane disappearing from the radar. Breathing a sigh of relief, she used her super ability to disperse the storm she had gathered. The X-fighter flies into the sunshine again. Sheen also breathed a sigh of relief. But it only lasts 2 seconds. The computer alerts again. Oh god, 2 missiles are flying over us? Horror appeared on Aurora's face. She controls the X-fighter and dodges. However, the director's speed is always far faster than that of an airplane. This time, it's Aurora's turn to take full control of flight. Various evasive actions are being carried out. Sheen, on the other hand, uses her own ability. She exerted all her strength, and Phoenix Force emerged from her eyes. The tail jet of a Sidewinder missile was redirected. The Sidewinder missile rolled sideways and exploded in the air. One more, Aurora reminded Sheen. But, this one is too close. Oh, god. Jean's control failed. Sidewinder missile explodes. A hole was blown open on the top of the X-fighter. The plane is out of control. Start spinning and fall at a very fast speed. In Xavier's school, Sauron is sleeping. But with his super hearing, he heard the explosion. He woke up instantly. Supervision activates. I saw the X-fighter stalling and falling. Due to changes in the plot, the X-fighters did not go to Bobby's house. Naturally, the time of return was advanced. Sauron's figure disappeared instantly. Boom. The deafening sonic boom resounded throughout the entire academy. Sauron flew towards the falling X-fighter at top speed. This time it's early, Magneto hasn't come nearby yet. Aurora and Sheen tried their best to control the plane, trying to pull the plane back from a stall. However, the number on the altimeter plummeted rapidly. The forest canopy is right in front of you. Aurora and Sheen looked at each other in despair. However, the X-fighter went straight in an instant. If it weren't for the seat belts, the 2 of them would have been thrown away due to the huge inertia. Aurora and Sheen couldn't help but look ahead. Sauron breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the X-fighter is not too far away from the academy. He felt it in time. Otherwise, this pair of black and white pearls will perish. He is not greedy for Aurora's ability. But Phoenix Force? In the Marvel Universe, there is an extremely powerful and special kind of original power. Sauron, how can you not be greedy? Aurora and Sheen looked towards the front of the fighter plane. However, the fighter plane originally blocked their vision. But soon, they felt that the plane was being leveled. Then, the two of them saw it, which shocked them. An unimaginable scene. Sauron, shirtless. Just wear a pair of big pants. With both hands, he grabbed the X-Fighter's head. Just hold the X-Fighter and land slowly. Ororo blinked hard and looked around. Below is the dense jungle canopy, at least dozens of meters above the ground. Looking at the altimeter again, the height displayed on it is 2,000 feet. 1 foot equals 30.48 centimeters. 66 meters high. At this moment, the X-Fighter's engine stalled completely. No vertical airflow is ejected. Ororo looked at Sauron stupidly. At this moment, Sauron showed the ability. At least it's super strength and flight. But Sauron, doesn't he only have heat vision? Just now, I experienced a life and death crisis. Sheen's mental state is extremely unstable. Deep in her consciousness, the cracks in the mental cage set by Charles became even bigger. Dark Phoenix. Dark Phoenix is a personality born out of Jean's fear of her own power. She is full of desire and violence. Jean's eyes flickered with a faint black light. Part of Dark Phoenix's consciousness escaped from the prison of his mind. It is affecting Jean's main consciousness. Sauron, the powerful power displayed at this moment, and the huge energy contained in the body, all make Dark Phoenix extremely eager. Jean's pure gaze began to be mixed with greed and desire. Sauron, with a smile on his face, looked at the two beautiful teachers. Ororo's eyes were filled with incredible shock. Sauron, not surprised. But when his eyes made contact with Jean, he was stunned. Why does the way Jean looks at me look so stringy? In the past, Sauron did not provoke this beautiful teacher. He was devoted to cultivation, and before he became an adult, he had no intention of seducing women. Definitely, he is an adult now. You can experience those beautiful things. However, he and Jean had no special relationship or communication before. Why was Jean looking at him so hard at this moment? Sauron figured it out in an instant. Dark Phoenix? Charles's mental prison can no longer trap this beast? This is old history that has not yet reversed the future. Jean will be blackened. However, how could we let go of the piano that was delivered to our door? Sauron's eyes began to be unscrupulous and he boldly flirted with others. All this falls in Ororo's eyes? Her eyes suddenly widened. Thank you. What's happening here? Jean and Sauron, secretly? Sauron did not put the plane on the ground. Instead, it flew towards the academy close to the tree crown. Going back, of course, there is no need to use supersonic speed. The floor of the college basketball court, open. Sauron held the X-Fighter and landed in the underground hangar. The damaged fighter planes will naturally be repaired. Ororo, Jean, and Nightcrawler step off the plane. Sauron, should you explain it to us? Ororo spoke directly. Jean's eyes became clear again. With her mind restored, Jean subconsciously locked up Dark Phoenix again. Sauron shrugged and said, "It's nothing, I just suddenly awakened a few more super abilities." Ororo is also a top-notch Black Pearl. She is 90% similar to Sauron, a female star in Hollywood in her previous life. The figure is curvy. The dressing style is different from Jean. Sauron casually fooled Ororo. Jin, Colonel William, arrested the professor and Scott. Go and interrogate him and see where Colonel William is keeping the professor. Also, let's see what Colonel William has hidden secrets. Sauron spoke directly. Tell Jean to go do something. When Jean heard that the professor and Scott had been arrested, she immediately became worried and nervous. Okay, I'll go right away. She didn't even notice. As a teacher at the academy, he is a member of the X-Men. But you have to listen to the orders of a student. Ororo realized it, but just as she was about to speak, Sauron said to her, Ororo, get ready. If we rescue the professor, the college will lose its protection. Students need a secluded and safe place, awaiting our return. Ororo was about to say, am I the teacher or you are the teacher? But what Sauron said was indeed a very reasonable matter. All she had to say was, okay, I'll arrange this. Ororo left too. That leaves Sauron and Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler's face was blank, still a little helpless. Sauron is somewhat interested in his life experience. There is a saying that Nightcrawler is the son of Mystique and the Red Devil. He inherited the Red Devil's ability and Mystique's appearance. Who are your parents? Sauron asked directly. Nightcrawler, confused. How does he know who his parents are? For as long as he can remember, he has been an abandoned orphan, wandering around and growing up hard. When Sauron asked, his expression suddenly became a little sad. I don't know who my parents are. Sauron's gaze glanced toward the southeast. He saw Magneto and Mystique, heading here. Sauron patted Nightcrawler on the shoulder and said, you might see your mother coming in a while. Nightcrawler, eyes widened. His mother? He wondered, how did the person in front of him know? Sauron is currently in contact with people who are members of the X-Men franchise. His appearance in the movie he watched in his previous life was 90% similar. He speculated that he was in the Marvel movie universe. In different Marvel universes, the origins of many people and what happens to them are different. If you can really help me find my parents, I will definitely be grateful to you. Nightcrawler said seriously. Sauron smiled. Nightcrawler's ability is pretty good. Teleport? You can go wherever you see with your own eyes or wherever you have been. In the future, if we go to Asgard, or the Nova Empire, or the Kree Empire, etc. With this ability, you can go wherever you want. Nice? If you think of it, do it. Come on, let me try your ability and let's have a fight. Sauron spoke directly. When Nightcrawler heard this, he quickly waved his hand and refused. No, we are friends, how can we fight? Sauron's eyes glowed dangerously red. Nightcrawler's spirit tensed instantly. An alarm bell is ringing in my brain. Nightcrawler disappears and then appears behind Sauron. But with super hearing, Nightcrawler's heartbeat is too clear. Super speed. Turn around. With one blow, he grabbed Nightcrawler by the neck. Nightcrawler's eyes widened, and then his body disappeared instantly. Sauron looked at the empty hand and didn't care. If it were an enemy, Nightcrawler's neck would have been crushed by the pinch just now. In my ears, there was an extremely weak sound of air being squeezed. Sauron moved and stood in front of that space. Nightcrawler's figure appears. He saw Sauron very close at hand. Suddenly he was frightened and jumped back. The figure disappears. But when he appeared again, in front of him was Sauron's handsome face with a sunny smile. God. Nightcrawler stopped teleporting. His face was full of shock. How did you do it? No one has ever been able to predict my trajectory. This is really incredible. I lost? I am convinced. Nightcrawler looked at Sauron with a look filled with shock and some admiration. I saw a bright ball of light falling from Nightcrawler's body. Then it automatically flew into Sauron's body. The smile on his face became even brighter. Your ability is pretty good, but when you teleport, it's because you suddenly disappear and appear. It will cause violent flow in the surrounding air. The abnormal friction of the airflow will reveal your position. Sauron explained it clearly. But Nightcrawler's eyes widened even more. Done? I always feel itchy on my head, as if something is about to grow. No, airflow, friction? I have never heard that. But even if there is, in such a short period of time, he has already locked my position and appeared in front of me in advance. What a fast speed. What a quick response. Nightcrawler looked at Sauron, the admiration in his eyes, plus 999. Sauron asked someone to take Nightcrawler to visit the academy. According to X-Men's past actions, Nightcrawler will basically be absorbed. Sauron is in his room. Start looking at the light balls falling from Nightcrawler. Ability, teleport, can teleport to anywhere within visual range, or to places you have visited before. If you teleport and leave the planet, you need huge energy support. Sauron was delighted. Really? It's teleportation ability. Sauron directly chose integrate. Then, the light group representing the teleportation ability merged into Sauron's body. Sauron began to test, and his figure appeared in high altitudes, mountains, forests, seas, islands, and even went to the other side of Blue Star. After fully mastering this ability, Sauron returned to his bedroom. No one knew that he had left. Bang bang. There was a knock on the door. Enter. Burning Man John opened the door with a hint of respect on his face, and his eyes could not hide his admiration. Boss Sauron, Magneto, and Mystique are here. He said to find the current person in charge of the academy. For John, call yourself boss. Sauron, very satisfied. Sheen and Aurora, aren't they back? Sauron looked at John and said. John said, Boss Sauron, many of our brothers have decided. I will follow you from now on. Although Jean and Aurora are teachers and members of the X-Men. But we don't agree with their philosophy. We believe that under the leadership of Boss Sauron, we will definitely get everything we want. John has always been smart and ambitious. Sauron nodded with satisfaction. Pat him on the shoulder. I'm going to meet the old man Magneto. You go call the next two teachers. Charles's office. Magneto and Mystique are both very familiar with this place. Sauron is here, meeting with Magneto. Magneto was looking at the familiar layout in the office, nostalgic for the past. He was a little surprised to see a young man come in. Why doesn't Sheen come? Eric frowned. Sauron's eyes were looking at Mystique aside. He has always been curious about how Mystique can transform into someone else, even through his clothes. So the question is, when she becomes someone else, can she take off her clothes? If you could take it off, would the clothes turn your skin blue? After taking it off, Mystique becomes another person. Will she still have clothes on her body? Mystique frowned. She felt that Sauron's gaze seemed to offend her. She has long been accustomed to her appearance and other people's eyes. But Sauron's gaze made her feel very different. No discrimination, more like exploration, and eagerness to try. Magneto also saw Sauron's gaze, but he didn't care. Child, why did you come to see me? Magneto's eyes softened. Sauron, however, walked to the sofa and sat down. There is no chair behind the professor's desk. Magneto-senpai, please sit down. Sauron is very natural. Magneto suddenly realized the young man in front of him. Very unusual. He shook his head and smiled, sitting opposite Sauron. I am in charge of the academy now. Sauron spoke directly. Colonel William invaded the college last night and was captured by me. Jin is interrogating her while Aurora arranges the evacuation of the students. Sauron looked at the clean tabletop. No tea? As an Oriental, how can I live without tea when chatting? He snapped his fingers, and John, who was standing outside the door, immediately walked in. Boss, what are your orders? Sauron said. Go find Shuang and ask her to go to the east and get a tea set. Bring back some more Dongbao. It's not that there's no tea in the academy, but they are all tea bags. What kind of tea is that? Yes. John turned and left. Magneto frowned slightly. Through John's performance, he confirmed that this was not a show for him. The young man in front of me said that he was now the head of the college. Didn't lie to him. This made Magneto very curious. He and Charles are both leaders in mutant For decades, Magneto wanted to find a successor to his philosophy. However, outstanding young mutants with leadership qualities and abilities are so rare. Although Charles has X-Men, Magneto is not optimistic about people like Scott, able to become the leader after Charles. Soon, Shuang walked in carrying a kung fu tea set. She squatted in front of Sauron and placed the tea set. Rinse the tea set with boiling water and start brewing to Hongbao, the familiar aroma of tea. Sauron was satisfied. He put his hand on Twinkle's head, rubbing his twinkling little head. Suddenly, her cheeks turned crimson. Go and do your business, I want to talk about something. Twinkle left obediently. What a wonderful grade. Magneto looked at this scene and said with some sigh, he had had many women, and those women had all given birth to children for him. But fate always plays tricks on him. Some children he didn't know existed. Some children died young because of him. Magneto-senpai, please have some tea. Magneto is no stranger to Oriental tea either. The two drank together, like a pair of old friends. Sauron, but did not talk about business. Soon, Jean and Aurora arrived. How could they not care about Magneto's arrival? They were very worried that Magneto was caught while the professor was taking advantage of him. Came to cause destruction. But when they arrived at the professor's office, I saw John guarding the door. And in the office, Sauron and Magneto, like a pair of old friends, drinking tea and chatting. Magneto has a wealth of life experience. Sauron even knew the many secrets of this universe, and his knowledge was extremely broad. Jean and Aurora were both stunned at the door. Sauron didn't stand up when he saw the two teachers. Instead, he patted his sides. Teachers, come and sit down. This is not the attitude of students towards teachers. Aurora was about to have a fit, but Jean pulled Aurora's hand. How can the contradictions among the people be expressed in front of outsiders? The two walked over, one on the left and the other on the right, and sat on both sides of Sauron. Sauron poured them tea. Taste the tea that Twinkle brought from the east. Aurora really didn't understand. What on earth is Sauron doing? The college is suffering from the biggest crisis since its establishment? But here you are, drinking tea and chatting with your old enemy, Magneto. Is it necessary to hire a 3-star Michelin chef to prepare a table? Opening a bottle of 1982 Lafite? Jean, please share the situation of your interrogation with Senior Eric. Sauron leaned back, feeling very comfortable. There was a slight black mist in Jean's eyes. The influence of Dark Phoenix is still there, but it's just very shallow. She turned her head and glanced at Sauron before she started talking. Aurora clenched her fists. Like this again? In the end, who is the teacher? Magneto's eyes were also full of surprise. Sauron ordered Jean, and Jean really obeyed. Is there really a young leader in mutant? Jean has the ability to read minds. She interrogated Colonel William, don't make it too simple. Colonel William, as long as he thinks in his heart, he can be read by Jean. She can also tell whether the heart she reads is a lie. She explained the situation clearly. Colonel William's secret base is in the Akalai Lake Dam. Charles, Colonel William, used his own son, the Master of Illusion, Jason's super ability, controls. And Scott was locked up in a special room, unable to destroy the room with Cyclops, escape. Charles and Scott do not have bodies beyond ordinary people. One super ability is limited. He became an ordinary person with no power to restrain himself. In her heart, Jean was still worried about her boyfriend. But the more Scott appears in Jean's heart, the black mist under his eyes became thicker and thicker. Jean didn't realize that her hand was placed on Sauron's thigh. Magneto's eyes showed confusion and surprise. He shouldn't be too familiar with Jean and Scott. Aurora's heart skipped a beat. Really? Something is wrong with them too. Before, my eyes were all scratchy. Now, you don't even shy away from touching your thighs? Sauron knew very well what happened to Jean. But he won't interfere. Sauron leaned forward. His hands were also wrapped around Jean's waist. Really slender? The way Jean dressed concealed her good figure. Not as good as Aurora, who always likes to wear tighter clothes. Jean realized Sauron's wanton hand, but didn't stop it. She is nothing, a loyal woman? Otherwise, in the original novel, Wolverine would not have been tempted. Mystique's eyes flickered, and she didn't know what she was planning. Magneto smiled inwardly. He is an old man in his 70s or 80s. He didn't care about this thing about young people. Since Colonel William is in your hands, then we'd better go rescue Charles as soon as possible. The purpose of Magneto's visit this time is not simply to save Charles, an old rival and old friend. Mystique, in Colonel William's computer. Not only that, but the location where Magneto was being held and the guard information were obtained. She was still in it and discovered the brain computer information. She told Magneto this. An extremely crazy idea came to Magneto's mind. While Charles is being controlled by the Master of Illusions, he wants Charles to use his brain machine to kill all ordinary people? Let mutant become the only human being on this planet. Sauron is naturally aware of Magneto's conspiracy. In Sauron's view, whether mutants or inhumans, they are all human beings? Mutants and inhumans can be regarded as a special race in a broad sense. That's all? Magneto's conspiracy is doomed to fail. Sauron said. Not in a hurry. Colonel William is here. Colonel Charles and Scott are locked up. But there won't be any danger. Furthermore, students in the college also need to temporarily arrange a safe place. Once we go to save the professor, the defenses here are empty. I don't want to have my home stolen. Magneto frowned. He didn't want to wait. But he just escaped. Brotherhood has been scattered all over the place in the past 2 years. For a while, it was difficult to summon manpower. He didn't want to fight alone with Mystique alone. That's okay. Magneto could only agree. Ororo, go and help you two arrange a room. Sauron turned his head and ordered Ororo. Ororo, listening to Sauron's tone of ordering his men. I feel even more angry, but Magneto was here, so she could only suppress her anger. In a blink of an eye, Sauron and Cheen were the only ones in the room. Sauron leaned back and looked at Cheen with a teasing look in his eyes. Cheen also leaned on the sofa. Turning sideways, he looked at Sauron. Little guy, you just went too far. Sauron's hand was playing with a strand of Cheen's red hair. Teacher, but just now, it was clearly you who took the initiative. Sauron is not one of those little boys in the academy who has to talk about love secretly. A trace of surprise flashed in Cheen's eyes. Start with Sauron and save the out-of-control fighter plane. Cheen felt that everything she knew about Sauron was useless. The boy in front of me has become extremely strange. If not, Sauron's brainwave frequency did not change, she would have suspected that the person in front of her was being disguised. Cheen didn't say anything, and she didn't understand why she reached out and touched Sauron's thigh. Sauron's fingers traced Cheen's face. Cheen, the professor's grade is already quite high. He worries too much about the academy. I think we should select someone with outstanding ability to help the professor share the burden. Cheen's eyes moved away from Sauron's hand. The person you are talking about who has outstanding abilities is you, right? Sauron nodded and admitted. So, whose side will you side with? Sauron's fingers slid down Cheen's neck. Just when Sauron's finger was about to touch the Forbidden Mountain peak, Cheen, reaching out, stopped him. Her breathing was a little rapid. His eyes were also frighteningly hot. However, those children outside made chaotic noises. Keep her from losing her mind. Sauron, don't. I have not decided yet. Dark Phoenix is her alter ego. Dark Phoenix's thirst for lust and violence? It was the hidden self deep inside her. Otherwise, in the original novel, could Wolverine seduce her? How many times have they met? After the Battle of the Statue of Liberty, Wolverine began her journey to find her roots. For 3 long years, there was no Xavier's school at all. The two of them couldn't even develop feelings. The main conscious reason suppresses the inner impulse. Sauron nodded. He would not force a woman. Sauron heard the sound of someone coming. He took his hand back. Cheen, then go and do your work. Although William was caught by us. But it won't be easy for him to save the professor. In fact, America's military has sent people to temporarily take over Colonel William's base. Currently studying how to break through the illusion of the Master of Illusion. Jason is the son of Colonel William, and he only listens to him. Jean nodded. She stood up neatly, turned and left. Cheen's brows furrowed slightly. She began to look at herself. She couldn't understand why she suddenly felt so different towards Sauron. She could feel that Sauron had a special charm that deeply attracted her. This has never happened before. The little naughty boy watched Cheen leave without thinking much. Passing by the door, I saw Sauron sitting on the sofa. The little naughty boy was delighted. Opportunities to be alone with Sauron are rare. There are too many girls who like Sauron in the academy. At present, only Flicker, relying on himself, and Sauron, are both Easterners. We have many common topics and hobbies, and can often appear around him. For the rest of the people, every time they wanted to find him alone, someone would appear, compete, and destroy him. When Magneto left, John was dominated by Sauron. The little naughty boy took a deep breath and looked at his clothes. No problem, she just went in. Sauron, you are here. The little naughty boy sat down directly next to Sauron. A piano left, and a little naughty boy came. You're looking for me? Sauron asked. The little naughty boy nodded and said, Teacher Ororo, let us all go to an underground shelter to stay. I don't want to go, can I accompany you on the mission? Sauron shook his head. The naughty little girl was just an ordinary girl before she absorbed other people's abilities. There's nothing I can do to help. Be good and stay in the bunker. Charles's adoptive father, worried that the war would spread to America, spent huge sums of money to build an underground shelter. As long as I'm here, it's enough. Sauron reached out and touched the naughty face. He is the only one who is not afraid of Rugrat's ability. After being discovered by the little naughty boy, he developed a strong dependence on him. Bobby didn't care at all about her pursuit. Could she find a boyfriend with whom she couldn't have skin-to-skin contact? Just looking for spiritual love? The little naughty one is obsessed with eyes and enjoys the feeling of skin-to-skin contact. Sauron, you said before that we were all underage. But now, we are all adults. Can you do something? The little naughty eyes were burning. Because of herself, she couldn't have skin-to-skin contact with anyone. There is a strong desire for those intimate behaviors that can make skin contact. How could Sauron refuse? The hand that caressed the little naughty face reached to the back of her head. Pushing towards him, he also pushed forward. Kiss directly? The little naughty heart has been longing for it for a long time, and finally it is satisfied. She hugged Sauron's neck tightly. Searing response? The naughty little figure is absolutely domineering. 3 years ago, when she was 15 years old, she was already ahead of most adults. 3 years later, it was even more terrible. Although this is not a place to do business. But let's get over it first, and let's talk about other addictions later. Ororo, in the guest room assigned to Magneto. Magneto and Mystique were talking about Sauron. Raven, do you think it's possible for him to come with us? Magneto looked calmly at the scenery outside the window. Mystique said, Lane's hair, he won't go with you. He is young, full of ambition and desire. There are so many young mutants here. He will be here and form his own team. And beautiful teachers, and girls. Magneto turned his head and looked at Mystique. Raven, whoever can win your heart can have all the beauties in this world. Mystique can take on the appearance of anyone, even those who fantasize. What man wouldn't like his woman to have such ability? After dinner, the students of the college will hide in the underground fortress. The entrance to the shelter is very hidden. In the academy, only the teachers know. The little naughty face was red and fair, sitting next to Sauron. When she looked at Twinkle, her eyes held the pride of a winner. When he looked at Shadowcat, he was disdainful. The rest of the female students were ignored by the little naughty boy. The twins and Katie were so angry that they gritted their teeth. John was waiting for some boys and looked at his boss. The adoration in his eyes is even deeper. As expected, he is indeed the boss. Not to mention having invincible strength, even the ability to pick up girls is so outstanding. Bobby looked at the little naughty boy with his rosy face. When his eyes touched her somewhat red and swollen lips. My heart hurts when I pull it. He has never been in love or seen a pig running. That's dear. Damn bastard. Can't be gentler. Pissed. Jean squirted out the water he just drank. Ororo's face was full of water, and there was resentment in his eyes. Sorry. Jean quickly apologized. But she really couldn't hold it back. She didn't do it intentionally, but she activated it by herself through mind reading. She happened to hear Bobby's heart. Ororo took paper and wiped her face. Jean turned her resentful eyes towards Sauron. So, you haven't been idle since I left? Sauron didn't know that there were so many dramas just for a meal. It's a pity, Ororo insisted, and let the students live in the shelter tonight. By Colossus, Bobby, John, Rugrats, these senior students, responsible for the care and protection of those in the lower grades. Sauron was the only student involved in the action. At night, Sauron was reading in his room. If it weren't for Ororo's insistence, I would have done it tonight. He can taste the beauty of the little naughty boy. In my ears, I heard the sound of footsteps. Soon, he stopped in front of his door. The door is opened. Jean stood outside his door. In her hands, she held a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses. Would you like a drink? Jean's smile was full of seductive aura. Sauron smiled and nodded. But there was a hint of coldness hidden in his eyes. His super hearing, supervision, clearly sees. Jean is in her room. So, who is the Jean in front of me? No need to think too much. Jean poured the red wine and handed the glass to Sauron. Then, sit on the edge of the bed. Cheers. Jean's complexion became increasingly crimson. The light in his eyes will ripple out. Sauron took a sip and put it aside. He reached out and pinched Jean's chin. A pair of pianos, just let them taste. But Sauron sighed. He could kiss the real Jean, so why bother kissing a fake one? Seeing Sauron, he hesitated to move. Jean's brows furrowed. Sauron, do you still want the teacher to take the initiative? Jean said in a resentful tone. Mystique, I have the real piano at my fingertips. Do you think I would care about this fake one like you? Jean was stunned for a moment. How did you recognize me? Mystique, transform back into yourself. Her brows furrowed. His eyes were full of doubts. She believes that her ability is flawless. Unless, test genes, or ask some secret questions. But from the outside, she can definitely look exactly the same. Sauron let go. Doesn't answer this question. Mystique becomes Ororo again. What about Ororo? The silver-haired Black Pearl made sexy moves towards Sauron. But Sauron was unmoved. Mystique is in trouble. She becomes Flash again, the little rascal, Shadowcat. Beautiful girls in these colleges. Sauron's eyes remained calm. These girls all pounced on him. If he wants to sleep, he can sleep. How could Mystique become them and arouse his desire? Mystique has transformed all the beauties she has ever seen. Sauron still looked at her with lack of interest. Mystique feels that this is the biggest insult to her super ability. Sauron, don't you like women? Mystique doubted. Sauron's eyes became sharp. It's obvious that Mystique doesn't have the skills, so how can you blame him for not being interested? Sauron took out the banknotes and quickly drew on the paper. Soon, an oriental beauty appeared on the page. Can you become like this? When Mystique saw it, his eyes widened. This is an oriental beauty in ancient costume, so beautiful, but he has a pair of fox ears. What Sauron painted was fox-eared and Phoenix 9? In 2003, the future top oriental actress, Reva. She's just a 12-year-old girl. Furthermore, when she grows up, it won't be a problem if Sauron wants to get her. However, fox ears and Phoenix 9 do not exist in reality. It's impossible for Reba to grow fox ears. Mystique can become like that? Mystique looked at Sauron with complicated eyes. Then, she turned into a fox-eared phoenix. Sauron finally became interested. By the way, have you ever given birth to a child? Sauron asked. Mystique shook his head and said, no, the heartbeat is fine, that's not a lie. Sauron doesn't want to be Nightcrawler's father, Solon herself can get a realistic female star. But the little dragon girl, Sadaji, various little fairies, and the beast-eared lady, in this Marvel universe, it also belongs to illusory existence. Finally, it's available through Mystique. After several storms, Sauron touched Fengju's fox ears. In my heart, I am very satisfied. From now on, just stay with me. Sauron's tone could not be refused. For the first time, Mystique experienced the happiness of a woman. Her mentality has also undergone some changes. Then what if Eric asks me to go back? Sauron said calmly. Then it's enough for him to have lived for such a long time. Mystique nodded. I see. Sure enough, if you want to conquer a woman's heart, conquer her desire first? Suddenly, Sauron felt that he was becoming more and more like Azu. They all have one, a shapeshifter? But Sauron immediately threw this idea out of his mind. Azu, how can you compare with him? That crybaby weakling? Sauron's mind was quickly attracted by a light group. A ball of light fell from Mystique's body. This opened the door to a new world for Sauron. It turns out that light balls can be dropped only by damage, defeat, and kill. This way, you can also get it. Shapeshifting, you can change your own cells and tissue structure at will, and you can transform into anyone's appearance, including fingerprints, irises, skin texture, voice, and even gender. Sauron's eyes hesitated for a moment. System, recycle. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 5,000 system gold coins. Sauron was stunned. A super ability can actually defeat so many ordinary abilities or abilities? Early the next morning, Sauron was in high spirits. The taste of Fox Fengju is really great. Magneto repaired the damaged areas of the X-Fighter. Sauron, Magneto, Mystique, Jean, Ororo, and Wolverine, who just woke up this morning. Nightcrawler was left in the underground shelter. Once a situation arises, he can take everyone to a safe place quietly. Mystique is not fucking. This disappointed Nightcrawler once again. Sauron breathed a sigh of relief. Age means nothing to people with the ability to extend their lives. Mystique's body is in the state of an ordinary woman, 30 years old. But if he had given birth to a child, Sauron would find it difficult to accept it. The X-Fighter landed near Akalai Lake. Wolverine walked in front. He looked at everything here and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Everyone, enter the flood channel. Sauron stretched out his hand and pulled Wolverine, who was walking in the front. Logan looked at Sauron in confusion. There is surveillance. He pointed ahead, to a hidden camera. Magneto raised his hand and disconnected a wire in the camera through magnetic field control. In the monitoring room, the scene in the number 1 flood discharge channel suddenly turned into snowflakes. The person responsible for checking the surveillance picked up the walkie-talkie and began to report. General Ross, the footage of spillway number 1 is lost. In the core area inside the dam, General Ross is discussing with some scientists how to deal with the Master of Illusions. His eyes suddenly became sharp. He never believed that some situations were accidental. Team 3, go check out the situation. Yes? In the number 1 flood discharge channel, Sauron's eyes showed a hint of surprise. General Ross? He actually took over Colonel Williams' position. Are you in charge of mutant? At the moment, he should put all his focus on restoring the formula of super serum. Moreover, it shouldn't be long. His would-be son-in-law, Bruce Banner, was about to be exposed to gamma rays. Transformed into the Hulk? At this time, he still has the energy to clean up the mess for others? Sauron nodded to Mystique. Mystique turned into Colonel William. Soon, footsteps were heard from ahead. A group of heavily armed soldiers appeared. The red laser of the laser irradiator was focused on everyone's heart. Colonel William. They didn't expect that Colonel William, who disappeared, would appear again. Mystique turned into Colonel William and said, "Whose subordinates are you?" The squad leader immediately replied, "Colonel William, this place is now taken over by General Ross." Then, he used the intercom system again and began to report. General Ross, Colonel William found? He was accompanied by Phoenix, Storm, Magneto, Wolverine, and a strange young man from the intelligence. General Ross frowned. But soon, he sneered. "Catch 'em? They are all in disguise." General Ross, but he knows. Magneto is always accompanied by Mystique, who has the ability to shapeshift. Mystique isn't here. Colonel William, who has disappeared and is suspected of being captured, is here. Colonel William is transformed by Mystique. If you resist, you will be killed immediately. The sound of the intercom resounded through the number 1 flood discharge channel. Sauron's face was calm. Don't be surprised if your identity is revealed. Magneto's expression changed. Just reach out and control the magnetic field. All weapons are aimed at their owners, facing the black hole of the muzzle. Even the elites of 100 battles felt fear. Under Magneto's control, the guns moved forward 1 meter, and the soldiers also obediently stepped back 1 meter. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Magneto's mouth. "Look, we are not here, we have someone to lead the way." Soon, everyone, led by these soldiers, arrived in front of a thick alloy door. Magneto frowned. "I have absolutely no control over this door." This discovery made Magneto extremely angry. He didn't like this feeling of being out of control. The camera on the wall transmits the scene in front of the door to the world behind the door. In the control center, General Ross stared at the monitor. "General, special electromagnetic fields are installed on the important alloy doors here. Specialized restraint, Magneto's ability. Colonel William has studied mutant his whole life. Magneto is his top priority." Magneto looked at the camera, controlled the muzzle of the gun, and pointed it at the heads of these people. He said to the camera, "Open this door, or I will kill them." Magneto threatened. Sauron, standing behind, shook his head slightly. General Ross is a hardliner? Magneto's threat may well backfire. Sure enough, under Sauron's super perspective, General Ross suddenly reached out and pressed a red button on the console. A piercing siren sounded from the number 1 flood discharge channel. 2 openings suddenly opened on the walls on both sides. Thick humid air came from the pavement. There was even more rumbling sound of water. Magneto's eyes widened. He knew that the rumbling sound was the rushing lake water. Shit! Magneto turns around and runs. Boom! The rushing water of the lake carries immense power. Gushing out from 2 water outlets, those soldiers at the front were immediately washed away. Jean, without thinking, stepped forward. She stretched her hands forward. Just block the rushing lake water. You guys leave quickly. I can't hold on for long. Jean turned around and said anxiously. Ororo's eyes instantly became moist. Logan also liked Jean, and he immediately shouted. Let's go together. I can't sacrifice you. Magneto looked back and fled faster. Mystique also wanted to run, but she looked at Sauron. Seeing him, he had no intention of moving. Gritting his teeth, he still chose to follow Sauron instead of running away. Sauron strode forward and said to Jean, don't get in the way. As long as I'm here, no one will die. With that said, he pulled the piano behind him. Jean's ability disappears, the lake collapses instantly. Catharsis. Biological force field? Sauron's biological force field can even wrap around a building? An invisible force field, like an upside-down bowl. Hold everyone upside down. The lake water hits the biological force field like a stream hitting boulders. Not even a trace can be shaken. Jean was dumbfounded. Ororo, Logan, and Mystique were all stunned. Sauron, what ability is this? Jean couldn't believe it. She found that she thought she had understood the new Sauron. But in fact, she still knew nothing about Sauron. Ororo's eyes widened. Sauron, how many abilities have you awakened? I have never heard of any mutant that can awaken so many super abilities. Mystique's eyes were filled with fanatical adoration. Logan's face was full of bitterness. He saw the way Jean looked at Sauron. That is the look of collapse. Which woman can be indifferent to the man who saves her? It's not some super ability. It's just that my body is too powerful, the biological force field naturally created by the body. Sauron explained casually. A professor's son really has a lot of abilities. He has thousands of super abilities. Sauron is not envious of the large group. Thousands of personalities, that's not crazy? Jean and Ororo looked puzzled. Logan was also stunned. Charles has children. Sauron ignored Logan. He walked towards the alloy door. His eyes were scarlet, and his heat vision shone on the alloy door. In an instant, a hole was opened. As the heat vision moved, a large hole appeared. The lake water flows into the space behind the door along this large opening. The piercing siren sounds. General Ross, press the stop button quickly. The rushing lake disappeared. Kaka, boom. Sauron put his hands into the opening of the alloy door. Break it off hard. The half-meter thick alloy door made an ear-splitting sound. It was twisted by Sauron, and a 2-meter wide passage appeared. Da-da-da. Countless bullets were shot at Sauron's body. Steel pieces piled up on Sauron's feet. Scarlet heat vision swept across. The gun and the man were broken into 2 pieces. The smell of burning flesh filled the entire room. Some scientific researchers in white coats began to feel sick when they smelled this smell. Many people even vomited. Sauron, step into this room. Through a thick layer of strengthening glass, I saw General Ross. General Ross also saw Sauron. The alloy door half a meter away would take a lot of effort to explode even from C4. But under the heat vision of the person in front of him, he was pierced in just the blink of an eye, and the defense that is not afraid of any bullets. This made him think of it immediately. The one who destroyed William's army and captured him. It's him? General Ross's eyes became excited. He supports his soon-to-be son-in-law, who studies rehabilitation, super serum. Don't you just want to create an army of super soldiers? But if you can control the person in front of you, 100 super soldiers were born? Get Cyclops on. General Ross, take over here. Discover the prison William built with special materials to imprison Cyclops. But he tried to find a way to let the illusion master confuse Scott. Soon, Scott appeared. The Sauron and others he saw in his eyes were enemies persecuting the academy. Scott moved his hands without any politeness. Put your hand on the glasses and adjust the switch. A laser shockwave came towards Sauron. Sauron's eyes instantly turned scarlet, and his heat vision and laser shockwave met. 2 different energies collide. Entanglement, stalemate. Where 2 energies collide, an energy ball begins to gradually expand due to the filling of 2 kinds of energy. Cyclops takes a step forward and turns its energy output to maximum. However, the energy ball moved quickly towards Scott. Cyclops, there you are, heat vision rivals? Scott made a painful sound. He had released his super ability with all his strength. Soon, he was exhausted. As soon as his body becomes weak, he falls down. Without the continuous input of laser shockwave, the energy ball was instantly hit by heat vision, hardly hitting the wall behind Scott. Boom! 2 huge energies are out of balance. The violent explosion directly affected the reinforced concrete dam body inside the dam. The entire dam is already bearing huge amounts of water pressure. The exploding shockwave caused several cracks to appear in the dam body. The strength of the dam decreases and water begins to seep through the cracks, constantly destroying the reinforced concrete structure. Akalai Lake Dam still did not escape his original fate. Sauron's biological force field blocked the impact of the explosion. But those scientific researchers are not so lucky. General Ross, also relying on the thick strengthening glass, is safe and sound. General, the main body of the dam has been damaged. The intensity has decreased. It is expected that the dam will be washed away by the lake water in 5 minutes. In his ears, there was the anxious voice of his subordinates. They are inside the dam. Once the lake water breaks through the dam, they will be trapped inside. General Ross only temporarily took over. This is not his base. Ruined and wasted taxpayers' money. Activate the self-destruct device. Let's retreat. General Ross will not let himself die here. General Ross left directly through the special passage behind him. Go to the helicopter hangar above the dam. Sauron heard clearly, but he did not intercept. General Ross, the plot behind the relationship. What if he dies and the person who replaces him doesn't let Banner continue his research? The Hulk can't afford any accidents? Letting General Ross leave, Sauron said. The dam will self-destruct in 5 minutes. Let's go separate ways. Coming here, Sauron has only 2 goals. Conquer the Death Girl, Yuriko. Get the adamantium. Jean and Aurora go to find the professor. Sauron handed the fainted Scott to Logan. Under the perspective of his eyes, all the conditions of the entire dam are under his control. Jean has the telepathy ability and leads Aurora straight to Charles. Behind Sauron, followed Mystique. Go straight to where Wolverine was transformed by adamantium. Yuriko didn't know that she had been abandoned. She was William's subordinate, and General Ross thought she was just William's ordinary assistant. He didn't pay much attention to her. She is responsible for protecting the adamantium from being taken by General Ross. Sauron's arrival put her in a fighting state instantly. From the tip of each of her fingers, a 20-centimeter-long adamantium blade protruded. The widest part is less than 1 centimeter wide. Sharper than Wolverine's claws? Sharper? More flexible too. Yuriko rushed directly towards Sauron. The 10 sharp blades in both hands slashed Sauron's chest hard. Yuriko, the scene of her flesh being scratched to pieces did not appear. Sparks fly? Sauron's clothes were scratched, but there wasn't even a white mark on his chest? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Since, after the adamantium transformation, Yuriko tested all metals. Whether it's tungsten or some titanium alloy, she can cut it off easily. This gives her an invincible super attack power. In addition, she is flexible as a woman and has practiced hard in fighting skills. She is confident that no one can survive being close to her, even Wolverine, who was transformed by adamantium before her. She didn't take it seriously at all. However, the invincible adamantium blade failed to break the defense. Even a mutant with metal transformation is no match for me. I don't believe there are defenses I can't break. Yuriko's eyes were full of stubbornness. Her hands were almost turning into afterimages. I don't know how many times I scratched Sauron's chest. Sauron's shirt was completely shattered into countless puddings, revealing his strong upper body. Yuriko stopped in despair. She attacked at least 100 times. 10 sharp blades mean more than 1,000 strikes, but there wasn't even a single red mark or white mark on the strong chest in front of him, but her sharp blade was slightly red due to friction. God, what kind of monster are you? Yuriko said in shock. Sauron reached out and patted his chest. Then he reached out and grabbed Yuriko's neck. The strong suffocation made Yuriko feel the extremely painful feeling. Super self-healing, which prevents her from suffocating. But the pain will not diminish at all. I can only experience that painful feeling again and again. Yuriko slapped Sauron's arm hard with both hands. Sauron's scarlet eyes, with heat vision, shot directly at Yuriko's body. The flesh and blood on Yuriko's body that was illuminated by heat vision evaporated instantly, revealing the pale, adamantium skeleton. Adamantium maintains its excellent metallic properties at extremely high temperatures. In the comics, once adamantium is smelted and cooled, it cannot melt even at a temperature of 500,000 degrees. The terrifying energy of heat vision caused the adamantium skeleton to begin to heat up rapidly. Soon, it reaches thousands of degrees. The melting point of iron is only over 1,300 degrees. Thousands of degrees will not let adamantium melt. However, it made Yuriko feel endless pain. She couldn't even make a miserable cry. This is far worse than the pain she suffered when she was transformed by adamantium. Yuriko suddenly stopped moving. She was trapped in suspended animation. Not really dead, super self-healing, making it difficult for her to be truly killed. Sauron let go and threw her aside. Japanese women worship the strong. Showing his strength that he can kill her will make her obedient and obedient. Lying on the ground, the adamantium skeleton begins to cool down. The evaporated flesh and blood also began to grow on its own. Sauron focused his attention on the continuously boiling adamantium liquid. This is smelted raw material and must be kept in this state. Otherwise, after cooling, processing will not be possible at all. A battlesuit mold appeared in Sauron's hand. That's a metal cube. There are mysterious patterns on it, which look very unusual. Sauron placed the battlesuit mold on top of the liquid adamantium. An energy beam shines from the battlesuit mold, enveloping liquid adamantium. Then, the liquid adamantium is sucked into the battlesuit mold one by one. Above it, countless adamantium threads, only 1/1000th of a hair thin, began to be mixed and weaved. The Superman battlesuit set by Sauron, gradually appeared. All the liquid adamantium has been consumed, and the battlesuit has been woven. Then apply paint with self-healing ability. Blood red cloak, deep black battlesuit. On the chest, a big red S. Although both are S, they are not the symbol of the L family. Instead, the initials of Sauron, S. Also, the initials of Superman, Superman. After the painting was completed, a huge electric current poured into the battlesuit. The mold disappears and the battlesuit falls into Sauron's hands. He began to inspect, his eyes extremely satisfied. It is clearly made of adamantium, which is extremely hard, but it is as soft as ordinary textiles. But it feels cool to the touch and very comfortable. Under Sauron's supervision, each fiber line composed of tens of thousands of metal wires is engraved with a special circuit. Make the entire battlesuit into a whole. Energy runs in the circuit, giving the battlesuit special electromagnetic field protection. No electromagnetic force or electromagnetic field can affect the battlesuit. Magneto's magnetic field control cannot affect the battlesuit. Sauron was very satisfied. He directly put on the battlesuit. Ahem. Yuriko coughed suddenly, took a sharp breath, and came to life again. But when he opened his eyes, he saw Sauron dressed in a very similar costume to Superman in the comics. Her eyes were full of fear. I'll give you a choice now. Sauron's voice sounded faintly. Surrender or death. Yuriko raised her head and met Sauron's calm gaze. Her heart trembled. This kind of calmness means that she doesn't care about her life at all. If it were anyone else, give her this choice. She must have thought it was a fart and let it go. But Sauron just proved it. He had killed her, a mutant with adamantium transformation and super self-healing ability. Sauron's current heat vision power is not yet able to destroy adamantium. But, after all of Yuriko's cells have been evaporated, how can she still self-heal? Even Deadpool, who has the regenerative healing factor, still has to burp. Yuriko didn't even think about it for a second. I choose to surrender. Sauron nodded with satisfaction. Raven, teach her the rules. There is one more female secretary, one who can still withstand his willful tossing. With Sauron joining in, this operation went extremely smoothly. Jean and Aurora also quickly discovered the professor. Jean successfully awakened the professor from the illusion of Jason, the master of illusion. But the mental prison in her heart was also torn open by Jason, Dark Phoenix, completely trapped. Aurora pushes a dispirited Charles. In Jason's vision, he spent a lot of energy. They quickly get out of here. Soon, they met Logan, who was carrying the unconscious Scott. The casting of the battlesuit took a while. When Sauron came out, Charles and the others were already dozens of meters ahead. 300 meters further on is the X-Fighter. There are still 2 minutes until the dam self-destructs. There is a layer of cold lake water on the ice here. It was General Ross who released those lakes. Magneto, swept hundreds of meters by the lake, was unconscious, but holding tightly with both hands the trunk of a tree. This prevented him from rushing further. Neither Jean nor Aurora saw him, but Charles, who was mentally depressed, sensed it. Jin, go save Eric? Charles raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Jean nodded and hurried over. Rescue Magneto, covered in bruises and unconscious. As soon as Aurora got on the fighter plane, he quickly activated it. However, Magneto only repaired the gap caused by the previous missile damage. He doesn't understand mechanics, he just makes repairs to prevent leaks. No, now it's an emergency, and the X-Fighters are lying down. Shit. The dam is about to self-destruct. Alkali Lake Dam will self-destruct. Millions of tons of lake water are surging, enough to destroy all obstacles. Aurora glanced at Magneto anxiously. Seeing that he was still unconscious, there was a trace of despair in his eyes. In her opinion, the only person who could make the fighter plane take off immediately was too busy. Choo-choo-ka. There was a sound from the plane's engine. After several bursts of flames burst out, a puff of black smoke spewed out. At this time, the fighter plane's engine completely stopped functioning. Sauron, followed by Mystique and Deathwoman. What's wrong? The original plot, the X-Fighters, was just a critical moment, and it didn't work. Sauron didn't expect that this time, it would be the same. However, with him here, Jean doesn't have to sacrifice herself at all. The plane won't start. Aurora suddenly thought that Sauron had caught the falling fighter plane yesterday. Hope burned in her eyes again. Boom. Continuous explosions rang out. In front of me, the huge Alkali Lake Dam was blasted with huge amounts of holes and cracks. The raging lake water broke through the broken dam. Flood waters tens of meters high rushed towards the fighter plane. Sauron raised his hands, lifted his feet off the ground, and placed his hands on the inner wall of the fighter plane. A biological force field envelopes the fighter jet. Whoosh! The fighter plane soared into the sky. In an instant, we reached an altitude of several hundred meters. Except for Aurora and Charles who were sitting, everyone else was pressed to the ground by huge amounts of inertia. Magneto's head hit the ground, which actually made him wake up. I'm not dead. Magneto looked at the people who fell on the ground, as well as Sauron, who had his feet off the ground and was holding the fighter plane. You can fly. Magneto was in a daze. He has seen many mutants who can fly. He can also fly, but he relies on magnetic field control, and the metal on his body carries him flying. Others either have various wings, or rely on their own ability to control some kind of substance or force field to let themselves fly. Aurora is the wind of control. Jean relies on psychokinesis. But the most shocked person was Charles. His eyes were full of disbelief and incredibleness. Sauron grew up under his nose. Because Sauron is mature and sensible beyond his years, he never causes trouble in the academy and never gives trouble to the teachers. Charles has always felt at ease with him and has almost never used telepathy to sense him. But now, the student I feel most at ease with is the one I like the most. Suddenly, the sparrow turns into a phoenix. Not only can he fly, but he is also powerful enough to be able to carry an X-fighter weighing dozens of tons. Charles's eyes couldn't help but fall on Sauron's battlesuit. Could it be that Sauron is a Kryptonian? Superman was created during World War II. Charles was just a child at that time. He also reads comics and likes various superheroes in comics. His favorite is Superman. After Captain America was born, he went to see Captain America's performances with his parents. Although the color of the battlesuit is wrong, it is blue in the comics and has red underwear. But there is no doubt that this battlesuit is the Superman battlesuit. Charles stared at Sauron again. Heat vision, right. Flight, right. Super strength, right. When he tried, using telepathy, to sense Sauron, he felt that an invisible position enveloped the entire fighter plane and blocked Sauron's spiritual power from outside. Biological force field, right? Sauron frowned slightly. He felt that there was a force that just tried to break through the biological force field and enter his brain. He looked at Charles. Charles smiled back. Ororo finally successfully activated the X-fighter, and Sauron took back his ability. The fighter plane flew towards the direction of the academy. Sauron and Charles, face to face. Sauron liked the architecture of Xavier's school very much, as well as the flowers and plants. Thousands of acres of land surrounding the college are privately owned by Charles. It's quiet here and the environment is pretty good. Although he has great strength, the world cannot function without money. Sauron himself is also a person who wants to enjoy life. Charles is rich, very rich. The Xavier family controls hundreds of medium and large companies around the world. Even Osborne Corporation and Stark Industries, two super military industrial companies, the Xavier family also owns certain shares. However, Charles's heart is not on this. He always leaves it to a professional team to take care of it. Otherwise, how could Xavier's school have such a large and quiet campus in New York, where land is at a premium? Even the military is coveted, and supersonic stealth aircraft can be produced. Sauron took a fancy to those powerful mutants in the academy. I also took a fancy to Charles's terrifying financial resources. Now, it's a showdown and a negotiation. Professor, my ability is actually to absorb the energy of the sun and use it to strengthen my body. Abilities such as heat vision and flight are all derived from the fact that the body is strong enough. It's the same as Superman in the comics, but the source of our power is different. He is because of the Krypton gene, and I am because of the X gene. How could Sauron tell others about the sun-breathing method? Charles was satisfied with Sauron's frank confession. It's just hiding his ability, he understands it too well. Mutants are aliens from the society of ordinary people. Most people even regard mutant as a monster. There are too many mutants who are used to hiding their abilities, especially those mutants with special abilities or powerful abilities. Many of them have become guinea pigs on the dissecting table. Just like Superman's ability in the comics, let Charles choose, and he will hide himself deeply. Kid, I understand. Your ability is too powerful. Once someone knows about it, you will be constantly hunted. But don't worry, the academy is your home. We will help you and protect this secret. Sauron looked moved. Professor, thank you. Cooperation achieved. Sauron continues to stay at the academy and enjoy Charles's vast financial resources. But Sauron must also protect the academy? Sauron and Charles both smiled happily. However, he didn't notice that Jean's condition was very wrong. In Jason's vision, Jean once again experienced the shadow of her childhood. Her ability awakening caused her parents' car accident. Her fear of her own ability led to the birth of Dark Phoenix. Charles imprisoned Dark Phoenix in the mental prison he sat. Imprisoning a ferocious beast in a cage will only make the ferocious beast even more ferocious. Charles modified this memory. But the real memory is rooted in the deepest part of the heart. Jason dug out this memory. The mental cage was torn open by huge amounts of holes. Dark Phoenix can't be shut down at all. Dark Phoenix is out of trouble. Then he began to compete with Jean for control. Her body was always acting subconsciously. Her eyes were clear for a while and dark for a while. Charles was so consumed that all his energy was attracted to Sauron again. Jean was ignored. Jean's main personality is no match for Dark Phoenix. Gradually, her eyes became deep and dark. Logan has been secretly paying attention to Jean. He noticed something was wrong with Jean's eyes. Jean, what's wrong with you? Logan asked nervously. Charles woke up suddenly. He turned to look at Jean. Telepathy enveloped Jean. For a moment, Charles felt endless anger and madness. Originally, Jean could still persist. When the psychic power of Charles, the culprit who imprisoned Dark Phoenix, appeared. Dark Phoenix is too familiar with this power. 20 years of accumulated anger exploded in an instant. Jean's main personality was directly imprisoned by Dark Phoenix. She took control of her body. Jean suddenly turned her head and looked at Charles. His eyes were filled with angry fire. Jean is still Jean, and her eyes are still the same. But everyone who looked at her realized that Jean was no longer Jean. Those eyes were ruthless, angry, and indifferent. Sauron frowned. Dark Phoenix was finally out of trouble. He took action to avoid the original plot of Jean sacrificing herself to save everyone. How did Dark Phoenix get out of trouble? The will of the universe? Although Sauron has super hearing, super vision, but outsiders have no idea what happened to Jean after she fell into Jason's illusion. Sauron has not yet evolved to the level of omniscience and omnipotence. Charles's eyes were filled with helplessness. He is currently mentally exhausted and has not yet recovered. He tried to use the power of his mind to appease Dark Phoenix and wake up Qin. However, there is a huge spiritual power around Qin, which shields his spiritual power from outside. What happened to you? Logan, who had been working hard today, saw that strange look in his eyes. There was great uneasiness in my heart. He just reached out and wanted to touch Qin's shoulder. Dark Phoenix suddenly looked at him. Her eyes were full of vigilance. Take Logan's behavior as some kind of hostile act. Bump. The ability possessed by Dark Phoenix is more powerful than Qin. Qin can only control some small objects such as books. But Dark Phoenix can control houses and vehicles? Even use Phoenix Force to break down everything from the most basic particle level? Logan, knocked directly into the wall by Jean's psychokinesis. Mystique and Death Girl immediately became alert. Sauron shook his head at them, and they put their guard down. In the original plot, Logan was able to withstand the decomposition of the Phoenix Force and get closer to Jean step by step. It is Jean's main personality that suppresses Dark Phoenix's attack on Logan. Jean's Phoenix Force can only be used in emergency situations. Dark Phoenix has only mastered a part of the Phoenix Force. Otherwise, Phoenix Force, the original power of the level universe, should not be too easy to kill a Wolverine. Adamantium, I can't stand it. Death Woman was no match against Dark Phoenix. Magneto looked at Jean silently, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Back then, it was he and Charles who went to pick up the piano. He knew everything about Jean's situation. Dark Phoenix will be his most powerful companion. Jean, Charles spoke. I know, you're still here. Dark Phoenix turned his head and looked at Charles. Anger exploded in her eyes. As soon as Charles opened his mouth, she felt that Jean, who had been sealed by her, began to break free again. The entire X-Fighter began to vibrate. Phoenix Force fills the air. The body of the fighter jet began to be broken down into the most basic particles bit by bit. Aurora tried her best to control the plane. She turned around and shouted, I can't control it anymore. What happened to Jean? But no one answered him. Jean. Scott's voice suddenly sounded. He finally woke up, and when he opened his eyes, he saw something was wrong with Jean. Dark Phoenix looked at Scott and frowned. She felt that Jean was struggling hard. But this time, the power of struggle is very powerful. Dark Phoenix understands that Scott gave Jean superpower. There was a harsh sound, and a big hole was torn open on the top of the X-Fighter. Dark Phoenix flew out from the crack. Sauron thought for a moment and chased after him. Magneto quickly controlled the metal and repaired the big hole. Aurora, barely able to control herself. Scott looked stupidly at the empty cabin. 2 people were missing, but he felt as if the whole world was missing. With Sauron's speed, catching up with Dark Phoenix shouldn't be too easy. Unexpectedly, Dark Phoenix found Sauron chasing after him. He didn't take action or escape. Instead, it descended slowly. This is a dense jungle. Dark Phoenix cleared a clearing and looked at Sauron, who landed. Her eyes were filled with flames of desire. Dark Phoenix, full of desire and violence? But definitely not full of desire for anyone. She is full of desire for powerful people. And Cha-Cha, Sauron, in Dark Phoenix's perception, is an extremely powerful man. Dark Phoenix's eyes are completely smooth. Dark Phoenix took the initiative to meet Sauron. The desire in his eyes could not be concealed at all. When Sauron wanted to speak, he was blocked. Sauron took off his battle suit, and Dark Phoenix's hands clawed at Sauron's back. Phoenix Force gathered on Dark Phoenix's fingers. There was a faint red mark on Sauron's back. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. But it did make Sauron feel a trace of pain. Sauron's eyes were extremely bright. Just the defective Phoenix Force can break through his defense. This has something to do with Sauron, who is only at the peak of Azu and has a half-step body of steel. But it also proves how powerful this power is. Sauron wants this power, and he is getting it now. Mystique's experience proves that as long as Dark Phoenix is defeated, it can be dropped. Crazy. Extremely crazy. The crazy Phoenix Force left traces of blood on Sauron's body, but in the blink of an eye, it was repaired by super self-healing, and the aloof Dark Phoenix gradually surrendered to the 3 legs of the Golden Crow. A bright ball of light fell from Dark Phoenix's body and automatically entered Sauron's body. Lost treasure? Sauron became even more excited, tyrannizing his body and bringing endless energy and physical strength. It's like a perpetual motion machine that never stops. Mutant's body is indeed much stronger than that of ordinary people, but only a little stronger. Dark Phoenix whined for mercy. She was completely conquered by Sauron. The ground is the bed and the clouds are the quilt. While absorbing the energy of the sun, Sauron looked at the light group dropped by Dark Phoenix. Unless it is a kill, only one ability or ability will be dropped. But if you defeat it repeatedly, it will drop repeatedly. The more times you defeat it, the more abilities and capabilities it has. Phoenix Force, in Awakening Phoenix Force comes from the original universe and was born at the beginning of all things. It is an endless, eternal, and impermanent existence of chaos. It is the embodiment of life and spiritual power, symbolizing life and emotions. One Phoenix Force has strong spiritual power and can perform all psychic powers. 2. The manipulation of matter has reached the subatomic level or even stronger. Currently, it can only achieve atomic-level material decomposition and molecular-level material reorganization. 3 other abilities require Phoenix Force with a higher degree of awakening to unlock. Sauron couldn't help but look beside him. The tired and sleeping Dark Phoenix. Phoenix Force is indeed the power of the original universe. The Phoenix Force that just awakened is so powerful. How powerful would the Phoenix Force be if it were completely awakening? Sauron looked at Dark Phoenix with eyes full of greed. Dark Phoenix, can't die? Sauron has to keep her alive, constantly awakening Phoenix Force. Then, he dropped an even more powerful Phoenix Force from Dark Phoenix. Sauron's hand was gently stroking Dark Phoenix's back. System, integrate Phoenix Force? Sauron only felt that a powerful force suddenly appeared in his body. This power traveled through his body and finally gathered in his brain. Sauron's super brain is poorly utilized, although it gave him extremely powerful learning ability and extraordinary wisdom. But to be honest, with an extremely powerful body, it is obvious that it can defeat everything. Who would bother to think about it? However, the powerful spiritual power of the Phoenix Force perfectly matches Sauron's super brain. When the human brain is developed to 100%, the physical body will disappear and the spirit will be everywhere. Sauron's super brain is developed to a higher degree than ordinary people. His brain cells are extremely powerful, and the nerve signals he releases are exponentially stronger than those of ordinary people. Phoenix Forces integrate, which originally had powerful spiritual power, combined with Sauron's brain to produce the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 3. Sauron, close your eyes. He stopped his super hearing, super vision, etc., and all his original perceptions. His eyes were dark, but he saw everything clearly. His spiritual power spreads in all directions. Every plant, every tree, and all kinds of insects, eggs, and fungi are hidden in the moist soil. Water vapor in the sky, the flow of wind, and various electromagnetic wave signals. Sauron's mental power rushed into the edge of space and gently disconnected a wire on a satellite. Japan, Self-Defense Force Satellite Intelligence Center. Your Majesty Colonel, the Matsumoto 1 military satellite we just launched just malfunctioned. The footage captured by the reconnaissance camera cannot be transmitted back to the ground. Jiro Tomoto, who was wearing a military uniform, was furious when he heard this. Vaga, who is responsible for the quality inspection of our military. We spent hundreds of billions to develop and launch military satellites into the sky, but now they are blind. These people should all commit seppuku. Sauron didn't know that it was a small action he took to verify his ability. In Japan, it caused a major investigation and purge within the military. Sauron senses Dark Phoenix's heart. The Phoenix Force of the same origin cannot be resisted at all. Satisfy, like, excited, greedy, eager? An ancient tree that was hundreds of years old was pulled out by Sauron with his spiritual power. Material decomposition? A big tree, in the blink of an eye, was broken down into various atoms that make up the big tree. Molecular composition? Hydrogen atoms and oxygen atoms make up water. Countless carbon atoms form a graphite ball. The atomic structure of the graphite spheres changes arrangement. A huge amount of diamond appears and it has perfect facets. The interior is pristine. In the eyes, the most brilliant light is reflected. When diamonds like this appear, I'm afraid all diamonds in the world will become worthless. There was a hint of disdain in Sauron's eyes. The astonishingly valuable diamond has once again had its atomic structure changed. It became carbon fiber, and carbon fiber was woven into clothes. A black, tight-fitting battlesuit, stacked aside. Dark Phoenix's clothes were all in pieces. In Xavier's school, the bustle of the past was restored due to the return of everyone. The students who stayed in the underground shelter for a whole night were exhausted. As soon as he came out, he was all kinds of running around and being naughty. Charles, in his office, watched all this. There was deep sadness in his eyes. Dark Phoenix, who was imprisoned by him, escaped and won the battle with Jean for his personality. Based on his understanding of Jean, Dark Phoenix cannot kill his own personality. She can only be imprisoned. But what he is worried about is that Dark Phoenix has been imprisoned by him since he was born. He has been staying in a mental prison, ignorant of the outside world. You will only obey your inner instinctive desires. A voracious thirst for violence and lust? Sauron, I hope you can bring her back. Charles frowned. He sensed that two extremely powerful minds were approaching quickly. Charles summoned Scott, Logan, and Ororo. When they came to the yard, Sauron also arrived with the Dark Phoenix. Charles looked at Sauron with deep shock in his eyes. Not long ago, Sauron only relied on his own biological force field to block the spiritual power of the outside world. But now, Charles sensed an extremely powerful spiritual power from Sauron. That power is not weaker than him? What made him unbelievable the most was that the power actually had the same source as Dark Phoenix's power. Sauron, what happened? How come you have Jean's power? At the moment, Dark Phoenix looked at others with incomparable indifference. The look he looked at Charles was full of anger and murderous intent. However, she stayed calmly beside Sauron and hugged his arm tightly. Dark Phoenix was completely conquered by Sauron. Attached and well-behaved, with undisguised greed and desire in his eyes. It hurt Scott and Logan deeply. Jean. When Scott saw Jean coming back, he thought that Sauron helped Jean defeat Dark Phoenix. But the strange look in his eyes made his heart ache. I'm Scott. Scott, trying to awaken the sealed Jean. Dark Phoenix looked at Scott with angry eyes. The huge psychic power directly invaded Scott's brain. Scott held his head and rolled in pain. Sauron patted Dark Phoenix's hand, and Dark Phoenix took back his spiritual power. His face was on Sauron's shoulder, rubbing and rubbing. Logan's fists were clenched tightly. Professor, I have sacrificed myself and reached an agreement with Dark Phoenix. She will not destroy Jean's personality, but she will not give up the dominance of her body either. I think we should let Dark Phoenix stay here first and guide him slowly. Strive to make Dark Phoenix and Jean accept their other selves. Sauron spoke crisply. Charles, sighing, said, maybe I'm really wrong. Just do what you say about this matter. With Dark Phoenix possessing the Phoenix Force, even Charles himself is not sure of victory. In Charles's heart, there was another desire. If Jean can integrate with Dark Phoenix, awakening the full Phoenix Force, then he can rest assured and leave the academy to Jean. I'll take her to her room. Sauron said. As a teacher, Jean is quite strict. Many students are afraid of her. However, when they saw stern Jean, at the moment she was like a kitten, clinging to Sauron. Everyone's eyes widened. Pyro John. I am the boss. You are worthy of being my boss? You are so awesome. John, full of adoration. Iceman Bobby. No, he's already naughty and twinkling. Why would he want to steal Scott's woman? Bobby's anger plus 999. Colossus. The current Jean is not teacher Jean. There is an evil second personality in her body. The current teacher Jean is controlled by the second personality. It was Sauron who sacrificed himself so that Jean's evil personality would not go around doing bad things. Colossus knows a lot because he is an X-Men reserve team member. Bobby, Sauron is great, he is our role model. You can't misunderstand him? What's wrong is the evil personality of teacher Jean, not Sauron. Bobby's anger plus 999,999. Sauron brings Dark Phoenix to her room. Dark Phoenix took a look, waved his hand, and the photo of Jean and Scott was decomposed from the atomic level. The door slammed shut. She pulled Solon and entered the bathroom. Dark Phoenix's greed and desire are limitless. Except for Sauron, there is really no one who can satisfy Dark Phoenix. If Dark Phoenix's desires are not satisfied, she will seek satisfaction through violence. Sauron said that he was sacrificing himself, and he was indeed right. A Phoenix Force with a higher degree of awakening falls, and Sauron integrates. My Phoenix Force is more powerful, but other abilities are not unlocked. It seems that there is a long way to go to obtain a complete Phoenix Force. Sauron is full of motivation. Dark Phoenix possesses Sauron. This makes Twinkle, Rugrat, and Shadowcat unhappy. Whenever they get close, Dark Phoenix is like a lioness guarding her prey. Issue a warning to them. I can't beat him again and again. You can't even grab it? Sauron began to live a happy and enjoyable life. He had a girlfriend in his previous life, but she was just a middle-aged girl. Far inferior to the red-haired beauty Dark Phoenix. I've been holding it back for 18 years, let's enjoy it enough first, then talk about it. The college also regained its rare calm. Charles made a stern protest to the president. Colonel William took the blame. Being thrown into jail. In today's academy, no one wants to offend easily. Afraid of offending either Charles or Sauron? One with the most powerful psychic power? One with invincible defense and attack? But beneath the calm, there is an undercurrent. General Ross returned to his military base. Sauron's power made him realize that relying on the army's aircraft and cannons was no longer enough to deal with those superpowers with top-level super abilities. The restoration project of Super Serum has become a card used by General Ross to deal with mutants or other superpowers. A single super soldier may not be able to defeat him, but 100, 1,000, huge resources are invested in the project. Bruce Banner, who is in charge of project research, is happy. At the moment, he was still the talented and flamboyant young man. He worked with General Ross's daughter, Betty Ross, and was a couple. Because of Hydra's assassination, Professor Erskine, who invented Super Serum, died, but his research data was not left behind. Whether it is America's military or SHIELD, their research on the recovery of Super Serum relies on the blood samples left by Captain America. The project led by General Ross believes that the key to Super Serum is gamma rays. The life rays used by Captain America to strengthen at that time were gamma rays. But every experiment failed. Before an experiment, experimental assistant Harper was conducting routine tests. Soon, he discovered the problem. There's a short circuit in the wires here. You'd better come in and take a look, Harper said as he inspected the gamma ray instrument. He didn't know that the gamma ray instrument had been tampered with by Banner's father. When Banner walked into the laboratory, the circuit board suddenly short-circuited and sparks appeared. The gamma ray instrument was also activated. The kind-hearted Dr. Banner used his body to block high-intensity gamma rays that could kill any living thing. Old Banner's hidden ability in his son's genes was activated. Bruce knew everything the old Banner had done, and in anger, he transformed into the Hulk. The entire laboratory was almost destroyed at the hands of Hulk, who lost his mind. As the actual person in charge of the entire project, Ross did not act as he did in the original plot. He hunted his prospective son-in-law as a monster. Want to crack the secret of his transformation and create an army of Hulk? Bruce, I need to talk to you. General Ross invited Banner to come to his parents' house. Uncle Ross, Betty, and I truly love each other. Banner also thought that General Ross was opposed to his love affair with Betty. General Ross took out Banner's laboratory pass. This is what you left in the laboratory last night. I know, that green giant is you. General Ross's eyes were full of excitement. Even Captain America can't break a big hole in the thickened reinforced concrete wall. Captain America is just a person with extreme abilities, but last night's green monster already has inhuman abilities. Bruce subconsciously denied it. General Ross, I'm just an ordinary person. I didn't go to the lab at all last night. I may have missed this pass before. General Ross didn't believe a word of it. Bruce, I don't want to capture you for study. On behalf of the military, I formally invite you to join. I will set up a special response team for you, to deal with those who have super abilities but are enemies of the country. General Ross said it very sincerely. Bruce was stunned. This was something he never expected. Bruce, once you join, you will not be attacked by the military if you transform into the green giant form. The military will protect you, prevent you from being hunted down by other forces. Even, you will become a superhero, just like Steve Rogers. Bruce's heart beat hard. Being a superhero like Captain America, a man, I can't refuse. What's more, his reason told him, cooperating with the military is 10,000 times better than hiding and wandering around. In particular, Bruce turned his attention to his girlfriend, Betty Ross. If he refused to reject the military, he might be on the road to exile. Then, Betty is afraid that she will become someone else's girlfriend. Bruce finally agreed to General Ross's invitation. Agreed to join the military and become its super weapon. General Ross smiled with satisfaction. He became the first general in the military to master superpowers. This gives him a higher status in the Wujiao building. Have more say? General Ross, very excited. Report to Wujiao building, summon many scientists, and mobilize some mutants in the army. Just like Wolverine, there are actually some mutants among America's military. However, these mutants are mostly on the physical side. Either they are strong, or they have a certain self-healing ability, or they have detection abilities such as invisibility or telescope. There is none on the spiritual side or the energy side. Therefore, these mutants may become elites, but they will not attract special attention. General Ross, prepare to gather these people to form a special team. Become a banner team member. It is an assistant, but also a kind of surveillance. The military's actions were very rapid. In order to test and control, the Hulk transformed after anger. General Ross dare not be in America. Once Hulk loses control, he cannot bear the responsibility. And the best place to test it is the country of Iraq, which America has just declared war on. For America, it is for people in many places around the world. They all believed what President America said. Iraq has weapons of mass destruction and provides assistance to terrorist organizations. Bruce Banner, at the moment, was very young, not yet 30 years old. Naturally, I believed this statement. He did not hesitate to let him go to the battlefield. Just agree. Just a few days later, with the support of the military, news about the Hulk destroying a military base in Iraq and destroying a batch of weapons of mass destruction. In America's country, it's on fire. Sauron is enjoying and obsessed with his Dark Phoenix every day these days. The plot of X-Men 3 has not yet begun. He was paying attention to the news about the Hulk. But for a long time, there was no news about the battle between the Green Giant and the military. Sauron's super hearing has not yet enveloped the entire America. I don't know, General Ross, because I saw his power. Instead, Hulk, who was supposed to be hunted by him, was recruited instead. Naturally, he couldn't hear anything about the other side of Blue Star. Sauron is basking in the sun and absorbing fixed star energy. Dark Phoenix was like a lazy kitten, lying on his chest. Pyro John, Rockfall, and several other senior mutants who recognized Sauron as their boss came over. What's the matter with you? Normally no one would bother him at this time. There was excitement on John's face. Boss, have you watched the news? Sauron shook his head and said. What's wrong? John said excitedly. Boss, on the battlefield of Iraq, the military sent superhero Hulk 1. The Hulk easily destroyed a military base of the Iraqi military and destroyed the weapons of mass destruction hidden there. Now, the whole country knows the superhero Hulk. Boss, if we go to Iraq, will we also become superheroes? X-Men is a superhero team, but it is not well accepted by the public. X-Men are generally mutants who stop evildoers. For ordinary people, it's all dog eat dog, and then they, ordinary people, are out of luck. Sauron frowned when he heard this. The Hulk actually went to the battlefield in Iraq and became the military superhero? This simply destroyed the Hulk's timeline? Does the Time Variation Administration have no control over it? Ancient One doesn't care? Sauron didn't like this feeling that the plot had completely changed. In order to prevent Dark Phoenix from causing trouble and changing the plot, he sacrificed himself. Being exploited by Dark Phoenix every day, America's military is going to cause trouble if it's a fool's errand? What kind of superhero do you think you are when you invade someone else's country? Sauron looked at John and said, if you have nothing to do, you should exercise your ability. As a fireman, you can't make your own fire. In less than 2 years, you will be completely surpassed by Bobby. John and Bobby keep fighting? Hearing Sauron say this, his fighting spirit was aroused. I understand, boss, I will work hard to improve my ability. Sauron still values his first little brother. Whenever you can transform into the fire element, you will understand how weak you are now. Before you exercise, go find your chemistry teacher and learn what fire is. John left respectfully. Sauron stroked Dark Phoenix's red hair, thought about it, and decided that he could not allow the military to mess around. It's just that the Hulk's timeline has been changed, so the problem isn't that big. But I am afraid of a chain reaction that will completely disrupt the timeline of the entire universe. Because of his familiarity with the plot, Sauron is able to drop abilities from superheroes and supervillains step by step. Integrate into your own body and complete a higher level of evolution. Sauron's body disappeared instantly. With teleportation blessed by teleportation, you can teleport to wherever you want. Sauron suddenly disappeared, and Dark Phoenix woke up from his sleep. She pouted, her face full of emotions. However, she did not make any noise, but closed her eyes. Continue to use telepathy to perceive the memory of the Master Ge Chin. Fill in the gaps in your past. In the country of Iraq, Sauron appeared in a desert. His super hearing covers almost the entire country of Iraq. The X gene is spread across all races on Blue Star. There are also mutants in Iraq, but they are much rarer. Almost 90% of all mutants are level 1 and level 2 mutants. The super abilities of these mutants are very weak. In fact, a considerable number of these mutants do not have super abilities at all, but only have certain parts or organs of their bodies that have mutated. This is why many mutants, in the eyes of ordinary people, are monsters. Sauron is locked, and all mutants in Iraq have awakened super abilities. There are tens of thousands, but most of them are first and second level mutants. Sauron locked in, a mutant. Dust? Soraya Kadir? She is a girl from Afghanistan. Because of America's invasion of Afghanistan, the national order no longer exists. She was targeted by traffickers because of her beautiful appearance. In the process of resisting the kidnapping, she instinctively unleashed her super ability. It turned into a sandstorm and killed all the traffickers. Her ability is to transform herself into a destructive sandstorm while maintaining control of her sand form. In the chaotic country of she not only faced the pursuit of gangsters, but was also targeted by some mercenaries. Capture her and sell her to some labs researching mutants. Shechin fled a country and entered Iraq. From here, he wanted to find a way to sneak to America or other safe countries. Unexpectedly, America declared war on Iraq. She was trapped in Iraq again, a dilapidated village in Iraq. Here, it had just been bombed by the American military. There is no human habitation anymore. Shechin relies on his ability to escape the bombing and hides here. She searched for food in the deserted room. Do you want to get out of here? The sound that suddenly came to mind made Shechin break into a sweat. She turned around suddenly and saw a handsome oriental man. Who are you? She stared at Sauron vigilantly, ready to activate her ability at any time. Sauron's face was filled with a sunny smile. We are all the same people. Sauron made a casual move, and the food Shechin had just found floated. The vigilance in Shechin's eyes diminished a bit. What do you want from me? Sauron originally planned to see if there were any powerful mutants in Iraq. Let Iraq's mutant cause some trouble for America's military. However, sand and dust were found. For one's own team and subordinates, the more the better. There are still too few people in Xavier's school. Charles recruits students who are either highly capable. For example, Iceman Bobby, a level 5 mutant. Either the ability is very dangerous, such as Burning Man John or Cyclops Scott. Either that, because of ability awakening, being treated like a monster, or being ostracized from the family. In America alone, there are hundreds of thousands of mutants. There are tens of thousands of underage mutants. The academy can't fit in it. Although Shechin wears a veil, under Sauron's perspective, no secrets can be hidden. Shechin is a beautiful girl with a great figure. My name is Soren Lee and I am a graduating student from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters is a school opened by Professor X specifically for mutants. When I graduate, I'm going to start my own team of superheroes. I'm here to invite you to join. Follow me, and you won't have to hide around anymore, and you won't have to worry about your own safety. Not only can you live a stable life, but you can also become a superhero that everyone loves. Sauron generously extended the invitation. Shechin's eyes lit up. What Sauron said was what she had dreamed of. Then what's the name of your superhero team? Shechin asked. Sauron touched his smooth chin. What do you think of the Super 7? I am the leader of the Super 7, Superman Sauron. Shechin nodded and said. If you didn't lie to me, I would be willing to join your team. Sauron nodded with satisfaction. If John couldn't transform into the fire element, he could only be a subordinate. Sandust's ability lies in large-scale group attacks. If she covers the entire New York City with a sandstorm, let me ask, who can defeat her? But before joining, there is a small test. Do you dare to face the Hulk and tell him the truth about America's invasion? Sauron asked seriously. Aren't you from America? Why should I tell America's military superhero this? Shechin's mind was filled with confusion. Sauron sneered. Look at my face, I'm a pure Oriental. Although I grew up in America, I am not a lackey of America's capital and politicians. You have to remember that as a member of the Super 7, you should not limit your sights to a certain country. What we want to do is to be a superhero for all mankind. America's war against Afghanistan and Iraq is unjust. They are plundering resources for their own satisfaction. We are righteous. We must reveal the truth. The Hulk was deceived. We let him know the truth. The most powerful family in the world. Sauron's words caused a great shock to Shechin's heart. She couldn't help but think of her own country, a country. Originally, her life was very stable. Although she was not rich, she had a beautiful family. But everything was shattered with America's invasion. A look of determination appeared on Shechin's face. I will definitely complete the test. Sauron is very satisfied with this new little sister. Come, hold my waist, I will take you to complete the test. Sauron opened his hands and said calmly. Under the veil of sand, his face immediately turned red. Those traffickers wanted to take off her veil, and she completely broke out. According to her belief, only her husband can take off her veil. I can't even show my face, let alone give me a hug. However, Shechin gritted his teeth, walked over, and hugged Sauron's waist. Sauron casually put his hand on Shechin's waist. Shechin's body was shaken and he was about to resist. Whoosh! Sauron took her and soared into the sky. Shechin subconsciously hugged Sauron's waist tightly and completely forgot about Sauron's hand on her waist. Hulk and Banner are like Jean and Dark Phoenix. Completely two personalities. Banner was exposed to high concentrations of gamma rays for 3 months before his main personality could integrate with Hulk. But the sequelae are also obvious. Dr. Banner, who was originally very reliable, has become less reliable when it comes to science. Banner doesn't know all the memories in the Hulk state. General Ross took advantage of this. After Hulk destroys a military base, he will place weapons of mass destruction in these bases. After detonating, let reporters take pictures of the wreckage. This confirms the justice of America's war against Iraq. After waking up, Banner saw the evidence and felt that he was on the side of justice. A small town occupied by the American military. Banner stayed in the room arranged by the military. There is an external network here, and he can make video calls with Betty. Come here. Suddenly, Banner remembered a voice in his mind. Who? Banner turned around, only to find that he was the only one in the room. He thought he was hallucinating. But soon, the voice came to mind again. Come here. Do you want to know the truth? You were deceived. Banner immediately understood that this was a person with telepathy ability who wanted to see him. Relying on his Hulk status, he is almost invincible. He just wanted to see who wanted to see him. Banner followed the guidance of the voice in his head and came to a bar. Most of the people here are bearded locals. The look he looked at was strange. Banner was not afraid. He followed the sound and walked to the corner, opposite a girl sitting with her back to the door. Are you looking for me? Banner came up and asked directly. 2 mutants who were secretly protecting, monitoring. Banner also walked in and randomly found a seat nearby to sit down. Shechin nodded and said, Bruce Banner, I'm here to reveal the truth to you. Banner frowned and said, What truth? Shechin's eyes were full of seriousness. Bruce Banner, there are no so-called weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Chemical weapons? Shechin said. Banner sneered. How is that possible? I saw the remains of those weapons with my own eyes. Shechin asked instead. As the Hulk who breached the military base, have you seen those intact weapons? Banner was stunned for a moment and said, My memories with Hulk are not the same. But if I didn't destroy those weapons, where did those wreckage come from? The more intelligent people are, the more they stick to their own perceptions. Shechin said, You give up your inner resistance, and I can let you see Hulk's memories. You will know what the truth is. Banner looked at the little girl in front of him and chose to believe it. Okay, I won't resist. Banner closed his eyes. Shechin suspended his hand above Banner's head. Pour the power of the mind that Sauron lent him into Banner's brain. A passage connecting 2 personalities was temporarily opened. Banner saw Hulk's memory, and Hulk also saw Banner's memory. The anger of being deceived surged into Banner's heart. Roar. The angry Banner couldn't control his transformation at all. Green Hulk, roaring in anger. Smashing it with both hands, the table was shattered into pieces. The sand instantly turned into a sandstorm, breaking through the glass and getting away from here. Shit. The mutant soldier responsible for protecting and monitoring Banner went numb in an instant. They stepped forward and tried to appease them, but were slapped away by Hulk. If Sauron doesn't take action, who can resist the explosive Hulk? In the blink of an eye, this bar was in ruins. Hulk rushed into the street, and the locals screamed in horror when they saw him. The military base is in the town. It occupies a lot of buildings and serves as military camps. They got the message as soon as Hulk broke out. Fake? What's going on? General Ross shouted angrily at his men. General, we don't know. I thought Dr. Banner was just out for a walk, so I sent 2 mutant soldiers to protect him. I just know that Dr. Banner met a woman with her face covered in a bar, and then he transformed. Men, quick returns. General Ross was keenly aware that something was wrong. Someone is targeting Hulk. Keep an eye on Hulk and let him vent as long as he doesn't come to the base. When he is done venting, he will naturally turn back to Banner. General Ross felt that this was not a big deal. He really didn't know the seriousness of this matter. General, Hulk is coming towards the base. Banner saw Hulk's memory, and Hulk also saw Banner's memory. Hulk's thinking is simpler. To lie to Banner is to lie to Hulk. Hulk is very angry? Shit. General Ross was shocked. He knows too well Hulk's power. Fire tear gas to drive away the Hulk. Following General Ross's order, tear gas grenades were fired in the direction of Hulk's advance. Hulk rushed in, amidst the acrid smoke. Tear gas cannot harm Hulk at all, but it also makes Hulk feel the pain of irritated eyes and nose. Roar? He let out an angry roar and stamped hard on the ground with both feet. The whole body takes off. At least dozens of meters high, get out of the tear gas range. Boom. He landed 1 kilometer away, within easy reach of the military base. Shooting. Guards at the military base, fire directly. The 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun shoots directly at the rushing Hulk. These bullets, which could tear apart the outer shell of a fighter jet, only left shallow dents on Hulk's body. It can't break the skin's defense at all. Individual missiles? Anti-tank rockets? Nothing can stop Hulk's figure. The steel gate was torn apart instantly by Hulk. Countless soldiers opened fire on Hulk from all directions. Hulk, however, let the bullets rain down on him. Ross? Hulk shouted to the sky, calling out General Ross's name. General Ross instantly understood that Hulk was coming for him. He couldn't figure it out. Banner was fine when he went out. Why did he come back and want to kill him? Meerkat helicopter squad deployed? Ross gave the order. He turned around and boarded the helicopter. Hulk saw Ross in the helicopter, jumped angrily, and chased after him. Ross led Hulk to the desert outside the town. Hulk's first battle with the military was in the desert. The difference is that in the original work, it is in the desert in America. But now, we are in the desert of Iraq. The location is not important, what is important is that the deviated plot returns to normal. High in the sky, Sauron held Shechen's waist and looked down at the battle on the ground. Be it Cobra missiles or Hellfire missiles. In Hulk's hands, it's like a big lollipop. He opened his mouth to bite off the ammunition part, and spit it at the helicopter, causing the helicopter to explode. America's main battle tank is nothing more than a toy in his hands. Hulk killed planes and tanks. But in the blink of an eye, General Ross mobilized new ones. But Hulk, tireless. As long as there is anger in his heart, he is full of power. This farce must end. It's time for him to return to China and face his father, Sauron said lightly. A psychic power poured directly into Hulk's heart. Betty's figure appeared, causing the anger in Hulk's heart to quickly dissipate. Transformation released. Sauron planted a small hint in the heart of General Ross. Let him take Banner back to China. Sauron took Sandust and teleported directly. Returned to Xavier's school. Bruce Banner's father, David Banner. An ambitious guy, he saw with his own eyes that his son transformed into Hulk in front of him. Excited inside, he had already imitated Bruce's process and exposed himself to gamma rays. But instead of turning into the Hulk, he turned into the absorbing man. Sauron. Some thoughts on the ability to absorb people. As soon as Sauron appeared, Dark Phoenix's spiritual power surrounded Sauron. The deep attachment reveals the vigilance of his opponent Shechen. Soon, Dark Phoenix ran in front of Sauron, staring at Shechen, as if asking Sauron for an explanation. Dark Phoenix, who was completely conquered, has become more and more like a normal person. Sauron reached out, put his hand on Dark Phoenix's head, and rubbed her red hair. Dark Phoenix narrowed his eyes like a kitten. She is Shechen, the team member I recruited. Dark Phoenix nodded obediently and withdrew his vigilance and hostility towards Shechen. He stretched out his pink little tongue and licked Sauron's finger, meaning, it's time to compensate her. Sauron smiled knowingly. Psychic power, call John. She is Shechen, the team member I recruited. You take her to familiarize yourself with the environment and ask Ororo to arrange a room for her. After Sauron finished speaking, he hugged Dark Phoenix and teleported to Chin's room. A greedy kitten needs to be fed well to be well behaved. John looked at Shechen curiously, only to see Shechen let out a sudden sigh of relief. What's wrong with you? John asked curiously. Is that woman the captain's girlfriend? It's so scary. I feel the threat of death. Shechen couldn't help but said. Hearing this, John explained. This matter is very complicated. She is our teacher Chin, but her body is now controlled by the second personality. Her second personality is so terrifying, even Charles isn't sure he can control it. It was Boss Sauron who sacrificed his own body to prevent her from going out and causing trouble. When John explained, his eyes were filled with admiration. At first, all the boys in the college thought, is this a sacrifice? This is not a huge advantage. Chin is a top beauty. However, after a few days, they no longer felt that way. On the contrary, I admire Sauron as the most powerful among them. Even in this aspect, he is called invincible. Sure enough, you are sacrificing yourself? John was suddenly stunned and asked quickly. What did you just say, Captain? Boss Sauron has succeeded Mr. Scott and become the new captain of the X-Men. Shechen shook his head and said. The captain said that he is going to form his own superhero team called the Super Seven. I recruited me to join. Do not you know? John's soul suffered a heavy blow. Boss Sauron, I am obviously your first pawn, okay? It must be the boss who thinks my ability is not strong enough. I must exercise hard and transform into the fire element as soon as possible. John cheered himself up in his heart. As the boss's first subordinate, would it be a shame if he couldn't make it into the boss's superhero team? How to make progress? General Ross brought Banner back to America. Banner's father, David Banner, is the source of the special genes in Banner's body. But David has never found a way, and it took him a lifetime to integrate the special gene in his genes and play its role. The appearance of Hulk allowed him to see the light. He replicated Bruce's process and became an absorber. He is able to absorb the energy around him and integrate it with the matter in contact. He told Betty everything and got caught on purpose. Betty begged her father to let David and Bruce have a final conversation. Conversations are conducted in special instruments. If there is any abnormal movement between the two of them, the cable will be energized, and then the machine will release a terrifying arc. Kill both of them? But this is all David's conspiracy? He longs for his son's ability, wants to absorb Hulk's power, and complete his final evolution. He bit open the rubber covering of the cable, and General Ross energized the cable without any hesitation. But the terrifying high-voltage electric current in the cable was absorbed crazily by David. His body is getting bigger and bigger. After he absorbed all the electricity, his body seemed to be made of pure electricity, and his body was taller than Hulk, exuding a dazzling light. Whoosh! Absorbs the energy of the human body and brings the transformed Banner into the sky. Lightning flashes, and in this flash, Hulk can be seen attacking continuously. Sauron took Dark Phoenix's arm away from his body. Super clairvoyance and super farsightedness enabled me to see this battle hundreds of kilometers away in the sky. Sauron put on his battle suit and disappeared into the room instantly. Instead of absorbing the ability of people, what he values is the ability to integrate the materials in contact. Energy absorbing, the ability to absorb people, is it comparable to the full Phoenix Force? Sauron wanted to try what would happen if he used Integrate's ability to contact matter and the artificial sun. It hasn't been long since Dr. Octopus was born. Pear Lake. Hulk and Absorbing Man crashed on the shore. Hulk clutched his abdomen and climbed up. During this battle, his body was burned by the terrifying electric current. However, with the super self-healing ability, repair has already begun. The electric current absorbed by the absorber is almost exhausted. He began to integrate the rocks on contact and turned into a rock giant. Hulk jumped suddenly, but the absorber blocked it with a rock. They fight together again? In a military base more than 10 kilometers away. General, we have found it, in Litzy Lake, etc. The satellite captured another person. Soon, the satellite photos were displayed in front of General Ross. This is. General Ross was stunned. Red cape, black battlesuit, and a big S on the chest. Although the face was a little blurry, he recognized it at a glance. Soren Lee. General Ross, eyes wide. Superman? The person controlling the computer exclaimed. General Ross naturally knows Superman. Staring at Sauron in the satellite photo. Flight, heat vision, super defense, biological force field. Is he awakening? A super ability similar to Superman. Or, Krypton is not fictional, Sauron is a Kryptonian. General Ross thought a lot in one moment. If Sauron is really a Kryptonian, is there a Kryptonian spaceship hidden on the Blue Star? Notify the Gamma Bomb team. Launch. Gamma bombs were made by General Ross specifically for Hulk. He believes that the Gamma Bomb that can kill Hulk can also kill Sauron. Whether Sauron is a mutant or a Kryptonian will be known once we get his body. General Ross's eyes were full of excitement and desire. A Gamma Bomb was launched from a military base. Hulk will integrate the absorber with the boulder and throw it towards the lake. Sauron suddenly appeared. He floated on the lake and caught the boulder weighing hundreds of tons with one hand. Sauron's sudden appearance stunned Hulk and the Absorbing Man. Roar! Hulk thought that Sauron was an absorbing companion, so he jumped up and hit Sauron. Scarlet heat vision, knocking Hulk away. Hulk hit the ground, and his chest was covered in charred flesh and blood. Under the super self-healing, it began to heal. Sauron's heat vision this time was mainly based on impact. The Hulk is related to a lot of plots later. How can he die? When the absorber saw this scene, his eyes burst out with light. Ha ha ha, another one delivered to my door? What he is least afraid of is the super ability on the energy side. The absorber broke free from the integration with the boulder, stretched out huge amounts of hands, and grabbed Sauron's body. He wants to absorb Sauron's energy, but the next second, his eyes were filled with shock. Impossible? Why do I clearly feel that your body contains huge amounts of energy, but I can't absorb it? No, this is absolutely impossible. Sauron sneered. Not even Rugrats can absorb his life force and ability. Are you worthy of absorbing people? Sun breathing technique? If you can't achieve perfect control of energy, is it still worthy of being called breathing method? Sauron, raise your hand and punch. Boom. Huge amounts of rock, shattered into countless pieces, flying everywhere. As for absorbing people, they also lost a lot of rocks. The body became almost as big as a normal person. The body also returned to its original appearance. Sauron grabbed the absorber's neck. He did not use his heat vision, because the energy of heat vision belonged to him. It can be absorbed by the absorbing person. The original plot was for Hulk to disappear and absorb people to die. It doesn't matter whether the military's Gamma Bomb did it or Sauron did it. The absorber wanted to integrate Sauron's flesh and blood, but was blocked by the biological force field. The energy in the body is exhausted and other substances cannot be integrated. Absorbing people, restored the original, weak body. Click. Sauron broke the absorber's neck with a slight twist. A bright ball of light fell from the absorber's body. The scarlet heat vision will absorb the human corpse and completely evaporate it. Why keep it? Let the military study it? He is not the biological father of the military? Hulk stood up and roared at Sauron. Sauron rushed over and punched Hulk into the rocks of the mountain. Hulk sank deeply into the rock and punched a hole. Roar! Hulk roared and rushed out of the hole, endless anger burning in his heart. His size has grown larger and his strength has also increased dramatically. But Sauron still punched him. Hulk flew back again, making the big hole he made even deeper. Hulk rushes out. Got punched back. After several times, several of the hard bones in Hulk's body were broken. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen, his mouth and nose were bleeding, and several of his front teeth were missing. When Sauron knocked Hulk back into the deep hole again, he froze. Hulk actually dug out rocks in a deep cave and escaped. A huge amount of light flew out from the deep hole. Sauron was a little worried. Am I going to use too much force and knock Hulk into autism? Sauron allowed Hulk to escape. He looked at the Gamma Bomb that had flown into his field of vision. The figure disappeared instantly. The Gamma Bomb exploded, contaminating America's land, not his private land. He doesn't mind his own business. Boom. The gamma bomb exploded, and the terrifying gamma rays, with extremely high concentration, instantly destroyed all life within several kilometers of the surrounding area. It is here that there is a mountain range, otherwise the scope of damage would be even greater. Hulk's bleeding, teeth falling out, disappear under this gamma ray. General, Superman, and Hulk disappeared before the gamma bomb exploded. General Ross punched the table in an angry tone. Beside him, Betty secretly breathed a sigh of relief. My lover, it's okay. But she also understood that it would be difficult to see him again in the future. Sauron did not return to Xavier's school, but randomly found an uninhabited mountain to fall down. It's time to take stock of the harvest. In the system space, 4 light groups emit bright light, 1 for Absorbing Man, 1 for Hulk, 1 for Death Girl, and 1 for Cyclops. Death Girl drops super self-healing. Scott drops Cyclops. Sauron originally had super self-healing ability and heat vision. Throw it directly to the system for recycling. Earn 10,000 system gold coins, including the 5,000 gold coins recovered by the system from Mystique. Sauron already has 15,400 gold coins. Then, Sauron looked at the remaining 2. This is the big deal. Hulk's light ball unleashed the power of infinite rage. Only 1 or 2 abilities can be dropped when defeated. The light group that absorbed people not only dropped his super ability, but also his scientific research ability. The power of infinite anger, the angrier you are, the more powerful you are, and there is no upper limit. Absorber, absorbs surrounding energy and integrates with objects in contact. Sauron thought for a second and decided to integrate these 2 abilities. Now that he is about to enter the Man of Steel level, he is not really invincible. The power of infinite rage allows him to enter an overclocked state and temporarily gain the power of a higher level Superman. As for absorption, he wanted to try it. If he came into contact with the artificial sun created by Dr. Otto and tried to integrate, what miracles would happen? If it doesn't work, throw it back to the system for recycling. System, integrate. Sauron suddenly felt that he was becoming angry with everything around him. But with this anger, he felt that his power was strengthened. Power, reflexes, speed, senses, physical strength. The solar energy stored in the body is consumed extremely quickly, but the strength of the body is increasing. Sauron frowned. He felt that hundreds of billions of cells in his body were sending out signals of hunger. Whoosh. Sauron's figure disappeared instantly. He's in outer space. When he was at the Azu level, he couldn't be in space yet. But now, it can. He has officially broken through to the Man of Steel level. The teleportation blessed by the power of the soul allowed Sauron to arrive near Mercury after several flashes. Here, every inch of space contains terrifying solar energy. Sauron can perceive the endless and vast solar energy in the surrounding space. Moreover, Sauron can gather all the energy within a radius of 10 kilometers centered on his body. This is the ability to absorb people. The terrifying solar energy converged on Sauron's body from all directions. Because these suns have huge energy, the temperature around Sauron's body soared to thousands of degrees. The light is extremely bright. Sun breathing technique, working at full power. The solar energy consumed in Sauron's body was replenished in just a few breaths. But Sauron has officially entered the Man of Steel level. His strength is twice as strong as before. The amount of solar energy that can be contained in the body is 2 times. Sauron's eyes burst out with bright light. He was extremely lucky that he did not recycle the power of wireless anger. But integrate? The power of infinite rage is really a waste when used for overclocking in battle. Overkill? Buy a casket and give it back a pearl? The power of infinite rage is just a temporary enhancement of power for Hulk. Unless you reach the limit of anger and enter the green state of death, your strength will fall back to normal after the anger subsides. But for Sauron, he only needs the solar energy in his body to keep up with the supply. The power of infinite anger will make his body strengthen quickly. Each of his enhancements is eternally fixed, not temporary. This is so awesome. Sauron couldn't help but laughed. However, Sauron also felt that facing the vast sun, his physical strength was still not enough. Near Mercury, it is already the limit. To reach the point where you can walk on the surface of the sun, you still need to work hard. Moreover, he can't stay here forever. His super hearing is not strong enough and he cannot hear the sounds on Blue Star at all. Maintain the stability of the timeline so that those superpowers who were originally born can be born stably. Then, harvest abilities and abilities from them. The power of Hulk's infinite anger made Sauron more determined to this idea. Find Dr. Otto and ask him to make the artificial sun. We must get it out. There was not much anger in Sauron's heart. When his strength reached the level when Hung Chao fought against Zid, this rapid increase in strength stopped. Returning to Blue Star, super hearing enveloped half the planet. Soon, Sauron locked onto Norman Osborn in New York. In order for Dr. Otto to create an artificial sun, he must have strong financial support. Otto's artificial sun is actually a fusion reaction of tritium, and tritium exists very little in nature. However, tritium can be obtained by bombarding lithium with neutrons. Extracting tritium from nature is not advisable. The cost of producing tritium in nuclear reactions is also extremely high. What's more, only a handful of countries' top nuclear physics laboratories can produce it. Tritium is one of the main raw materials for making hydrogen eggs. This results in its price being extremely high. It is also a raw material that is strictly controlled by world powers. Charles, although possessing extremely rich wealth, but he didn't have the connections. and Osborne Company, which has a good cooperative relationship with America. He has the ability and financial resources to provide Otto with research support for artificial suns. Furthermore, Otto's 4 mechanical tentacles have artificial intelligence and are not affected by high temperatures and magnetic fields. Only Osborne Corporation and Stark Industries can produce it. When Sauron locked onto Norman Osborn, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He did not expect that at the moment Norman was sending his son Harry to participate in the Science and Technology exhibition of Columbia University. Among these students, there are 2 other characters. Toby Spider, who hasn't become Spider-Man yet, and Toby Spider's real name is Mary Jane. Super Brain gives Sauron an extremely clear memory. It was at this Science and Technology exhibition that Peter was bitten by one of the 15 super spiders that had been genetically engineered to integrate the excellent genes of 3 powerful spiders. Thus, Toby Spider was born. This is not a supernatural spider. These spiders, not Peter's father, added his own genes as genetically certified super spiders. Therefore, it is possible for the other 14 super spiders to create other Spider-Man. When Peter was bitten, his genes did not collapse, but instead he became a Superman. This is a destiny. But Peter Parker is not the only one with this kind of destiny. Gwen Stacy, take one of the remaining 14 and let it bite Gwen. Will Gwen become Spider-Woman? If the spider that bit Peter was intercepted, the Toby spider would not be born. Could it be that destiny took the initiative to make Gwen become Spider-Woman? Sauron smiled and suppressed this idea. He won't stop Peter from becoming Spider-Man, but he will take those 14 super spiders away. Sauron told Shechin that forming the Super 7 was not just talk. His positioning for Shechin is to attack and control the field in groups. The sandstorm that enveloped the entire New York City, unless mushroom eggs were used directly, no other weapons could cause damage to the sandstorm. As for the sand and dust in this state, the entire New York is within its perception. It's perfect for controlling the field and clearing out miscellaneous soldiers. Spider-Man is Sauron's candidate for the Super 7. Toby Spider or Gwen Spider? Sauron naturally chose Gwen Spider. Who doesn't like a young lady with an incredibly flexible body? Sauron changed into ordinary clothes and blended into the crowd of visitors. Witnessing the birth of Toby Spider with your own eyes is a kind of check-in. However, the tall, handsome Sauron appeared. It attracted the attention of girls. After Mary Jane's eyes fell on Sauron, she could no longer look away. Sauron exudes powerful masculinity. This is a fatal attraction for women. Soon, many young ladies gathered around Sauron. There were also a lot of small notes with contact information stuffed in his pocket. Sauron paid no attention to these ordinary goods. MJ took the initiative to move closer to Sauron, with a charming smile on her face. Hello, which school are you from? Such a handsome guy. If it was her school, she would have pursued him long ago. But she was also a little uneasy. There were too many girls chatting with Sauron just now, but Sauron didn't pay attention. Although she was confident in herself, she was not completely sure that she could attract Sauron's attention. Sauron likes tall beauties like Jean, but what I like most is this kind of girl who is a bit fleshy. For example, here is Mary Jane, the extraordinary spider's true love, Gwen. Miss Wanda, don't get too comfortable. Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, you probably haven't heard of it. Not many ordinary people know about Mutant School. Iceman Bobby's parents thought it was the kind of genius school where high IQ teenagers go. Mary's eyes widened in surprise and she admired. Then your IQ must be very high. Wow, I don't know any top students yet. Sauron smiled brightly, and Mary almost lost her mind. I don't know a girl as beautiful as you either. A man's mouth. Sauron's words made MJ's face turn red. Really? Mary couldn't help but ask. Definitely. Sauron's eyes were filled with seriousness. Mary smiled so beautifully, the eyes of the boys around him were deeply attracted. Peter looked at Mary with crazy eyes. Harry patted Peter on the shoulder and said, Peter, don't think about it. They all say that Mary is a lesbian and never talks to men. How many boys in school have confessed their love to her? Not all failed. Sauron heard Harry's words. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Didn't Mary Jane have a boyfriend? Involuntarily, Sauron turned on the X-ray. She is still a young girl. The smile on Sauron's face became even brighter. Let's visit together? Sauron invited. MJ naturally agreed. She felt that she had met true love at first sight. It's still the kind that goes both ways. The two of them mingled among the crowd, listening to the guide arranged by the Science and Technology exhibition, who began to explain the different types of spiders. Peter's photo shoot still aroused bullying from several school bullies. Even Harry, a rich second generation, was ridiculed. Soon, the 15 super spiders arrived, integrating the special genes of the previous 3 spiders. MJ suddenly said, Sorry, there are only 13 spiders here. Sauron was stunned for a moment, and with his super hearing, he instantly locked onto the 2 escaping spiders. A spider has spun a web on the ceiling. If nothing else, it would be the one that bit Peter. The other one, at some point, climbed onto MJ's feet. So, is there a slight deviation in the plot, or is there a change in Spider-Man's destiny? It would be too easy for Sauron to deal with the extra spider that escaped. But what if we don't intervene? The commentator took a look and found that there were only 13 of them. Maybe other researchers took it for research. She didn't pay much attention. Sauron asked MJ, I'm going to buy a cup of coffee. What do you want to drink? MJ was a little surprised. How could the boys on America's side buy coffee and milk tea for girls? Normal sugar, milk, and ice. Sauron leaves, but supervision is paying attention. Peter boldly took photos in the name of the school newspaper. Rejected by MJ. In her heart now, she was filled with the man she fell in love with at first sight. Peter had no choice but to take pictures of the spider. The fateful spider, unexpectedly, bit Peter's right hand. After more than 10 seconds, the spider on MJ's feet also crawled onto her neck. He bit her on the back of her neck. MJ let out a cry of pain, and she quickly reached out to touch, but found nothing. I touched the bitten area and felt a bump like a pimple. She thought she had been bitten by some small insect, so she didn't care. Sauron, come back with 2 cups of coffee. Here you go, add sugar, ice and milk. Thanks. MJ thanked him seriously. Then she said, a little bug just bit me from the neck down. Please help me take a look. As she spoke, she turned her back to Sauron, lifted her hair with one hand, and exposed her white and tender neck. This action is full of charm. Sauron's eyes focused on the bite wound. Under the microscope, the spider venom was mixed with the special genetic fragments of the super spider, and was spreading all over MJ's body along the broken capillaries. There are already cells, cell nuclei, and genetic fragments of the super spider, and they are beginning to integrate. Solon reached out and touched MJ's neck. The first time a boy touched this place, her skin instantly became tight. Sauron touched a thin cobweb and took out the dead super spider. Break it down completely. I'll accompany you to the hospital for a good checkup, Sauron said. MJ suddenly began to feel moved. No, it's just a bug bite. Silly girl, this is no ordinary bug, but a super spider? The visit ended quickly, and MJ decided to take the initiative. Soren, let's watch a movie together tomorrow night. There's a new movie Pirates of the Caribbean released recently that I think you might like. Sauron nodded and agreed. Okay, this night is destined to be restless. Sauron is suspended in the clouds above Queens. Under supervision, Peter and MJ have nowhere to hide. They have been neighbors since they were 6 years old. But the two of them had barely spoken to each other, and MJ had never paid attention to his neighbor, who had been his classmate for a long time. But tonight, after the two of them returned home, all had the same symptoms. Weak, sweating profusely, pale, cold. They all, as soon as they returned to the room, lay on the bed and wrapped themselves tightly in quilts. Peter, the Destiny Spider-Man. However, the integration of MJ's genes and the super spider's genetic fragments was extremely smooth. Sauron smiled. In each universe, there is only one Spider-Man whose rule is broken. So, will the multi-universe Spider-Man Alliance send someone? Sauron waited until daytime and saw no Spider-Man from other universes coming. It seems that either the multi-universe Spider-Man has not yet formed an alliance, or they don't have the equipment to travel across the multi-universe. MJ has completely integrated the super spider's genes, became a Superman class. Sauron returns to Xavier's school and is gone for a night. Dark Phoenix will blow up the academy if he doesn't comfort him. MJ rubbed his head and sat up. She felt her head hurt, as if she was hungover. She got up and washed up in a daze, but when she looked at herself in the mirror, she was stunned. The skin on her face still had some small blemishes. Most white girls have freckles on their faces when they are young, gradually decreases with age, but some will remain. MJ's face looked clean in the mirror, with no trace of freckles at all. Even the traces of acne have completely disappeared. The skin is white, tender and smooth, just like a baby. MJ couldn't help but take off his clothes and check his whole body. The same goes for the skin all over your body. She even had amazing waistline and abdominal muscles on her abdomen. The mountain peaks are also steeper and taller. MJ was completely confused. She actually had such a big change in her body, but she didn't do anything. The food we eat is just normal food. MJ turned on the faucet, just like washing his face and sobering up. However, when she turned it with the same strength as before, she immediately turned off the faucet switch. The cold water instantly sprayed on MJ's face and body. MJ was even more confused. She hurriedly went to play in the water again, and the shower curtain was pulled down by her. The toilet was kicked to pieces in a panic by her. In an instant, the bathroom was completely messed up. Only then did MJ realize that his strength had become great. She carefully and spent a long time cleaning up the mess. I also skipped taking a shower and was washed several times by the water sprayed from the faucet. Suppressing the worry, anxiety, and excitement in his heart, MJ changed into clean clothes and went to school. In the cafeteria at noon, MJ was holding a dinner plate and stepped on the detergent that the janitor accidentally spilled. Jingle bell? Peter Spider telepathy instantly inspires. He quickly reached out to catch MJ who fell. However, MJ did a beautiful backflip. During the turning process, a plate is also used to catch the food. Peter looked at his empty hands and froze. In the cafeteria, too many people saw this scene. Pretty. MJ, you are so cool. God, how did you do it, MJ? MJ was also shocked by his own reaction. She thought about her own strength and realized that not only her strength had become stronger, but her reactions, agility, etc. had also become different. She sat with her female classmates, and then she became the center. MJ, what products did you use? Your skin is so good. MJ, do you often go to the gym? You actually have ABS. God is so partial. Not only do you have abdominal muscles, but the murder weapon is so brutal. The key is that the flesh on your body is so soft and elastic. Girls' focus is always so single-minded. Mary Jane was originally the school beauty and the center of attention for the girls. She fooled him easily. But I am even more looking forward to tonight's date. As the appointed time approached, Sauron changed into handsome clothes. Charles has shares in Hermes, so the ordinary clothing in the college is provided by Hermes. Sauron's current salary has been improved, and his clothes are all custom-made by Hermes. For Sauron, the material of the battlesuit is what he pursues. Ordinary clothes, street stall goods and custom-made by masters are all the same. However, his famous brand is a flashing golden reminder in the eyes of many gangsters. Tell others, I have money, come and rob me. Sauron had appeared and was seen by a few gangsters passing by the alley. They met each other and turned into the alley. The switchblade in his hand shone with a sharp cold light. Hey, boy, hand over all the money you have. Sauron really laughed. The robbery got the best of him. However, he didn't take action because he discovered MJ. MJ takes tonight's date very seriously. The upper body was wearing a white tight t-shirt, exposing her navel. The lower body is a black leather skirt, and the feet are a pair of black leather boots that reach the knees. Show off your hot body to the fullest? Her spider telepathy allowed her to discover that her date was blocked in a dark alleyway by some gangsters. There are too many such lanes between two tall buildings in New York. It's better during the day, but at night, it's a paradise for criminals. MJ's first thought was to call the police, but it took at least several minutes for the police to arrive. She thought about her extraordinary agility and strength. He gritted his teeth and rushed over. Let go of my friend. A few gangsters saw a sexy, hot, and beautiful girl coming out. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Shout, beauty saves the hero. But the next second, the gangsters were speechless. MJ used to be an ordinary girl. She closed her eyes, rushed over, relied on her spider telepathy, and punched randomly. She had no control over her powers at all. How could these gangsters, but ordinary people, withstand her fists? Sauron reached out and grabbed MJ's fist. MJ, are you going to kill me too? MJ opened his eyes, still a little flustered and confused. Seeing Sauron holding her hand, she subconsciously looked in all directions. On the ground, several fainted gangsters were lying. Did I hit you? MJ asked. Sauron nodded, then smiled. I didn't expect you to be quite powerful. You knocked down several gangsters in just 3 strikes. MJ didn't even realize that something was wrong. Her fist, which knocked the gangsters unconscious with one punch, was easily caught in Sauron's hand. But in panic, she didn't even think about it. In his previous life, Sauron didn't know how many times he had watched the Pirates of the Caribbean series. MJ is a girl and has no interest in such subjects. The two of them were not in the mood to watch a movie, but their hands were clasped together 10 minutes after the movie started. Half an hour later, MJ's shoulder was resting on Solin's shoulder. An hour into the movie, MJ took the initiative to kiss her. Sauron hits the bases with both hands. Girls like MJ who are a little voluptuous are soft. Don't get too comfortable. There are no infrared cameras in movie theaters in this era. Couples chewing together are so common. The movie ends and we come out. MJ hugged Sauron's arm tightly, his face flushed, and his eyes looking at Sauron were full of sweetness. Sauron enjoyed it too. He and Dark Phoenix only have a pure relationship. The conquerors and the conquered. From infancy to youth. Sauron's heart is mature, but he also has the enthusiasm that this grade should have. Relieve again the beauty of love. Sauron completely let go and was with MJ, just like an ordinary young couple. Holding hands, crossing the road. When love arises, hug each other. After walking and stopping along the way, it was almost 11 o'clock when we arrived at MJ's house. Peter has always been worried about MJ, and he was very worried when he saw that the light in her room was not on. When he heard MJ's voice, he quickly ran to the window to look. I saw the handsome Oriental guy who visited with MJ yesterday. At this moment, he was kissing his goddess passionately at the door of her house. Peter's heart was suddenly hit hard. No, MJ, don't you never accept confessions from boys. Why are you with him? I'd rather you were a lesbian. No, no, no. Everything about Peter is in Sauron's perception. Is MJ Toby Spider's destined daughter? What he is interested in is his woman? God takes care of it. Sauron killed him? MJ really fell in love with Sauron. Her eyes were full of reluctance. Sauron still has something to do, and he has to get those 13 spiders. Norman Osborn had to find it too. Avengers Alliance has Iron Man, who provides technology and funds. His Super 7 team also needs someone to provide technology and capital. Is Green Goblin a superhero or a supervillain? Very simple. Just erase the evil personality born after Norman became Superman. Be good, tomorrow is the weekend, I'll pick you up. Sauron smiled. MJ nodded happily. Seeing MJ enter the house, Sauron left. The 13 spiders from Columbia University were easily obtained. With 13 spiders in hand, Sauron went to find old Osborn. On the large flat floor of Osborn's house, only Norman was there. He was drunk. Today, military representatives and the board of directors went to the company's laboratory collectively. Exploration Aerospace's exoskeleton armor project has replaced Osborn's human body strengthening project. This made Norman extremely painful and desperate. Military projects are Osborn's most important economic income. Once Osborn loses its military projects, the stock will usher in an avalanche. Why, a little setback caused the mighty Norman Osborn to become like this. Sauron's voice sounded. Who? Norman woke up suddenly, grabbed the bottle and made a defensive gesture. Then, his eyes widened. Because, he saw an oriental young man suspended outside the balcony. His flat is on the 50th floor, 100 meters above the ground, and this person was suspended 100 meters in the air. Sauron flew into Norman's great house, his feet on precious Persian rugs. Look at it casually. Looking at the shocked and vigilant Norman, Sauron showed a gentle smile on his face. I have no enmity against you. With a thought from Sauron, a bronze statue belonging to the Osborn family was instantly broken down into atoms. Norman is a scientist, and the shock in his eyes suddenly increased. Material decomposition? How did you do that? Sauron did not answer, but said, I just want to tell you that if I am hostile to you and kill you, your body will be decomposed into carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and other atoms. You will disappear from this world completely. Norman was the chairman of Osborn Company. He forced himself to calm down. What do you want from me? Sauron shook his head and said, I'm here to invite you to join my superhero team. Super 7. I want you to be responsible for the team's equipment and technical support. As a token of my sincerity, I will help you solve the problem of body-strengthening agents. Norman's heart suddenly became tense. The reason why his human body-strengthening project was lost to space exploration. One is that his human-strengthening agent has not passed human trials for a long time. The second is that the person in charge of the military has changed. The new person in charge is obviously on the side of exploring and aerospace. If the human-strengthening agent can pass human experiments, then, he is still confident that he can win back the military's order. Real. Sauron placed the 13 spiders in his hand in front of Norman. Norman also looked at the spider. He doesn't understand, what's the point of showing him a spider? This is a super spider created by the Genetic Integration Project of Columbia University's Biological Laboratory. These spiders have undergone a magical mutation. They can integrate the special gene fragments born in their own bodies with human genes through toxins. Listening to Sauron's words, Norman locked his eyes on these 13 spiders. You can only join my team if you become Superman. You can use your own body-strengthening agent. Although an evil personality will be born, I can help you erase it. You can also use these spiders, but whether the integration is successful or the gene collapses depends on your life. You can also take it for research and integrate it with your body-strengthening agent. Norman, there is no future in cooperating with the military. When you become a Superman, a superhero, you will know what a truly promising career is. After Sauron finished speaking, he waited for Norman's reaction. Tony is still a swinger now. Although he has abilities that surpass Norman, Sauron prefers to cooperate with Norman. Norman has no bottom line? There are some things that Norman can do beautifully as soon as Sauron says it. Norman believes that Sauron, a person with powerful super abilities, will not just find a few spiders to deceive him. But he is a scientist, a very good biologist. He knows that the probability of becoming a Superman through this kind of super spider is too low. Science is rigorous. I will give these spiders to Professor Connors for study. He is the best at Osborn Company and the world's top expert in cross-species gene integration. I choose to use body-strengthening agent. Please help me erase the evil personality I was born. More than 80 human experiments on human strengthening agents have been conducted. Only once did the experimenter engage in serious violent behavior. However, although the remaining experimenters did not engage in violent behavior, there were many strange behaviors in subsequent observations. After research, it is believed that a second personality was born. If there was only 1/88th chance of something like a human body-strengthening agent, it would have passed the military's acceptance long ago. For the military, soldiers are the least valuable. Even if it's a 1/10th chance, it's all worth it. This was the company's top secret, but Sauron said it straight away. Osborn believed that he was not lying to himself. Good. Sauron agreed happily. Sauron took Norman to the laboratory of Osborn Company in an instant. Norman took out the green body-strengthening agent and put it into the equipment cabin. He drank the catalyst and lay down in it. The computer automatic program starts. Even without Sauron's appearance, he decided to use the body-strengthening agent himself. The green strengthening agent begins to evaporate. The equipment cabin was filled with thick green chemical mist. Norman took a big breath and inhaled these strengthening agents into his body. Then he fell into an epileptic state. But computer testing showed that his body muscles were being strengthened. Sauron knew that nothing would happen to him and didn't care. Soon, Norman's body stopped shaking. His body returned to calm, but there was an evil look in his eyes. An evil personality is born? Computer program that automatically clears the green strengthening agent mist. Opening the strengthening glass hatch, Green Goblin walked out of the equipment cabin, but suddenly launched an attack on Sauron. Although the Green Goblin was very fast, in Sauron's eyes, it was extremely slow. Sauron just thought, and his huge mind psychokinesis bound the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin, who could not move at all, fell into panic for a moment. What power is this? Why can't I move? Damn it! Let me go, otherwise I will kill you. Sauron shook his head, and huge spiritual power poured into Norman's brain. The Green Goblin screamed in terror. No, you can't erase me. Damn it, you can't do this. Please, let me go. I am willing to recognize you as my master. Norman fainted instantly, and the newly born evil personality Green Goblin was erased by Sauron. Soon, Norman woke up. He felt the powerful power in his body, and his eyes were full of excitement. Am I successful? Sauron nodded and said, I have erased your evil personality, so you don't have to worry about it in the future. Norman felt his power with his face full of information, and he suddenly made a decision. He entered his highest authority and deleted all information about human body strengthening agents. Then, he took out a portion of the popularity strengthening agent and destroyed all the rest. It's better not to hand over such a powerful force to the military? Norman sees a greater future? Sauron nodded approvingly. Sauron talked with Green Goblin for a long time. The Super 7 team, Project Solon, is divided into 2 teams, official and reserve teams. Pyro John, Dust, can only be members of the Reserve 7. The strength of Green Goblin is also the strength of the reserve team. But Green Goblin controls Osborn Company and can provide all equipment, technology, and financial support. Sauron gave him a position as a regular member of the team. Moreover, Green Goblin's evil personality has been erased, and he will not die easily. Relying on the technological strength of Osborn Company and constantly upgrading equipment, Green Goblin's strength can still be improved. In the future, Miss Wanda will definitely become an official member of the Super 7. If Jean can integrate the personality of Dark Phoenix, the complete Phoenix Force will definitely become a member of the Super 7. Sauron helped Norman plan the future? The scumbags on the board of directors can only hinder the development of Osborn Enterprises. Make them clear and recover the equity. Through those 13 spiders, biomedical drugs were developed. Fund Dr. Otto to research artificial suns and get involved in the energy industry. In the center of Manhattan, next to the Stark building, construction began on the headquarters building of the Super 7. It was already daytime after this chat. Sauron was in high spirits and not sleepy at all. In fact, he can escape from sleep completely. Super Brain gives powerful mental recovery. But sleeping is such a wonderful thing, how can we abandon it? Get me a car, I'm going on a date with a girl. Sauron spoke directly. From now on, what is Norman's is Sauron's. Sauron's? There is a Lamborghini in the underground garage. Here is the key. Norman is full of gratitude to Sauron. It's just a sports car and there's no way I can express my gratitude. Sauron took the key and left directly. In fact, whether it is flight or teleportation, it is infinitely more convenient than driving. But enjoy being in love and enjoying the top driving skills of driving a Lamborghini with one hand. Of course there have to be sacrifices. Superman is just a profession. He is only 18 years old. Enjoy all the good things. Have a passionate love affair with a beautiful woman. Amidst the roaring sound of the Lamborghini's engine, Sauron became the most handsome boy on the street. MJ got up early, dressed up carefully, and tidied himself up. Wearing a tight tank top and tight denim, she shows off her figure very well. Show all your advantages. The Lamborghini's exploding engine was immediately heard by 2 spiders who were neighbors. MJ curiously poked his head out and saw his handsome boyfriend in the driver's seat. Sauron? She shouted in surprise, then went downstairs and went out. He threw himself into Sauron's arms. Just a passionate kiss. Through the window of his home, Peter's eyes darkened completely. He actually drives a supercar. How can I get my goddess back? Peter was very desperate. But at the same time, it also gave him a competitive spirit. He saw a second-hand sports car in the newspaper. Just over $30,000. At the same time, he also saw the advertisement for the free fighting arena. The reward of $3,000 instantly made Peter's heart flutter. Sauron never thought that he would become the trigger for Peter to truly become Spider-Man. MJ's father saw this scene from the window of his house and became excited. My daughter is so awesome, she actually found a rich second-generation girl as her girlfriend. I'm going to post it. Sauron kissed MJ, but MJ's father's voice could be heard clearly. How could my own woman have a lazy father? A powerful spiritual suggestion was planted in the heart of MJ's father. His eyes changed instantly. No, I want to find a job and work hard to make money. My daughter is older, I can't embarrass her. He went into the bathroom to clean himself up, and then took out his cleanest clothes. He looked very capable. When he went out, MJ had just finished kissing Sauron. One has a Superman physique, and the other has a Spider-Man physique with breath-holding ability, which is very scary. MJ, who had a rosy face, almost didn't recognize his father when he saw the clean things. Dad, what are you doing? MJ asked doubtfully. With a kind face, he said, Jane, you have such a good boyfriend. Dad is very happy. Dad decided to work hard. You go on a date with your boyfriend, Dad is going to find a job. MJ was dumbfounded. Is this still the father who loves to eat, is lazy, and drinks alcohol every day? Sauron carried MJ into the car and said, I can help your father arrange to join Osborn Company. MJ was instantly moved. Sauron, you are really good to me. I don't even know how to repay you. How to repay? Let Sauron experience how to drive a Lamborghini with one hand. Beautiful girl with luxury car, showing off wantonly. This is how to enjoy life. 2 people bitten by the super spider at the same moment had completely different fates. MJ can sit in a Lamborghini and let her boyfriend experience the joy of driving with one hand. Peter, on the other hand, got himself a spider suit that covered his mouth and nose and exposed his eyes. I took my uncle's car and went to participate in the free fighting in the underground arena. Sure enough, the joy of driving a Lamborghini with one hand is not the Lamborghini, but one hand. It is supported by the wealth of 2 wealthy people, Charles and Osborn. Sauron is really enjoying life. Top restaurants, top chefs. Who says you can't enjoy life as Superman? In the mall, buy. Not just for MJ. Twinkle and Little Naughty all bought them gifts. Whether Dark Phoenix wants it or not, the more she absorbs Jean's memories, the more she integrates Jean's personality. She changed towards normal, and Sauron also bought her gifts. As night fell, Sauron did not send MJ home. Instead, go straight to the Hilton Hotel. MJ didn't refuse, she was looking forward to it. I have already let my boyfriend experience driving with one hand. The last step has already been accepted in my heart. How could my own woman be wronged and go directly to the presidential suite? Bathtub milk bath, infinity swimming pool, super king bed. A girl with a bit of flesh is more comfortable than a skinny beauty like Dark Phoenix. Inside an underground fight club, Peter relied on his strengthened physical strength, and reflexes to knock down the super strong man who had won more than 10 consecutive games. The size difference between the two of them is too big, and Peter looks like a weakling. But such a contrast made Peter instantly angry. The whole audience cheered, "Spider-Man! Spider-Man!" But Peter was not happy or excited. He only felt very uncomfortable inside. It seems that I have completely lost the most precious thing. MJ dedicated his 18 years of virginity to Sauron. From then on, there was only Sauron in my heart. Peter lost his destiny. But soon, he will lose his more precious one. When receiving his reward, the promised 3,000 became 100. Peter is still too kind and has not broken away from his identity as an ordinary person. With his power, don't take it easy to get back your 3,000. He endured it, but someone robbed the boss and stole tens of thousands of USD. He could have stopped it, but he didn't. His uncle's car was robbed by the robber's accomplices. Because he was pushed by his accomplice, the future Sandman took away the fire. Uncle Ben, holding on to Peter, said those crucial words. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. It's like a fixed point in time where it's going to happen no matter what. Peter heard the sound of the police chasing the murderer who shot Uncle Ben. He uses his ability to catch up with the murderer. But I saw the face I saw not long ago. The guy who stole the Fight Club boss. Peter instantly understood that he was obviously blocked by ability, but he didn't stop him because of his own desire for revenge. But it caused his own uncle to die because of it. At this moment, Peter's inner metamorphosis occurs. He completely understood what Uncle Ben said. Spider-Man was born. Sauron accompanied MJ and attended Ben's funeral. Peter saw MJ, whose face was flushed and his whole body seemed to be cooked. Especially those eyes filled with Sauron's eyes. He completely extinguished his thoughts. Sauron saw the Spider-Man battlesuit under Peter's clothes. He couldn't help but look at his woman. Underneath a pair of ordinary clothes, are the latest styles from Victoria's Secret. Yes, a woman in love doesn't care about the super ability she gets. I have never thought about using it to fight crime. Instead, it was used on how to please her boyfriend. She never thought that even professional gymnasts couldn't do those extremely difficult moves. I did it, but my boyfriend has no doubts about it. Is this normal? Also, I am a Superman type, but my physical strength is not as good as my boyfriend. Don't you have any doubt that your boyfriend is not an ordinary person? In this world, nuclear fusion reactors have already been developed. Stark Industries' arc reactor is a cold fusion reactor. Provide huge power supply for Stark Industrial Park. Osborne Company has been funding Dr. Otto. Norman must satisfy Sauron's request. He increased his demands on Dr. Otto and spent a lot of money to build him mechanical tentacles. At the same time, Norman also increased his investment in Professor Connor's research. He devoted all the resources of human strengthening agents to Professor Connor's cross-species gene integration project. Through the study of 13 spiders, that special mutation was discovered. Then, cross-species gene transfer and integration are used. In fact, this is the world of extraordinary spiders, that extremely critical algorithm. Connors lost an arm. He studied cross-species gene transfer and integrate, hoping to regenerate his lost arm. Originally, when he arrived at Spider-Man 3, he failed. But as he studied the 13 spiders, he gradually gained insights. Toby Spider's destined first opponent, the Green Goblin, did not appear. The extraordinary Spider's first opponent, Professor Lizard, became Toby Spider's first opponent, although Sauron tried his best to maintain the development of the plot. But the plot of Spider-Man changes when it changes. Toby Spider Trilogy, Green Goblin has been recruited as a team member. Dr. Otto also conducted research on artificial suns with funding from Norman. In addition, there was also an unexpected harvest of MJ spiders. The rest, Sandman and Venom, are all unimportant. Sauron didn't care at all. The soft MJ is enough of a surprise. With such an explosive figure, she is only 18 years old. There is still a lot of room for growth. Sauron asked Norman to arrange a job for MJ's father. This made MJ like Sauron even more. He even took the initiative to reward Sauron and agreed to some ideas that he had not agreed to in the past. But these days, MJ has been avoiding Sauron. Originally, MJ, who was passionately in love and a little confused, no longer thought about why his body had become so powerful. But while she was taking a shower, she made a certain movement and cobweb ejaculated from her wrist. Such a change of events frightened her out of her wits. No matter how dull her brain is, she can still react. She was very scared and wanted to find her boyfriend, but she was also afraid of Sauron and thought she was a monster. It's not like there's no mutant by her side. But what she saw was that if a child becomes a mutant, he or she will suffer discrimination and bad treatment. Being called a monster. She thought that she was also a mutant, but that she awakened later. Her wrist can shoot cobwebs, and she worries that she may have spider legs. She made excuses not to let her boyfriend come to her. How could Sauron not understand what MJ, a silly girl, was thinking? Sauron decided to follow MJ's idea. He spends most of his time with MJ these days, and Dark Phoenix is no longer happy. Twinkle, Little Naughty, also need to be comforted. Very busy, Osborn Company, inside the biogenetic laboratory. Become a Superman like Norman, targeting members of the board of directors. Win over one group and attack another group. Not only did he take back a lot of shares, but he also completely eliminated those who were working against him. Then, split it up and sell off some of the company's assets. Put all your energy into biomedicine and energy. Many people thought Osborn was crazy. But at this moment, Norman was laughing like crazy. Connors's eyes on the 13 spiders have reached the point of madness. The mysterious mutations that occurred in these spiders gave Connors hope of integrating genes across species. Today, we achieved success on a disabled mouse. The lost front legs of the white mouse have grown back. Norman seemed to have seen the great prospects in his eyes. Osborn will become the most profitable pharmaceutical company in the world. Connors looked at the newly grown leg of the white mouse greedily. He seemed to see his lost arm growing back. Beside them, Gwen Stacy was also taking observation records seriously. Gwen wears a ponytail and looks very serious and very cute. Just the type that Sauron likes, a bit fleshy. Toby Spider-Gwen and Super Spider-Gwen both look like Super Spider-Gwen. She is 1 year older than MJ and is a biology student at Columbia University. He is also Professor Lizard, Connor's most valued student. Therefore, Connors took her to join his research on cross-species gene integration at Osborn Company. For this white mouse, orderly observation and recording must be carried out. In the evening, Professor Connors had gone home, but Gwen stayed. She needs to keep recording. At night, the entire Osborn building was almost deserted. Only the company's security guards patrolled every floor. Gwen sat back on a chair and hugged the back of the chair. He stared at the white rat moving in the cage. 13 spiders have now become precious treasures in the laboratory. Placed in a special glass box. Gwen didn't see an invisible hand open the glass box. Stealing those 13 spiders. Black Spider, Miles? It has the ability to mimic the environment and achieve the effect of invisibility. He comes from the multidimensional Spider-Man Alliance? Came here specifically to steal these 13 spiders. During the testing of the multidimensional Spider-Man Alliance, there was a problem with the 15 super spiders of Columbia University in this universe. Each one creates a Spider-Man. In other multi-universes, there is a Spider-Man in each universe. In the world of Miles Spider, Peter died, leaving only Miles, the Black Spider who just became Spider-Man. 1, 2, 3. Just when Miles was about to catch the 13th one, the white mouse that Gwen had been observing suddenly had a problem. The eyes of the white mouse that was eating suddenly turned red. It hit hard. Bump. The strengthened glass was hit with a crack. Gwen was shocked. Bump. The strengthening glass hit the opening, and the white mouse disappeared. Gwen was smart enough to realize that something was wrong. She quickly pressed the alarm button. The laboratory began to close, and all the security guards rushed here. It wasn't that Gwen was afraid of being bitten by a guinea pig, it was just that she knew it. The various data on this white mouse are very important. It needs to be caught, studied, and found out why it becomes violent. Gwen had already run over and blocked the door. This makes Miles, who stole the super spider, very nervous. He never thought that he was about to succeed, but something went wrong. He had just become Spider-Man for a short time, and he felt a little flustered. The invisible state almost scared me. He could only hide in the corner and dare not move. The 13th super spider, but because Miles did not close the glass box, climbed out secretly, and crawled towards Gwen. Assistant Gwen, what happened? The security captain came in a hurry. On his waist was a pistol. A white mouse who was doing an experiment today suddenly broke through the strengthening glass and ran out. Catch her quickly, this little white mouse is very important, we can't let it escape. Gwen quickly explained. The security captain also understood and immediately called everyone on tonight's evening shift to come to the laboratory. A large-scale manhunt for the escaped guinea pig has begun. Gwen personally blocked the door, fearing that the little white mouse would escape. What she didn't see was a super spider crawling onto her leg. Then he climbed in along the gap in his clothes. Gwen felt a little itchy on her body, scratched it casually and ignored it. The white mouse was not found, but the security captain found the empty spider box. Shit. The security captain immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Security room, lock down the entire building immediately. Notify Mr. Osborn that the company's important asset, the super spider, is missing." Gwen, who was standing at the door, was also frightened. She quickly ran over and saw that it was indeed empty. 13 super spiders, not a single one is left. 10 minutes ago, I checked, and there were quite a few of the 13. Gwen knew very well what the significance of these 13 spiders was. Miles is going to cry, but the entire building and the entire laboratory were sealed tightly. Not a fly can fly out. The little white mouse that escaped was quickly caught. As soon as Norman fell asleep, he was woken up by the housekeeper. After knowing what happened, he called Sauron as soon as possible. "Captain, something happened. Super Spider, was stolen. Sauron's eyes narrowed, and his super hearing, supervision, locked onto the laboratory. Seeing Gwen, he was slightly startled. Also saw the little Spider-Man in Gwen's clothes. Miles' mimetic invisibility is completely useless with supervision and super hearing. Not to mention the heartbeat, it is the mimic invisibility, and the slight light distortion is as conspicuous as a super conspicuous mosaic. The person who stole the spider is a Spider-Man with the ability to mimic invisibility. You can find him with dry powder fire extinguisher. Catch him. He was bitten by a radioactive spider from another universe and turned into Spider-Man, who possesses mimetic invisibility and energy release. What can Sauron say about the Blacken of the Marvel Universe? Driving too slowly, Norman put on the Green Goblin battlesuit, drove the flight skateboard, and headed towards the Osborn building. It's no secret within the company that Norman became a Superman. As soon as he arrived, everyone's tense nerves suddenly relaxed a lot. Everyone, leave the laboratory. Norman spoke, and everyone left in an orderly manner. Norman said to the security captain, start the dry powder fire extinguishing procedure in the laboratory. Soon, dry powder for fire extinguishing began to be sprayed on the ceiling of the laboratory. Myers' spider, who was originally invisible, was numb. His invisibility is only mimetic invisibility, not dimensional invisibility. Countless amounts of dry powder fell on him, and a white human-shaped outline appeared. Thank you. How did they know about me? Miles, my head is full of surprises. Catch him. The use of deadly force is allowed. Although Norman's Green Goblin personality has been erased, he is not a pure and kind person. Yes, Mr. Osborn? A security team composed of Special Forces soldiers who had retired from the Delta. He rushed into the laboratory and surrounded Miles. Miles shook hard, and then took advantage of the temporary invisibility to jump out of the encirclement. He ran for the door. Bump. Miles was kicked in the chest by Norman. It flew upside down and hit the table. A fluorescent reagent on the table was sprinkled on him. Mimic invisibility, temporarily disabled. The muzzles of the guns were pointed directly at his head. Miles clutched his chest and looked at Norman in shock. You are actually Superman. Miles was shocked. Norman sneered. Didn't you know anything about this universe before you came to this universe? Miles's pupils dilated instantly. Give him a heavy sedative and put him in a laser fence. Norman said coldly. Yes. The security captain, following Norman's instructions, injected a super tranquilizer that could stun an elephant into the body of the Myers spider. At the same time, 12 super spiders were also found from Miles' body. Sir, only 12 were found. Just as Norman was about to speak, Sauron's voice came to his ears. Don't worry about the 13th. Norman said. Send these 12 super spiders to the vault for preservation. Yes? Norman turned around and said to Gwen. Gwen, you go home. If anything happens, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Okay, boss. When Gwen came home, her mother was still surprised. Gwen, didn't you call and say that you would be on duty in the laboratory tonight? Gwen yawned and said. There is something wrong in the laboratory. My boss asked me to go home and go to work as usual tomorrow. Mom, I'm going to take a shower. What happened tonight scared her to the point of sweating. Just as Gwen was untying the strap on her back, his fingers touched the super spider lying on it. The super spider bit her hand without hesitation. Gwen screamed in pain and quickly looked at her hands. There is a small bite mark on the white index finger of his left hand. She quickly looked in the mirror and saw a super spider that was very familiar to her on her back, on the belt buckle. I was bitten. Gwen was so frightened that her pupils dilated several times. Just when she was about to take action, she felt dizzy. Just passed out in the bathroom. Because there are many children in the family, all of them are boys except Gwen, so Gwen has a separate bathroom installed in her room. She was so dizzy that she didn't wake up until the morning. As soon as she woke up, Gwen jumped up in fright. As soon as she jumped, her whole body fell upside down on the ceiling. Gwen was stunned. She moved subconsciously, and her whole body fell down. Gwen screamed in fear, but her body instinctively maintained her balance, allowing her to land comfortably. Gwen. Hearing the noise, Gwen's mother started knocking on the door. Gwen opened her eyes and saw that she was fine. She realized that this must be related to being bitten by a super spider last night. Mom, I'm fine. Gwen saw the dead super spider on the ground. She found an empty bottle and filled it. Then wash up, put on clean clothes, and go to the company. She is a top student and knows very well that her situation is actually very dangerous. Integrating genes across species can easily lead to gene collapse. Gwen left without realizing that there was another Gwen on the roof of her house. But this Gwen is from another Marvel universe. Miles was captured after his failure, and the multidimensional Spider-Man Alliance has the responsibility to rescue him. Captain, things are getting more troublesome. The Gwen of this universe was also bitten by a spider and has become one of us. Gwen pulled out the multi-universe walkie-talkie. Shit. We must find a way to destroy other super spiders. Yes, Captain. Gwen turned off the walkie-talkie and was about to take action when spider telepathy issued a warning. Gwen suddenly turned around and saw a handsome oriental boy. Spider telepathy made all the hairs on her body stand up. This tells him that the big boy in front of him is a very strong threat. Who are you? Gwen is wearing a white spider battlesuit, but without the mask. Sauron realized this when he discovered the black spider from the multidimensional Spider-Man Alliance. Norman's capture of the black spider will inevitably attract more Spider-Men from other universes. He will be super hearing, all over New York City. When Gwen was speaking, he locked onto her. Sauron looked at Gwen Spider and smiled tenderly. Gwen, did you get a costume specially for our date today? But, which superhero are you? Spider-Man just appeared, but his battlesuit is red. Sauron said, walked over and put his arms around Gwen Spider's waist. The muscles all over the Gwen Spider's body were tense. Her eyes widened, never expecting that Gwen in this universe would actually have a boyfriend. I was misunderstood. What should I do? Do you want to explain clearly? But that would expose the existence of multi-universe. Just when Gwen was thinking of a way, Sauron kissed her directly. Gwen's body instantly stiffened. In her universe, she and Lizard Peter were childhood sweethearts, but before they could confess that they were together, Peter became a lizard man. After she spreads the antidote throughout the city, Peter falls from a tall building. Fallen to death. She is a flower girl who has never even been in love. When I first came to this universe, I was kissed by Gwen's boyfriend from this universe. Just when Sauron's hands were about to hit base, Gwen Spider just woke up. She pushed Sauron away, her face was hot, and there was anger in her eyes. I'm not your girlfriend, Gwen, you're mistaken. Sauron blinked innocently. Gwen, stop it. Can't I buy the bag you mentioned? Gwen Spider was really dumbfounded. In this universe, I like bags? I'm really not your girlfriend, Gwen. Although we have the same appearance, I really am not. Gwen Spider, I want to explain. Then you won't tell me that you are actually Gwen's twin sister who lost contact before and was found now. Sauron looked like, don't lie to me. Gwen Spider's eyes lit up and she said, yep. My name is actually Nancy. I also discovered Gwen by accident and suspected that we were twins. That's why I came here to confirm. Sauron listened to Gwen Spider's excuse. Laughed. Gwen Spider-Man, I know you are not the Gwen of this universe. I was kidding you. We don't know the Gwen of this universe yet. Gwen Spider's eyes were wider than before this time. You lied to me. No, you deliberately took advantage of me? That was my first kiss. Damn bastard. No, how do you know that I come from other universes? Gwen's heart turned over several times, and her brain almost couldn't turn around. Sauron snapped his fingers and his body changed instantly. Hello Gwen, let's get to know each other again. My name is Sauron Lee. You can also call me by my super English name, Superman. Sauron's body levitated to show off his super ability. Gwen Spider blinked. Sauron is a mutant, an inhuman, and like her, a mutant superpower, or someone like the Fantastic Four. Even, from Asgard. She can accept it. Superman? What a liar? Kryptonians are obviously fictional in comics, okay? Gwen Spider gritted his teeth and said, you guy, you still lied to me. In the multidimensional Spider-Man alliance, there are Spider-Men from various universes, but there is no real Superman in any Spider-Man world. Sauron smiled slightly. Just grab the Gwen Spider's waist and fly into the sky. Supersonic flight, heat vision, super speed, super vision, super hearing. Sauron demonstrated Superman's iconic ability. Return to the rooftop of Gwen's house again. How is it? Do you still doubt it? Gwen Spider was completely shocked this time. Are you really Superman? No, in the comics, Superman is not an Oriental. Could it be that Krypton really exists and you are also a Kryptonian? Sauron stretched out his hand towards Gwen. Do you want to stay in this universe? Join my Super 7. What could be twice as happy as a Gwen Spider? Definitely, 2 Gwen Spiders? Spider-Gwen shook her head vigorously. If her universe suddenly lost Spider-Man, the chain reaction would even lead to the destruction of her own universe. No, I can't stay in this universe for too long. Gwen Spider simply refused. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. With Superman's strength, it would be too easy to rescue the Myers Spider. In the comics, Superman always stands on the side of justice. Gwen Spider said, Superman, can you do me a favor? What's the deal? Sauron asked. I have a companion who is also from another universe, but was captured by the Green Goblin in your universe. You may not know it yet, but Green Goblin is a big bad guy. Can you help me rescue him? The Gwen Spider's big eyes are dazzling. Sauron's face was filled with a sunny smile, which was extremely bright in Gwen Spider's eyes. Cannot? Sauron refused directly. Why? Gwen Spider asked doubtfully. This is quite easy for you. Sauron shrugged and said. The Green Goblin you're talking about, Norman Osborn, is a member of the Super 7. Those 13 super spiders were given to Norman by me to study and develop elixirs for the benefit of all mankind. I taught Norman how to catch that black spider. Every time Sauron said something, Gwen Spider took a step back, and the shock and vigilance in his eyes became more intense. You are obviously Superman. Why are you hanging out with the Green Goblin? Miles is a good man. Why did you arrest him? Gwen Spider, I really don't understand. Good guy. A good guy wants to steal something. Without these 13 super spiders, Osborn's cross-species gene integrate will fail. Countless people who have lost part of their bodies cannot grow their limbs back. Countless people suffering from Alzheimer's disease can only become more and more demented. Sauron looked directly at the Gwen Spider. You said Green Goblin is a bad person, but has he done anything bad? His evil personality has been erased by me long ago. Gwen Spider was disturbed by what Sauron said. No, that's not the case. There can only be one Spider-Man in a universe. But there are 3 of them in your universe. If you hadn't come and stolen the super spider, Gwen wouldn't have been bitten by a spider. Peter and MJ were bitten by a spider, and no one intervened. Also, don't take you Spider-Man so seriously. The power of the universe is beyond your imagination. On the contrary, your appearance will bring threats to this universe. Sauron spoke calmly, telling a simple fact. Gwen Spider was told that her whole brain was dizzy, but there was a voice coming from her multi-universe walkie-talkie. Gwen, don't listen to him. Support is coming soon. Sauron turned around and looked behind him. A series of spatial fluctuations unfolded. Spider-Men from other universes came out one by one. Spider-Man 2099 Miguel, the founder and leader of the Spider Alliance. Punk Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, Ascent Spider, Punk Spider-Man, Scarlet Spider-Man, Shadow Spider-Man, Spider-Pig-Man, Mecha Spider, and 136 Peter Spiders. Sauron smiled when he saw so many Spider-Men appearing. So, you keep saying that you want to protect the stability of the parallel world. Just running to my universe together. Have you ever thought about the harm it will bring to my universe? So, just take care of your own universe. It's so annoying to go mess around in other people's universes. Once upon a time, Sauron was also a Spider-Man fan. But ever since I watched that movie, Across the Universe, I just like Gwen Spider, this kind of Spider-Man. Gwen's home is also in Queens. Not far from here, Peter and MJ both gave out strong spider telepathy. This kind of feeling is the feeling between Spider-Man and the same kind. Peter put on his battlesuit and rushed over here. MJ also had an ideological struggle, but decided to take a look at the situation. She didn't have a battlesuit, so she changed into sportswear and put on a mask. Gwen had already arrived at Osborn Company. She frowned and looked in the direction of her home. I still have a choice, go to Professor Connors first and figure out your situation. Peter arrived first. Shit. He stepped back again, and then he was full of disbelief. Are you all Spider-Man? Sauron still likes Dutch spiders, he is so mean. Toby Spider is so stable. But Toby Spider discovered something that shocked him. I'm Tefok. Sauron, who are you? Why are you dressing up as Superman? Are you all my fans? Toby Spider decided to throw this idea away. Shadow Spider-Man, Punk Spider-Man, comes with bugs? The two of them looked at each other as if they came from the comic book world. And that pig, MJ, dressed in sportswear, also arrived. Sauron. MJ did a beautiful front flip and stood in front of Sauron. She spread her hands as if protecting a calf, and looked at the people in front of her with hostility. You are not allowed to bully my boyfriend. Among these 136 Peter Spiders, half of the destined girls are MJ. MJ, get away, he is not a good person. I'm Peter, and I'm your boyfriend. Dozens of voices sounded in unison. Sauron stretched out his hand and hugged MJ's slim waist. MJ turned around and Sauron kissed him. In Sauron's ears, he clearly heard the heartbeats of dozens of Peter Spiders speeding up. Sorry baby, I hid my identity. Actually, I'm Superman. MJ also said quickly. I'm sorry, I also hid something from you. I don't know what's wrong with me. I've become very different since I came back from my last visit to the Science and Technology exhibition. In the past 2 days, I could shoot cobwebs out of my wrist. I'm avoiding you because I'm too scared. MJ just feels that he is so lucky. My boyfriend turns out to be Superman? Just like myself, we are both Superman types. Then she can be happy with Sauron again. Spider-Man 2099, but his face was full of anger. Enough? What Superman? How is that possible? It's just a mutant with flight ability. Hand over Miles and the rest of the super spiders. 3 Spider-Men appear in your universe. Even if they are destroyed, we will not care. Sauron raised his eyes and looked at Spider-Man 2099. I'm talking to my girlfriend, why are you interrupting? Scarlet appeared in Sauron's eyes. The heat vision instantly impacted Spider-Man 2099's body. However, it was blocked by an energy shield. Sauron's mouth was full of disdain. He is now at the Man of Steel level. The power of heat vision is increased. Boom! The energy shield on Spider-Man 2099 exploded instantly. The terrifying heat vision directly bombards Spider-Man 2099. A hole big enough to fit a basketball appeared in Spider-Man 2099's body. What Sauron hates the most is this version of Spider-Man. Spider-Man 2099 looked at Sauron with disbelief. He lowered his head with difficulty and looked at his chest. The flesh and blood around the big hole was scorched black. The heart, lungs, liver. Many important organs were completely vaporized. Bump. Spider-Man 2099, straight back. His name is Superman, but he is not Superman. He is unscrupulous, my ancestors. America, America. No matter what universe or time, you can never change your bad habit of eating shit. What's the difference between going to other people's universes and meddling in other people's countries? Sauron has a thorough understanding of America's urinary properties. All the Spider-Men, looking at the dead Spider-Man 2099, the captain of the Spider-Man Alliance. They were all stunned. They really didn't expect that the captain would die with just one blow. Shit. All the Spider-Men were instantly on alert. Relying on Spider-Man's flexibility, they took the lead in launching an attack. All kinds of cobwebs were launched towards Sauron's body. Whether they birth cobwebs from their own bodies or use web shooters, all cobwebs are super powerful biological cobwebs. Its strength can withstand 50 tons of pulling force. They believe that Sauron calls himself Superman, but he is definitely not as powerful as the Superman in the comics. A sneer appeared on the corner of Sauron's mouth. Who is looking down on with just a few dozen tons of power? Biology cobweb has the biggest weakness, it is afraid of fire. Heat vision swept across, and all the cobwebs turned into small burning fireballs. You really know nothing about my power. The power of the mind burst out from Sauron's brain, instantly covering the entire rooftop, freezing the minds of all Spider-Men. MJ and Peter were completely dumbfounded as they looked at the Spider-Man who maintained their attacking movements but remained motionless. Sauron, how did you become big? MJ's face was full of shock, which surprised her even more than Sauron being Superman. A power of the mind. Sauron looked at Peter and said, "Are you on my side, or on the side of these Spider-Man from other universes?" Toby Spider swallowed his saliva, he was really frightened. "Although it's wrong for you to kill people, I think you are right. They shouldn't stand up out of nowhere and interfere with the affairs of our universe. Spider-Man also seeks good luck and avoids bad luck." Sauron waved his hand, and Toby Spider ran away quickly. He did not dare to stay here any longer. "Sauron, what are you going to do with these people?" "Kill them all," MJ asked with a nervous look on his face. She is not still an ordinary person in her heart. Things like life and death still shock her heart. The diverse Spider-Man alliance has too many Spider-Man. Sauron looks down on Spider-Man's ability, but recycling Spider-Man's ability can make a lot of money. In this case, Sauron really doesn't like these more than 100 Spider-Man. The diverse Spider-Man alliance headquarters is a golden mountain. Telepathy, from these Spider-Man, obtained information about the multi-Spider-Man alliance headquarters. The multidimensional Spider-Man alliance headquarters was established by Spider-Man 2099, the captain, in his own universe. His universe, whose timeline is located in the future after 2099, has many powerful technologies. It is the source of technology for many Spider-Men to travel across the universe and communicate across the universe. Sauron didn't want to enter this universe, but he was able to attack the multidimensional Spider-Man alliance headquarters. Killing all the Spider-Man is not enough. Sauron is not a murderous butcher. But it's still possible to combine supervision and heat vision to damage all the Spider-Men, but he needs huge energy support and has to go near the sun to do this. With a thought in his mind, all the Spider-Men opened their teleporters and returned to the headquarters of the multidimensional Spider-Man alliance. Sauron took Spider-Man 2099's teleporter away and vaporized his body. Let MJ go home and wait, and he disappeared on the blue star in an instant. Closer to the sun than Mercury, Sauron appeared. With the sun at his back, his super ability and breathwork are operating at full power. Endless solar energy poured into his body, but it was not used to strengthen his body. Instead, it was all concentrated into his eyes. Tang! A golden flame burned in Sauron's eyes. The teleporter opened, and a space passage appeared. On the opposite side was a room full of technology. With thick heat vision, he instantly rushed into the other side of the space channel. Even the building materials of future technology evaporate in an instant due to heat vision. Under supervision, ask Sauron to accurately name each Spider-Man. Only hurt but not kill? Shit! Our headquarters has encountered a powerful attack. Oh god, what kind of power is this? Who could it be? Why are we being attacked? My legs. There are as many Spider-Man as there are multi-universes. Here are gathered most of Spider-Man. Facing this irresistible force, they tried their best to escape. Those Spider-Men who were sent back by Sauron instantly understood. No, Superman is attacking us. Fake? It's the captain's teleporter. Everyone, run away. Run back to your own universe and don't come here again. Shit, what did you say? Superman? What a joke. I don't have time to joke with you. It's really Superman. One by one, Spider-Man opened the teleporter and escaped back to his own universe. There are too many Spider-Man, and Sauron doesn't expect to be able to name them all. After the entire multidimensional Spider-Man Alliance headquarters was completely destroyed, there were a total of 568 light groups in Sauron's system space. This is not a light group that kills ordinary soldiers, but a super ability light group obtained by injuring Spider-Man. The system recycling price is thousands. Sauron, a wave of fatness, the transmitter couldn't withstand Ruby Panga's energy transmission and suddenly exploded. Sauron put away his heat vision and his eyes were filled with joy. His system space is filled with more than 500 light groups. System, open all light groups. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following super abilities. Spider Physical Strength 180, Self-Healing Factor 238, Silk Spinning 146, Spider Telepathy * 348. System, recycle them all. Ding! All super abilities have been recovered. Congratulations to the host, the total system gold coins are 1,000,000. 1 million system gold coins? Sauron couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart. What does it mean to get rich overnight? This is what he calls getting rich overnight. White Ordinary Axe, 100 gold coins. Green Rare Axe, 1,000 gold coins. 10,000 Blue Elites, 100,000 Purple Epics, 1 million Golden Legends, and 10 million Red Myths? Between the Epic 10 series and the legendary One Shot into the Soul, Sauron has no hesitation. No matter how good 10 company is, it is only of epic quality. No matter how small the shot is, it is still legendary quality. System, exchange for a golden axe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a golden legendary quality axe. When the consciousness enters the system space, the Libeo sacred tree is still so bright. There are countless light groups on it, the most white ones, and the colors decrease layer by layer. Sauron raised the golden axe, and without hesitation, he just hit the sacred tree with the axe. The axe head was deeply embedded in the trunk of the sacred tree, but as a golden light ball fell, the axe head disappeared, and the scars on the trunk healed instantly. That golden light source was the size of a wash basin, and the bright golden light completely obscured the objects inside. Sauron's consciousness touched the golden light group, the golden light dissipated, and a small crystal with many square tips appeared. Sauron was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what he was doing. He knows this little square-pointed crystal. Powerful alien weapons from the world of Men in Black. There is only one like this in the entire universe. He took the obelisk crystal out of the system space and held it in his hand. He carefully recalled the movie he had watched, and then touched it lightly. The obelisk crystal shook, and some kind of space technology was triggered. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an exaggerated gun. Sauron's eyes fell on the middle of the gun. There was a blue fireball in an energy field. This energy field is a powerful space technology. It seems to be only as big as a basketball, but the space inside is larger than the entire solar system. Because that blue fireball is an extremely pure fixed star, blue superstar. Sauron put his hand on the energy field, and he could clearly feel an extremely large amount of fixed star energy pouring into his hand. It is far greater than the solar energy he collects within a dozen kilometers near the sun. This is more than just a super weapon that far surpasses the mushroom egg. It's also a portable fixed star power bank. With this thing, Sauron's strength will increase dramatically. Sauron was extremely excited. But new troubles have also arrived. The foundation of all Sauron is the sun-breathing method. His body is that of an ordinary person, and the speed of practicing the sun-breathing method has become an obstacle to the rapid growth of his strength. Either the breathing method is upgraded to a more powerful breathing method, or Sauron obtains the Kryptonian gene or similar super ability. In this universe, there is no Superman or Krypton. But it is not without replacement. In this universe, there are Odin and Zeus. They are both the king of God. Among the gods under their command, there is naturally the sun god. Kill the guys who are called sun gods in this universe and get their sun god status. But these sun gods are not on Blue Star. At present, Sauron's easiest replacement is mutant sun sunspot and sunfire, a sunspot, a solar flare. Before, Sauron was not in a hurry, but right now, he can't wait. Sauron's figure disappeared next to the sun. He returned to Blue Star and began to look for traces of these two people. Sunspot, named Roberto da Costa. He is the son of a millionaire from the Western Eighth Empire. Sunfire, Shiro Yashida, is from Japan. Set the names of two people as keywords for super hearing. Within 10 seconds, Sauron locked the positions of these two people one after another. Sauron appeared in Japan instantly. Sunfire is now in his 50s, almost 60 years old. He was the product of a little boy's explosion. Her mother was in that city at the time. Although she survived, the child in her belly was affected by radiation. The X gene mutation allows him to become a mutant that can control solar radiation. He has been a good guy and a bad guy, but now he is the leader of the Japanese mutant organization. Orientals, get out of here, or you'll die. When Sauron appeared, the mutant younger brother beside Sunfire instantly stood in front of the boss. He spoke to Sauron. Buzz, scarlet heat vision, the burning air vibrating. GG way, directly gas. Sauron will show no mercy in this land, idiot. Sunfire Yashida Shiro, instant rage. He slapped the table with his palm, smashing the hard solid wood table into pieces. You are provoking the #1 mutant in Japan. I will burn you to ashes. Although he is almost 60, Yang Huo's temper is still very hot. Sauron raised his hand and hooked his fingers. The anger in Sunfire's heart surged. He directly released the absorbed solar energy in his body, forming a terrifying energy explosion. He was able to control this explosion very well and focus it around Sauron's body. Boom! The aftermath of the explosion destroyed the beautiful and exquisite Japanese manor where Sunfire was located. Sunfires are too confident in their abilities. Even Juggernaut can be blown up and injured by his own abilities. When the flames of the explosion dissipated somewhat, Sunfire was stunned. Baga? This is impossible. The power of the explosion just now is comparable to 100 kilograms of TNT explosives. Even if you are a metal man made of pure steel, you will be blown up. Why are you not injured at all? In his more than 50 years of life, Yang Huo has never experienced anything like this. He was so shocked. Sauron is not only physically uninjured. His body was clean, without a trace of dust. The explosive power of a mere 100 kilograms of TNT could not even break through his biological force field. Scarlet heat vision impacted Sunfire's body. An energy field emerged on the surface of his body. That is an energy field composed of plasma energy. Sauron withdrew his heat vision, and his whole body instantly appeared in front of the Sunfire. With a kick on the energy field, Sunfire was instantly kicked out. In midair, the energy field shattered. The speed of the Sunfire reached the terrifying Mach 5. He experienced horrific friction, and he tried his best to create hot air currents around his body, trying to control his body through flight. Although Sauron's kick was absorbed by his energy field, its terrifying destructive power was absorbed. But the huge power is converted into his dynamic potential energy. His flight ability is just a trick. How can it be offset? Boom! Sunfire's manor was originally at the foot of Mount Fuji. His body hit the top of Mount Fuji heavily, on top of the ice cap. If not, he quickly used the energy field to protect himself, and he would have been killed. The energy field around him melted thousands of years of ice snow. Sunfire climbed up with difficulty, his whole body soaked by the melted snow. When he raised his head, his pupils shrank instantly. Sauron, suspended in front of him. Just one kick made him scared. Facing Sauron, his legs weakened and he knelt down. "Dear sir, I am willing to use the wealth I have accumulated throughout my life in exchange for my life." Sunfire begged for mercy. He really didn't want to die. Sauron shook his head and said, "I don't want anything else, I just want you to die." Sunfire's eyes changed, and his despair gave him the courage to fight. He releases all the solar abilities stored in his body instantly. A super miniature solar flare explosion occurred on the top of Mount Fuji. Sauron did not dodge at all, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Sunfire's neck. In ultra miniature solar flare explosions, heat vision vaporizes the sun's fire and blasts it constantly downward. Layers of ice, snow, and rocks instantly vaporized. Boom! Powerful explosions, continuous. Millions of Japanese people are looking at the sacred mountain in their hearts. But Mount Fuji is enveloped in light that far exceeds that of the sun. The ground began to shake. Mount Fuji, which had been dormant for a long time, woke up again because of this terrifying explosion. Thick volcanic ash rushed into the sky tens of thousands of meters high. The originally white mountaintop was now red. The lava is gushing out. This supervolcano is located in the most sensitive earthquake zone. The volcanic eruption directly triggered a super earthquake. The ground caved in, tall buildings collapsed, swallowing up lives. Sauron is no longer here. He is already in the Zeba Empire. Sunspot is just a child, only 16 years old. Not long after awakening ability, he was well protected by his rich father. Sauron would not kill a child. Control him and knock him down again and again until no more light balls fall from his body. Sauron then erased his memory and left. In the primitive jungle of the Zeba Empire, Sauron randomly found a big tree. Sitting on the branch, Sauron began to examine the light group this time. Soon, Sauron raised his eyebrows. The abilities of these two people are very similar. So, I actually only need Sunspot's ability. Sauron shrugged. Although the abilities were similar, he still chose Integrate. A minute later, he took out the blue star weapon and covered it with his hands. The huge fixed star energy was originally absorbed by his body and stored. The practice efficiency of the sun-breathing method is instantly improved as if a passive aura is added. The current cultivation speed is 10 times that of before. The explosion at Mount Fuji instantly became big news around the world. Not to mention the damage and losses caused by volcanic eruptions and super earthquakes to the entire Japan. Just the extremely bright light of the explosion caused all kinds of speculations on the global network. Some say it was aliens who did it. Some people also say that it is the gods performing miracles. Some people even say that it was the Japanese who made God angry. All kinds of messages from outside cannot reach the ears of Japanese locust. The whole of Japan, on the one hand, is providing disaster relief, and on the other hand, it is asking for help from other countries around the world. However, the Japanese intelligence organization Black Dragon Society began to investigate the cause of the explosion on Mount Fuji. According to various instrumental examinations, it is proved that the energy of the Big Bang belongs to the energy of the sun. In the entire Japan, there is only one person who possesses the power of the sun. However, when the Black Dragon Society went to investigate Sunfire, they found that he had disappeared. There are traces of battle in Sunfire's residence. They found more than a dozen pinhole cameras with extremely high technological content in Sunfire's residence. Searching through recent video information, I found Sauron. And Sauron was registered in America's intelligence department. In terms of threat, he ranks ahead of Magneto, the old dangerous guy, the intelligence master of the Black Dragon Society, based on various information and analysis of Sauron in America's intelligence department. Basically, it restored what happened. Sauron had a fight with Sunfire, but Sunfire was unable to defeat him. He used his desperate tricks and flares broke out. But he was still killed by Sauron. But Mount Fuji erupted due to a solar fire flare. The Japanese locust directly contacted President America and asked the president to hand over the person. America's military has no way to deal with Sauron, so how could the president agree? He came up with the idea to let the Japanese locust go to the United Nations General Assembly to accuse Sauron. Japanese locust began to actively prepare materials. When Sauron is fine, he won't turn on his super hearing. He is not Clark, who has a holy heart and saves people everywhere. Naturally, he didn't know that he was going to be sued by the Japanese locust. I know, and I don't care. The foundation for the Super 7's headquarters building has just begun. It is located in the center of Manhattan, coincidentally forming an equilateral triangle with the Stark Building and Osborn Building. Gwen is bitten by a super spider and every aspect of her body is strengthened. Her wrist cannot spray cobweb, but its speed and agility are better than those of Toby Spider. Gwen's perfect cross-species integration made Connors extremely envious and eager. Sauron asked Osborn to invite Gwen. Let her join the Super 7, Osborn Company, specially designed and manufactured spider battlesuit, web shooters, etc. for Gwen. The top 3 floors of the Osborn building serve as the temporary headquarters of the Super 7. Shechin was also sent here by Sauron to receive training with Gwen. MJ has no interest in being a superhero, she instead wants to be a big star. With Osborn's resources, MJ has already begun his journey to stardom in Broadway theaters. Sauron had more time to spend training the Gwen spider to fight. Feelings heat up quickly. The United Nations General Assembly received a special complaint. It's Japan's Tien Locust, representing Japan's mutant Soren Lee, who is suing Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Accuse him of committing terrorist acts in Japan, which caused the eruption of Mount Fuji volcano and super earthquake. Ask the United Nations General Assembly to hand him over to Japan for trial and bring him to justice. This accusation first reached the hands of the Security Council. It fell into the hands of Alexander Pierce, the current director of SHIELD. Deputy Director Nick, how do you think we should respond? Pierce asked the bald-braised egg, Nick Fury, who is currently the Deputy Director. Director, I think it's time to implement my proposal. Nick answered. Avengers plan. Pierce shook his head, smiled, and said, are you trying to recruit mutant? It's impossible for the Security Council to pass it. Nick sighed in his heart. Today's senior management regards mutants as monsters. How can they let mutants become the superior Asgardians? Let's do this. You send someone to contact us. If he is willing to join our SHIELD, our S.H.I.E.L.D in Japan will help him solve it. Pierce said. Nick nodded. After accepting the task, he carefully analyzed all the information about Sauron at hand. It was decided to send S.H.I.E.L.D's elite female agent, Maria Hill, to contact them. Agent Sitwell, who was Pierce's secretary, suddenly asked when he and Pierce were alone in the office. Director, with such a powerful mutant, should we invite him to join us? This us is, of course, not S.H.I.E.L.D, but Hydra? Do you think a person who caused such a big disaster in Japan but didn't take it seriously would join S.H.I.E.L.D? He was born to be one of us. At this time, Black Widow has not yet been recruited by SHIELD. Otherwise, Nick will definitely send Black Widow, who understands men better, to contact her. After the Japanese Locust submitted the complaint, they confidently waited for the United Nations Conference to hand over Sauron to Japan. Although construction of the Super 7's building has just begun, Norman has already carefully begun recruiting. When the building is completed, it will become the tallest building in Manhattan. It is the tallest in the world. On the top floor, a hanging garden will be built to become Sauron's residence. It's impossible for only the Super 7 members to live in such a tall building. Just like the Vought Company building, there will be countless employees serving the Super 7. Norman knew very well the preferences of his young captain. A group of beauties were selected to serve as the captain's secretaries and be responsible for Sauron's work and life. When Sauron finished guiding Gwen in today's combat practice, Norman arrived in person with dozens of beauties. Captain, these are all candidates for the future captain's secretary. Which one do you think is suitable? Sauron couldn't help but look at Norman. He didn't expect you, old green, to be such a person. Sauron's gaze swept across, his eyes determined. Sauron knew one of these people. Maria Hill, future Deputy Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. How can there be any happy ending under Nick's bald man? The dignified Deputy Director of SHIELD died at the gunpoint of a Skrull. Later Hill was a Skrull in disguise. Good old Phil Coulson also died once. Just her. Sauron casually pointed to Hill. In S.H.I.E.L.D, planting a seed isn't bad either. When Agent Hill becomes one of our own, let her fully take over S.H.I.E.L.D. It's so easy to get Nick to step down before Snake and S.H.I.E.L.D. is exposed. I have to mention this, Nick's bald braised egg has a super taste. As a bald man, he didn't feel anything wrong if he found someone of his own race, even if it was a very authentic one. But unfortunately, Nick's love transcends skin color and race. Fucked with a Skrull woman? This Skrull woman is one of the hidden Skrulls on the Kree Empire battleship in Captain Marvel. After all, Sauron didn't know whether she was the wife of the Skrull Talos. But certainly not the daughter of Talos. But if it's Talos' wife, that would be quite interesting. In Sauron's previous life, when he saw the last moment, the last kiss between the two really disgusted Sauron. What S.H.I.E.L.D's greatest agent? In Sauron's eyes, Nick, a bald brat, is a complete traitor who is greedy for money and power. Killing him easily will give him an advantage. His true face must be revealed. He must be ruined. He must be made a traitor that everyone despises. Hill is not the prettiest or the prettiest among these people, but living as an agent all year round makes her the most interesting and storytelling among them. Even Norman would admire Sauron's vision. Maria stays, everyone else gets out. The other beauties looked at Maria with envy. They don't know Solan's identity, they just know that the monthly salary of this job is extremely generous. After Norman explained her work content to Hill agent, he left with a wink. Sauron is not an animal, and his mind is not full of that kind of content. Maria Hill, S.H.I.E.L.D 6th level agent. Did Nick Fury send you or Pierce sent you? Sauron sat down and pointed it out directly. Agent Hill's eyes changed. She never expected that Sauron knew her so well. She is worthy of being the woman who can become the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D in the future. She took a deep breath and sat down gracefully. It's Deputy Director Nick. Japanese Locust submitted a complaint against you to the United Nations General Assembly, and the Security Council forwarded it to SHIELD. Sauron smiled. The Japanese locust has lost his mind? Are you suing me to the United Nations General Assembly? Just that decoration. Okay, don't worry about that big locust. Hill Agent, are you interested in officially joining my Super 7 team? Definitely, you can't be a team member without super ability. But I need an intelligence director. Hill Agent, this is the first time I heard the term Super 7. Super 7 is the superhero organization you formed. But aren't you a member of Xavier's school? Hill Agent started his own job, obtaining intelligence. Sauron didn't care that Hill knew this. It's true that I'm a student at Xavier's school, but I'm about to graduate. The philosophy of the X-Men didn't fit with mine, so I created my own superhero organization. The Super 7, responsible for the global crisis of destruction, and the other supervillains of Level Universe. Well, this is not 10,000 times better than you staying in S.H.I.E.L.D. and scheming. Hill Agent smiled heartily and said, I accept your invitation to join your superhero organization. Maria Hill's ability is unquestionable. With her joining, Sauron no longer has to worry about many things. As long as he gives orders, Hill will handle them properly. As for whether a large amount of information about Sauron and the Super 7 will fall into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. during this process, it doesn't matter at all. He is upright and has no secrets at all. Dr. Otto's laboratory on the banks of the Manhattan River. With the full support of Osborne Company, Dr. Otto's Artificial Sun project has finally entered the final stage. Artificial Sun, controllable thermonuclear fusion, the clean energy of the future? This is not the display in Stark Industrial Park. Before Tony miniaturized the reactor, cold fusion had never been used commercially or on a large scale. Before Osborne Company changed its business, it was with Stark Industries, a well-known military-industrial enterprise in America and even the world. The two companies have been competing with each other, but Osborne does not have Tony, a genius inventor who can develop various advanced weapons. Osborne Corporation, which has always been lagging behind, this time has top-notch technology that can surpass Stark Corporation. Norman, a proud guy, naturally invited Tony to participate in the final experiment of Artificial Sun. This was a semi-public presentation project, with many important people invited. Even Hydra Councilman Stern was among those invited. Although, Sauron no longer attaches much importance to the Artificial Sun after he has a blue giant star with him. But this technology can provide constant wealth support for the Super 7. As the master behind the scenes, he naturally participated. Being familiar with the plot, he had already warned Dr. Otto in advance that when the Artificial Sun reaches its peak energy, the surge in the magnetic field is likely to cause the experiment to fail. In this regard, Dr. Otto has repeatedly verified and conducted repeated simulations through Osborne's supercomputer, and determined that the probability of this happening is very high. So he also added new devices to deal with this possible occurrence. This place is at a higher level than the place in the original work, and all kinds of infrastructure and preventive measures are more complete. Next to Sauron was Hill Agent. Gwen also participated in this experiment as a temporary assistant. As a good friend of Harry, Peter entered here as a reporter. He kept taking pictures. There were too many celebrities here today. Are you the mysterious man behind Osborne? Next to Tony was his new personal assistant, Pepper. Looking at Sauron carefully, he said, You have a good vision. Osborne's military products cannot compete with Stark Industries. You were right to let him transform. I heard that Osborne Company has achieved amazing results in cross-species gene integration. Are you interested in collaborating? We at Stark Industries are also very good at biology. Although Tony is a playboy and cynical, but he had just come of age when his parents were assassinated by the Winter Soldier. Although he has the support of Obadiah, he can firmly occupy the position of president of Stark Company, and he is also extremely capable of doing business. Osborne's transformation cannot be ignored by Tony. The intelligence network of Stark Industries is not a vegetarian. Through the commercial espionage within Osborne Company, he learned that Norman had actually strengthened his body and joined a superhero organization called the Super 7. The leader of this organization is an extremely young man with an oriental face. It seems good to get the future Iron Man to join his camp. Sauron is not interested in Tony's proposal, but he is still interested in Iron Man, the only person in the universe cursed by knowledge. For cooperation, you can talk to Norman directly. I'm not interested in these business matters, but I'm very interested in whether you would like to become a superhero, Sauron said to Tony. Tony was stunned, he frowned slightly and said, Superhero? Like Norman? Human body strengthening. Tony couldn't help but feel excited. It's not that he also wants to be a superhero, but after strengthening his body, he can deal with countless beauties around him more easily. Sauron sensed Tony's thoughts and was speechless. But Iron Man wasn't born yet, and Tony also started to play with genetic strengthening. A telepathy, helping Tony put the thought away. Iron Man can't have any problems. His birth is too important in the Marvel Universe. Dr. Otto came out, and neither Sauron nor Tony spoke anymore. Dr. Otto began to introduce his best assistant. Artificial intelligence mechanical tentacles? Precision manufacturing by Osborne Company. Dr. Otto solemnly explained his artificial intelligence mechanical assistant. Tony, a super genius in artificial intelligence, suddenly said, Dr. Otto, what methods have you adopted to suppress the artificial intelligence of these tentacles? His question hit the nail on the head. Dr. Otto had fixed the mechanical tentacles on his body. He turned around and pointed at the mechanical spine on his back. I have installed a total of 10 nerve suppressors on this. As long as one of them can work properly, I can ensure that I have control over these assistants. I guess I won't be so unlucky as to have both nerve suppressors destroyed at the same time, right? Dr. Otto smiled at Tony. This is also Sauron's arrangement. Dr. Otto is a genius in nuclear physics, and becoming Dr. Octopus is a huge waste. Tony nodded, then made another comment. If your experiment is successful, how will you deal with the strong magnetic field brought about by the artificial solar peak explosion? Dr. Otto was not surprised by Tony's genius. He pointed to some nearby searchlight-like equipment. These are force field stabilizers made by Osborn. They can tighten all force fields within a certain range. Tony nodded and said, Dr. Otto, I wish you success. Tony has only seen 2 problems so far, and Dr. Otto has given perfect solutions to both. He also felt that this experiment was likely to be successful. On Dr. Otto's back, 4 mechanical tentacles controlled the equipment under his will. A small golden sphere was placed into the center of the magnetic field by mechanical tentacles. Tritium is the core raw material of this experiment, but its content in nature is extremely weak. Thanks to Norman Osborn and Osborn Company for sponsoring. Dr. Otto introduced. Norman smiled and said, Otto, I'm happy to pay for it. The tritium ball rotated rapidly in the magnetic field, and Otto's wife handed him the sunglasses. The two looked at each other affectionately. Dr. Otto put on his sunglasses and started the procedure. Channels of high-energy light irradiated the tritium, causing its temperature to rise sharply, quickly reaching the critical point of the nuclear fusion reaction. And its size has also expanded to hundreds of times file size. Suddenly, a bright light flashed and the temperature in the laboratory began to rise. Everyone only felt that in the deep and hot environment, but in the core magnetic field of the laboratory, a sun as big as a millstone was born. Doctor, our nuclear fusion reaction was successful. Everyone couldn't help but started to applaud. Many of the top capital tycoons who were invited gathered around Norman. Norman, you have achieved something unprecedented. At this moment, Norman Osborn is the biggest and most delicious cake in their eyes. Norman responded with a smile. In his eyes, these capital bosses had become leaks in his field. 1,000 megawatts of energy has been generated. New York's power grid is undertaken by the power company owned by Osborn Company. At this time, all the huge energy generated here is input into the New York power grid. 4 mechanical tentacles, under the control of Dr. Otto, constantly control the surge of energy storms. Avoid the terrifying energy and break through the constrained magnetic field. This technology is actually based on the same principle as the technology on Sauron's portable fixed star weapon. It's just that the alien technology in the Men in Black universe is countless times more advanced. Not only is the energy field bound to a blue giant star, it also uses more advanced space technology. Sauron looked at the artificial sun in front of him, feeling a sense of longing in his body. He had a feeling that integrates solar flare and sunspot ability would allow him to perform solar transformation. Once transformed, he can digest this artificial sun. As his strength increased, his sun transformed and could even eat the blue giant star. Gudong? The sound of swallowing attracted Hill's attention. The energy of the sun is in the palm of my hand. Dr. Otto looked at the artificial sun in front of him, his heart filled with excitement. But soon, the assistant sounded a warning. Doctor, magnetic surge detected. Dr. Otto couldn't help but look back and looked at Sauron. He didn't expect that the surge in magnetism that Sauron proposed would actually happen. Activate the force field stabilizer. Yes. Part of the energy released from the artificial sun went into the surrounding areas for stability. The huge energy is converted into a powerful magnetic field, which reversely cancels out the supermagnetic force released by the artificial sun. The surrounding metals affected by the magnetism return to normal. Doctor, the external magnetism has returned to normal. The 4 mechanical tentacles are still in a super strong magnetic field, but they are not affected by high temperatures and magnetic fields. The mechanical tentacles continuously controlled the energy storm in the artificial sun, and finally made the reaction of the artificial sun completely stable. Dr. Otto breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and proudly announced, I declare that the artificial sun experiment is a success. Sauron smiled in his heart. My feast has begun. The artificial sun constantly outputs huge amounts of energy. This energy began to supply the huge energy needs of the entire New York. The invited guests were all invited by Norman to a cocktail reception in a nearby hotel. Many cooperations will be discussed at this cocktail party. There were only a few people left in the laboratory. Soren, Hill, Dr. Otto, Gwen. Sauron was sipping a glass of wine in his hand, and he and Otto stood side by side in front of the artificial sun. What a wonderful sun. Dr. Otto, still intoxicated? Technology that has not been realized in so many countries has been realized in his hands. Yeah, it must taste delicious. Sauron said. Dr. Otto turned to look at Sauron and said with a smile, Are you kidding me? Sauron turned to face Otto and said, I'm not kidding. As he spoke, he took off his suit jacket. Hill had doubts in his eyes, but he quickly took it. Sauron took off his clothes and only wore big underpants, and then Gwen blushed and Dr. Otto suddenly transformed under the look of confusion on his face. That is the super ability of Sunfire and Sunspot? Solar flares and sun sunspot integrate solar transformation? Otto's eyes widened instantly. At this moment, Sauron and the artificial sun in front of him cannot be said to be very similar. They are exactly the same? It's just that one is a sphere and the other is humanoid. How can a man become the sun? Dr. Otto was really dumbfounded. This energy form is indeed the sun. Everything I pursue in my life is something that others can have naturally. Dr. Otto's eyes were full of envy. Hill Agent's eyes widened. Fake? How is this going? Superman, why did he become like this all of a sudden? Etc. He killed Sun Huo in Japan. Could this ability be taken from Sun Huo? Hill Agent's agent brain rotated rapidly and keenly discovered a certain truth. Gwen's eyes widened as well. Master is so awesome. Sauron trains Gwen's fighting ability every day, and Gwen chases him and calls him Master. In fact, Gwen is 1 year older than Sauron. Sauron also liked being called Master by Gwen, and the two started this game of Master and Apprentice. The girlfriend is not the only one, but the good female apprentice is the only one. Sauron, transformed from the sun, walked directly into the super-strong magnetic field. Reach out directly and touch the artificial sun? Don't want. Dr. Otto quickly stopped and shouted. You will be burned to ashes by the power of the sun. However, Sauron didn't listen at all. His hand directly touched the artificial sun. Dr. Otto was completely dumbfounded. Sauron, transformed from the sun, was not harmed by the artificial sun at all. Instead, Sauron actually held the artificial sun in his arms. The position around the artificial sun has changed dramatically, but it is extremely stable. Even in Otto's eyes, the artificial sun is constantly getting smaller at the speed visible to the naked eye. Its smaller size represents the rapid loss of energy in it. This is impossible. This is an artificial sun? It is controlled nuclear fusion, and the energy released every second is extremely huge. Even if he can transform into the sun, how can his body withstand such a huge amount of energy? Dr. Otto muttered in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. In Agent Hill's mind, the evaluation of Sauron's threat level has risen rapidly. Even Captain Marvel is not that powerful. The light on Sauron's body became brighter, and the energy circulation around his body became even greater. This was actually his first solar transformation, and he felt an unprecedented power. Solar breathing method is to refine the energy of the sun and then use it to strengthen the cells of the whole body. But now, the cells all over the body have become in a special state. Each cell is a tiny nuclear fusion reactor, constantly producing energy belonging to the sun. This is completely different from the past. In the past, it only absorbed solar energy from the outside. Now, your own body can produce solar energy? At this moment, the solar breathing method has a new effect. It is completely converting the energy of the artificial sun absorbed by Sauron into the energy possessed by Sauron himself. This is far faster than the usual cultivation speed, countless times. It's faster than drawing energy from a blue giant star. Snapped. The artificial sun in Sauron's hand shrank to the size of a glass ball, and then suddenly flashed into a puff of blue smoke. All the energy in it was absorbed by Sauron? Sauron stepped out of the super magnetic field, but the energy emitted by his body did not cause any damage to the surroundings. The sun-breathing technique allowed him to control his own energy to an extremely abnormal level. Sauron cancelled the sun transformation, and he instantly returned to his original state. But in his cells, each cell nucleus became like an artificial sun. The huge amount of solar energy extracted from the artificial sun is dispersed and stored in these cell nuclei. Afterwards, under the practice of solar breathing method, it will gradually be absorbed by the cells as a whole and used for their own strengthening. The cloth on Sauron's body completely vaporized when he transformed. When he resumed his transformation, Gwen immediately covered her eyes. But her bright eyes could be seen between those big fingers. Sauron didn't care and put on the clothes handed over by Hill Agent. Dr. Otto, when the artificial sun is successful, the problem of the ultra-strong magnetic field generated still needs to be solved. I will let Osborne Company provide you with any support you need. Sauron thought for a while and handed his portable fixed star weapon to Dr. Otto. I think it can help you get huge amounts of help on the road to artificial sun. Dr. Otto's face was filled with doubts as to what help this mere obelisk crystal could bring to him. But Sauron pressed on it, and what was originally a small square-pointed crystal suddenly grew larger. An exaggerated weapon appeared in Sauron's hand. Dr. Otto's eyes were instantly attracted. Hill Agent and Gwen also widened their eyes. With this energy signature, this is a blue giant star. Gwen couldn't help but scream. The mass of a blue giant star is generally 4 to 40 times that of the sun. The volume is hundreds of times, thousands of times, even complete. The giant stage is the old age stage of the 11 fixed stars. After the giant star, there is the death stage, which collapses into a white dwarf, a neutron star, or a black hole. The lifespan of a blue giant star is very short, but it is also measured in tens of millions of years. But no matter what, the technology displayed in being able to compress a blue superstar to the size of a football file is extremely advanced. Sauron took out the blue giant weapon, one of which was to help Otto perfect the controllable nuclear fusion technology. 1. I want to go fishing? The birth of Superman requires a gorgeous stage. What a gorgeous show! Harvest millions of gold coins from the multi-dimensional Spider-Man alliance at once. He fell in love with this sudden wealth. Hill Agent will definitely report the blue star weapon to SHIELD. If S.H.I.E.L.D knows, that means the whole world knows. This bullshit global agent organization has been infiltrated into a hornet's nest. To take this thing away from Sauron, ordinary troops are not good enough and can only rely on super ability people. By then, Sauron will be able to become rich overnight. On this, Sauron left a spiritual mark. Any high-tech isolation means are useless. Otto's eyes were almost attached to the energy shield. What I hold in the palm of my hand is just an artificial sun. But you have a real blue giant star. What a wonderful fixed star technology this is. I dare say that humans will not be able to master such technology in another 100 years. Dr. Otto's words hit Agent Hill's heart immediately. She knew that aliens really existed. Indeed, this comes from a powerful alien civilization. Sauron nodded, confirming Otto's words. This is a powerful weapon. Just 1% of the launch power is enough to tear a large canyon on the Earth. 100% launch is enough to destroy a planet. Dr. Otto's hands were trembling, for fear of destroying the entire blue star accidentally. Hill's eyes sparkled even more. No, this weapon is too powerful and must not fall into the wrong hands. As the owner of the blue star weapon, he has the highest authority over this weapon. Without his authorization, this weapon would not have been launched. Even if someone stole it, it would be impossible to test it. There's too much movement. One shot may wipe out the entire land area of your country. After Agent Hill got off work, he went directly to S.H.I.E.L.D's headquarters. Directly meet with the chief and deputy directors. Agent Hill, you said you had something important to report. What was it? Deputy Director Nick asked. Hill agent said with a serious face. Director Pierce, Deputy Director Nick, after today's artificial sun experiment is successful, Sauron will undergo a solar transformation. I suspect that he killed the Japanese mutant Sunfire just to obtain this ability. After he transformed, he absorbed the artificial sunday. I think this is his purpose, to transform through the sun, absorb the artificial sun, and use it to enhance his ability? Pierce and Nick didn't care much after hearing this. Hill agent, you are too sensitive. The content of tritium in nature is extremely low. The tritium that can be used now is obtained by hitting lithium with neutrons in nuclear physics laboratories. As long as we strictly control the production of tritium elements, we can limit his growth. Agent Hill shook her head. She said something that made both Pierce and Nick feel crazy. Both directors, Sauron's solar transformation and absorbing the artificial sun is just an experiment. He has a real fixed star in his hands. A fixed star weapon from a powerful alien civilization? A blue giant star is compressed in a space as large as a football to provide energy for the weapon. According to Sauron, with only 1% of the launch power, it can be launched on the ground. It creates a Grand Canyon. Its power is even inferior to that of Big Ivan the Bear. This is only 1% of the power. At 100% power, it is a star-killing weapon. Pierce and Nick knew Hill very well and knew that what she said must be true. The pupils of both of them were dilated and full of greed. After the Hill agent reported, he returned to New York. She wants to monitor Blue Star's weapons to avoid any accidents and being snatched away. Dr. Otto locked himself in the laboratory and concentrated on studying the blue giant weapon. He is not interested in the weapons part, but wants to study and understand what kind of technology can perfectly compress a blue giant into a football file size. If he could figure out just one thing, his artificial sun would be perfect. He did not invite Osborn or Connors. They studied the biological side, which was completely different from him. On the high beam of the laboratory, Gwen Spider, wearing a white spider battlesuit, was sitting on the beam. Her eyes were keenly observing the movements around her. Master, this guy is so careless. Such an important thing was so easily given to Dr. Otto for research. I have to watch out for Master. If anyone dares to snatch it, I will let them taste the power of my Spider-Woman. Being trained by Sauron every day, Gwen believed that her fighting ability was quite powerful. Especially her battlesuit, which seems to be a thin layer, but it was made by Osborn Company at a cost of hundreds of millions of USD. Just buying the vibranium and adamantium meteorites on the market has cost tens of millions of USD. The battlesuit made of these two super materials integrates all of Osborn's black technologies. Except for the different materials, it's actually not much different from the battlesuit Tony made for the Dutch Spider. For this only female apprentice, Sauron still spared no expense. Why? It's just that the elasticity of this battlesuit is not very good, and the shape needs to be maintained. Gwen Spider also has a small constitution with a little bit of thoughts. Hydra's actions are far faster than S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce immediately activates the frozen Hydra super soldier, Winter Soldier. The heavily armed Winter Soldier quickly broke through the laboratory's defenses and invaded the laboratory. Gwen Spider discovered Winter Soldier's movement, and his whole body became energetic. The big bad guy is here. The Gwen Spider was lying on all fours on the beam, watching the Winter Soldier as he quietly entered the laboratory. Dr. Otto, who was studying, had a smile on his lips. His mechanical tentacles not only have artificial intelligence, but are also equipped with various detection sensors and even cameras. He is researching it himself, but the 4 mechanical tentacles, 4 artificial intelligences equipped with various sensors, are helping him monitor the surroundings. He had discovered the Gwen Spider a long time ago, and it was no secret that the Gwen Spider was in Osborn Company. Of course he just pretended not to notice. Every time Winter Soldier wakes up from the ice, he will undergo a fixed brainwashing procedure. He didn't feel sad or happy, and he wasn't surprised to see Dr. Octopus. Just when he sneaked closer and wanted to subdue Dr. Otto at close range, Gwen Spider takes action. In web shooters, a cobweb was shot out and stuck directly to Winter Soldier's robotic arm. Winter Soldier was stunned and suddenly pulled the cobweb, but he did not pull Gwen away. Although the Gwen spider cannot produce cobweb, its body strengthening degree is stronger than that of the Toby spider and the MJ spider. Especially the agility attribute is beyond a level. Winter Soldier's robotic arm only has 15 tons of power, but the Gwen spider has tens of tons of power. Huh? Such a big power. Gwen was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the person coming was a strengthener. Gwen exerted a sudden force, and Winter Soldier was pulled towards her direction. Dr. Otto restored the blue star weapon into an obelisk crystal and stuffed it into his jacket pocket. He turned around and watched quietly. Winter Soldier drew out a sharp tactical knife and cut off the cobweb with one blow. Under the strong inertia, the Gwen spider did a backflip and landed perfectly. The black glasses lens is actually a transparent display, which displays various results of the battlesuit scanning Winter Soldier. You actually have a robotic arm. The Gwen spider was a little surprised how painful it was. Winter Soldier rushed directly towards the Gwen spider. In terms of strength, agility, reflexes, etc., Gwen spider crushes Winter Soldier several times. Even with combat experience, with Sauron's training, he will not lag behind the Winter Soldier. The only thing that Winter Soldier can crush against the Gwen spider is his expressionless killing heart. In close combat, the older Gwen gets, the more constrained she feels. She showed mercy at every turn, but the other party defended her at all times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Gwen spider jumped, distanced itself, and shot cobweb balls at Winter Soldier, sticking his arms and body together. Finally, an electric shock cobweb, powerful high-voltage electricity, instantly poured into Winter Soldier's body. Winter Soldier trembled. His robotic arm has anti-electric shock technology. He pretended that he couldn't bear the electric shock and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Gwen spider clapped her hands happily. Finish the fight. Dr. Otto saw the disguise of Winter Soldier through the mechanical tentacles. Seeing that Gwen spider had relaxed its vigilance, he quickly reminded. Careful, he's not fainted. But, it's too late. Spider telepathy activated. Gwen looked down and saw a concussive bomb rolling out of Winter Soldier's hand. She jumped back quickly, but with a bang, the concussion bomb exploded with bright light and strong sound waves. The 5 senses of the Gwen spider were strengthened, but they suffered the most severe blow. Dr. Otto was so stunned that he closed his eyes tightly and his head was buzzing. But the mechanical tentacles were not affected at all. Winter Soldier suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Dr. Otto. Artificial intelligence mechanical tentacles are very powerful in combat. In the original work, Spider-Man was beaten down. How did Winter Soldier rush over, only to be whipped away by the mechanical tentacles at double the speed? The artificial intelligence mechanical tentacle automatically started the protection program. Winter Soldier's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that a mere mechanical tentacle could be so powerful. He grabbed the special gun on his back and stuffed a miniature electromagnetic pulse bullet into it. One shot was fired at Dr. Otto. A strong electromagnetic pulse instantly filled the entire laboratory. All the electronic equipment in the laboratory emitted bursts of sparks and completely malfunctioned. The 4 mechanical tentacles also drooped to the ground dejectedly. Winter Soldier's robotic arm was protected against electrical discharges and electromagnetic pulses. He walked towards Dr. Otto with calm eyes. The Gwen spider had stood up shaking its head, its eyes were still blurred, and there was a buzzing sound in its ears. She shook her head vigorously and saw that Winter Soldier had walked up to Dr. Otto. She quickly raised her arm and fired the cobweb. Winter Soldier dodged the cobweb with a backflip, and reached out to grab Dr. Otto's jacket pocket. However, Winter Soldier's hand could not move forward at all, and the mechanical tentacles grasped it tightly. The electromagnetic force released by the artificial sun is so terrifying that even the mechanical tentacles are fine. A tiny electromagnetic pulse bomb is nothing to worry about. Just as Winter Soldier was about to struggle, the other 3 limbs were also grabbed by the mechanical tentacles. The 15 tons of power of the mechanical arm is perfectly controlled by the mechanical tentacles. The Gwen spider looked at Dr. Otto and easily took down the Winter Soldier. He was surprised but also relieved. Agent Hill, standing on the opposite floor, used a telescope to see what happened in the laboratory. Her brows instantly frowned. I only told Director Pierce and Deputy Director Nick about the Blue Star weapon. Why would someone come to snatch it so quickly? The most mysterious top killer, Winter Soldier? Damn it, there is a mole in S.H.I.E.L.D. It's still one of the 2 of them. Hill agent has begun to doubt Director Pierce and Deputy Director Nick. The information could not have been leaked from Sauron. Dr. Otto has been studying that Sauron is the owner of the Blue Star weapon, and Gwen has come to protect the Blue Star weapon. Hill agent is deeply suspicious of the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. If the director or the deputy director, or even both of them, are not good people, then who else in S.H.I.E.L.D. can be trusted? Hill began to regret and reported the incident. No, I must investigate clearly who is the mole. Hill agent's eyes became more determined. She picked up her phone and dialed a number she hadn't contacted for a long time. Director Carter, I need your support. The person contacted by Hill agent was none other than Peggy Carter, one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. At the moment, Carter is in her secret residence after retirement. She has aged and is nestling in the arms of Captain America, who is also aging. Hill, do you need any trouble? Carter asked. Old director, I can't say the specific content, but I have reason to suspect that one of the current director Pierce and deputy director Nick Fury is Hydra. The old Captain America was a little surprised when he heard the voice on the phone. If nothing else happens, it will be at least 10 years before Nick Fury discovers something is wrong internally. However, Captain America strictly abides by time laws and never tells Carter anything about the future. Carter is also afraid that because he asks about the future and interferes, the future Captain America will not go back to the past to accompany him. This is a tacit understanding between the two. Carter's eyes sharpened. She controlled her gaze and looked at Captain America, fearing that she would see something on his face and affect future changes. Hill, I will ask my niece, Sharon Carter, to go to America to cooperate with your actions. She can help you contact some of my old friends. They are all trustworthy. Hill breathed a sigh of relief and said, Thank you, old director. Sauron, who has been paying attention to this place with his super ability, only then understood why Hill Agent became the deputy director of SHIELD. It turns out that standing behind her is the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. Peggy Carter. Sauron heard another person's breathing from Hill's phone. It was the breath of a man, obviously old but showing great physical strength. Captain America returns from the future? That's interesting. Sauron smiled. He had no intention of talking to Captain America. After hanging up the phone, Carter logged into S.H.I.E.L.D's intranet with his own authority. He began to check the recent major information of SHIELD. Captain America next to her suddenly widened his eyes. Shit. He couldn't even help but speak out. Carter realized something was wrong. After experiencing so many things, Captain America had never been surprised by something. Even 12 years ago, when Howard and his wife died in a car accident, he only acted sad. What's wrong? Carter couldn't help but ask. Captain America's eyes were fixed on Sauron's intelligence information, and he couldn't help but said, Peggy, he didn't exist in the time I lived through. Either he is someone who suddenly appeared in the timeline, or I went back to the past and went to a different timeline. So the question is, if Captain America goes back in time, he actually comes to another timeline or another parallel universe. Is the lover in front of me, who I have spent half of my life with, still my Peggy? For a moment, this question came to mind in both Peggy and Captain America. But the next second, the two hugged each other tightly. There is no point in dwelling on this issue. The best times of their lives were spent together. Master, a bad guy came to steal something, and Dr. Otto and I caught him. Gwen Spider called Sauron excitedly. His words were full of arrogance. Really? Gwen is so awesome. Sauron is obviously 1 year younger than Gwen, but he still coaxes her. It just so happens that they both like this kind of master-disciple relationship. The next moment, Sauron teleported into the laboratory and saw the Winter Soldier whose limbs were fixed by Dr. Octopus. Winter Soldier can be said to be a typical representative of whitewashing and weak points. When he was the Hydra Winter Soldier, the bald braised egg, Captain America, and the Black Widow all almost died at his hands. But once he becomes Bucky again, he will simply be reduced to the role of a soldier. Kill him? Sauron really doesn't like the little things that fell. Go back? There is no way Sauron would let the bald braised egg become SHIELD director. That would make no sense. Snapped. Sauron snapped his fingers, and the brainwashing device in Winter Soldier's mind was completely decomposed. Then, the power of the mind invaded the depths of Winter Soldier's consciousness, completely resurrecting the hidden memories. How can it be possible to completely clear the memory if the memory is clear? Human memory is deeply imprinted on countless cells in the brain. Just like a computer hard drive, it seems to have been deleted, but in fact the deleted data can still be recovered. Winter Soldier let out a cry of pain, which was the recovery of huge memories, impacting his consciousness. Sauron looked at Otto, and Otto let go of the mechanical tentacles. Winter Soldier fell directly to the ground, his whole body curled up in pain. After more than 10 minutes, the pain in Winter Soldier's mind dissipated, and he recalled all the erased memories. I am Bucky, my brother is Steve, I was transformed into a super killer by Hydra, and I am here to carry out the robbery mission. Winter Soldier stood up while muttering to himself. He looked at Sauron and thanked him with his eyes. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have continued to be enslaved and forced to become a cold-blooded killer. Winter Soldier's strength is not outstanding and not enough to become a member of the Super 7. But his fighting skills are at full level, enough to become the fighting coach of the Super 7, and he can barely join the reserve team of the Super 7. Winter Soldier is a bit like Black, and he can do some dirty work very well. You are a person who is out of touch with the times. As a Winter Soldier, you have assassinated many people over the years. Once you leave here, you will face a double pursuit by Hydra and Hydra's enemies. I'm forming a superhero team. I lack a good fighting master. Join me and you can live a stable life. Sauron recruited directly. Winter Soldier knows himself, and he remembers all the assassination memories clearly over the years. Those people he assassinated, any force behind them would make their scalp numb. After all, for ordinary characters, Hydra would never use him. Can you really provide me with protection? Winter Soldier asked excitedly. Sauron did not explain, but directly transmitted the scene of his battle with Sunfire into the consciousness of Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier's eyes widened instantly, and he immediately made a wise choice. Boss, I will be yours from now on. Sauron smiled and said, your old friend is not dead either. I'll give you the coordinates. Go dig him out. Winter Soldier suddenly became extremely excited. He has been in a dormant state for a long time, and the total memory of his activities only lasts a few years. In his mind, he and Captain America had only been separated for a few years. Boss, is he really still alive? Where is he now? Sauron understood their emotions and felt that they were brothers in life and death, which was too deep. Man is in the North Pole, he is in a frozen state, and the super serum puts his body into sleep. From now on, your superhero name will be the Winter Soldier. Once Captain America is dug out, you two will form a superhero team. Winter Soldier, no, the Winter Soldier nodded seriously, he just wanted to find his good brother now. Hill Agent looked through the telescope and saw that Winter Soldier was so respectful to Sauron, and his whole body felt numb. She wanted to report to the director several times, but she held back. No, I have to talk to Sauron. What's going on between him and Winter Soldier? Winter Soldier must know who sent him. Hill gritted his teeth, turned around and went downstairs. Go ask now. Dr. Otto continues to study the Blue Star weapon, and Gwen, who is also a college bully, also joins the research. Although Winter Soldier has restored all his memories, Hydra's long-term training and brainwashing are still very effective. He stood quietly behind Sauron and stared at the Hill agent sharply. Hill was straightforward and didn't hide anything. Sauron, I'm sorry, it was me who reported the Blue Star weapon to Director Pierce and Deputy Director Nick. But I didn't expect that one of them turned out to be Hydra and sent Winter Soldier to snatch it. I have contacted retired Director Carter, and she has sent someone to support me. I will definitely investigate. Hill solemnly apologized. Sauron didn't care. He already knew what kind of people those two guys were. As for the Blue Star weapon, he deliberately released it for fishing. But at present, it seems that neither Hydra nor S.H.I.E.L.D. will work. Just sent a Winter Soldier. How can he realize his dream of getting rich overnight? How many more organizations like the diverse Spider-Man Alliance can we have? Etc. Sauron's mind suddenly exploded. Although now, many powerful super ability users on Blue Star have not yet appeared, or have obtained super ability. But looking at the universe, there are too many people with super ability and super ability? The almighty city in the universe, filled with gods from various civilizations? If that city is slaughtered, how much ability and ability will be dropped? In the universe, almost no civilization has its own god to protect it. Rather than letting God Killer Gear be slaughtered in the future, it is better to take advantage of him. Asgard, Odin's family. Giants of Jotunheim Lauf, Flame Giant. So, why do you have to stick to Blue Star? But soon, a real problem appeared in front of Sauron. The distance is often measured in light years. The technological level on Blue Star is so low that there is not even a space-jumping spacecraft. His flight speed is now only 100 times the speed of sound, which is still far from the speed of light. 3 ways. The first one, Bifrost of Asgard. The Storm Axe hasn't been built yet, and the control room in Asgard won't listen to him. It is not easy to mobilize the dark energy in the universe, and Bifrost is not available to everyone in Asgard. Even if he could do it to Odin, he would have to go to Asgard first. Past this. Second, Tesseract. The Tesseract, after Project Pegasus, was swallowed by the Elemental Devourer. Later it spit it out and was secretly kept by Nick Fury. It is easy to get the Tesseract, but the Tesseract is related to the extremely important Avengers Alliance plot later. If he takes the Tesseract now, how can Loki send the Mind Gem to Blue Star? Past this too? The third one, Captain Marvel? Captain Marvel gained super ability due to the energy of the Tesseract. Among her abilities, the one that Sauron covets the most is the super light flight. He is only at the Man of Steel level now, and he has to reach the bronze level to be able to fly faster than light. Superman's super light flight is purely because he is fast enough. Captain Marvel's super light flight relies on his special photon energy. Although Captain Marvel is not on the Blue Star, we don't know where in the universe she is currently working as a superhero. However, in the hands of the Bald Man, there is the most buggy BB machine in the Marvel universe. The signal of a small BB machine can cover several galaxies. The easiest way for the Bald Braised Egg to call Captain Marvel is for Sauron to directly control his mind or directly take away the BB machine. Sauron raised his head and glanced at Hill, with a smile on his lips. It's time for Agent Hill to see what kind of person this bald and braised deputy director is. Use his green-skinned alien wife to threaten him with calling Captain Marvel. They are all old friends. Hill, I'm going to take you to a good show. You follow me the whole time and don't say anything, Sauron said. Hill nodded in agreement. Sauron put his arm around her waist, and the two of them disappeared instantly. The Winter Soldier's eyes widened. Gwen pouted and turned her attention back to the blue giant weapon. Over the Washington, D.C. area, Sauron held Agent Hill's waist and was suspended in the sky. The dark night became the perfect cover. Hill was about to ask, but thought of Sauron's words to keep her silent, so she kept her mouth shut. Soon, Sauron smiled. The bald and braised deputy director was driving. After several secret changes of vehicles and clothes, he arrived at a mansion in the suburbs. When Sauron took her to the sky above the mansion, Sauron shared what he saw and heard with super hearing and supervision with Hill through the power of the mind. Hill was shocked. Deputy Director Nick actually has a wife? Wrong? His wife is normal, so why did Sauron bring me to see her? Hill Agent has no habit of spying on his boss's husband and wife. Moreover, she was also disgusted by the incident involving a black couple. But the next second, Agent Hill's eyes widened. I saw something. Deputy Director Nick Fury's wife is actually a Skrull. He actually married a Skrull. Oh god. The wife of the dignified Deputy Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is actually an alien ship-shifting refugee hiding among humans. Her outlook on life took a huge hit in an instant. Sauron turned off his ability, and the scene behind him was so eye-catching. The two landed near the house. Agent Hill stretched out his hand to support a tree and vomited. Although there were very few scenes, the impact on her was still too great. Hill Agent has also become a level 6 agent and has the full support of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Carter series. After Nick becomes director, she will take over as deputy director. Although she is a level 6 agent, she has the authority of a S.H.I.E.L.D. level 8 agent. After reading a lot of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top secret information, I learned about Captain Marvel, the Kree Empire, and the Skrulls. Since Captain Marvel, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director at the time listed the Skrulls as a group of high concern. They can take on the appearance of anyone, and this ability is perfect for being a spy. In fact, the establishment of the Skrull Empire was based on their species' ability, stealing other people's technology everywhere, and then making themselves one of the 3 major empires in the universe. But this has angered too many cosmic civilizations. In the war between the Kree Empire and the Skrull Empire, countless powerful civilizations chose to stand aside and even support the Kree Empire openly or covertly. The Skrull Empire collapsed, and the Skrulls became refugees in the universe, looking for new planets everywhere and trying to build their own new home. Hiss. But the shape-shifting ability of the Skrulls is so powerful that if they know enough about the person they are shape-shifting, they cannot even identify it. S.H.I.E.L.D. has always had no results. Hill Agent really didn't expect that the wife of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s second-in-command, Nick Fury, is a Skrull. However, Nick was not deceived, but he knew clearly that his wife was a Skrull. And even talk about love. Eye-catching? Vomit? Hill Agent vomited all the contents in his stomach, and his face turned a little pale. Are you done vomiting? Come with me when you're done vomiting. Sauron will not wait until the people inside are done. Hill wiped his mouth and followed Sauron. As soon as the visitor entered the courtyard of the mansion, a red light in the bedroom came on. Nick, who was working hard, pulled out a gun from under his pillow in an instant. Quickly disguise yourself. Nick gave an order, then wrapped himself in pajamas and looked at the surveillance monitor in the room. Seeing that the people coming were Sauron and Hill, he frowned. Snapped. The lock on the door couldn't stop Sauron at all, and the two of them walked into the mansion. Sauron sat on the sofa calmly, and Hill went to rinse his mouth. Then he also sat next to Sauron. When Nick saw this scene, he knew that the gun was useless against Sauron, so he threw it down. After changing his clothes and holding the BB camera in his hand, he went downstairs. I never expected that the majestic Superman would come to my home. I'm really honored. Nick pretended to be calm. Sauron smiled and said, Deputy Chief Nick Fury, we're all busy, I'll just keep it simple. I have only one purpose here, which is to ask you to help me call Carol back. I'll leave when this is done, and you can continue with your work. Nick's brows furrowed. Although Captain Marvel was in SHIELD, it was no secret to a few people with extremely high authority. However, the BB camera that Carol left for him was only known to him. He never told anyone about this. Sauron has super hearing, but he didn't even say it, so how could he know? Superman, are you kidding me? Captain Marvel is hundreds of light years away from the solar system right now. Even if I know her coordinates, I can still use the radio telescope. It will be hundreds of years before she receives my signal. Nick just pretended to be confused. The smile on Sauron's face was still there, but his tone was very calm. Nick Fury, do you think I don't know what the BB camera in your hand is used for? He snapped his fingers and Nick heard footsteps. His wife actually walked downstairs. The key was that she restored her original appearance as a Skrull. But his eyes were dull, and his consciousness was obviously controlled by someone. You said you have to let me force you. Nick, you don't want your wife's secret to be known to the whole world, right? A green-skinned alien is hiding among humans. If you say she walks out like this, can you still protect her? If your relationship is made public, can you still hold your position as deputy director? Nick Fury stared at Sauron. If he had the super ability to kill with his eyes, he would definitely kill Sauron 10,000 times. Superman, she is innocent, why did you involve him? You keep saying you are Superman, is this what Superman does? Nick couldn't help but ask. Sauron smiled. Nick, your butt is not straight. I don't care about the things between you blacks and whites. After all, we are all native life on Earth. The Skrulls are aliens. They don't stay well on their own planet. Why did they come to our blue star? You have strong tastes and treat these green-skinned aliens as human beings, but don't ask others to treat them as human beings. Besides, who said Superman has to be a virgin bitch? If you don't summon Captain Marvel in 3 seconds, then I can only kindly help you and give your wife to the president. Sauron stood up. Hill Agent followed Sauron without saying a word, while Nick's green-skinned wife followed Sauron with dull eyes. Nick held the BB camera tightly in his hand and stared at Sauron. Just when Sauron was about to take the third step, Nick suddenly shouted, Superman, you win? He raised the BB machine and pressed the button. A distress signal, through quantum entanglement, spanned a distance of dozens of light years in an instant. On a certain alien civilization planet, Captain Marvel was on vacation, and her BB camera, which had not made any sound in 10 years, suddenly rang. Carol's whole body jumped up instantly, and her eyes looked in the direction of the solar system. No, Blue Star is in danger. Carol's body was wrapped in strong photon energy, and she flew away from the planet. After arriving in space, she locked the position of the solar system and directly entered the superlight flight. Sauron smiled faintly and withdrew his spiritual power, and Nick's wife suddenly woke up. She immediately realized what was wrong. Fury? She rushed to Nick and looked at him worriedly and moved. Nick gasped and said, "Superman, your goal has been achieved, I hope you keep your promise." Sauron laughed and said, "Nick, what good things do you want? I will eat the secret until you die. By the way, I want you to take over as the director of SHIELD as soon as possible. After Hill becomes the deputy director, you resign and let her take over as director." After Sauron finished speaking, he took Hill and left. Nick and his wife were the only ones left in the huge mansion. "Fury, I have become your weakness now, I have to leave." Nick hugged his wife tightly and comforted, "Don't worry, when Carol comes back, she will deal with this so-called Superman." In Nick's opinion, Carol is his trump card. It is his super trump card against all those with extraordinary abilities. Captain Marvel is powerful enough to crush this so-called Superman. Back in New York, Agent Hill called Director Carter and reported everything. Old Director Carter's eyes were twinkling. The 3 founders of SHIELD. Howard died in a car accident along with his wife. His son Tony has nothing to do with SHIELD. As an old director, her proposed successor was rejected, and instead Alexander Pierce took over as director. People of her lineage have been driven out of the core of power of SHIELD. Now, she sees hope in her new lineage of controlling S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill became the director and passed the directorship to her niece Sharon Carter in the future. Hill, Sharon has arrived in New York. I will fully support you and make you the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. After hanging up the phone, Captain America frowned slightly. He sees Captain Marvel's power. In the battle against Thanos, so many superheroes were beaten, but Captain Marvel was able to fight Thanos alone? He couldn't help but worry about Superman. At the same time, he was shocked by Fury's taste. He always thought that Fury was a bachelor. As an old-school person, Captain America's heart began to lean toward Sauron. He couldn't help it and said to Carter, "Carol is the strongest person I have ever met." Carter couldn't help but look at Captain America. She nodded carefully and said nothing. A few days later, at the edge of the solar system, Carol looked at the familiar fixed star in front of her and accelerated towards the blue star. In the heavily guarded S.H.I.E.L.D. 3-wing building, Nick is in his deputy director's office. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind, looked up suddenly, and saw Carol Danvers in a battle suit. "Fury, what happened to Blue Star?" Carol's tone was filled with confusion. She returned to Blue Star and took a closer look, but found no trace of alien invasion. On the ground, people's lives are orderly and the news is quiet. She didn't understand why Fury asked him for help. Seeing Carol, Fury felt instantly filled with security. "Carol, there is a mutant named Superman who threatens me to send you a signal. You have to be careful, he has all the super abilities of Superman in the comics." Carol's return was not hidden from Sauron. He was waiting for Carol on the rooftop of Osborn Company. Soon, a stream of light flew from a distance and headed straight towards Sauron. Captain Marvel, who was surrounded by strong photon energy, was locked by the military's defense system as soon as he left the Tri-Wing building. The energy signal she releases is hundreds of times stronger than the tail flame signal of the Saturn V large launch vehicle that launched the Apollo 11 moon landing spacecraft. The entire Wajio building was instantly tense. This is Washington, and the 3 curved wings building is less than 5 kilometers away from the White Palace. Director Pierce's phone number is about to explode. He knew the news and was stunned. "I quickly investigated and found out that he flew out of the deputy director's office." Without waiting for him to shout, Fury took the initiative to report. Hearing that it was Captain Marvel, Pierce looked at Fury with a deep look. "Good guy, he's hidden deep enough? I picked you up with my own hands, but I didn't even know you had Captain Marvel's communication device." Pierce hurriedly reported to the Wajio building, saying that it was to trouble Superman, so the military did not launch defensive missiles. Carol's body was suspended in front of Sauron, and her eyes looked at Sauron curiously. She rarely encountered Oriental faces, but the Superman in front of her was too young and too handsome. "Are you Superman?" Carol asked. Sauron shrugged. The next second, Carol took action directly. She rushed over suddenly, put her head on Sauron's belly, hugged his waist with both hands, and flew away into the distance. She doesn't want her battle with Superman to bring disaster to New York City. Sauron allowed Carol to take him directly to the Arctic ice sheet. The military satellite in the Wajio building has long been locked on Captain Marvel. Many generals, scientists, and analysts are watching the live broadcast of the battle between the two. The two of them hit the ice sheet hard, and the energy released by Carol melted a large amount of snow. They even penetrated dozens of meters of ice, and both of them entered the cold sea water. Under this ice sheet, there are many nuclear submarines of America and Maoxiong. The two men broke through the strong noise generated by the sea water, which was quickly detected by the sonar of many submarines. The submarines of the American military received orders from Cape Wood to keep a close eye on the situation. As soon as Mao Xiong reported it, it attracted Mao Xiong's attention. Now that he's in a deserted place, Sauron can let go and have a fight with Captain Marvel? With Man of Steel level strength, he didn't even know who to fight with to test his ability. And Captain Marvel can achieve his wish. Sauron bent his knee and kicked Carol in the abdomen. She only felt a terrifying force. The whole person was pointing straight upward, breaking through the sea water, breaking through the ice, and flying high into the sky. Sauron follows closely. A punch hit Carol's body. Carol, who was thousands of meters above the ground, flew towards the west. Her body broke through dozens of times the speed of sound. Her body rubbed fiercely with the air, and her whole body was burning with fire. A dazzling light flashed across the sky over the North Pole. Then it hit the Arctic ice sheet near Novi. Carol's battlesuit was not damaged, but the amazing heat from her body melted a large amount of ice and snow. She climbed up from the steaming puddle and shook her dizzy head. Anger burst out in his eyes. Looking at Sauron floating in front of her, she was full of fire. Huge photon energy was released from her body, and her whole body exuded a dazzling light. In an instant, she entered the super light speed state. Her super strength makes her fists extremely powerful, and with the addition of super light speed, they are even more invincible. Sauron's current super reflexes and super speed have not yet reached the super light level. Before he could react, Carol punched him in the abdomen. Sauron flew out instantly. His body flies in the air, and the heat generated by friction at hundreds of times the speed of sound makes him emit light far brighter than the sun. Then, at an extremely astonishing speed, it crossed the Mao Xiong family, the Dongfang family, and more than half of the ocean, and finally crashed into the sea water near the equator. His smash was no less than the impact of a huge meteorite. Huge amounts of dents were made in the sea surface. The terrifying impact force turned into the kinetic energy of the sea water, and a tsunami hundreds of meters high formed. Carol, who was following closely, frowned when she saw this scene. She fired countless photon energy cannons from her hands to dissipate the huge wave of 100 meters high. In such a scene, the movement is really too big. It is difficult not to be detected by satellites of various countries. Then, the military satellites of many countries locked onto the figures of Sauron and Carol. Sauron looked up and saw that the satellites were too conspicuous in his eyes. We can't let go here, let's go to Mars and have a fight. Sauron's eyes were full of fighting spirit. As a veteran mutant, Sunfire has detailed information in the intelligence systems of countries around the world. Although the Japanese volcano erupted and the super earthquake attracted worldwide attention, the Japanese locust even sued Sauron to the United Nations General Assembly. But in the eyes of many intelligence agencies, the main reason for all this happening was the self-destruction of the Sunfire. Although Sauron can force the Sunfire to explode, it may just be a conflict of abilities. They did not believe that a mutant would suddenly appear and be powerful enough to easily kill the old mutant Sunfire. But Sauron still came into the eyes of many intelligence agencies. This time, the battle between Sauron and Captain Marvel has completely attracted global attention. The brilliant meteor that spans half of the blue star shines brighter than the sun in broad daylight. The high-energy signals released by the two men set off alarms for the defense systems of various countries, and they never stopped. Japan. Xingxi? This powerful woman must be a super soldier sent by the United Nations Conference? She will definitely capture this dim Sauron and hand it over to us. The Japanese locust was very excited when looking at the pictures captured by the military satellite. Your Majesty Tianlo, we have selected 500 healthy mutant beauties. When he is sent, he will surely give birth to thousands of mutant children. As long as one of them can inherit his super ability, our Japanese empire will surely rise. Japan's Minister of Internal Affairs, Toyonari Hideyoshi said enthusiastically. Hail, hail. The other ministers shouted enthusiastically. Universe country. Ziba, this powerful mutant, at first glance, he is a member of our great cosmic nation. We want to protest to the United Nations Conference? Protest that they sent people to arrest our strongest hero. Your Excellency, please make stern representations to the United Nations General Assembly and President America. To the east, the Divine Spear Bureau. Sauron Lee is of Eastern descent. He grew up in an orphanage in America. His parents are currently unknown. According to the information we have, he often asked his classmate at Mutant College, who is also of Eastern descent, to go back to China to get local delicacies or borrow a cook. The director of the Divine Spear Bureau said, when the Flash comes again next time, let's get in touch and express our goodwill. Tell him that we welcome him back to the embrace of the motherland. In the outer space of Blue Star, Sauron and Carol are standing here. Let's compare, who will reach Mars first? Sauron raised his eyebrows. In this vacuum environment, the two of them could hear each other's voices. Captain Marvel has helped the weak everywhere in the universe over the years. She has seen powerful gods and dealt with some ancient strong men. Most of the time, she has the upper hand in battles with these people. She is also eager to have a hearty battle. Just rely on the power of the original, not any ancient treasures or high-tech equipment. Okay. The two looked at each other and then instantly disappeared from the sight of all Blue Star's monitoring equipment. 5 points building. Shit, where is the person? The president asked, slamming the table. Pierce said, Mr. President, Captain Marvel Carol has the ability to fly faster than the speed of light, and Sauron, according to our latest intelligence, has some kind of powerful teleportation ability. He can go anywhere he wants in an instant. The president's eyes widened for a moment, and he asked, if he wants to kill me, can he appear next to me no matter where I hide? Pierce nodded. The president's eyes became sharp. We must find a way to restrain him. We, America, cannot allow uncontrolled existence in the sky. From Blue Star to Mars, is it faster to teleport or faster than the speed of light? When Carol escaped from the superlight speed and appeared near Mars, she saw Sauron's figure at a glance. Space jump ability. Carol has traveled around the universe in these years, and her horizons have really expanded greatly. Teleportation, wherever I want to go, I can go. The premise is that I really understand that place and can withstand the huge consumption of spiritual energy. As soon as Sauron finished speaking, the two of them started fighting again. The two of them fell from the sky. You punch me and I kick you. There are no fighting skills at all, just punching to the flesh. The clash of steel body and super defense. The nerve reactions of the two of them were as fast as the speed of light. The more they fight, the more excited they become. Boom! The incoming person hit the ground of Mars hard at a speed hundreds of times the speed of sound. The hard crust of Mars could not withstand such an impact. Their bodies easily penetrated the hard rock, constantly heading towards the core of Mars. Soon, their bodies were submerged by the magma in Mars, and finally Sauron's back hit an extremely hard but extremely high-temperature metal sphere with huge amounts of metal. The planet core of Mars. At the moment, the bodies of Sauron and Carol became still. It's not a life-or-death enemy, nor is it a crisis of universe destruction. There's no need for the two of them to dismantle the core of Mars. Once something goes wrong with Mars, it will inevitably deeply affect Blue Star. But at this moment, the two people's postures were a little too ambiguous. When they were fighting, they couldn't care less, but when they stopped, they all reacted. Carol's legs were locked around Sauron's neck, even though she was wearing a high-tech battle suit from the Kree Empire's Star Troopers. It's not a skirt or anything like that, but it's enough to make people think. As for Sauron, his hands were still holding her waist. One raised his head, the other lowered his head, and the exchange of eyes produced brilliant sparks. That's pure appreciation for each other. But when we look at each other, the taste changes. It wasn't just who took the initiative, they were kissing each other anyway. The two came to the surface of Mars, the highest peak in the solar system, the top of Mount Olympus. The atmosphere of Mars here is extremely thin, but for two people who can survive in a vacuum environment, it is not a problem at all. The lonely flat sand is vast and empty, the eternal desolation is far and deep. Under this desolate beauty that ordinary people cannot see, a special battle begins. A strong ball of light poured into Sauron's body. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. There is no way, these two are currently the two most physically powerful people on Blue Star. Even if you look at the universe, you can be at the forefront. They all have super endurance. It can support them for a super long-lasting battle without feeling tired. After the battle, the two of them could sit down and have a careful chat. Why did you threaten Fury into summoning me back? Carol is not a love-minded girl like MJ, her eyes are very dull. It's nothing, it's just that there are no opponents on Blue Star, so it's a bit boring. Sauron just gave a reason casually. But Carol believed it. She has been in the universe, and she hasn't had such a hearty battle for a long time. Those ancient gods or ancient strong men would not come out to bully a weak race and then have a fight with her. She knows what the loneliness of a master is. Carol stood up and looked down at Sauron, who was still lying on the ground. She handed an interstellar communicator to Sauron and said, "Little guy, my sister is very satisfied with you, but I still need to protect other weak planets in the universe. When I'm free, sister, I'll contact you." After saying that, Carol flew away from Mars and left the solar system at faster than light speed. Sauron was stunned for a moment and put away the interstellar communicator. He closed his eyes and began to examine his harvest. On his cloak, there was a touch of bright blood among the bright red. People with a body of steel or super defense can only fall in love with people who have similar abilities to themselves. Otherwise, some things that seem extremely fragile are actually defenses that ordinary people cannot break through. Photon energy control can perfectly control photon energy and use it to achieve photon hand cannon or superlight flight. Flight at the speed of light, photons endow energy the ability of flight at the speed of light. Super strength and super defense, possessing extremely strong strength and defense ability. Super endurance, immune to all viruses and adaptable to all environments. There are too many versions of Captain Marvel, summarized based on the performance in the movie. Super strength and super defense are not needed by Sauron, just recycle them. System, integrate photon energy control, super light flight, super endurance. Reclaim super strength and super defense. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 200,000 gold coins. Sauron was stunned for a moment, and quickly figured out that super abilities were also divided into levels. A special energy flowed in Sauron's body, and he instantly transformed into the sun. But this time, his sun transformation is a little different, getting closer and closer to the real sun. Isn't the infinite light released by the sun a special kind of photon energy? Just after Sauron returned to Blue Star, a spark portal appeared in front of him. At the other end of the portal is a bald female. Without any hesitation, Sauron passed through the spark portal and came to the Ancient One. The incomplete Phoenix Force gives him powerful spiritual power, which can protect his consciousness and soul. And all other magics are just special energies. He himself has mastered the energy of the sun and is not afraid at all. As long as it's not the kind of super magic or secret magic that directly affects reality, he doesn't worry much. Welcome Sauron, this is Camartage, an ancient academy of necromancers. I'm the one in charge here, the Ancient One. Ancient One said with a smile. Sauron looked around, it was a very antique place. Just like what you see in the movies, the things here can be sold as antiques if you take them outside. I know you, Sorcerer Supreme, guardian of the non-material plane of Blue Star. Sauron knew this, and the Ancient One was not surprised. Sauron, I take the liberty to invite you here. I am not looking for you. I am just a middleman. There is a special guest who wants to make a deal with you. The Ancient One's words surprised Sauron. The Ancient One, who can let him be the middleman? The Ancient One opened a spark portal, and on the other side of the door was a huge palace that was exceptionally gorgeous and magnificent. A one-eyed old man stepped through the portal and walked in front of Sauron. The king of Asgard, the king of God in Norse mythology, Odin. He is also the protector of Blue Star in the universe now. When he was alive, Thanos always let Loki lead the Chitauri, and he took action personally only after his death. Hello, Sauron of Midgard. Odin doesn't dress like a king, but instead looks like a medieval Nordic old man. Sauron smiled and said, I didn't expect that the person who wants to see me is the legendary king of God Odin. Odin was not surprised to see that Sauron could recognize his identity at a glance. When you reach Odin's level, you naturally know multi-universe. As the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One possesses extremely vast magical knowledge. She can travel in the multi-universe, but usually, it's just magic like the dream walk used by Wanda, not her real body. In the multi-universe, Sauron's existence is unique. The Ancient One peeked into the future through the time gem and learned that the only other existence in the universe is Miss America. The Ancient One knows it, and it's not surprising that Odin knows it. Sauron, you are very special, unique in the multi-universe. And this is something that not even an existence like eternity can do. Sauron looked at Odin calmly. He had never thought about whether he existed in other universes, because it means nothing. For him, there is himself in other universes, and it is not him. Odin said with a deep look. Sauron, I want to make a deal with you. I am already very old, and there are not many years left before my soul returns to Soul Castle. But Thor is not qualified to be a proper king yet. Originally, I wanted to banish him to Midgard, seal his divine power, and let him become an ordinary person and realize how to become a qualified person in the past. But your appearance gives me more choices. The exile from Midgard can help him wake up and know how to become a qualified king. But it doesn't allow him to have enough power to protect the kingdom. The power of our Asgard clan comes from the original divine power we control. Thor relies too much on his hammer. His power seems powerful but is very vain. I want you to be his whetstone, so that he can truly control his own power despite repeated failures. Odin's face was full of seriousness. He, the God King, really worked hard for his son? There is an eldest daughter who is impeccable in every aspect, but because of her ambition, she is sealed in the plane of death. And Thor, the prince, is extremely arrogant and reckless. All you can think about is destroying the giants of Jotunheim and proving yourself? Okay, but what can you give me? Sauron wouldn't mind going to Asgard on a business trip. Godly person. As a trade, I can give you the status of the sun god that no one in Asgard can inherit yet. Sauron was immediately attracted by Odin's words. The gods in the Marvel universe are very complex. Some gods are symbols of certain concepts, such as the goddess of death, the symbol of the concept of death. Some gods are powerful and special energies. Some gods are the embodiment of certain rules or powers. Some gods are some kind of high-dimensional creatures. Some gods are special beings created by extremely powerful beings. Some gods are races with certain powerful bloodlines. Some gods are beings with a certain high status. Some gods are called gods because their individual power is so powerful that they can affect the reality of the universe. The divine person mentioned by Odin is actually the high person mentioned above. In layman's terms, it's the Godhead. The god of Asgard is a god composed of two elements. The Aesir Protoss originally had a powerful bloodline, but at the same time, they also possess some godhead. After several generations of blood inheritance, the Aesir clan can no longer become gods by relying on their own blood alone. Only those with strong royal blood, such as Odin, whether he has godhead or not, he is the king of God. The same goes for Thor later on. The early Thor, although he was Thor, his original strength could not match that of the gods. But he is a prince and the heir to the throne, so he can possess the status of Thor. The elite nobles of Asgard can only be granted godhood if their strength reaches a certain level and they make sufficient contributions to Asgard. For example, Sif, the future queen chosen by Odin for Thor. Her role as goddess of the land and harvest was not something she was born with. The divine personage, no matter who is in the hands, is an extremely precious thing. Today's Asgard is far less powerful than in the past, and Odin has accumulated some divine personalities in his hands. Among them is the person of the sun god. There is not the only divine person with the same power, such as the person of the sun god and the person of the god of love, which can be found in almost every mythological civilization. Divine persons of equal power are also divided into strong and weak ones. It can also be integrated to improve. Sauron's mind started spinning rapidly. If he obtains Asgard's sun god status, then he will have another powerful root. Personality integrate, evolve, and improve. As far as he knows about the personality of the sun god, there is another place that he must possess. The almighty city, the territory of Zeus. In the hands of Zeus, he must have the personality of the sun god or the sun god. He doesn't need to kill the opponent. If he defeats the opponent, he can still have a chance to drop the sun god's status. After acquiring and integrating all the sun god personalities in the universe, Sauron could not even imagine how far his godhead would grow. There is no doubt that gods also have strengths and weaknesses. Perhaps, it is not known that gods can grow to the level of eternity, death, and infinity? Okay, I agree. Sauron happily agreed. Odin also smiled. I will cast a spell on you. As long as you stand in the open space and call Heimdall's name, he will listen to you. He will use the Bifrost to bring you back to Asgard. After Odin finished speaking, he cast this magic on Sauron. Sauron is going on a big mission, and the matters on Blue Star need to be properly explained. He said goodbye and left, and Odin and the Ancient One sat across from each other drinking tea. What did you see from the future? Odin looked at the Ancient One. On the Ancient One's chest, the energy of the time gem was glowing green. I saw chaos? I can no longer see his future clearly. Odin, do you really want to defy fate? Ancient One said with helplessness on his face. Odin's single eye was so deep that he seemed to see the end of the universe. Am I going to let Thor become the most tragic Thor? Gradually grow through constant loss. Odin learned too much about the future from the Ancient One, and he felt sorry for his son. If there is any backlash from fate, let me bear it. I just want Thor to be able to escape his damn fate. Leaving Camartage, Sauron returned to Osborne Tower. Sauron estimated that it would take several years to leave and travel to Asgard this time. It is easy to educate and transform Thor, but he still has to spend time collecting some divine beings from all over the universe. His vision goes beyond the person of the sun god. Xavier's school is safe with Charles here, but the problem of Dark Phoenix also needs to be solved. Now, the success of the artificial sun will bring constant wealth. There is no need to worry about the construction of the Super Sevens building. The recruitment of the remaining team members can also wait for his return. Norman, I need to leave the solar system for a while. During this period, you can complete it step by step according to our plan. Sauron began to arrange things after he left. Captain, Osborne Company has now become the most watched company in the world. I will complete the plan, Norman assured, patting his chest. Sauron never worried about Norman. As long as he doesn't turn into a villain and face Spider-Man, this Green Goblin can live for a long time. Gwen, just train well, or you can go out and be your Spider-Woman. Be obedient and wait for me to come back. However, Gwen eagerly pulled Sauron's arm and said, Master, please take me away too. I've grown so old and I haven't left the solar system yet. Sauron played Gwen so hard that she lost her head. How old are you? As far as I know, there are only 2 Blue Star people who have left the solar system. Star-Lord and Captain Marvel. Okay, practice hard, and when Master comes back, I will give you special alien products. Although Gwen was very reluctant to give up, she also knew that if her strength went to an alien planet, it would only drag her master back. After arranging things here, Sauron returned to the academy. After feeding Dark Phoenix, he coaxed her to finally accept temporary hibernation and let Jean's consciousness take the lead. However, when Jean's consciousness returned to the dominant position, she glanced at Sauron with extremely resentful eyes and then pushed him out of her room. Although she cannot control her body, she is extremely clear about everything happening in the outside world. She didn't know how to face Sauron or Scott. With his super hearing, Sauron heard an unusual sound that suddenly appeared near the academy. When Supervision glanced over, he was slightly startled. There are 2 unexpected visitors. Sauron told Charles that he wanted to leave the solar system temporarily. Just teleported and appeared next to the 2 visitors. They are obviously a man and a woman, but they are the same person. Loki? Male version of Loki and female version of Loki. You came to see me. Sauron looked at these 2 people. Seeing Sauron's sudden appearance, Loki's eyes were filled with excitement. Sauron, listen to me, I am not your enemy. I am Loki, the little prince of Asgard. I come from the future time and space. Just after Sauron agreed to Odin's deal, Loki, who was in the Time Variation Management Bureau, suddenly had many more memories in his mind. These memories are about Sauron. Although he couldn't figure out why, the power of Sauron in his memory gave him hope. A hope to completely eliminate the Kang dynasty and destroy the Time Variation Administration from its roots. So, you know that your father wants me to train your brother, and you came to me because you want me to be merciful to you. When Sauron saw the female Luyi, he knew that he came from the future and was captured by the Time Variation Administration. Not the future that was strangled to death by Thanos. Loki shook his head and said seriously, Sauron, I'm here to remind you that the timeline we are in is a timeline that is controlled by humans. There is a guy named Kang. In order to erase himself from other timelines, he created an organization called the Time Variation Administration. This organization has mastered powerful time technology and specializes in traveling in time, completely erasing any signs that may lead to time branches at the source. Sauron, you are an extra person who appears on the timeline he established. The more you interfere with the timeline, the more attention you will attract. Time technology allows him to always be one step ahead of you. Even if you become the most powerful sun god in history, you will not be able to fight against him. Sauron looked at Loki in front of him with deep eyes. He understood that Loki wanted to use his power to fight against Kang. But Loki is right, the more powerful a person is, the more powerful he can be to create branches of time. Each of the leaks Sauron is eyeing is a node on the timeline. He and Kang are born to be opposites. Sauron looked at the two Lokis in front of him. Since they came to tell him about the Time Variation Authority and Kang the Conqueror, they were taking advantage of him. Then you can also use them in turn. If Kang dares to come to me, I will stuff his head into his ass. But I can also give you a way to imprison Kang. When Loki heard this, his eyes widened immediately. What way? Sauron said, Kang has more than 1,000 years of super technology from later generations. He built himself special equipment that can travel freely through the multi-universe. If you can destroy his equipment, then banish him to the quantum universe. Depending on the properties of the quantum universe, he will be imprisoned there for the rest of his life. Sauron told the story of Ant-Man 3. Loki's eyes burst into excitement when he heard this. He finally knew a way to fight Kang. An ordinary city in the south of America, Sauron appeared above the city. He comes here looking for a mutant, multiple man? He can create hundreds of selves, each of which can act independently. Sauron thought for a while and went to Asgard. He had no control over what happened on the Blue Star. So, multiple man came to mind. He prepared to secretly leave a duplication on Blue Star. If someone takes advantage of him to leave, something big will happen. Give him a big surprise directly. Soon, Sauron locked on to multiple man. At this moment, he was robbing a pharmacy. America's pharmacy, among its stores in all walks of life, has a cash volume comparable to that of some casinos. It relies on nothing else but a special leaf that is very popular among young people in America. Dozens of multiple man, each holding a portion of the money, scattered and fled. Although some will be caught, most of them can still escape. When the time comes to recover their duplication, he will have a huge sum of money on him. Sauron had no intention of waiting for him to ensure safety before withdrawing his duplication. The power of his mind directly controlled his thinking. Soon, duplications began to return one by one. Just by killing a few duplications, Sauron got the ability he wanted. Duplication, the host can split itself into duplication, and duplication can also create duplication. Duplication has self-awareness, but when duplication splits to a certain number, it can no longer be duplication. The existence of duplication has a certain time limit, and duplication will disappear after the time limit. Ding! Because the host's body is special, once duplication ability is integrated, duplication ability will change. Duplication can split into two duplications at most. When one duplication is split, the duplication has 50% of the host's strength. The duplication can split into two duplications. Each duplication has 30% of the host's strength. Defeat or kill duplication. Dead enemies can also drop light balls, but duplication can only choose to integrate or store. When the host recalls duplication, it can obtain the ability of duplication integrate or storage. When duplication dies, the host cannot obtain the ability of duplication integrate or storage. Host, integrate duplication. Sauron activated duplication ability, and soon a duplication appeared in front of Sauron. He has 50% of Sauron's ability, but he is still powerful enough on the current Blue Star. Moreover, duplication can also practice or absorb solar energy to grow stronger. When duplication is recovered, the power cultivated by duplication will return to the main body. Everything in the solar system is left to you, Sauron said. Don't worry, main body, I will continue to move forward according to our plan. Duplication smiled. Duplication's self-awareness is the same as Sauron's and is completely controlled by Sauron's main body. Sauron's duplication, in a fantasy world, is actually the second soul, the three corpses and so on. Duplication has disappeared, and he wants to hide. Monitoring ensures that those super abilities who should be born on the timeline will inevitably be born. These are all his super leaks. In a deserted suburb, Sauron shouted to the sky, Heimdall? A few seconds later, a bright Bifrost fell from the sky, wrapped Solo, and took him to Asgard dozens of light years away. Bifrost's huge momentum directly attracted the attention of the American military. After a period of investigation, they were lucky enough to find clues from a photo taken by a civilian satellite. Superman left the solar system. Many people only feel that the dark clouds dissipate above their heads and the sun shines. Asgard's Bifrost is actually a space bridge technology. It appears that Bifrost traveled a distance measured in light years in an extremely short time. But in fact, this is a powerful technology that uses dark energy to distort space. The most straightforward expression is that in Thor 4, the Bifrost emitted by the storm axe can send a ship pulled by two goats across the universe, and the speed has already exceeded the speed of light. But in fact, the running speed of the two sheep was not very fast, and it was only a few times the speed of sound when reaching the sky. It was Bifrost that distorted the space. So close to the end of the world? That's why the sheep and goats are allowed to pull the boat and travel through the universe at the speed of a space jump. Sauron's super brain quickly understood Bifrost's technological principles, but he couldn't reproduce it. Although Bifrost was a technology, it was displayed through Asgard rune technology. Every time Bifrost leaves a complex pattern on the ground, it is the appearance of rune technology. If you are someone who is proficient in rune technology, you may be able to learn something from this pattern. But at this moment, the pattern left on the Blue Star was classified as top secret by America. Hundreds of scientists from dozens of institutions are studying it carefully. Welcome, Superman from Midgard. Heimdall stared at Sauron with a pair of sharp eyes. Sauron looked at Heimdall dressed in ancient clothes in front of him, and his eyes stayed on his pair of divine eyes for a moment. Hello, Heimdall. I heard that your eyes can see everything within 9 degrees, but can you see other places in the universe? Sauron asked curiously. Heimdall shook his head and explained. My ability, on the one hand, comes from my special divine power, and on the other hand, it comes from my divine personality. The gods of Asgard are omnipotent and include the entire 9 realms, so I can only see what happens within the 9 realms. Sauron nodded. If Heimdall could see everything happening in the universe, then he would be as powerful as Silver Daicheo's supervision. Dear guest, the God King has given instructions that you have the right to act as you please in Asgard, and Asgard's defense system will not attack you. After Heimdall finished speaking, Sauron nodded and he flew out directly. He wanted to see first what kind of place Asgard was. Sauron has seen every Marvel movie, especially the Thor, Guardians of the Galaxy series, which shows many other planets. But the most special ones are just a few. One is Star-Lord's biological father, Ego, a super big brain in the universe, and then turned itself into a self-aware planet. The land of nothingness, the head of an ancient powerful being. The land of dwarf, Nidavellir, transformed a neutron star into their habitat and forging station. Then there's Asgard, a landmass suspended in space with sun and ocean. The existence of Asgard goes against everything Sauron knows about astrophysics. Where does Asgard's planet's gravity come from? How does the sun move? Let Asgard have day and night? Sauron flew freely in the sky of Asgard, his eyes penetrated the land of Asgard. The energy emitted by the sun in the sky is indeed fixed star energy. Plains, mountains, rivers, lakes. This area is about the size of Japan's Honshu Island. With a gravity similar to that of a blue star, it does not rotate, but is in a stationary state. Under Sauron's super perspective, he saw that the core of this land was actually an extremely special creation. It is this creation that condenses a large amount of soil, rocks, and other materials together and gives this land gravity. Sauron looked up. The sun in the sky was not a real fixed star. It rotated around Asgard, and the fixed star energy it released allowed life here to multiply. So, Asgard is actually a world created by the ancestors of the Aesir clan using some powerful technology or magic. Sauron could feel that the entire Asgard was constantly radiating a special energy. The source of Hela's power is Asgard. Does this have something to do with it? Just as Sauron was muttering to himself, a hammer flew over and hit Sauron in the face. Sauron turned his head subconsciously, causing the hammer to miss. Who are you? How dare you fly casually in the sky of Asgard? Thor, riding on a huge elk, shouted at Sauron with an angry look on his face. Sauron lowered his head and looked at Thor. Unexpectedly, he met Marvel's most tragic male god when he first came to Asgard. The biological brother who loved each other turned out to be an adopted son who was not related by blood. This brother even tried to kill him several times. The Dark Elves invaded and killed his mother. He thought his brother Loki was dead too. Finally, he found his father who was exiled by his younger brother, but his father died, and then a biological sister appeared. This biological sister also wanted to rule Asgard, not to mention blinding one of his eyes. In order to deal with this sister, he released the Flame Giant. The Flame Giant created Ragnarok and destroyed Asgard. After finally taking the surviving clan members to live on the Blue Star, Thanos blocked the way. Half of the remaining tribesmen were killed, Loki was literally strangled to death, and Heimdall died in battle. All kinds of hatred made him fail in the battle against Thanos, and he completely sunk into a fat man. Later, Thanos was finally killed, and he wandered the universe with the Guardians of Galaxy, and his ex-girlfriend became Thor. But Jane finally died in her arms. Throughout Thor's life, from the time he was exiled from the Blue Star and truly qualified as a king, his life became a tragedy, constantly losing loved ones. However, the strength skyrockets with loss. Sauron probably understood that Odin's deal with him was not for Thor to understand the origin of his divine power in advance. Instead, he wanted to change his son's fate. There is a saying that Thor's fate is so tragic that no one can compare with him. All the other protagonists have lost a loved one. Thor has lost everything? Perhaps the creators outside the fourth wall couldn't stand it anymore, and finally let Thor have an eternally incarnated girl as his adopted daughter. After all, not everyone can kill eternity, the top boss in Marvel. Thor at the moment is reckless, arrogant. He can't fly freely in the sky of Asgard, so why can someone who suddenly appears? He just threw it with a hammer? Seeing Sauron avoid the hammer's blow, Thor smiled inwardly. Stupid guy, do you think my hammer is so easy to hide? So, he spoke and used words to attract Sauron's attention. Meowth hammer, on the other hand, felt Thor's call and flew back the way it came, and the back of Sauron's head became a roadblock for the hammer. Thor is confident that nothing can stop his hammer from returning to his hands, but the sound of the hammer rubbing the air was like deafening thunder in Sauron's ears. Now that he has reached a deal with Odin, Sauron decides to make Thor feel desperate in every aspect. For Thor, the hammer is his closest companion. He is even more confident that no one can lift his hammer except himself and his father Odin. Actually, I'm also curious whether I can lift Mjolnir with my current strength alone. Although Sauron's voice was not loud, Thor was Thor. He heard Sauron's words clearly. Ha ha ha, stupid guy, who do you think you are? Can you lift my Mjolnir? Dreaming? Even the most powerful person in Asgard cannot lift it. Thor was extremely confident, and he looked at Sauron with disdain. Yeah. Sauron smiled at Thor, turned around, and faced the flying Mjolnir. Mjolnir was already in front of him. Thor reached out and grabbed Mjolnir's hammer. Originally, Mjolnir, who was flying quickly, was instantly stopped. On the ground, Thor's eyes suddenly became shocked. No, impossible. Mjolnir is not a dead thing. There is a faint consciousness inside, and Thor can communicate with the consciousness inside. Sauron frowned. He could feel that Mjolnir's weight was terrifying. Mjolnir originally didn't weigh much. It was actually made from a special piece of URU metal in Nidavellir. Nidavali's dwarf specializes in creating various artifacts for Asgard, and the most powerful among them is the king's weapon specially designed for the king, such as the Eternal Spear, such as the Storm Axe, etc. It seems that the casting process is very primitive, just pouring the molten URU metal into a special mold. But the biggest technology of dwarfs lies in these molds. These molds are engraved with very powerful rune technology. When the molten URU metal solidifies, these rune technology patterns are permanently fixed in the URU metal. It is precisely these rune technologies that give these weapons powerful magical abilities. Mjolnir's weight does not come from itself, but from the magic solidified within it. Sauron could feel the weight of Mjolnir coming from the Asgard beneath his feet. Give it to me, Sauron shouted. The muscles in his body were tense. Mjolnir was slowly lifted up in his hands. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Thor was completely dumbfounded. As the eldest prince and future king of Asgard, he knows all too well how powerful Mjolnir is. In fact, there are currently only two king's weapons in Asgard, and one is the Eternal Spear in Odin's hand, one is Mjolnir. Ever since he was a child, Mjolnir has claimed him as his master. Since then, Mjolnir has been with him for 1500 years. Ever since he obtained Mjolnir, he has followed him into every battle. His understanding of Mjolnir was also perfected in these battles. He had never met an enemy who could stand up to Mjolnir. This is why he thinks he can deal with the giants of Jotunheim. Lauf is also as strong as Odin. Odin's eye was blinded by Lauf. But Sauron did lift Mjolnir. Odin's spell to banish Thor means that those who can lift Mjolnir can gain the power of Thor. Whether or not Mjolnir can be lifted is judged by the weak consciousness in Mjolnir. The person accepted by him, Mjolnir, it is just a hammer weighing tens of kilograms. For those who are not accepted by him, the magic in Mjolnir will cause Mjolnir to combine with the gravity of the planet under his feet. It seems that he is lifting the hammer, but in fact he is lifting the planet under his feet. Sauron, who is at the peak of the Man of Steel level, is already extremely powerful, although it is not yet to the point of promoting fixed star. However, it is not difficult to lift a land mass the size of Japan's Honshu Island. If Mjolnir was on the blue star, Sauron would really not be able to lift it by force with his current strength. Hela is Mjolnir's former master. She grabbed Mjolnir and broke it, not that her physical power had reached that level. Soon, Loki and the 4 Asgard warriors rushed to Thor's side. They all raised their heads and stared dumbly at Sauron, who lifted Mjolnir up. Shit, he can actually lift Mjolnir. Who the hell is he? Why are Asgard's defense systems unresponsive? What a powerful force! I wonder where he came from? What is the purpose of coming to Asgard? Loki looked at Sauron, and various conspiracies and calculations began to flash in his mind. He is judging whether Sauron can be used by him to help him obtain the throne of Asgard. Sauron's huge power acts on Mjolnir's original. Although URU metal is the top magical metal in the universe, it is not indestructible. Even a vibranium shield can be chopped to pieces by Thanos' Tyrant Butcher Knife. The Tyrant's Butcher Knife that chopped up the vibranium shield was shattered into pieces by Wanda's origin magic power. The slight consciousness in Mjolnir perceived the danger of being crushed. Sauron, who possesses powerful spiritual power, is able to perceive the slight consciousness in Mjolnir. In fact, not only Mjolnir, but also Storm Axe is slightly conscious. This can be seen through Thor 4, it doesn't sound jealous. If you don't want to be crushed, just obey me. Sauron snorted at Mjolnir. In an instant, Mjolnir in Sauron's hand lightened, and Asgard's huge gravity disappeared instantly. The hammer in his hand only weighed a few dozen kilograms. Sauron held Mjolnir in his hand and touched the hammer, like petting a kitten. Thor perceived all this, and the anger in his heart surged. Fake squid, let go of my hammer? For Thor, this was better than sleeping with his wife, which he couldn't accept. In anger, Thor instantly summoned a bolt of thunder and hit Sauron. However, this lightning could not cause any harm to Sauron. Sauron threw the hammer down and said with a smile, "Is this Thor of Asgard? You are the weakest god I have ever encountered. Thunder is so weak that he doesn't deserve to be called Thor. I think you are the god of sparks. Come on, pick up your hammer and let me see if you, the god of hammers, are qualified." The dedicated Sauron got to work. Thor's anger was completely aroused. He grabbed the hammer, and dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and the thunder roared. A powerful force of thunder is being nurtured. On the ground, Loki and the 4 Asgard warriors stayed away from each other. God King Odin? How dare he anger Thor like this? You are really bold. Aren't you afraid of angering the God King? Humph. Thor is about to use his most powerful move, and he will be doomed. Loki looked in the direction of the Golden Hall. Asgard's defense system did not respond to such movement, and no one even came to look. Loki realized that this was Odin's tacit approval. He figured out in an instant that this was Odin's test of Thor. Sadness and disappointment emerged in his heart. At this moment, in the Golden Hall, Odin silently watched the thunder in the distance. Frigga looked at her worriedly and said, "Odin, will Thor be okay?" Odin's eyes were firm and he said, "I would rather he be injured in the hands of Sauron than bleed in the hands of the enemy in the future. The person of the sun god, are you ready?" Frigga nodded and said, "Ready, you can start the ceremony at any time to canonize the new sun god." Odin nodded and said, "That's good." He becomes the sun god, and Thor's destiny, Asgard's destiny, and talents will all change accordingly. Sauron brandished Mjolnir, and he flew high into the sky. Dark clouds rotated and gathered around him, and a tornado composed of dark clouds and thunder appeared around his body. And he is in the eye of the storm? Thunderbolts were triggered by the thunder hammer in his hand. Start gathering? When the thunder triggered reached Thor's limit, he suddenly raised Mjolnir and aimed it at Sauron in the sky. The huge thunder triggered by Mjolnir instantly headed towards Sauron. Sauron didn't even want to hide. He faced this terrifying thunder. The temperature of the battlesuit woven from adamantium instantly rose to tens of thousands of degrees. If the person wearing this battlesuit were anyone else, he would definitely be carbonized. But Sauron's body is not afraid of such terrifying heat at all. At tens of thousands of degrees, adamantium does not affect the original performance at all, let alone melt. But because of the original high temperature, it produced a light that was as bright as a super large searchlight. Everyone who was stabbed couldn't help but turn their heads. Thor also covered his eyes. He was confident that the thunder he sent out was already his strongest one in 1,500 years. It's impossible for anyone to resist. But when the battlesuit cooled down and the light faded, Sauron's intact figure appeared. His face was stern, and his eyes showed deep disdain. "Thor Odinson, is this the strength of your Asgard, Thor? You disappoint me so much. I didn't expect that the son of Odin, who is so powerful in the universe, would be so miserable. They say a tiger's father has no sons, but I think you, the Asgard royal family, are just heroic bitches." Ha 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 ha. Sauron laughed loudly. At this moment, he looked as much like a villain as he did. Under the dark clouds, Thor's face became increasingly ugly. "Asshole, I'm going to kill you. You are not allowed to insult my father, my family." Thor flew directly towards Sauron. When a father pays for his son, this kind of deal is too rare. Sauron was not polite. With his super reflexes and super speed, Thor was as slow as a turtle. Bump! Sauron punched Thor in the stomach. He didn't react at all. The spasm of many organs in his abdomen turned him into a ripe shrimp in an instant. "I vomited out all the wine I drank not long ago." Bump! Bump! Thor has no power to resist at all. Sauron controlled the power so that Thor would only feel pain but not kill him. In just a short moment, Thor was hit dozens of times by Sauron like a sandbag. In the end, Thor fell directly to the ground, with bruises all over his body. His face was even beaten, and Frigga might not even recognize him. The 4 Asgard warriors were shocked when they saw this scene. He quickly ran over, protected Thor tightly, and looked at Sauron warily. When Loki saw his brother being beaten like this, he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. But he still stood in front of Thor. Sauron landed, not caring about the 5 people protecting Thor. "Why, the mighty Thor needs to be protected by others. I made a mistake just now. Even if you hold a hammer, you are still a loser." Sauron laughed mercilessly. But Sauron's consciousness was looking at the light group that fell from the system space after defeating Thor. Thunder power, the original divine power born from the ancient bloodline of the Odin family. After integrating, the host will gain the power to control thunder. System integrate. With the power of Sauron's mind, he could clearly see that countless thunderbolts were beginning to be born in the cells of his body. At the same time, a power that was very different from the power of the sun was born in his body. These two forces do not conflict, but rather coexist harmoniously. Sauron looked at Thor and sneered. "Thor, I will show you today what the true power of thunder is. When it comes to the power of thunder, looking across the universe, who knows it better than the people from the East? In the eyes of Westerners, thunder and lightning are just a kind of energy. Even if it is linked to God, it is just a higher energy. But the ancestors of the Orientals have long regarded thunder as a rule. It is regarded as an inseparable part of everything in the universe. Rule of heaven and earth. Although this universe is not the fantasy universe of the East, but the power of thunder also has great potential. Although Sauron had just integrated the divine power of thunder, he had already discovered the deeper power contained in it. Sauron's body was wrapped in strong thunder. Thor's eyes, which were swollen with only a slit, widened even more in shock. "You actually have the power of thunder." Thor was shocked. He can feel the divine power that has the same origin as him. There was deep envy in Loki's eyes. He also longs for this kind of divine power, but his original ability of giants of Jotunheim has not awakened, so he can only learn magic and witchcraft from Frigga. "Thor, open your eyes and watch. Thunder is far more powerful than lightning. You can only use thunder to release lightning to attack others. If you don't follow the upright path, you will only follow evil ways." Sauron levitated into the air. This time, he did not use flight's ability, but was surrounded by the power of thunder, causing his body to fly high. Above the sky, thunder is rolling and dark clouds are gathering, but Sauron was not summoning lightning. He closed his eyes and felt the higher level of power in the thunder power. Thunder is both creation and destruction. Everything about thunder that he had come into contact with in countless previous lives, at this moment, became the material for the growth of thunder's divine power in his body. Gradually, the thunder power in his body became different. The breath of creation and the breath of destruction emerge at the same time. In the Golden Hall, Odin's one eye widened. He actually understands the power of thunder to such an extent. He felt even more that he was right to find Sauron. Thor felt the deep, advanced power that was far greater than his own thunder power, and the shock in his eyes turned into confusion. Boom! Sauron's eyes, one eye is filled with golden lightning, one eye is filled with black lightning. A force of two kinds of lightning fell from the sky and struck Thor hard. Loki and the four warriors were all knocked away. Thor's body, under the thunder that represents two different rules, is in the state of destruction and creation. His eyes were completely dull, but his consciousness entered a thunder space. The endless thunder condensed into the figure of Sauron. He looked at Thor and uttered words composed of deafening thunder. Thor, feel everything here carefully. Let me teach you what the real thunder is. In the thunder space, Sauron combined himself with various memories and understandings from his previous life, and the thunder he felt manifested here. Although, he only perceives life and destruction now, but this deeper source of divine power is enough for Thor to complete a divine power awakening. In the original book, in the arena on Sakaar, Awakening's thunder was just an ordinary thunder power. Just so that he no longer relies on Mjolnir, he can release powerful lightning attacks. No matter how powerful that kind of thunder is, it is just a kind of energy. And what Sauron realized has already reached the level of rules. Boom! The sound of rolling thunder is mighty in the thunder space. Thunder is never just that bright lightning. A spring thunder shakes the heaven and earth, and all things revive. In Thor's eyes, he saw with a spring thunder, everything in the world woke up from the cold winter. In front of him, it seemed that there was a world of ice and snow, and in an instant, it was green. In this spring thunder, Thor seemed to gradually have some insights. Asgard, all seasons are like spring, there is never any winter, spring, or summer. There are no natural disasters here. He can't see the thunder of nature here. However, he had seen it on other planets, but he never took it seriously. As a god, he believed that he was superior to nature. But at this moment, he woke up. The sight of spring thunder he had seen on many planets in the past was rolling in his heart. Gradually, a touch of golden thunder appeared in his body. The golden thunder was full of vitality. It's like a seed, taking root, sprouting, and growing vigorously in Thor's body. Sauron smiled with satisfaction. Thor's ability is very powerful, otherwise he would be able to make Mjolnir recognize him as his master at a very young age. It's just that the culture is different, as well as the power of Asgard, the power of Odin, and everything he comes into contact with as the Prince of Asgard. He didn't even realize that he had only mastered the most superficial part of his divine power. The deal with Odin was concluded, but Sauron did not show the law of destruction in thunder. Thor's consciousness was separated from the thunder space created by Sauron. It was actually a temporary spiritual space created by Sauron's spiritual power. Thor's consciousness returned to his body, but he still closed his eyes tightly. At this moment, his body was wrapped in a layer of rich thunder, and his body was suspended about 1 meter high. In this rich thunder, a hint of golden thunder flashes from time to time. That golden thunder is like the king of thunder, dominating other ordinary thunder. In the Golden Hall, Odin saw the golden thunder flashing across Thor's body from time to time, and his one eye was full of surprises. Thunder of life? This is the thunder of life in ancient legends. It has extremely huge vitality. If Thor can convert all his thunder power into the life thunder power, he can integrate the godhead of the god of life. God of life and thunder. Odin came to Thor's side in the next second. Seeing Odin, the 4 fell and 10 others saluted quickly. Join the God King. Odin nodded at them, then looked at Thor with love and excitement. He turned to look at Sauron and said, "Thank you Superman, you have completed our deal. I will immediately arrange an promotion ceremony and canonize you as the sun god of Jue." Odin's words made the 4 warriors suddenly confused. Co-author, this strongman was invited by God King Odin to train Thor. No wonder, no one cares about him flying in the sky of Asgard. Only Loki's eyes looked lonely. Sure enough, my father still loves his eldest son the most. Odin ignored Thor's thunder, reached out to pick him up, and turned away. Now is Thor's most important moment. There is no room for any interruption. As soon as Odin left, Sauron was surrounded by 4 warriors. They did not intend to attack. The 4 warriors are actually the 3 warriors. They are the team given to Sauron by Odin. They will fight with him. In the future, Thor will become the king and they will be the generals. Sif is the daughter-in-law chosen by Odin and Frigga. She is the most powerful female warrior in Asgard and the goddess of land and harvest. They all revolve around Thor, the foursome who are inseparable from Thor. The biggest mistake Odin and Frigga made was to let their chosen daughter-in-law, the goddess Sif, hang out with Thor. What could have been a good relationship turned out to be pure brotherhood. Sif looked at Sauron and asked, "What did you do to Thor?" "The God King wants to make you the sun god." Asgard's sun god has been suspended for tens of thousands of years. Because there is no one in Asgard who has cultivated the power of the sun and met the requirements for being canonized as a god. Suddenly Odin wanted to confer the title of sun god to Sauron, which surprised them. Goddess Sif is indeed very beautiful and very attractive to Sauron. Anyway, Thor's true love is Jane Foster on the Blue Star. As the sun god of Asgard, he is combined with the goddess of land and harvest, which is also suitable for the occasion. Thor's divine power is too weak. I help him awakening a more powerful thunder is divine power. Sauron smiled brightly at Sif. The other 3 warriors frowned. They all knew that Sif would be the queen of Asgard in the future and would be Thor's wife. Suddenly, I felt that Sauron wanted to win someone's love. Fandral suddenly said, Sif will be Thor's wife in the future, you'd better not do Zixio's business. Sif frowned slightly. In fact, she had always regarded herself as Thor's future wife, assisting him by his side. But the more time passed, the more she realized that she regarded Thor as a brother. She could feel it, too, and Thor felt the same way about her. But she can't change the will of the God King and the one behind him. Sauron smiled and said, I can see the vague fate of others. Thor's lover will be a Midgard woman, and that will become the love of his life? After losing her, he has never looked for another woman. But everyone didn't believe Sauron's words. Thor is the future God King. How can he marry a mortal from Midgard? If Asgard's future is immortal, then Asgard becoming a joke in the universe is not the most important thing. The most important thing is whether powerful offspring can be born. Thor is the descendant of Odin and Frigga. He has shown demonic abilities since he was a child. This is something that will affect countless generations of Asgard. It is absolutely impossible for God King Odin to agree. Hogun also said. There was a glint in Loki's eyes. If I promote this marriage, Thor may lose the right to inherit the throne. Loki made up his mind to find out who the woman was, and then he brought Asgard to create an opportunity for Thor to fall in love with her. Sauron didn't care whether these people believed it or not, he just planted a seed in Sif's heart. The main hall and promotion ceremony for the canonization of gods are a complete process. The gods of Asgard are basically all acquired gods. If the entire universe is viewed as a computer system, the divine persona is the authority in this system. Existences such as eternity, infinity, and death are the highest authority of the entire system. Asgard's sun god personality only has partial authority over a certain section. Integrating other divine persons is to increase the level of authority until it reaches the highest authority like eternity. And beyond eternity, there is transcendence, beyond the original authority of the system, that is, beyond the original authority of the universe. Definitely this is just a relatively understandable metaphor. The real gods are far more complicated and huge than this. The 9 realms controlled by Asgard actually cover the vast star field within thousands of light years. There are 9 special life planets in this star field, and these 9 special life planets are all located at the 9 key nodes of the World Tree. The Kree Empire and the Nova Empire are the 2 most powerful empires in the galaxy. Their territory far exceeds the 9 realms, but they have no gods. The 9 realms are special in the entire universe. Coupled with the ancient and powerful divine bloodline in the Aesir clan, the divine personage can be born in the 9 realms. Asgard's divine persona is not stored in the treasury of the Golden Hall. Instead, it is stored in the special dimensional space of the sun and the moon. Soul Castle, that is the place where Asgard people's souls enter after they die in battle. It is a special dimension. When the soul enters the Soul Castle, it is a different kind of resurrection. It does not mean that there is no chance of returning to the material plane. The entire ceremony is to report to the ancestors in the Soul Castle that the predecessor of the Sun God will bring the person of the Sun God to reality from the Soul Castle. Then, under complicated rituals, the universe and the Sun God's personality were identified with Sauron. The Sun God who has been suspended for thousands of years was canonized, and the whole Asgard was filled with joy. All the Asgardians, as well as the invited nobles from the 9 realms, were all dressed up to attend. The entire Golden Hall is packed with people. Thousands of people, dressed in the most gorgeous clothes. At the front, Odin is sitting on the throne. On both sides of him, Frigga stands behind him, Thor and Loki who have completely awakened the thunder seed of life. The other important figures in Asgard were also standing in the area close to Odin. I, Odin Bolson, the King of God, the King of Asgard, the Asgardian of the 9 realms, solemnly declare again. I declare in the name of my grandfather Buletinli, my father Baal, and I, Li Ding, the man of Midgard, Sauron Li, because of his great strength and great achievements for Asgard, I canonize him as the true god of Asgard, the only sun god in the 9 realms. As Odin's voice resounded throughout Asgard, his voice was also transmitted into the Soul Castle through special magic. Odin had communicated with his father a long time ago, so the sun god in Soul Castle quickly brought the person of the sun god to the real plane. I saw a bright and peaceful golden light shining in front of Odin through the thick roof of the Golden Hall. A divine object exuding blazing light slowly descended from the golden light. Then, it floated in front of Odin. It was something like a crystal, but definitely not a crystal. Incomparably crystal clear, exuding the rich power of the sun. This is the manifestation of the divine person. Odin glanced at the person of the sun god, and then said loudly, "Now, I invite the only sun god in the 9 realms." As the words fell, Sauron wore a dress specially sewn by Asgard's top tailor. It is embroidered with patterns related to the sun. He flew in from the outside, and then landed in front of Odin, but his eyes were fixed on the person of the sun god. He only felt that the cells in his body were releasing desire. That is the desire for a leap in the origin of life. "Sauron, please come forward." Odin spoke, and Sauron walked up to Odin. Odin grabbed the person of the sun god with both hands and placed it between Sauron's brows. 460. I announced that the promotion ceremony has begun. After Odin finished speaking, Frigga started to move behind him. She is the most powerful witch in Asgard. She is also responsible for the promotion ceremony. As she stood up, beautiful witches walked out of the crowd one by one. They sang some kind of ancient song, but Sauron couldn't understand it. But along with their singing, Sauron only felt that the person of the sun god on his eyebrows was emitting a suction force. Inhaled his consciousness into it. This is a pure white space, and Sauron saw an extremely huge sun here. Sauron understood that as long as his consciousness integrated the sun, he would completely integrate the personality of the sun god. This is actually a qualification. From now on, his soul origin and life level will jump. Become a divine being? If you want to integrate the personality of the sun god, you need to have a sufficient understanding of the sun, and precisely, Wolone is the person who knows the sun best. His consciousness condensed into his body, and then the sun transformed. While running the solar breathing method, he walked towards the huge sun. In the outside world, what everyone saw was that the divine persona gradually merged into Sauron's forehead. What is the sun? From a physical point of view, endless hydrogen elements are constantly fused into other elements with heavier masses. But Sauron is an oriental. The sun is immeasurable light and immeasurable heat. It is the basis for the birth and reproduction of life, and it is also the most upright and bright existence in the world. Sauron's consciousness and the personality of the sun god quickly integrated. Odin's eyes flashed with deep shock. The speed of this integrate is too fast. Easterners have a very deep understanding of God. Soon, Sauron's consciousness was completely integrated into the person of the sun god. His consciousness instantly entered all the fixed star bandits within the 9 realms. Those fixed stars seem to be his body. Although he can't move them, he can draw endless energy from these fixed stars. This is just an ability brought to him by the person of the sun god. His understanding of the sun goes far beyond the surface. He has mastered areas of power that many ordinary gods can never master. The personality of the sun god, like a core, began to coordinate all the power of Sauron. All the solar energy in his body is transformed into higher solar power. The divine power of thunder was absorbed by the divine power of the sun, but the power of thunder rule was retained. The sun transformation has also been absorbed, and he can achieve abilities far beyond those of the sun transformation without any special transformation. Everything in Sauron's body is integrating and promoting, but the biggest change is Sauron's body. Before, although he had all kinds of powerful abilities, he was still an ordinary mortal. The original genes are actually the same as everyone in the previous life. But the divine personality is like a key, opening the genetic shackles of Sauron as a mortal in his body. Genes begin to evolve and jump. The genetic origin of all life on the blue star can be traced back to the single-celled organism that was born at the origin of life on the blue star. After billions of years of evolution, there are countless lives today. As the genetic shackles are opened, the various gene fragments born from billions of years of evolution on blue star life all emerge from the ancient evolutionary journey. Sauron is wearing one, and his genes are slightly different from those of the blue star humans in this universe. But just this slight difference gave Sauron the capital to surpass all the gods in the universe. Sauron's consciousness integrates the divine personality and refines all the various gene fragments emerging from the genes. Become the material for genetic jump. Gradually, some golden gene fragments emerged from Sauron's genes. Sauron was stunned for a moment. He knew very well that he was a life from the real universe. Genes should be very ordinary, and blue star's billions of years of life evolution are its greatest wealth. But in this golden gene fragment, he felt a sense of superiority that transcended the status of gods. Could it be that there were gods in the ancient past of the real universe? The ancient myths and legends of the East are not just myths and legends. Sauron was a little confused inside, but he integrated these emerging golden genes into his own genes without any hesitation. He understood that these golden genes were the most precious wealth in his body. The divine personality has all been integrated into Sauron's head. According to Odin's past experience, Sauron at the moment should have opened his eyes. However, he still closed his eyes tightly, and his body exuded strong solar power. Suddenly, Odin was stunned. He stared at Sauron with wide eyes. How can this be? How could an older and more powerful bloodline emerge from his body? Even my God King bloodline feels surrender in front of this ancient bloodline. There were ancient gods born in Blue Star, but they were only equal to my God King. Odin muttered in shock. Not even the God team can give him this feeling? Could it be that he is the blood descendant of the gods at the eternal level? The only gods Odin can think of are gods like eternity. How could Odin know that the greatest wealth in Sauron's genes is the myth from the real universe? The person of the sun god has become an anchor point in reality, and all the golden gene fragments form a complete long gene chain. That long chain of genes will have been integrated into Sauron's body, changing it from a realistic crystal structure back to an invisible dimension, tightening it and swallowing it. Sauron's consciousness was stunned. My divine personality. However, Sauron soon realized that everything he already owned was not lost. On the contrary, it has become stronger. No. Sauron's feeling has completely changed. The long chain of golden genes that swallowed up the personality of the sun god began its crazy self-growth. Sauron's original genes were assimilated into long golden gene chains in large tracts. When Sauron's genes stopped changing, Sauron was able to see his own genes. About 1/10 of the complete long gene chain of the double helix structure has been completely replaced by the golden gene, and this 1/10 of the golden gene gave him far greater power and change than integrating the personality of the sun god. A kind of enlightenment came to Sauron's heart. Innate god? I have become an innate god. As long as I continue to integrate the divine personage and let the golden genes swallow me up, when my genes are completely replaced by the golden genes, I will be a complete innate god. Sauron's heart is full of endless joy. Ding! It has been detected that the host has completed the metamorphosis of the gods. The current solar breathing method is no longer enough to enhance the host's power. Should we consume 10 million system gold coins to promote the solar breathing method? System, I only have 200,000 system gold coins now, Sauron said helplessly. Ding! Since the system has awakened the bloodline of the innate gods, the system can provide the host with a special discount of enjoy now and pay later. System, promote the sun breathing technique. Why don't you use it if you have such a special favor? It's just a mere 10 million system gold coins, and you can always make it. Ding! The sun breathing technique is promoted to the god breathing technique. God's breathing method can turn all the energy in the world into God's divine power. God's divine power can comprehensively strengthen everything in the host: cells, genes, will, soul, mind, strength, defense, speed, reaction, etc. Everything. With supreme cultivation, you can the most powerful god in the world. Sauron was extremely surprised. This is far more powerful than the sun breathing technique. He couldn't wait to practice the god's breathing technique and control all the power in his body as he exhaled and inhaled. Convert all the power in the body into the power of the sun god. Use the power of the sun god to comprehensively strengthen everything about yourself. The power of the sun god, this power level is too high, far exceeding Odin. Not just Odin, but all the Asgard gods with godly status in the entire Golden Hall felt a kind of superior oppression. What's going on? Didn't he integrate the person of the sun god? Higher god? Impossible. The sun god is just one of the 12 main gods. Hiss. Did the God King make a mistake and let him integrate the godhead of Zubili, the god of the gods? The entire Golden Hall was in complete chaos. Thor looked at his father dumbfounded, and he asked in shock and confusion, "Father, what on earth is going on?" Odin was equally shocked. He has an extremely powerful and ancient bloodline in his body, which has been covered in dust before. This time I canonized him as the sun god, and the divine personality opened the shackles in his bloodline. Released the powerful ancient bloodline in his bloodline? Odin explained that he was explaining it to his son, to the gods present, and to himself. After hearing Odin's explanation, the gods gradually became quiet, waiting quietly for Sauron to wake up. Sauron didn't know how much time he spent. When he completely mastered the breathing method of the gods and completed the integration of everything in his body, he opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Odin's deep, wise, but surprising one eye. What's my problem? Sauron didn't know if it would be discovered that his golden gene had swallowed up the divine person. Odin smiled kindly and said, "Congratulations to Sauron, god of the sun, for awakening the ancient bloodline in your body." Sauron was stunned and knew that his movement was not small. "Actually, I didn't know that there was such blood in my body. I have always been an ordinary human being." Sauron was not lying. He has always relied on the system. Odin didn't ask any more questions, but grabbed Sauron's wrist and raised it high. "Starting today, we Asgard have a new sun god. Everyone, hail the sun god. What's left is an extremely grand feast." Although Sauron is not an Asgardian, he is a blue star person and a member of the 9 realms. In the next 9 sessions, there will be one more powerful god to protect you. Your status in the universe will also increase. Sauron's gaze is the person of the sun god in the system of other gods. And Odin also wanted to show the power of Asgard, and they hit it off immediately. Decided, Odin sent his eldest son Thor to accompany Sauron, the new sun god, on his mission to many powerful empires and forces in the universe, as well as to visit many gods. Although Asgard possesses Bifrost, Bifrost consumes huge amounts of dark energy every time, and Bifrost is also a star-killing strategic weapon. For example, if you use Bifrost to go directly to Xandar, the capital of the Nova Empire, and the capital of the Kree Empire, people will think it is a declaration of war. Asgard seems to be living in the Middle Ages, but it actually possesses extremely powerful rune technology. A gorgeous Asgard battleship looks like an ancient wooden 3-mast sailing battleship, but it can not only sail in the universe, but also perform curvature flight and space jump. This is Sauron's car. This time he traveled across the universe, sent envoys to many empires and large forces, and visited the gods. Thor and Loki, the 2 good brothers who fought against each other, the goddess Sif, and the 3 warriors, all accompanied them. On the bow of the ship, Sauron looked at the stars flowing around him. The fastest way was to jump through space, but that was the most uncomfortable. Sauron was not in a hurry. Curvature flight moves forward at several times or even dozens or hundreds of times the speed of light. The battleship's sails released huge energy, distorting the surrounding space into a bubble and wrapping the battleship. Curvature flight is actually space moving. Although Thor was beaten up by Sauron and awakened by the thunder of life, his character still did not change. I was in the cabin with the 3 warriors, drinking heavily and laughing heartily from time to time. Loki walked to Sauron with 2 glasses of wine. "Sauron, why is our destination this time the Almighty City? Zeus is an ancient and powerful god. The Almighty City is a city of gods that only gods can go to, and it is also a garden where the gods gather. Shouldn't we go to other places first, and then go to the Almighty City after we become more famous?" Loki spoke. What Sauron wants most now is to turn the golden gene into Bafindan. The personality of the gods can only be obtained from the gods. In the entire universe, the place with the most gods is the Almighty City. A good fight there will allow your genes to completely evolve. I heard that Zeus organizes a carnival every year, Sauron said casually. In Loki's mind, he thought of Zeus's rave party that he had attended, and his eyes couldn't help but look forward to it. That was truly the best party I've ever had. What Sauron didn't tell Loki was that he was not just going to defeat the gods and obtain his own gene awakening to complete his godhead. There is another purpose, to clean up the portal. Super Brain let Sauron recall all the details of Thor 4 that he had seen. Among them, in the Golden Palace of the Almighty City, many powerful gods in the universe gather here. The gods of almost every civilization can be found here. Sauron will not forget the golden oriental dragon coiled on the pillar. There is also a guy who is suspected to be the Jade Emperor. To the left of Thor, behind the god with only one head and a pair of big feet, there is an old oriental man with a green beard. Ancient armor with a green scabbard sword in hand. Sauron is ready to see for himself. If it is the Jade Emperor of the Marvel Universe, he will kill him. These existences simply taint the myth of the East. The Almighty City is a place that only gods can find. This is an extremely huge nebula. Even the fixed star is still in the process of being born. There will be no planet, and naturally no civilization will be born. Even the interstellar mining team will not come here. But in the depths of this nebula, it is obscured by some special nebulae. Under a miniature sun similar to Asgard's sun, there is a, no money, void city that is larger than the sun. Here is the Almighty City, the back garden built by the gods. With its secret location and powerful magic, no one other than gods has ever been able to find this place. But today, Sauron, the new god, is welcomed. There is special detection magic on the outside of the Almighty City. If there is no god on board, a powerful defense system will be triggered. Simply, there is a serious god on this ship. The sailing star warship relies on the guidance of the navigation system to dock at a specialized port. The gods who come here basically take various flight vehicles. Welcome, gods of Asgard. The envoy of Zeus, Hermes, appeared in front of everyone. His eyes fell on Sauron. Thor and Loki had both been here once or twice, so he was no stranger to it. But Sauron came here for the first time, and he could feel the superior suppression from his Zeus bloodline. This respected god, who are you? Hermes saluted Sauron seriously. His father is Zeus. The young god in front of him has such a personality that he can suppress him. In other words, his status is higher than Zeus. But his father Zeus is already a high-level god in the universe. He couldn't help but be cautious and face Hui with respect. Sauron said nothing, but Loki said, Hermes, this is our new sun god in Asgard. He has ancient and powerful blood. On this mission to the major forces in the universe, the Almighty City is our first stop. Hermes was even more surprised. The sun god of Asgard? What a joke! His bloodline must be higher than Odin. No, my super father knows. Hermes told Zeus about Sauron's bloodline of a higher level. When Zeus heard this, he decided to take it seriously. He and Odin are at the same level, and there are only a few special beings in the universe that are higher than him and Odin. Eternity, infinity, death, Uncle Tunnel. He can't mess with any of them. Even if all the gods in the Almighty City are gathered together, they can't fight against any of them. Zeus entertained Sauron and his party in his garden. However, neither Sif nor the three warriors can enter here with them. Only Thor and Loki can accompany Sauron here. Welcome, sun god of the Nine Realms. As soon as Zeus saw Sauron, he felt the oppression of a person higher than his own. He became more and more certain of his speculation. I don't know whether he is eternal, infinite, or whose child he is. A native of Blue Star, Zeus is also a god born in Blue Star's ancient past. Reaching the level of eternity, reproducing offspring is not traditional biological reproduction. Therefore, even if there are exact biological parents, it is useless. Zeus is as old as Odin, but their temperaments are completely different. Odin is more like an old king, while Zeus is more lively and casual. Hello, Zeus. Sauron also behaved very mediocrely when facing the father of God. But Thor behind him was very excited. Zeus was his idol. He whispered to Loki, "This is Zeus? It's the first time I've been so close to him. He is the god of lightning and I am the god of thunder. Look how destined we are." Loki looked at his brother with disgust. He just felt so embarrassed. "Welcome to you both too, princes of Asgard." Zeus greeted Thor and Loki, and Thor was so excited that he was a little incoherent. "Hello Zeus, I'm your super fan. Even when I choose what kind of god to be, I imitate you," Thor said excitedly. Zeus smiled gently. "I hope that old guy Odin didn't hit you because of this." Compared to Thor, Loki is calm. "Come on, it's such a coincidence that you came here. It just so happens that my golden apples are ripe today." Thor and Loki couldn't help but salivate when they heard this. The golden apple, a famous treasure in the hands of Zeus. Not only does it have a taste that can satisfy any god, 007 also has the effect of increasing the blood concentration of the gods. This is a treasure that no god can refuse. Original, there is no mention of the use of this thing in Greek mythology. In the entire universe, naturally born gods are almost invisible, except for those at the eternal level. Odin's grandfather Bli is a naturally born god, and he is a proper descendant of the bloodline of gods. Looking at the entire Almighty City, most of them are descendants of the bloodline of gods. Their desire for golden apples is too strong. Zeus's apple tree can only bear about 100 golden apples every year, and only long-term consumption of golden apples can achieve the effect of increasing blood concentration. The golden apples of Zeus are not enough, they are really not enough, but the shortest lifespan of a god is measured in thousands of years. As long as you live long enough, you will always be able to get some golden apples. Although the Almighty City is the gentle home of the gods, it cannot attract so many gods to live here. Golden apples are as if they are made of gold at the same time. Apart from being stronger than ordinary apples and having a richer and more fragrant taste, there is nothing different about them. Sauron took a bite, and the taste of the apple exploded in his mouth. Then there was a great taste bud satisfaction. This kind of satisfaction alone is enough to attract people. When he finished eating a golden apple, he felt a slight throbbing from the golden gene. A golden energy was absorbed by the golden gene, and then the golden gene increased by about 1/10,000th. If he didn't have the ability to devour the body, he would be able to increase the golden god's genes. I'm really attracted to the golden apple. How about Sauron? If you choose to live in the Almighty City forever, I can give you 5 golden apples every year. There was a hint of confidence in Zeus's eyes. He is confident that no one can escape the temptation of golden apples? Sauron made a simple calculation in his mind. His golden genes now accounted for only 1/10 of the total, and the remaining 9/10ths were 9,000 golden apples. If given 5 every year, that would be 1,800 years? He had a shortcut that could be achieved in a few days, so why did it take 1,800 years? Even if you take the golden apple tree as your own, it will take 90 years. Thank you for your kindness, but I have my own way. Sauron refused directly. A mere golden apple could not attract him. Zeus, was stunned. This was the first time he saw an acquired god who could not be attracted by his own golden apple. If he is really the blood descendant of those people, maybe there is really a way. Zeus did not force it, but Sauron and Loki looked satisfied after eating the golden apples. And anxious about Sauron's rejection? Don't give us 5 golden apples every year. Give me 100 years, no. Give me 50 years and I can reach my father's bloodline concentration. Rely on your own cultivation of divine power and slowly increase the blood concentration, because it is too slow. Our carnival party this year is at Ego Star Superstar. Do you want to attend? Zeus invited again. Sauron was very interested in Superstar Zeus's carnival party. He didn't know anything else. None of the daughters of Zeus were very beautiful. If it's Ego Star, I will participate. Sauron agreed, making Zeus smile more. Are you coming to the Almighty City simply as an envoy, or do you have some other purpose? After chatting for a while, Zeus asked. Sauron did not hide anything and said, in addition to being an envoy, I came here to challenge the gods. I want to see what level my current strength is in the universe. Zeus's eyes lit up. Through a person's battle, he could see his true identity. The gods in the world are one family, and the appearance of a god with powerful fighting power is not a bad thing. Okay, then I will convene the sacred council of gods and introduce you to everyone. The parliament of the gods is not held every day. There are so many gods in the universe, and they all have their own things to do. Although many gods do not take their believers seriously, there are also many gods who protect their believers. In addition to the Parliament of the Gods that is held at a fixed time every year, the temporary Parliament of the Gods is notified by Zeus and summons everyone to the Almighty City. Thank you. Sauron thanked. The more gods there are, the better. He looked at Thor 4 and felt that there were so many gods in the Golden Temple, but not many of them. The more people come, the more he can drop the divine persona from their bodies. There is no night here, only eternal day. It looks huge and beautiful here, but in fact there is not much to play. Sauron simply practiced the god's breathing technique on the tallest building. That tiny sun provides Sauron with endless energy. After the golden gene swallowed up the personality of the sun god, his sun god had some changes. Not only can he integrate his consciousness into the sun of the 9 realms, he can also integrate into his consciousness almost all fixed stars, and the deep void can draw huge energy from fixed stars. To put it simply, the authority he originally had on a certain section is now part of the authority on the sun within the entire system. The innate gods far surpass the acquired gods. With successive changes, Sauron's strength has also skyrocketed. From the previous peak of the Iron Man level, in these 3 days of training, he has quietly entered the Black Iron Superman level. 3 days later, the sacred meeting of the gods was held as scheduled. In the vast golden palace, there are many gods sitting. God of magic, dream god, steamed bun god, god of stone man. Quetzalcoatl waits. Naturally, there is also the golden dragon that Sauron saw in Thor 4 and the existence of the suspected Jade Emperor. Just like in the movie, Zeus is very particular about appearance. After a burst of gorgeous performances, he got down to business. Today, I called everyone together and held a sacred meeting of the gods. This temporary meeting has only one purpose. Let me introduce you to a newly born, powerful god. Please welcome everyone, the sun god from Asgard, Sauron Lee. The gods present began to cheer for Sauron's guests. Sauron. Sauron? And Sauron also brought his gorgeous appearance? Behind Zeus, there are huge amounts of circular glass windows. Outside the 2 equally huge amounts of glass windows on both sides, there are members of the Celestial clan who have shrunk their bodies as much as possible but are still huge and cannot enter the Golden Palace. Sauron turned into a ray of light and flew from a distance. His whole body bloomed with immeasurable light. His speed pierced the air and made rolling thunder. Many gods looked at that light. Just when Sauron was about to smash the glass, his figure disappeared instantly. Then, in the Golden Palace, the sun suddenly appeared. The immeasurable light and heat made the gods feel dazzling and scorching. Even some gods related to water want to escape from the Golden Palace. The next second, the light and heat of the sun gradually dissipated, and a tall figure appeared. Sauron was wearing the gorgeous clothes prepared for him by Asgard. He was already extremely handsome, but with these clothes, he looked even more luxurious. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he attracted the attention of many goddesses. In particular, on Zeus' suspended throne stood several of his beautiful daughters. They looked at Sauron with admiration and greed. That look made him want to tear Sauron naked. Sauron's face was filled with a bright smile, and his eyes swept over the golden dragon and the Jade Emperor in green ancient armor. The killing intent flashed through my heart. Although it was the first time they met, and there was no enmity in the past and no injustice in the present, Sauron felt disgusted when he saw it. As if he had been blasphemed. This not only comes from his heart, but also from the golden genes in his body. In this universe, he is the only orthodox Eastern god, but don't be in a hurry to kill. If you kill now, you will be challenged later. What should you do if others don't dare? It's impossible for him to start massacring the gods in this almighty city, right? Black Iron Superman level, back to the point of running rampant in the universe? All the gods felt Sauron's superior suppression, but they didn't pay much attention to it. Zeus had already mentioned this in his notice, but there were two beings present who felt a particularly targeted suppression force. The Golden Dragon and the Jade Emperor looked at Sauron suspended in midair, with constant surrender in their hearts. The Jade Emperor's brows were furrowed with deep anger, and unwillingness breeds in the heart. Sauron faced all the gods and said something that shocked them all. Everyone, I came here from Asgard not to make friends with you. I'm here just to challenge the gods. Either you defeat me, or I defeat you. As soon as Sauron opened his mouth, even Zeus, who already knew Sauron's purpose, was shocked. Shit, even if you have an ancient and powerful bloodline, you can't say that? This is a rhythm that will offend the gods. Zeus cursed directly, but the daughters beside him are stunningly beautiful. Father, why didn't you introduce such a hero to us in advance? Yes, Father, he is so handsome. So courageous. Father, I found that I fell in love with him. Each of his daughters is more beautiful than the other, and each one of his daughters is more nymphomaniac than the other when it comes to talking. Zeus has long been accustomed to having a lot of sons and daughters, and he is the root. Are Asgardians so crazy now? Ancient blood does not mean that one has invincible strength. Let me do it. Teach this arrogant new god a lesson. You all get out of the way, I'm going to teach this new god a lesson. A smile appeared on the corner of Sauron's mouth. He saw many gods and they all stood up. These gods, in their own systems, are all gods of war and the like. Naturally hot-tempered, Sauron faced these gods and landed in the center of the Golden Temple, a place similar to a stage. Hooking his fingers, Sauron smiled and said, "You guys come together. Arrogant. Fake. Looking for death. Damn it, are you looking down on God?" Those gods who said they wanted to show Sauron a lesson were instantly outraged. One by one, they jumped onto the stage. The weapons in your hands are also powerful artifacts. Quite a few of these artifacts were made by Nidavali's dwarf. Nidavali's weapons have reputations and legends throughout the universe. Sauron never thought that building a weapon for himself would be his fist, the most powerful weapon. These gods possess powerful divine power, and their bodies have been strengthened by the divine power for countless years, each possessing strength beyond Thor. In Thor 4, it is so easy for Thor to fight with a group of people because they are all ordinary soldiers. Those ordinary Protoss warriors are not much different in strength from the ordinary warriors of Asgard. More powerful than the elite soldiers on Blue Star, but weaker than super soldiers like Captain America. They also all possess all kinds of extraordinary abilities. I am Apollo, the sun god. Let me see who is the real sun god. A young man roared at Sauron, and Sauron's eyes burst into excitement. Sun god? The godhood must be defeated and it will fall out. Apollo was originally one of Sauron's goals. He came towards Sauron, condensing the terrifying power of the sun in his hands. He has existed for thousands of years, and the solar energy accumulated in his body is extremely vast. God is God. Never underestimate him. Those superhumans on Blue Star can be needed at will by Sauron. Except for their ability, they are not as good as Sauron. How much energy do they have accumulated in their bodies? It's not that the gods in this universe don't know how to practice, it's just that it's a little different from the practice in Eastern cognition. At the beginning of Thor 4, Thor meditated on the top of the mountain until the storm axe sprouted roots. Moreover, even if you don't practice, the H power in your body can be increased just by increasing time. So the older you are, the more powerful you are, the longer you live, the more powerful you are. It's not a movie universe or a simple comic universe, most of them follow the movie universe. Apollo's thousands of years of accumulation made the sun power ball in his hand enough to smash Mount Everest. Sauron shook his fist. The power of the sun god flowed under the skin. Boom! Sauron's fist collided with Apollo's sun power ball. The vast divine power that was enough to shatter Mount Everest only made Sauron's fist turn red. But the super self-healing ability instantly dissipates the red color on the fist. Apollo's eyes flashed with deep shock. Impossible. Not even Zeus can take my punch easily. Sauron's fists didn't stop at all, hitting Apollo's chest. Apollo gathered the vast power of the sun in his chest, and he had no time to dodge and resist the punch. Bump. Sauron's fist hit Apollo's chest, and the defense composed of divine power was penetrated. Apollo had the power of the sun, and Sauron had the power of the sun. The power of gods is a higher power than divine power. The power of Sauron's sun god is far less than 1%, 1,000th of Apollo's. But in terms of quality, even Zeus only has the power of lightning. Sauron had no murderous intention, but Apollo's chest had dented skin and several ribs. He was punched out by Sauron. A mouthful of golden blood spurted out. The blood contained rich solar power and exuded a terrifying temperature. In a confrontation, Apollo was knocked down. The other gods who wanted to fight Sauron were a little stunned. On the throne, the daughters of Zeus shouted for Sauron. Come on, Sauron. If you defeat them, I will be your princess. Hurry up and finish the fight and come to my garden. Zeus's eyes became serious. He knows better than anyone what Apollo's strength is. Among the gods he knew, apart from the power of the gods, each god's body strengthening direction or ability was different. As the father of God, he has the power of lightning, and he is very powerful in physical strengthening. But his power is not as strong as his own son, Hercules. He didn't expect that Sauron, the newly promoted sun god, would be so outstanding in terms of strength. Generally, it is the god of war and the god of strength who has the most terrifying power. Everyone come together. The other gods looked at each other and all attacked Sauron. Among them, there is the god of speed of a certain civilization. He relies on his super speed and wants to knock Sauron down before he can react. When he walked around behind Sauron and hit him in the back, Sauron also entered super speed, and everything around him slowed down. He turned his head, with a mocking smile on his lips, and looked at the god of speed. Shit, how can you be so fast? His eyes widened with disbelief. But his fist was easily grabbed by Sauron, and he couldn't break free at all. Fall down for me too? Sauron kicked the god of speed in the stomach. No one was killed, but the god of speed's internal organs were injured. He fell out of super speed in an instant, and his body slid on the ground for several meters before hitting the rocks on the edge. He clutched his stomach and couldn't stand up. Lightning flashed in Zeus's eyes, and he saw clearly what had just happened. His speed can actually keep up with the god of speed. Among the gods present, only a handful could clearly see what was happening. Their eyes were full of shock. I am the god of strength. Take my blow. A god who didn't look very tall at first suddenly transformed into a gorilla over 5 meters tall. In his hand, he waved a stick made of unknown material and hit Sauron hard on the head. The stick hadn't hit my head yet, but there was already a heavy feeling coming over my face. Sauron raised his hands and feet towards the stick. Ha ha ha, little new god, you are seeking death. My rod is made of material from the edge of a black hole, and its density is higher than that of a white dwarf star. Can you withstand the force of 10 million tons of my stick? When the gorilla spoke, Sauron really jumped. But, 10 million tons of power? If it was the man of steel level, he wouldn't be able to catch it, but now he is the black iron Superman level. He can carry an island as big as Honshu Island in Japan. At this scene, everyone subconsciously held their breath. I don't know how many gods have tried to lift the stick of the god of strength. But in the almighty city, apart from the god of bravery, the one who can be picked up is the son of Zeus, Hercules. When the rod of the god of strength fell into the hands of Sauron, nothing magical or gorgeous happened. It was like an ordinary stick fell into Sauron's hands. Sauron felt relieved in his heart. If he hadn't just been promoted, he really wouldn't have been able to handle it. But this scene of his calm demeanor made all the gods dumbfounded. What a powerful force! Even Hercules, the Hercules, can't take this blow so calmly. Hiss, this new god is too terrifying. Is he the sun god or the Hercules? Terrible. I didn't expect Asgard to have such a powerful new god. In the next few thousand years, no one will dare to provoke Asgard. The gods whispered. Thor was stunned. Loki, he is so powerful. It seems that he didn't use any force at all when he fought with me. The pride in Thor's heart lowered himself for the first time. After hearing Thor's words, Loki vomited in his heart. My stupid brother, are you showing off? Who doesn't know that it was my father who paid the price of his divine status to allow you to awaken more powerful thunder power? Sauron showed off the power of his body without any care. Facing the gorilla god who was in a daze, Sauron snatched his big stick directly. With one click, the gorilla god flew aside. Sauron tried this big stick. For him now, it was a bit too heavy in terms of strength and size. He casually threw the stick to the ground. Millions of tons of power fell on the Golden Palace, causing the Golden Palace to shake. In the blink of an eye, 3 gods were eliminated, and the rest were a little afraid to go up. Please give me flowers. How can this be done? If the mountains don't come to me, then I will go to the mountains? Sauron rushed over directly, and the power of the sun god condensed into huge amounts of fists. Punch a kid. In an instant, there were 7 or 8 more gods lying on the ground. Hiss, it's really terrifying. Is this the strength of the ancient bloodline? If I have a child with him, I don't know how powerful the offspring will be. This is the most powerful spiritual song I have ever seen. I wonder if anyone else dares to fight with him. The gods were buzzing and whispering to each other. Sauron frowned slightly. There were 7 or 8 light groups in his system space, but only Apollo had lost the status of the sun god. Others, either ability or Shinwan, have fallen. There are still 8 divine beings left. Sauron took a breath and looked at the many gods present. Who else? Sauron spoke and looked back. But just now, he has shown how powerful he is. Although everyone is a god, the fighting method is still based on physical fighting. Sauron's power meant that they had no chance of winning. If you can't win, why go on the field and get defeated? Everyone is a god, has a long life, and lives a luxurious life. If you don't pay attention to your appearance, what is the point? Seeing that no one came forward, Sauron's heart moved. It seems that I can only throw out a bait that can attract even the gods? The only bait that can seduce even Zeus is infinite gems? Infinite gems. Sauron suddenly shouted loudly. These 4 words, infinite gems, instantly caused the entire golden palace to fall into silence. A pair of eyes stared at Sauron. Sauron was overjoyed that these could be seduced by infinite gems. No matter who among you, if you all attack together, you can only knock me down. I will tell the person who defeats me the location of an unowned infinite gems. The Power Stone is related to the plot of Guardians of Galaxy and cannot be moved. Space and time are all on Blue Star, so we can't say that. The Mind Gem is in the hands of Thanos at the moment, and these gods would not dare to provoke Thanos. Sauron didn't know where the reality gem was sealed. Then the only thing that can be said is Soul Gem. If someone can really defeat Sauron, the other party may not be able to obtain the Soul Gem. It seems like a fair one-for-one exchange, but for these gods, how can anyone really love them? But apart from Sauron, the only person who knows the conditions for obtaining Soul Gem is the gem guide Red Skull. Sauron, are you telling the truth? Zeus, who was aloof, was moved. Sauron nodded and said, the most special one among the 6 infinite gems, the Soul Gem. I know which planet this gem is on. And there are no powerful Asgardians on that planet. The conditions for obtaining Soul Gem are originally the greatest protection. Hercules? Zeus suddenly shouted, and a beam of teleportation light came down, and a tall man wearing leather shorts and leather shoes, shirtless, and carrying a hammer on his back, appeared. Son of Zeus, Hercules? A very powerful god. Bring me the news about Soul Gem. Zeus's old face shows greed. Infinite gems, even he can't hide the desire in his heart? Father, just look at me. Hercules looked at Sauron with confidence. The other gods are also eager to try. Sauron laughed, you guys get on the bar together. The gods are coming. Infinite gems are the most special soul gem among them. They are so attractive to the gods. Even the Mow-headed god and the Bayazai god, who seemed to have no fighting power, came towards Sauron. The surrounding seats were empty and no one was there. There is no simple guy who can become a god. One-on-one, Sauron can crush most of the gods here. But when hundreds of gods besieged Sauron, his chances of winning were extremely slim. Facing the swarming gods, Sauron used the breathing method of the gods to the extreme. The breathing method of the gods can turn all energy into the power of the gods. There are hundreds of gods, but only a handful of them can fight hand-to-hand. Most gods can only release various long-range attacks from the outside, and these attacks are all divine power. They are high-level energy. With every breath, Sauron swallowed and transformed these surging energies. In his body, the power of the sun god grew like a blowout. The energy shield formed by the power of the sun god tightly protects Sauron within it. The more the gods use their divine power to attack, the more powerful Sauron's energy shield will be. His eyes were scarlet with hints of scorching white. That was the physical phenomenon manifested by the temperature of the heat vision reaching an even more terrifying level. Buzz! 230. The heat vision penetrated the energy shield and impacted on the bodies of the gods. Heat vision is not only a terrifying high temperature but also an extremely powerful impact. One by one, the gods were hit hard and injured under this heat vision. At this moment, Sauron is not fighting against the gods alone. Instead, he borrowed the power of the gods and used the power of the gods to defeat each god. Divine power is an extremely high-level energy in the universe, and the power of gods is a calendar area above divine power. What the gods sent was divine power, but what Sauron gave them back was the power of the gods. The power of the sun god contains all the characteristics of fixed star, searing, bursting, radiating, melting everything. Whenever the heat vision is scanned, all the gods will be knocked away and their bodies will be injured. Only a few gods used powerful artifacts to resist Sauron's heat vision. On the high platform, Zeus's eyes widened. From his perspective, he could only see the gods swarming forward. Under countless divine attacks, Sauron first protected himself with a divine power shield. Then a terrifying light was released from his eyes, injuring most of the gods. He's so powerful, it's unbelievable. He alone can actually fight against hundreds of gods here. Incredible? Whose bloodline is he? The daughters of Zeus were stunned and wished they could knock Sauron down right now and let him use his powerful body on them. There was a burning smell in the air. In front of Sauron, there were only a dozen gods left. These are the most powerful among all the gods present. There is Hercules, there is the Golden Dragon, there is the Jade Emperor, and among the others, one is some kind of mythical beast no smaller than the Golden Dragon, and 10 are unknown gods with the size of their masters. At this moment, Sauron is fighting vigorously. Within his body, the surging power of the sun god almost burst out of his body. He transformed all the divine power of hundreds of gods into the power of the sun god, but it exceeded his own accumulation by dozens of times. That is to say, his body is strong and can barely accommodate it. But we must also release the medical staff as soon as possible. Sauron and Hercules' eyes met, and they rushed towards each other. In just a moment, the two bodies collided hard. As a Hercules, he is not only powerful, but also has a strong body. This collision created a terrifying shockwave, like a strong wind. The countless huge amounts of glass in the Golden Temple were all shattered. Sauron and Hercules had no problems at all. The two stared at each other, and suddenly, they both waved their fists at each other at the same time. The majestic divine power is condensed in the fist. In addition to the original huge power, it also has an even more terrifying destructive power. Both of them were hit by each other's fists, and their bodies fell back again and again. As expected of Hercules, Sauron felt the pain in his chest. Hercules also felt uncomfortable. He had the most powerful divine body in the Almighty City, and the pain in his bones gave him a new experience. After living for so long, this was the first time he felt pain. But this made him extremely excited. The two of them attacked each other again, because their speed was too fast, forming a continuous afterimage, and it was them in the entire stage. The other gods could only stare. But thunder sounds like thunderbolts in the clear sky kept ringing. It was their fists that broke through the sound barrier and created sonic booms. The more Sauron fights, the more excited he becomes. While the majestic power of the sun god in his body is being consumed, part of the power of the god of God is rapidly integrating into his body, comprehensively strengthening everything in his body. In the battle with Sauron, Heracles was evenly matched from the beginning and dealt with it calmly, but gradually felt the huge amounts of trouble. Damn, why is he getting stronger and stronger? Shit, the beatings are making me more and more painful. Hercules couldn't help but speak, releasing all his divine power. Boom. Sauron punched Hercules hard in the stomach, and Hercules' fist also hit his shoulder. Sauron's body just staggered, but Hercules was knocked out. He made a deep dent on the ground, held his stomach, and spat out golden blood. A huge amount of light ball flew into Sauron's body. Ha ha ha. Sauron laughed excitedly and stared at other gods. Some of them may be more powerful than Hercules, but Sauron is even easier to deal with. Pure physical attack is so unpretentious. Sauron is 100% sure to follow all attacks, but as long as he uses his divine power, performs various magical abilities, or simply attacks with energy. That is to charge Sauron with energy. The breathing method of the gods, turning all energy into the power of the gods, is not a joke. The golden dragon vomited blood and the Jade Emperor broke his bones. Sauron will defeat all the remaining gods. This process is not easy, but the majestic power of the sun god in his body provides him with endless physical strength. He looks very at ease. The only one standing was Sauron. He hid the power of the sun god in the bodies of the golden dragon and the Jade Emperor. As a beacon, he could find them at any time. Leave the Almighty City and show them off? Zeus, do you want to end it yourself? Sauron looked at Zeus and asked. Zeus shook his head. He was already old, and he was very afraid of the Godslayer Ger. Sauron, god of the sun. Congratulations, you have become the most powerful eye in the universe. Zeus said loudly. Sauron shook his head and said, Zeus, you know, in front of those real gods, we are all ants. Zeus said, they have disappeared long ago, and even if they still exist, they have stopped asking anything. Everyone, let us cheer for the sun god. The injured gods have all used their divine power to repair their injuries. They looked at Sauron with deep admiration in their eyes. This is the god who defeated all their gods? Worship of the strong exists even among the gods. Sauron? Sauron? The gods hailed Sauron's name and celebrated his becoming the well-deserved first god. Sauron himself knew that if it hadn't been for the god's breathing technique, and if it hadn't been for the simultaneous attacks of the gods that provided him with endless divine power, he might have been defeated by these gods working together. But Sauron will not tell the truth. He calmly accepted the cheers of the gods. The daughters of Zeus surrounded him and turned their bodies towards him. Zeus just looked at it with a smile. With such a powerful bloodline, if his daughter has any descendants, then this powerful bloodline can be passed on to his descendants. In the future, his family will have many gods as powerful as Sauron. In a gorgeous palace, Sauron left the gentle home of the daughter of Zeus. He came to the highest point of the Almighty City and began to check out this harvest. Hundreds of gods, defeated by him once, would drop one or two abilities. Sauron counted carefully, a total of 538 light groups. Among them, there are a total of 27 various divine persons, 430 various divine powers, and 81 various abilities. The divine personality must be integrated. After selecting various divine powers, Sauron integrates 43 types, integrates 26 of various abilities, and throws the rest to the system to exchange for system gold coins. Spider-Man's super abilities can be exchanged for thousands of gold coins each, but these divine powers or abilities are worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands each. After all the exchanges are completed, all the 10 million gold coins owed by Sauron have been paid off. There are still more than 1,541,000 gold coins left in hand. Sauron did not exchange the axe, but closed his eyes and began to feed the divine characters to the golden gene one by one. The long chain of golden genes seems to have life, entangling and swallowing the illusory divine personality. The golden gene begins to grow crazily. Sauron's gene chain, which was originally 1/10 golden, began to become more and more numerous. With only 9, Sauron can completely turn his genes into golden genes. But Sauron has 27 divine persons in his hands. After the golden gene swallowed up the 9 divine beings, Sauron's genes completely turned golden. His genes have completely turned into divine genes. His body caused amazing changes. In each cell, a new golden god gene begins to give birth to a new god cell. The new divine cells swallowed up the old cells. The new divine cells are far more powerful than the old cells. A more powerful and new Sauron was born from his body. His body exudes an aura of incomparable nobility. Billions of years after the birth of this universe, a new innate god was born. The gods in the almighty city felt a noble, ancient, and powerful aura that made them surrender. They all looked up and saw Sauron at the top. The first generation of gods are innate gods, and those after the second generation are acquired gods. This is not the classification of prehistoric gods. The birth of every innate god is crucial to the universe. In the universe, a thunderous sound echoed throughout the entire universe, and only the gods and some powerful beings could hear it. They were all surprised that such a big event had not happened in the universe for many years. But this is not the end for Sauron. He still has 18 divine beings that he has not yet devoured and absorbed. Golden genes continue to devour. One by one, the divine personalities were swallowed up by the golden gene and became the nutrients for the growth of the golden gene. The power of the universe was absorbed by the golden gene. After the absorption of the 18 divine beings, the golden genes turned into the most noble purple-gold color, but this purple-gold gene only accounts for less than 1/10 of the complete gene chain. At least 80 more divine beings are needed to evolve all of their genes into purple-gold genes. The new divine body is extremely powerful. It's several times the original. He was originally in the early stage of the Black Iron Superman level, but at this moment, he has reached the late stage of the Black Iron Superman level, just a complete metamorphosis of genes, and the strength increases like a leap. But this is not the upper limit brought by his new body. This is just the basic improvement brought about by the birth of the divine body. With the real body and the divine breathing method, Sauron's strength will experience a rapid surge in a short period of time. But for Sauron, the divine genes swallowed up many divine personalities, making Sauron's original life status extremely high. His personal power has not become complicated by swallowing up various divine personalities. His 22 sun god personas have been enhanced in power dozens of times and hundreds of times. Only the fixed star that gave birth to life can be called the sun, but the power of Sauron, the sun god, has been elevated to a terrifying level. He has evolved into the god of fixed star. He can feel all the fixed stars in the entire galaxy. Although he cannot control the movement of these fixed stars, he can draw huge energy from these fixed stars in the void. As long as he is in any fixed star system, his combat power can be infinitely blessed by the fixed star of that system. Every fixed star in the galaxy can become his space beacon, and he can use these fixed stars as points to jump in space. Even if his body is destroyed, he can still give birth to a larger divine body from any fixed star. Unless someone destroys the galaxy at once, he will be immortal. At the same time, he has the lifespan of a fixed star. The golden gene, this divine treasure from the manifest universe, is so unbelievable. Sauron opened his eyes, and a golden sun was reflected in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the sun above his head, and he could see its reality at a glance. This sun is too small, and it is impossible for nature to produce a fixed star of this size. It is a powerful technological creation. Belongs to a kind of artificial sun, but even if it is an artificial sun, as long as it fulfills the duties of fixed star, Sauron can feel it and draw energy from it. The power of the innate god is so terrifying. No, it's not the innate gods of the Marvel universe who are so powerful, but the power given by Sauron's divine genes, Yin Bat Yin. However, Sauron's divine genes made it difficult for Sauron to give birth to children. It requires the existence of genes no weaker than Sauron's in order to successfully combine and give birth to an extremely powerful heir. Once Sauron's life essence leaves his body, it will turn into mortal matter. Whether it is his current one or his previous one, even if it is obtained by someone who is interested, it has no value for Sunpoint research. This is actually a good thing for Sauron. He can sow seeds as he likes without worrying, and suddenly one day a child of his will appear. Don't worry, others will get your life seeds and do some genetic research. He already has the life of level fixed star and no longer needs the continuation of his bloodline. When Sauron appeared next to Zeus, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Shit, this is impossible. You are obviously a descendant of a god, how could you become an innate god? That's incredible, unless you have 6 infinite gems. With a discerning smile on his face, Sauron would not regard him as his father-in-law just because he slept with Zeus's daughter. It's nothing, maybe my bloodline is a little special. Sauron casually explained that he could just push his own bloodline anyway. In the eyes of Zeus, he was the child of one of the 5 gods. No matter what, rely on the 5 great gods, even if it is impossible, it will become possible. Hey, God is more powerful than God, I'm so angry with Death God. Zeus is not the first generation god, that is, the innate god. He has owned the golden apple for thousands of years, but his bloodline has not reached the level of the ancestor god. But when I think about it, even my ancestors are still little Kayla Rice when facing the 5 great gods. He could only express deep envy towards Sauron. Zeus, my purpose of coming to provide all-round support has been achieved, and it's time to leave. Sauron proposed to leave. Okay, remember, in 1 month, we will go to Ego Planet to attend our carnival party. Zeus reminded. Yi is also a god of the universe. The brain of a certain celestial god gave birth to a new sense of freedom, gathered the surrounding matter, and protected himself with a thick crust, and he became a planet. Egg walking in the universe is just a duplication created by him. Sauron nodded. Aang was destined to die. He didn't know if he would gain the ability of the complete celestial clan if he died in his own hands. Boarding the sailing battleship, Thor and others followed Sauron and left the almighty city. Thor, Loki, Sif, and others all looked at Sauron with admiration. One person defeated all the gods in the almighty city? This is simply a myth? It's a legend? Sauron, let me follow you from now on. Thor's face turned red as he drank, and his face was full of excitement. You are really too powerful? Defeat all the gods by yourself? Enough to leave a powerful legend in the universe. I want to follow you and leave legends in the universe together. At this moment, Thor didn't want to be a king at all. In the past, he worshipped his father Odin and Zeus in his heart. But now, he worships Sauron? Sauron just smiled, neither refusing nor agreeing. Thor was the one. Sauron had already acquiesced. He was extremely excited and led everyone to drink and celebrate, and grabbed Loki's shoulders and said to him, "My brother, I want to follow Sauron to conquer the universe and become a legend. The throne of Asgard is left to you." Before this time, he would still be extremely eager for the throne of Asgard. But now, he has seen a grander world, witnessed the birth of a great legend. Asgard, 9 realms, is already extremely small in his eyes. No, my brother, you are the first heir to Asgard. You should go back and inherit the throne obediently. I will follow Sauron, become his knight, witness his greatness, and praise his legend. Loki looked at Sauron with excitement and admiration in his eyes. Sauron heard their voices and smiled slightly. If the plot breaks down, let it break down. He also didn't expect that his body actually contained the genes of the gods of the real universe. And this time he was completely promoted to the innate god, and the power of the gods shocked him even more. He became the god of all fixed stars in the galaxy, and he no longer looked down upon the superpowers who would be born on the blue star. His future focus will be on powerful gods and ancient beings in the universe, as well as infinite gems, etc. Loki can't wander the universe, and it doesn't matter if he meets Thanos or gets a psychic scepter. Just know that the mind scepter is in the hands of Thanos. Sif walked up to Sauron. Her eyes were extremely hot, but they were also full of admiration. "Dear sun god, where are we going now?" Sauron carefully felt the power of the sun god that he had left in the bodies of the golden dragon and the jade emperor. They also left the almighty city and were returning to their own place. Sauron input a coordinate into Sif's mind. That is an interception coordinate. Through space jumping, the jade emperor and the golden dragon can be intercepted. Their destinations were different, but they went along the way. They walked for 10 yuan. Yes? Sif didn't ask why, but went to control the sailing battleship. Looking at the extremely ancient sail warship, it shows amazing technology. The huge sail warship started the space jump and made space jumps from one space jump point after another. Even when passing through the entrance to a certain space jump point, Sauron saw 5 brain gates from the planet below. Observer? It took 18 consecutive jumps before reaching the interception point. 10 minutes later, a spaceship that looked like an ancient oriental ship jumped out of the jumping point and stopped helplessly due to the obstruction of the sail warship. The Jade Emperor and the Golden Dragon God in the building ship could be recognized at a glance as Asgard's ship. The superior aura emanating from the ship that strongly suppressed them was, needless to say, Sauron. The Jade Emperor and the Golden Dragon God flew out of the building ship and flew towards the sail warship. "Solon, God of the Sun, why did you block our way?" The Jade Emperor spoke fluently in English. Sauron's voice came from inside the ship, and his voice was dull. "Jade Emperor, Golden Dragon, your existence has tarnished the Eastern mythology. Commit suicide." The Jade Emperor in the Marvel Universe is just a god who ate a flat peach. Sauron just wants to clear the door? However, when the Jade Emperor and the Golden Dragon heard this, their expressions suddenly changed. The Jade Emperor even said angrily, "Sun God Sauron, why do you want us to commit suicide? I am the majestic Jade Emperor, the supreme ruler of Dalashan. I am on an equal footing with Odin and Zeus. You are just a god under Odin. Do you really think you are so powerful that you are lawless?" The Jade Emperor was extremely angry. He was once a prince of a country and became a god after eating a flat peach. Ruler of Dalashan, he is the god of Marvel East. Among his subordinates are powerful gods such as Neza, Sun Wukong, and Guan Yu. They are all in the special dimensional world of Dalashan. It has been a long time since I interfered in human affairs. Dalashan's dimension entrance in Blue Star was closed, so the Jade Emperor had to use other entrances to enter and exit. On the surface, Blue Star is the territory of Asgard. More than 1,000 years ago, Odin and Hela conquered this territory. In the movies Sauron has watched, these are not explained. But if you analyze it with your brain, you can understand it. The Jade Emperor of the Marvel Universe really tarnishes the name. He must have been defeated in that ancient war. Otherwise, why is Blue Star one of the 9 realms? The East on Blue Star has become a godless land, allowing Mandarin to dominate? Everything should be cleaned up. Sauron took a deep breath, strode out of the battleship, and came to the front of the Jade Emperor and the Golden Dragon. Sauron put his fingers on his temples and recalled all the memories in his mind about heaven, about the real Jade Emperor, about Yangjian, the god of war in the 3 realms, about Neza, the great god of the 3 altar seas, and about the Monkey King. The Monkey King made a copy. "Jade Emperor, I have this memory, even if I let you 4 understand why I have to kill you." After Sauron finished speaking, he flicked the memory ball in front of the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor gritted his teeth and put the memory ball between his eyebrows. His mind exploded. The extremely huge mythical world in Sauron's memory appeared in the Jade Emperor's mind. The Jade Emperor, who is in charge of heaven and suppresses the three realms, makes the Jade Emperor understand what the real Jade Emperor is. It was just a blink of an eye, but in the Jade Emperor's heart, it took a long time. He opened his eyes, full of horror. The Eastern myths and stories in this universe have been infinitely weakened. No, impossible, that's not me. This is all fake. I am the real one. The Jade Emperor couldn't accept it at all. The Jade Emperor in the Memory Light group was too powerful. He practiced for hundreds of millions of years and experienced various disasters before he sat on the throne of the Jade Emperor. And he just ate a flat peach. And he regarded it as the supreme divine object, just one flat peach that turned him into the Jade Emperor. In that memory light ball, there was actually a flat peach orchard with 3 different flat peach trees, each with 1,200 trees. The flat peach he had eaten was exactly the same as the lowest one in the memory light group. But this kind of flat peach, in the memory light group, is for those low-level gods to eat. He cannot accept the reality of this Hungwakuo. You devil, this is all fake. You made it all to deceive me. I am the Jade Emperor? What you showed me was not me at all. Sauron heard this and sneered. You are right, you are not him at all. Although he has all kinds of bad qualities in my heart, he is not something you can blaspheme. I'll show you this to make you understand. Sauron's eyes turned white. The scorching white heat vision, with extremely terrifying power, bombarded the Jade Emperor. He mobilized the divine power in his body to resist, but what this heat vision released was not the fixed star energy, but the power of the sun god. The Jade Emperor's divine defense was instantly broken. The heat vision hit his chest and chased him directly into the house. The heart, lungs, liver and other organs are directly keified. This so-called Yu Wei was just a mortal who gained power after eating the so-called flat peach and became the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor wanted to escape, but Sauron used his huge spiritual power to hold him firmly in place. As the heat vision moves, the power of the sun god destroys the Jade Emperor's body. Finally, the Jade Emperor's head was completely evaporated, and a flat peach appeared at the place where the Jade Emperor was evaporated, exuding an alluring fragrance. Thor, Loki, Sif, and others all smelled the aroma and couldn't help but drool, wanting to eat the flat peach. Sauron waved his hand, and the peach fell into his hand. What bullshit flat peach, ha! Sauron directly exchanged him for system gold coins. What made Sauron frown was that after killing the Jade Emperor, it didn't drop. It can be seen that all the power of this Jade Emperor comes from the flat peach. And this flat peach can be exchanged for 1 million gold coins? It seems that the original Eastern god in the Marvel Universe, the Yuanshi Tianzan who gave the Jade Emperor peaches, has something. Sauron's murderous intention did not end with the death of the Jade Emperor. This Jade Emperor looks like a Japanese god, who will have room for death. The Golden Dragon, looking at the powerful Jade Emperor, died instantly in the hands of Sauron. It was so frightened that it trembled all over. Dear sun god, I am willing to be your mount, please don't kill me. Sauron's eyes fell on the Golden Dragon. Sauron knows that there are only 2 Eastern dragons in the Marvel Universe. One is the Golden Dragon in front of me, and the other is the dragon in the tarot. Both of them are incomparable to the real Eastern dragon. Not even Xiao can compare with it. In Sauron's eyes, they only serve one purpose, to become a delicacy. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow, that is a dish at the Peach Festival. Sauron will try it today. Your existence is also a stain. Sauron was so reluctant that he appeared next to the Golden Dragon in an instant. The Golden Dragon was immediately shocked. He mobilized the divine power in his body, and the surrounding space began to ripple, and a wormhole appeared in the blink of an eye. The Golden Dragon wants to get into the wormhole and escape from here. But its tail was tightly grasped by Sauron. Like walking, Sauron grabbed the dragon's tail and swung it back and forth. It's like someone caught a snake and knocked it unconscious. At this moment, the Golden Dragon is like a little green snake in Sauron's hand. Well, the Golden Dragon made a painful roar, but it couldn't resist the terrifying power coming from its tail. His body was bent into 18 sections. He could even hear the sound of his spine breaking. After dozens of times, the Golden Dragon was soft and suspended in the void. On the battleship, Thor and others were stunned. Hiss, it's so powerful. I know this Golden Dragon, a very powerful god. It should feel good to shake someone like that, right? Loki didn't know that if everything stayed the same, he would be shaken by Hulk like this. Thor would also be shaken by Hulk like this. The admiration in Sif's eyes became even stronger. This is a real man. She couldn't help but sigh. The power of the sun god in Sauron's body was rolling, and his body was constantly changing. This is the ability of a certain god that has been absorbed. It can grow and shrink freely. When Sauron reached 100 meters high, he stopped, and the Golden Dragon was like a big python in his hands. Sauron's nails were extremely hard and sharp, and golden blood flowed out of the belly of the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon roared in pain, but could not resist. His bones were broken, and his body was suppressed by Sauron's spiritual power. The entire abdomen of the Golden Dragon was cut open, and golden blood was suspended in the void. Gathered into a large group, they seemed to exude a color that was better than gold. You don't even have reverse scales. How dare you say you are a dragon? Sauron sneered. However, the dragon scales near the Golden Dragon's head are still very hard, even comparable to adamantium. This piece of dragon skin and dragon scales will make a good dress. Sauron put it away, and the skin of the golden dragon was pulled away, and the scarlet flesh was exposed in the vacuum. The dragon's liver, dragon's heart, and dragon's kidneys were all picked off. The dragon's intestines are quite clean, and the golden dragon has separated from food and feeds on energy. Pour dragon blood into dragon intestines to make dragon blood sausage. The dragon meat is also separated. The power of the sun god condensed into a fireball. Under the spiritual power of Sauron, meat, flesh, and bones, liver, kidneys, heart, blood sausage and so on. Everything begins to bake under the fireball of the power of the sun god. Sauron didn't waste the golden dragon's head, and roasted the dipterocarp's flowers. Soon, the meat exuded an extremely tempting aroma. Sauron gave some to Thor and others on the battleship. He was in the form of a 100-meter-tall giant, grabbed the dragon liver and dragon meat, and started to feast on it. Delicious? So delicious. This is the best food I have ever eaten. Oh my god, this is the most delicious thing I have ever eaten in my life of more than 1,000 years. What kind of rubbish did I eat before? Thor and Loki, as princes of Asgard, lived in fine clothes and fine food every day, but they had never eaten such delicious food. But after eating, all of them, the money ones, turned red. The energy contained in dragon meat is so abundant, they need to use meditation to digest it. A whole dragon, which Thor and the others ate, was not even 1,000th of it. All the rest went into Sauron's stomach. He ate a whole dragon and his body shrank, but his belly did not bulge. Even he could feel that this golden dragon was so filling, especially the dragon's waist. Sauron's face turned red, and his body was filled with strong pure yang energy. Looking at Sif, who was digesting the energy in his body through meditation, Sauron closed his eyes and connected his consciousness to the countless fixed stars in the galaxy. Soon, he found Captain Marvel, who was helping the local civilization in a certain fixed star system. With his current body, only Captain Marvel can bear it. No matter it is MJ, Dark Phoenix, or their fragile bodies, they cannot withstand his tyrannical body rules. Whoosh! Sauron disappeared instantly, and using the fixed star as an anchor, he instantly appeared near a star 150 light-years away. Sauron entered FTL and soon found Captain Marvel. Carol. Sauron, why are you here? Carol was shocked. This place is more than 500 light-years away from Blue Star. How did Sauron find him? Don't be too busy now. I just ate a pair of dragon kidneys and overstuffed them. After Sauron finished speaking, he pulled Carol away and went directly to a desolate planet in the fixed star system. A fierce battle. The dragon meat energy was completely digested. Carol is like a little girl, extremely shy. We have only been apart for a few days, how come you have changed so much? Sauron's divine body was born from the old body, and it was perfect in all aspects. It was the ultimate. Sauron told Carol about his experiences during this period. After Carol heard this, everyone was dumbfounded. You mean, you are now the sun god of Asgard? You have also defeated all the gods in the almighty city? You just killed the eastern god Jade Emperor and the golden dragon. You even roasted and ate the golden dragon god. Carol never expected that her little man could be so powerful. No wonder, a few days ago, she was evenly matched with him, but this time, she was completely defeated. Her experience is legendary enough, but compared with Sauron, her own experience is nothing more than the Shilipo sword god. Sauron, you are truly my man? You are simply too strong, Carol said with a double entendre. Sauron smiled faintly and felt a little worried in his heart. Could it be that from now on, he can only find women with strong bodies? Shaking his head, he threw this thought away. There were so many ways to strengthen the body in the universe, so I couldn't stop myself from thinking about it. I just had to look for more. After the two talked sweetly, Carol asked, are you going back to continue your mission? Or what? Carol is a very enterprising woman. She likes to punish the strong and help the weak everywhere in the universe. Sauron thought for a while, and there would be nothing wrong if he went back to Blue Star now. It is better to wander around the universe, look at the scenery everywhere, and experience the different customs of cosmic civilizations. I promised Odin that I would fulfill my promise. Sauron said. Carol nodded. She understood Sauron's ability. No matter who the two of them were in need, it only took a few minutes to find each other. When you interrupted me, I didn't even finish what I was dealing with. Carol complained a little, and just as the two started to separate, Carol grabbed Sauron's collar and warned. I'm warning you, you are not allowed to go to Contractaxia. If you dare to go, although I can't beat you, I can kill all the women who come close to you. Sauron was stunned for a moment, and his super brain immediately recalled what kind of place Contractia was. It's a paradise for raiders. The raiders are wanted criminals in many universe empires. They can't live on the boat forever, they need good wine, food, and women. Contractia Star is such a place, because of the harsh environment, it is cold all year round. Without civilization thriving there, it would become a back garden for predators and a red light district. Countless mechanical chickens and bionic chickens are there to receive the looters. Real people are high-end goods there, and only the bosses among the plunderers have the money to spend. Haha, how could I go to a place like that? How could Sauron go? Carol then left with peace of mind, and Sauron also returned to the interception point. Sure enough, the sail armor and building ship were still in place. The sailing warship was waiting for Sauron, and there were some heavenly soldiers on the ship, but they did not dare to leave without permission because the Jade Emperor died in one encounter. Sauron returned, the sail warship left, and the building ship set sail again. The Jade Emperor has been killed. What should we do? Fortunately, he didn't attack us. After he goes back, I will never come out again. Go back and report it to the great gods, and hope they won't punish us for this. It's so powerful. This sun god of Asgard is so incredible. It would be great if he became our new Jade Emperor. After the building and the boat were gone, Lucian still didn't know what kind of situation he would despise. Nova Empire, one of the powerful powers in the universe? Almost half of the galaxy is within the sphere of influence of Nova Empire. The other half belongs to the Thousand Miles Empire. There have been constant frictions between the two empires all year round. There have been no large-scale wars, but there have been many small fights. Recently, the top leaders of the two empires are preparing to sign a peace agreement. But this seriously affected the interests of the expansionists in the Kree Empire. Commander Ronan is the core member of the expansionist faction of the Kree Empire. He owns a super fleet of the Kree Empire. He once invaded Blue Star and was scared away after Captain Marvel destroyed several battleships. But it was also because of that experience that he deeply felt the necessity of having strong ability. So in the plot of Guardians of Galaxy 1, after he obtained the Power Stone, he broke the agreement with Thanos and instead took the Power Stone as his own. But in the end, he still failed miserably in the dance battle with Star-Lord. Choosing the Nova Empire, Sauron wanted to promote the plot of Guardians of Galaxy 1. Let Star-Lord quickly get the Power Stone, and then Sauron will take him to attend the carnival party of the gods. The Celestial clan stopped eating their brains and felt a little uncomfortable, but their ability still had to be taken away. The news about Sauron in the Almighty City has reached the ears of the leader of the Nova Empire, the Nova Supreme. For the visit of this extremely powerful god, the Nova Empire set out to receive it with the highest standards. While Sauron was conducting a formal diplomatic ceremony, a duplication quietly came to the shop of a character who appeared in the original work. Broker, a cosmic second-level dealer who specializes in posting rewards for certain rare items for others. Dear guest, how can I serve you? When I saw duplication, I was greeted with a smile on my face. With this magnanimity alone, he was sure that Sauron must be a nobleman of some cosmic civilization, or even a member of the royal family. I'm looking for something, the Cosmic Spirit Ball. Sauron duplication said. 1 million credits. Hearing Sauron say 1 million credits, the broker's eyes suddenly brightened up. Yonda's reward for Star-Lord was only 40,000, which made Rocket very surprised and excited. Sure enough, in the square on Xing Xing, CCCC, the arrest was launched. Credit points are the common currency among civilizations in the universe. 100,000 can buy a good high-level small spaceship, and 1 million can buy a large spaceship. 1 million is enough to make the predators and space mercenaries go crazy. Dear distinguished guest, please make a deposit of 100,000 credits, and I will definitely let all the mercenaries, treasure hunters, and plunderers in the universe know about it. Sauron nodded with satisfaction. He was looking for him because he had this ability. He left 100,000 credits and the code of his cosmic communicator, and Sauron left. After the broker respectfully bid farewell to Sauron, he directly closed the door, then entered the cosmic dark web and posted a reward of 1 million credits for the Cosmic Spirit Ball. Top-notch quantum communication technology made the entire galaxy aware of the bounty at the same time. Aboard Yondu's Marauder ship. 1 million credits? Ha ha ha, this Cosmic Spirit Ball must be found. On Yondu's head was still the coxcomb prototype. He shouted at his men. You damn losers, work hard for me. Activate your relationship and find me the whereabouts of the Cosmic Spirit Ball. Whoever can find the information about the Cosmic Spirit Ball, I will give him 100,000 credits. Yondu's words instantly excited the hundreds of looters on the ship. At the moment, Star-Lord, who was only in his 20s, was filled with suppressed excitement. When he was a child, Yondu took him away from the Blue Star. Instead of sending him to Egg, Yondu took him with him and raised him personally. Every time he robs other spaceships, Yondu will throw some books or something to Star-Lord, so that he can learn through these books. And Star-Lord just remembered that he seemed to have seen the words Cosmic Spirit Ball in one of the ancient fairy tale books. Returning to his cabin, he locked the door and quickly pulled out the book. The Cosmic Spirit Ball was once the most precious treasure of the Morag people. As the Morag planet was abandoned and the Morag people fled their home planet, the Cosmic Spirit Ball disappeared. Star-Lord's eyes were extremely bright. If I can find this Cosmic Spirit Ball, 1 million credits will be enough for me to live happily for a long time. Star-Lord has long been tempted to leave Yondu, but he never had the chance. Star-Lord completely destroyed the book recording the Cosmic Spirit Ball, and then quietly entered a small spaceship while everyone was asleep. This spaceship is one of the recently plundered items and has not yet been assigned to anyone. After opening the cabin and starting the engine, the small spacecraft broke away from Yondu's large spacecraft and was discovered by the person on duty. Shit, Yondu, that damn human kid got away in the newly plundered ship. In an instant, the entire Marauder spacecraft was in chaos. Somewhere out there in the universe, Thanos sits high on his levitating chair. 2 daughters, Gamera and Nebula, stood before him. Father, I just received news from the dark web that someone has posted $1 million reward for the Cosmic Spirit Ball we are looking for. Thanos didn't care at all. He instead expected someone to find it so that he could take it away from the other person's hands. Ronan of the Kree Empire was recently dissatisfied with the high-level leaders of the Kree Empire who wanted to sign an armistice agreement. He came to me and hoped to get my support. My daughter, you go find Ronan. If he can bring me the cosmic spirit ball, I will lend him my army. Gamera and Nebula looked at each other, and both saw the dissatisfaction and competitiveness in the other's eyes. Father, I will definitely complete your mission, Nebula said immediately. Gamera also said, I will definitely bring the cosmic spirit ball back. Thanos smiled. I know, you won't let me down. Countless plunderers on the Contractaxia planet began to have a party because of this bounty. In the land of nothingness, Collector Defan looked at the countless treasures he had collected. But he was very dissatisfied. Although these treasures are rare, many of them are unique in the universe. But what he really wants to collect is the treasure of the universe, infinite gems, cosmic spirit ball, power stone. Who is fighting for me? Come here, contact me with the broker. I want to increase the reward price to 10 million. At the moment, Rocket has just come together with Groot and became a bounty hunter partner. Groot, we are going to make a fortune? Someone actually offered a reward of 10 million to find something called the cosmic spirit ball. Rocket jumped up excitedly, while Groot looked at Rocket curiously from outside. Groot? Let's go find it. Rocket shook his head and said. Then what the hell is the cosmic spirit ball? We don't know at all. The person who issued the reward is the broker. Let's go to the Nova Empire? If someone finds it, he must take the thing to Xandar. Groot nodded. The two of them drove a small flight machine and started jumping towards the new star. On Nova, one of the most luxurious hotels was chartered by the new Supreme to receive Sauron. Even though it is a cosmic power with an extremely advanced civilization, it still adheres to ancient traditions in terms of reception. Dozens of girls from different civilizations let Sauron choose. It's a pity that these people are only mortal bodies and cannot bear his divine body. Standing on the balcony, feeling the rays of the three suns, his divine body can withstand the increase of 3 fixed stars at the same time. This is simply his blessed place. On the blue star, because of Sauron's departure, many people began to make moves. The temptation of the blue giant weapon is like the temptation of food to a person who has been hungry all day. Sauron's duplication is still the same as before. He has not changed because of Sauron's changes. He even secretly pushed for many countries and forces to know about the blue star weapon. Huge power is gathering in the dark. For several days, Sauron was on Xandar, enjoying everything here. The technological level surpasses Blue Star for several centuries, making entertainment projects extremely rich. Thor and Loki also gradually became obsessed with this place. Sauron waited for the plot to unfold. Although for him, getting the cosmic spirit ball is simply the simplest thing. But what's the point of that? Follow the plot, witness the story, and wait until the end to get the power gem in your hands. After becoming a god, you no longer have to worry about strength and lifespan, and it's time to start enjoying everything thoroughly. Star-Lord, who left Yondu, exchanged all the things he accumulated into credits, and then bought a map of some important buildings on Morag planet from a personal Morag before it was abandoned. The environment of Morag has become extremely harsh, and the erosion of the environment has been so severe that almost no trace of man-made buildings can be seen. Without this map, even knowing that the cosmic spirit ball is on Morag planet is of little use. The whole planet is so big, and how thick it is every day. Dreaming? Gamera and Nebula also came to Ronan's battleship. Ronan, who originally had dozens of warships, now only uses one. The signing of the peace agreement by the Kree Empire represented the decline of the power of the expansionists at the top. The peace faction took over Ronan's fleet, and this ship is Ronan's flagship, so the vehicle is still under Ronan's control. Launching an attack on the Nova Empire with only one battleship? Ronan is not that arrogant. He contacted Thanos just to use his army to start an all-out war between the Kree Empire and the Nova Empire. A general's power is always the greatest during war. Ronan wants to gain supreme power only by starting a huge war. Cosmic Spirit Ball? Is it true that as long as I find the Cosmic Spirit Ball, Thanos will fully support me? Ronan looked at the two adopted daughters of Thanos in front of him, but in his heart was a desire for advanced abilities. General super abilities are not unusual for the Kree Empire. The Inhumans on Blue Star are the product of the Kree Empire's gene integrate experiment. However, the Kree Empire does not have a super ability person as powerful as Captain Marvel. Sometimes, a warrior with super strength can be a far more powerful external deterrent than a super fleet. In Ronan's heart, Thanos was already strong enough, but he was so eager for the Cosmic Spirit Ball, and he sensed an opportunity. An opportunity to possess higher power yourself? After getting Gamera's affirmative answer, Ronan became excited. I will definitely find the Cosmic Spirit Ball. Go, connect your consciousness to the Supreme Wisdom, and see if you can find any clues about the Cosmic Spirit Ball. Ronan began to give instructions. The Supreme Intelligence is the supercomputer life created by the Kree Empire. It embodies the highest wisdom of the Kree people, including all military, technology, thought, philosophy, etc. It rules the Kree Empire. Every Kree is connected to the Supreme Intelligence consciousness, which is very sacred and private to the Kree. Even after the death of many Kree people, their consciousness will be uploaded to the Supreme Intelligence and eventually become a part of the Supreme Intelligence. In the hearts of the Kree people, there is nothing that the Supreme Wisdom does not know. Soon, his close subordinates completed the conscious connection with the Supreme Wisdom. Commander, the Supreme Wisdom told me everything about the Cosmic Spirit Ball. But he glanced at Gamera and Nebula, and Ronan understood that there were some things they couldn't let them know. Gamera, Nebula, the Supreme Wisdom is very sacred and private in the hearts of our Kree people. Please go and rest first, and I will tell you the result. Ronan is not the idiot in those TV dramas who lets his cronies tell top secret things in public in order to show his trust. Gamera and Nebula looked at each other and they could only leave. Because even if they were forced to stay, it would be useless. If their subordinates didn't talk to them, there would be nothing they could do. But as long as you can find the Cosmic Spirit Ball, everything else is not important. Commander, the Supreme Wisdom tells me that the origin of the Cosmic Spirit Ball is not important, but what is stored in it. That's a gem, the Power Gem? One of the most special and precious 6 infinite gems in the universe. Each gem has some kind of infinite power. Owning one is enough to kill gods. Ronan's eyes burst out with light. His heart was extremely excited. This was the strength he was looking for. Commander, the Supreme Wisdom says that as long as you find any infinite gems, you can become the Supreme Commander of the Kree Empire. And the last news about the Cosmic Spirit Ball is that it was personally enshrined by Mora as a sacred object. After his subordinate finished speaking, Ronan also strengthened his heart. The Cosmic Spirit Ball must be found. He will never give it to Thanos if he owns it. As long as he becomes the Supreme Commander of the Kree Empire, Thanos will die. Chorus, you quietly take a group of people to Morag to search for it. This matter cannot be known to Thanos people, do you understand? Ronan stared at the henchman in front of him and said, yes. Kolis saluted seriously. Korath was once a member of the Kree Empire's Star Team and fought alongside Captain Marvel. Later, the Star Team was disbanded and he joined Ronan's fleet. The black man who appeared when Star-Lord found the Cosmic Spirit Ball. Please give me flowers. Korra soon took a group of people and took a small spaceship from the Kree Empire to Morag. On Ronan's battleship, Gamera looked at the departing small spaceship. Nebula said, Ronan must have got the news about the Cosmic Spirit Ball. He hid it from us. Gamera didn't speak, but she already had the desire to escape in her heart. She wants to get the Cosmic Spirit Ball, and then sell it to Collector Defan, so that she can completely stay away from Thanos with a huge fortune. I'm going to talk to Ronan. Gamera turned around, and Nebula frowned and followed directly. She couldn't lose to her sister. Ronan had already thought about it. He hid the part about Morag and told everything else. Morag, on the abandoned planet. When Star-Lord landed, he studied the map of Morag's important buildings and believed that only the past Morag holy place was the most likely place to store the Cosmic Spirit Ball. He landed on the planet Morag, and just like in the original work, he sang songs intoxicatedly and approached step by step the holy place where the Cosmic Spirit Ball was stored. Chorus also arrived at Morag, but he didn't know where the Cosmic Spirit Ball would be placed, but they discovered Star-Lord's spaceship. They followed Star-Lord. Star-Lord successfully found the holy place and used the looter's things to open the door to the holy place that had been dusty for a long time. There is still energy in the abandoned planet, holy place, protecting a metal sphere within the energy field. Star-Lord was overjoyed. When he saw it was a ball, it must be the Cosmic Spirit Ball. Quickly use the magnetic field generator to suck the Cosmic Spirit Ball out of the energy field. But as soon as he got it, Kolis blocked the door. After a battle, Star-Lord finally left in the spaceship, and then jumped in space to Xandar, where the broker collected the bounty. On Ronan's battleship, Gamera eavesdropped on the battleship's communications. From Chorus's report, he knew that it was Star-Lord who had obtained the Cosmic Spirit Ball. She didn't know about Star-Lord, but she knew that Star-Lord would definitely return to Xandar if he got the Cosmic Spirit Ball. And now Ronan would never dare to go to Xandar Star. Sauron's super hearing covers the entire Shanvar planet. He was sitting on the balcony of the hotel room, but he could see everything happening in the square 100 kilometers away. Rocket and Treeman Grote have been guarding here for a long time. Just now, Gamera and Star-Lord also came to Xandar respectively. Because Star-Lord told the broker Ronan's name, the broker was so frightened that he stopped taking the order and kicked Star-Lord out. Star-Lord, Gamera, Rocket, and Grote, the four of them hit everything? Sauron watched with relish, and soon, they were captured by the Nova Corps. They will be tried and then imprisoned in Klin Prison, located in the small planet zone. Different from the original work, the Cosmic Spirit Ball was sent to Sauron by Xingxing Supreme. Dear His Highness Sauron, the Sun God, we Supreme believe that only a powerful god like you can protect such an ancient divine relic. Xingxing Supreme did not know that the power gems were stored in the Cosmic Spirit Ball. He just saw someone offering a bounty of tens of millions of credit points, so he borrowed flowers and offered them to Buddha to please Sauron. Sauron also felt a little conflicted while playing with the Cosmic Spirit Ball in his hand. Should I open it and get the power gem inside? Or send it back to Star-Lord and continue the plot? Playing with the Cosmic Spirit Ball in his hand, the energy of the power gem is firmly sealed in the Cosmic Spirit Ball, and the gems in it cannot be sensed at all. The material that makes up the Cosmic Spirit Ball is also extremely special. The material of Nebula's robotic arm is top-notch in the universe, but if you reach into the energy field to pick up the Cosmic Spirit Ball, part of it will be burned and melted, but you don't know how many Cosmic Spirit Balls are placed in it. Years ago, nothing changed at all. But if Sauron wants to open it, it will be easy. Should we just get the Power Stone? Or should we send the stone back to Star-Lord and let the plot continue? In just an instant, Sauron had already thought of a decision. Unless Thanos comes in person, Sauron is 100% sure that the Power Stone will not fall into the hands of others. In that case, let's have some fun. But instead of sending the gems back to Star-Lord, he personally participated in the plot. Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, he infiltrated the Guardians of Galaxy as a superpower. At the critical moment, take out your own big Japanese melon and scare them. Klin Prison, as the highest level prison in the Nova Empire, has hundreds of thousands of ordinary people among it, and it is estimated that it can bring in more than 1 million gold coins in revenue. There are also Ronan's battleships, the Dark Star, and the elite of the Kree, many of whom have various super abilities. It doesn't make sense. The Inhumans who integrate Kree genes with human genes have super abilities, but the Kree don't have 657. A top-notch Kree Empire warship should have several thousand elite warriors on board, right? It can also bring in at least 3 to 4 million gold coins. Sauron's goal is to collect 20 million gold coins and do a mythical double draw, a duplication separated from Sauron's body. This body possesses 30% of Sauron's strength. Leaving him here, Sauron went to Klin Prison in person. It's very easy to sneak into the prison, although this prison is filled with some kind of force field, which can tighten the super ability of the superpower. But Sauron is too powerful, and these devices that fasten super ability cannot fasten his ability at all. From this, Sauron became more and more certain that most of the criminals here must have various super abilities. Otherwise, why would those old, weak, sick, and disabled criminals in the movie be locked up in the highest defense prison in the Nova Empire? As soon as Sauron appeared, he attracted the attention of many criminals. Sauron is too young and handsome, which makes many criminals with perverted hearts focus on Sauron. A tall, red-skinned criminal walked towards Sauron. "Boy, just follow me and I guarantee that no one will dare to touch you here." As he spoke, he extended his hand to Sauron. Sauron's eyes were full of disgust. Such scum should not exist at all. Sauron directly raised his foot and kicked him in the crotch. Although Sauron has restrained his strength very much, his strength is too great. His weak strength is a terrifying power to other creatures. Sauron's kick, which should have been blocked by flesh and blood, went straight to the top, and his foot came out of the red-skinned criminal's head. In the prison, every criminal looked stunned. Snapped. The red-skinned criminal was completely split in half from the middle. His body went limp and fell to both sides. Red blood mixed with sticky stuff flowed all over the floor. Sauron was also a little surprised and frowned. Although there was nothing on his feet, he still shook them out of habit. "Oh my god. What kind of monster is here? The Red Devil Douglas actually died like this. It's unbelievable, but Douglas once tore apart a Magotan, an alien horse that can carry a ton of weight and run at 200 hours per hour, with his bare hands." Hiss. Now, this prison is interesting. The criminals were all whispering, but no one of the prison guards stood up. First of all, the criminals here are very heinous and basically cannot get out after entering here. They don't care about the life or death of these criminals. Secondly, one kick can split the Red Devil Dogra, who ranks among the strongest in this prison, into 2 halves. With such strength, they may not be able to defeat him even if they wear the exoskeleton armor of the Nova Empire. How could you stand up for a criminal? Among the crowd, Star-Lord and his group, who had just been imprisoned, also looked at Sauron in shock. This guy's strength is simply terrifying. If we can capture him when we escape from prison, we will definitely increase our success rate. Rocket said excitedly. Then who's going to ask? How about letting Groot go? He's a tree man who can grow back together even if he's split apart. Star-Lord looked at Sauron with fear in his eyes. Groot glared at Star-Lord. "I am Groot. Fuck squid. Why don't you die?" Rocket turned his eyes and looked at Gamora. "Gamora, you are a girl." Star-Lord's eyes widened when he saw you. "Maybe he will agree if you go there." Gamora looked at Sauron. She was also thinking about it. As the daughter of Thanos, she has done countless evil things with him over the years. More than half of the prisoners in this prison want to kill her for revenge, and this newcomer, like them, has such great strength. With him, he should be able to suppress those who want to kill him. Thinking of this, Gamora pushed away the rocket and walked towards Sauron. At the moment Sauron reached a table, the people who were originally sitting here were naturally frightened and stayed away. Gamora came over and sat in front of Sauron. "Hello, my name is Gamora. I have a jailbreak plan and I want to invite you to join." Gamora said straight to the point. Sauron looked at Gamora and saw that she had green skin and a hot figure, but Sauron was not interested. When he thought that after wiping off the green, it would turn out to be black, he felt a little sick. However, Sauron is still very interested in Gamora's sister Nebula. He has never seen a woman whose body and limbs have been modified by prosthetics. "Do you think that with my strength, this shabby prison scheme can trap me?" Sauron said calmly. Gamora was stunned. She didn't expect Sauron's answer, but when she thought about it carefully, the power Sauron showed just now was so terrifying. She definitely had the ability to leave this prison by herself. But Gamora quickly thought of something, and she said, 400 million credits. We have a treasure in our hands. I know a buyer who can offer 400 million credits. Sauron really doesn't know the location of the Land of Nothingness. The Land of Nothingness is not within the scope of any fixed star system, and his divine power can't help it. "Is that what you're talking about?" Sauron took out the cosmic spirit ball and played with it casually in his hand. Gamora's eyes widened instantly. "Shit, why do you have this thing in your hands?" Star-Lord was also stunned as he kept looking at the rocket here. "Damn it, why is the cosmic spirit ball in his hand? How can I get it back now? With such great strength, could it be that he was caught on purpose just to get the cosmic spirit ball?" Sauron's words confirmed Rocket's guess. If it weren't for this, do you think I could be caught by these useless snacks from the Nova Corps? Sauron looked at Gamera and said, take me to the land of nothingness obediently, and I can consider giving you some credit points. Gamera wanted to refuse, but she knew that if she refused, the person in front of her would definitely kill her. I have some friends, I want to take them with me, Gamera said. She now feels that with Star-Lord and Rocket, her safety will be higher. You proceed according to your jailbreak plan and don't worry about me. I will naturally follow you when you succeed. When it was time to go to bed at night, Sauron had a room to himself, while everyone else was crowded together. Sauron later ignored Gamera, giving those who wanted to kill Gamera hope again. Just like in the original work, they wanted to kill Gamera, and Drax the Destroyer was convinced by Star-Lord to join the prison escape team. The next day, while having breakfast, Rocket talked about his jailbreak plan in detail. Star-Lord was tricked into getting a prosthetic leg, while Groot, a simple man, removed the battery from the sentry tower. The alarm sounded and the jailbreak plan was forced to proceed in advance. Sauron just sat there, watching everything happen quietly. Seeing that he did not participate in the escape, the prison guards breathed a sigh of relief and ignored him. Star-Lord and others, according to the plot, successfully turned the control room on the sentry tower into a flight device and escaped from the cage. Rocket and others entered Star-Lord's flight device, and Star-Lord went to get it. Return to your own Walkman. At this time, Sauron also started taking action. Although the artificial gravity here is turned off, Sauron still stands firmly on the ground, his white heat vision evaporating everything he can see in front of him. One by one, criminals were cleared of their crimes under this heat vision. On the Phoenix flight, Rocket, Gamera, Groot, and Drax looked through the glass at the Klin prison in front of them. A stream of terrifying white light penetrated the thick metal wall, and the huge meteorites floating around were melted and destroyed by the white light. Star-Lord had already gotten the Walkman and flew back to the spacecraft. When he saw all this, he was stunned. Shit, what's going on? Did we do this? Star-Lord murmured, but Rocket said with contempt. Wake up? How could we possibly do such a thing? The person who stole our cosmic spirit ball must have done it. With the sound of the rocket falling, the huge Klin prison in front of us exploded, shockwaves swept across, and a large number of meteorites around were destroyed. 4.9. Upon seeing this, Star-Lord quickly drove the spacecraft and hid behind a huge amount of meteorite, thus avoiding the fate of being destroyed by shockwave. When the small planet area returned to peace, everyone just wanted to fly the spacecraft to see the situation, but they saw something evil coming from directly in front of the spacecraft. They looked and saw a glowing figure floating in front of the spacecraft. Shit, who the hell is this? He can survive in a vacuum. I'm Groot. He must be a very, very powerful man. The next moment, Sauron appeared directly in the cabin. Take me to the void. Sauron's tone was calm, and Gamera quickly got into the driver's seat and drove the spacecraft towards the void. Sauron closed his eyes and checked his system space. Look at how much was gained from those damn prisoners after destroying Klin prison this time. Various abilities and abilities, a total of 3,485. Because they were killed, they all dropped all abilities and abilities. None of these were considered valuable by Sauron. System, recycle them all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 1.85 million gold coins. The current total gold coins are 17.24 million. The land of nothingness is very far away from Klin prison. This spans almost half of the Milky Way, but if there is a space jump, it is just 1,000 jumps. If it weren't for the fact that there was no fixed star near the land of nothingness, Sauron wouldn't have needed them at all. Collector Dyphon, the master of the void. Although his strength shown in the movie is very average, he only suffered a few skin injuries in the power explosion of the Power Stone. Others hid or fled to avoid being hurt. At the end of Thor 2, Asgard gave the reality gem to Dyphon for safekeeping, believing that he had the strength to protect the gem. As the Elder of the Universe, his strength is not as low as shown in the movie. Even though he could jump through space, it still took him 2 full days to reach the land of nothingness. A head as huge as a small planet, floating in the void of the universe. The surrounding area was empty, with no stars within several light years. However, Sauron sensed the fixed stars around him and quickly determined the one closest to here. It will be very convenient for him to come here in the future. It was the first time for Rocket Star-Lord to come to the land of nothingness. They were shocked to see such a huge head. Shit, what is this? A huge amount of head. Rocket's little eyes widened. Gamera said from the side, this was once the head of an ancient god. The members of the celestial group have different strengths, and their strength can be judged by their body shape. In the scene where Dyphon unlocked the cosmic spirit ball, the member of the celestial group who used the power gem to destroy the planet was only a few hundred meters tall. His strength is about the same as Thanos, so to destroy 22 planets, you need to borrow the power of the Power Stone. Let's look at Elitham in Eternals. When he appeared near Blue Star, he was stunned when he looked at Blue Star. The god Tiamat who was born in the Blue Star is only a little smaller than the Blue Star, but bigger than 3 or 4 months of the moon. The Celestials all wear armor with 6-faced faces, but they don't really look like that. Looking at the head of the celestial god group in front of him, Sauron could almost estimate the size of his body. It should be smaller than Tiamat, but it is many times bigger than the one that borrowed the power gem. His size, Sauron estimated, should be as big as a moon. His strength is considered to be at the middle to lower level among the gods, no wonder his head was cut off. Guess whether the Dyphon group will find any extremely precious treasures when mining the gods' substances here. Sauron suddenly spoke, feeling very good in his heart. The majestic group of cosmic gods, will there be any treasure conceived in the head? Could it be that Egg's brain came out of this god's head? Sauron had thoughts of robbing Collector Dyphon. He really wanted to know what kind of treasure Collector Dyphon had. The spaceship flew into the land of nothingness, and then, under the leadership of Gamera, headed to the tallest building in the center of the land of nothingness. That is Dyphon's museum, which displays the treasures he has collected over countless years. Donald Duck, Space Dog, Dark Elf. We have the most complete and largest collections in the entire galaxy. There are all kinds of animals, minerals, and species. Dyphon's maid introduced them to them. Sauron looked around the entire museum. Countless array cabinets contained various species that he had never seen before. I would like to introduce you to Collector Dyphon. Dyphon, who had his back to everyone, turned around. He looked at the crowd, but his eyes were immediately attracted to Sauron, who was walking at the front. I feel powerful and ancient from your body. Please allow me to pay you now and collect your body. Definitely after you die. What he originally said to Groot, the tree man, was now said to Sauron. Sauron smiled and said, Dyphon, my asking price is very high, I'm afraid you can't afford it. Dyphon is extremely confident. As the patriarch of the universe, he has lived for millions of years. His company, Dyphon Group, controls everything in the land of nothingness. Relying on the gods' material here, he cannot be said to be the most powerful person in the universe. Rich people, but also among the top 5 richest people. Make a price. Dyphon looked like he didn't regard money as money at all. Sauron looked around. Under supervision, he could see every collection clearly. He didn't recognize more than 99% of them. But among the less than 1% of the collection that he recognized, there were 2 things that surprised him. Alien eggs containing facehuggers, and a living predator trapped in a display case. Marvel acquired the Alien copyright in 2020, which is not considered intrusion. Sauron felt a little surprised. He had sensed the fixed stars in the entire galaxy and confirmed that there were no iron-blooded planets in the galaxy. This is either from the outer universe or from a galaxy outside the Milky Way. It's so huge. The Milky Way, the Andromeda Galaxy, the Magellanic Clouds and more than 50 galaxies make up the local galaxy group. The local group of galaxies belongs to the Virgo supercluster. But the Virgo supercluster is also part of the Great Wall Giant Galaxy cluster. The huge Milky Way is as small in the Great Wall Giant Galaxy cluster as the Blue Star is in the Milky Way. Sauron's midterm goal is to become the fixed star god of the entire Great Wall super system. The long-term goal is to become the fixed star god of the entire universe. The ultimate goal is to exceed limits, beyond the limits of the universe, beyond one's own limits. Become a transcendent existence independent of the universe. Dyphon, what I want is all your collections? Sauron said directly. Dyphon was stunned at first, thinking that Sauron was joking with him. Are you kidding me? These collections were slowly amassed over millions of years. Most of them have become orphans in the universe in today's era. Value cannot be measured in money. Sauron smiled. Dyphon, am I really not kidding you? Now I declare that I am robbing. The men stand on the left, the girls stand on the right. Sauron's face was filled with a bright smile, and he looked at Dyphon like a piece of fat. Rocket, Star-Lord, and Gamera were all stunned. Just like in the original work, Drax did not come in, but deliberately tipped off Ronan. Are you kidding me? Star-Lord couldn't help but said. Aren't we here to sell him the Cosmic Spirit Ball? 400 million credits. You can even buy a habitable planet. Even though countless civilizations are blooming in the universe, there are still very few planets with suitable environments. Everyone is extremely precious, Gamera also said. The Cosmic Spirit Ball is a waste in our hands. Only by selling it to Dyphon can we get 400 million credit points. We can't get 400 million credit points by robbing it. Credit points are the universal electronic currency and can also be fixedly stored in some metal cards similar to bank cards. These metal credit cards have fixed limits and are used for transactions at different levels. But for general consumption, you still use your own personal terminal for electronic payment. Dyphon frowned. He was a little unsure of Sauron's strength. If you like something from my collection, I can give it to you. Let's trade the Cosmic Spirit Ball, otherwise you won't get 400 million credits even if you kill me. After listening to Dyphon's words, Sauron looked at him as if he were an idiot. Dyphon, they don't know what's in the Cosmic Spirit Ball, don't you know? The Power Stone, one of the infinite gems, is such a cosmic treasure, and you want to get it with only 400 million credits. That is the supreme treasure that even the gods can be moved by. Whoever owns the power gem is equivalent to possessing unlimited power that can destroy the world. The expression on Dyphon's face froze. He did not expect that Sauron actually knew about infinite gems. Infinite gems, in today's universe, have long become legends in legends. Only those who are ancient or powerful or have a long heritage can know the existence of infinite gems. How did you know? Dyphon looked like he had seen a ghost. Sauron didn't answer, and the blazing white heat vision in his eyes completely evaporated a piece of precious ore. My Mithril 503. Dyphon was so heartbroken that he could hardly breathe. Mithril is an extremely precious magic metal and is the material for casting top-level artifacts. But he also realized that Sauron does have terrifying strength. It is too difficult to evaporate a special metal like Mithril. Damn bastard, how dare you destroy my collection? Difan is really angry. He is really not easily bullied. Otherwise, why would he be sitting in the land of nothingness? Every piece of God's material can be sold at a high price on the black market. After all these years, the land of nothingness still belongs to him. With the Difan rage, the entire museum becomes different. One by one, fully armed robots came out of the depths of the museum. They are all humanoid, all silver white, and equipped with many powerful weapons. This is a combat robot I bought from a super empire in another galaxy. If you dare to rob me, go to hell. Following Difan's order, these robots opened fire on Sauron. A series of powerful energy beams came towards Sauron in an instant. When it hit Sauron, he actually felt a trace of pain. His divine body is now a black iron Superman level. It can even withstand the risk of underwriting, but I didn't expect that the firepower of these robots would be so powerful. However, it only made Sauron feel a little bit of pain. That's all? Fake? How can your body be so powerful? This is a particle-splitting beam. Even the bones of the universe God group can be decomposed by this beam. Difan felt as if he had seen a ghost. Sauron's figure disappeared instantly, and then appeared next to these robots. Sauron discovered that they also have super reflexes and super speed. They can keep up with Sauron's speed. They are also very powerful and can easily lift thousands of tons of weight. The material that makes up their bodies is also a super alloy, not weak to vibranium. But they faced Sauron. A super robot was torn apart by Sauron with his bare hands. No, Difan screamed in despair. There are 9 of Difan's super robots in total. All come from the giant elliptical galaxy M87 in the Virgo supercluster. This galaxy is far larger than the Milky Way, and is completely controlled by a super empire called the Holy Light Empire. During his millions of years of life, he once left the Milky Way and walked in other galaxies. These super robots met a nobleman who loved collecting when they were in the Holy Light Empire. The two of them exchanged collected treasures, which were gifts from the nobleman of the Holy Light Empire. These 9 super robots are one of the things he relies on to firmly occupy the land of nothingness. But I didn't expect that at this moment, in Sauron's hands, he would be so vulnerable. A body that can withstand the bombardment of phase cannons on large battleships cannot be easily torn apart by Sauron. Seeing each super robot being shattered into pieces, Difan's heart was so painful that it was hard to breathe. Stop fighting, I surrender. Difan quickly shouted that although he still had some knowledge and methods, he no longer dared to deal with Sauron. I'm afraid that other secrets will also be destroyed by Sauron. Sauron completely tore the 9th robot into pieces, leaving nothing for Difan. Difan, if I rob you now, will you still resist? Sauron asked again. Difan lowered his proud head, shook his head and said, I'm convinced. You can take away whatever you want from the collection I have here. Although this is millions of years of hard work, he has a long lifespan. As long as he continues to occupy the void, he can always fill it up again little by little. Sauron looked at these collections with greedy eyes. Many of the collections here are likely to be the only remaining individuals of this species in the universe. Many species do not have super abilities, but they do possess some kind of magical racial ability. This is Difan's wealth accumulated over millions of years. He has no interest in collecting ordinary species. Tens of thousands of species in the universe have become extinct or are on the verge of extinction. The abilities they can bring to Sauron are impressive. Many animals and species are in cryodormancy. What Difan wants is to be alive. Only those that have been collected recently and still have strong vitality will be in conscious activity. But Sauron wants more than that. There must be some kind of treasure hidden in this god's head. Difan, I know that your collection is more than this. Tell me, where did you hide this treasure in the head of the god? Sauron began to question Difan. Difan's face was full of doubts and he said, although I discovered the land of nothingness and began to develop it, I really haven't discovered any treasures. This is the head of a god. The greatest treasure is the biological material of the god. Regardless of whether what Difan said is true or not, Sauron will never believe it. You won't tell? It doesn't matter, I'll see for myself. Sauron used telepathy, and Difan felt a powerful spiritual power begin to invade his brain. There was a device on his clothes to prevent the invasion of psychic power, but it was destroyed by Sauron in the blink of an eye. The power of the spirit instantly entered Difan's brain and entered his consciousness. Difan has lived for millions of years, and his memory is too big. These memories are like a tsunami, rushing towards Sauron's brain along telepathy. Sauron has all the psychic abilities, and a psychic barrier stopped Difan from counterattacking. This counterattack is actually an information flow attack. Using huge and complex memories, it caused Sauron's consciousness to tremble and shock, triggering the brain's self-protection and causing his consciousness to fall into a coma. But Difan failed. His huge memory of hundreds of years was isolated by the power of Sauron's mind, and then he seemed to control a computer. By entering keywords to search, you can find the data you need from endless data. It was a memory from 1,000,000 years ago. When a miner was mining the brain tissue of the god's head, he suddenly dug out a piece of bright light from the pituitary gland. The thing looked like a crystal pillar with 2 pointed ends. The miners originally wanted to sneak down, wait until they left here, and then sell them at a high price. The Difan group has long been monitoring the mining work of each miner and was immediately discovered. After Difan got it, he studied it for a long time and couldn't figure out what it was, but he also knew that it was definitely an extremely precious treasure. This is the only thing found in the head of the god that is not a biological tissue of the god. He silenced all the people who knew about it and treasured it. Sauron withdrew his spiritual power, looked at Difan, and said, I already know it, you'd better take it out yourself. Difan's face was full of despair, and the longer he lived, the more he feared death. He could only open his secret vault in the museum, and took out a crystal that exuded bright light from a safe made of pure vibranium. There is a vibranium planet in the universe. Vibranium is not unique to Wakanda. Although it is rare in the universe, some top forces can still get some. Sauron took it in his hand and sensed it carefully but didn't notice anything strange. Can the system be recycled? Ding! The core of the gods. When the cosmic gods group died, the huge soul and spiritual power condensed into the core. Place it in the core of the planet with intelligent life, and it will turn into the seeds of the gods, which will be nurtured millions of years later. Can absorb the wisdom of intelligent life and resurrect it. If it is integrated, the host will activate all the memories and abilities of the god. If it is recycled, you can get 8 million gold coins. This is Sauron, the most expensive thing I have ever seen for recycling. 8 million gold coins? A difference of 2 million is enough for a mythical felling? Perhaps the core of a god like Diamo may be more than 10 million gold coins? Sauron collected it and put it into the system space. He still had to think about whether to recycle or integrate it. Seeing the god's core disappearing into Sauron's hands, Difan was completely desperate. Next, it's time to cut the leaks. Sauron's eyes' heat vision suddenly exploded. Sweep the entire museum? No? What are you going to do? Difan instantly shouted in horror and anger. He thought that Sauron robbed him because he had taken a fancy to something here. For example, ores. There are many precious ores here, including URU metal, adamantium, vibranium, mithril, Yaka metal, Yonda's whistle arrow, galaxy glaze, mercury melon. However, he really didn't expect that Sauron was not looking for anything, but for destruction. His collection of millions of years, the life forms that have become the last species in the universe, have completely lost their lives in dormancy. Feeling nothing, turned into ashes. On the contrary, those who were still awake were not destroyed by Sauron. He knew most of these, and had seen such species from Thor, Guardians of Galaxy and other plots, and knew that they did not have any special ability, such as dark elves, Chitauri, etc. However, there are also unexpected accidents that happened to Sauron. A considerable part of Difan's collection consists of various precious ores. Under the scorching white heat vision, these ores melted. Then the molten metal liquid flowed and gathered together. These liquids integrate with each other. They are metals that are extremely rare in the universe and have extremely terrible properties. Their integration has produced a change that exceeds everyone's cognition. A metal ball that looked like bronze on the blue star appeared, but it exuded extremely magnificent 9-color light. Anyone who sees it will feel that it must be a very precious thing. Sauron was attracted immediately. He didn't even have time to check his harvest, but walked over and picked it up. It's very heavy to start with. He possesses extremely terrifying strength, and he can carry a huge island without any problem, but this basin's file-sized metal ball feels heavy in his hand. Even white dwarf fragments of the same size are not so heavy. It's heavier than the big stick of the gorilla god. This weight can be made into a weapon. Sauron weighed it and put it into the system space. A variety of magical metals integrate magical alloys, extremely heavy, with near-extreme physical and magical properties. Sauron couldn't help but look at Difan. Such a veteran of the universe is indeed the best candidate for cutting leaks. Just one Difan allowed him to harvest the core of the gods worth 8 million gold coins, the magical alloy that can be used to make weapons, and the harvest of naked light that he had not yet checked. However, to open the Cosmic Spirit Ball, Difan's equipment is still needed. Open the Cosmic Spirit Ball and I will leave. In addition to taking away the dog, I also left you with a lot of collections. A space dog with powerful psychokinesis, the first dog sent into space by a red bear during the Cold War. Due to an accident, he possessed Super Neon, Nyo Wangzhao, power and became Difan's collection. Later, he became a member of Guardians of Galaxy. Now Difan just wants to send Sauron away quickly. Okay, I'll untie it for you. Place the Cosmic Spirit Ball on a special unlocking device. As the Cosmic Spirit Ball rotates, it separates from the middle and is unlocked layer by layer. At the same time, the projection information released in the Cosmic Spirit Ball also displays relevant information about the 6 infinite gems. It's so wonderful. Simply unparalleled. Difan looked at the power gems in front of him intoxicated. He had collected countless treasures in his life, but this was the first time he saw infinite gems with his own eyes. He couldn't wait to grab the power gem in front of him and take it for himself, but he didn't dare. Only people with extremely powerful extraordinary power can control the Power Stone. There was once a group of powerful beings who wanted to integrate the power of gems through sharing, but they were reduced to ashes. Difan is one of the elders of the universe, but he doesn't dare to gamble. Difan's maid, Karina, looked at the power gem with hatred for Difan in her eyes. The power gem is so powerful. If you can get it, you will have the power to fight against Difan. Sauron looked at it calmly and did not stop him. The Power Stone won't be destroyed anyway. Karina took advantage of everyone being attracted to the Power Stone and took action instantly to grab the Power Stone. Karina is just an ordinary alien. Just by looking at his red skin, you can tell that her race is a huge ethnic group in the Nova Empire. In the original book, when Star-Lord went to get the cosmic spirit ball, there was such a red-skinned alien woman in the spaceship who spent the night with him. They are Diffan's maids and slaves, not collections. Diffan, I will never be your slave again. She pampered Diffan and let out a roar of freedom, but her mortal body could not withstand the terrifying power of the power gem. Karina's body was emitting smoke due to the surge of energy from the power stone, and she screamed in pain. Shit. Run! Star-Lord shouted, pulled Gamera and ran out. Groot also grabbed the rocket and ran outside. But Karina still couldn't bear the power of the Power Stone. The energy pouring into her body exploded instantly. Sauron allowed the energy of the explosion to submerge him, and his body was not harmed at all. Most of the collections he left for Diffan were destroyed in this close-range explosion. Only a very few survived. Diffan is also the veteran of the universe. Although he was hit by the energy of the explosion before he could escape in time, his body was fine, he just looked a little sloppy. Sauron stretched out his hand without hesitation and grasped the power gem that had just calmed down. Don't want. Diffan, who just raised his head, shouted, but the explosion he thought did not happen again. Sauron held the power gem in his hand, and huge power poured into Sauron's body, but it did not cause any harm to his body. His divine body is too powerful to withstand the energy infusion from the Power Stone. Feeling the powerful power emerging from his body, the power gem was also crazily improving Sauron's divine body, especially the power. With the blessing of the Power Stone, Sauron feels that his power can reach the Bronze Superman level. However, he still put the Power 470 gem into the Cosmic Spirit Ball. The energy belonging to the Power Gem in his body disappeared, but the divine body was a little stronger than before. In other words, if you hold the Power Gem for a long enough time, your body can be permanently strengthened by the Power Gem. This is true for one Power Gem, but what about having all 6 gems? For the first time, Sauron felt completely possessive of infinite gems. It seems that the magical alloy we just obtained can be used to create a treasure that carries infinite gems, similar to the Infinity Gauntlet. Putting the Cosmic Spirit Ball into the system space, Sauron looked outside. Ronan is here. The Dark Star is parked outside the Land of Nothingness, and the two are about the same size as file size. On the Dark Star, phaser cannons, photon torpedoes, and dark matter cannons were aimed at the void. A small Kree Empire spaceship flew into the void, and Ronan and Nebula came out. One after another, small spaceships began to conduct indiscriminate attacks on the Land of Nothingness, causing riots throughout the Land of Nothingness. Drax saw Ronan and shouted excitedly, "Conductor Ronan." Ronan looked at Drax, who was holding a knife in his hands, and wondered, is that the informant? Behind Drax, Star-Lord Gamera was dumbfounded. Did you recruit Ronan? By then Drax was excited and had Ronan in his eyes. Gamera looked at the mining aircraft on the side. She just wanted to leave now. This period of busy work made her all in vain, but she had betrayed Thanos and could not go back. Star-Lord and Rocket also entered the mining flight machine. Nebula shouted at the Kree Empire warriors, "Gamera has taken away the cosmic spirit orb, chase after her." In the sky, a flight chase battle. "You killed my wife. Killed my daughter? Ronan, I'm going to kill you." Drax roared at Ronan, but Ronan was full of confusion. Too many people had died under his hands. How could he know who Drax's wife and daughter were? He turned his back with disdain and wanted to leave to take back the sphere. Drax rushed forward. He was the elite of the Kree Empire and the enemy of Commander Ronan. He was quickly beaten down. Sauron came out and looked at the chaotic Land of Nothingness, but his eyes looked at the Dark Star. He still needs a domineering car? The Asgard sailing battleship, compared to the Dark Star in front of him, is too beautiful, and the Sun and Point are not in line with his status as a sun god. Nebula piloted the Kree Empire's Necron ship and scanned the Rocket, Star-Lord, and Gamera's mining ship, but the results of the scan stunned her. Ronan, the cosmic spirit ball is not on Gamera's body. Ronan grabbed Drax, who was knocked down by him, and shouted, "Tell me, whose hand is the cosmic spirit ball?" Drax saw Ronan anxious, but he became excited inside. "Ha ha ha, the cosmic spirit ball has been destroyed. You will never see it in this life." With an angry kick, Ronan threw Drax into the pool, which contained the god's substance, spinal fluid. "I will completely block this place. Look for it. Diaby will also find the cosmic spirit ball for me." Looking at the roaring Ronan, Sauron took out the cosmic spirit ball and said with a smile, "Is this what you're looking for?" Ronan turned around suddenly and stared at the cosmic spirit ball in Sauron's hand. "Who are you? Hand over the cosmic spirit ball and I will spare your life." The proud Ronan had no idea who he was talking to. Sauron's eyes were calm and he didn't care at all about Ronan's arrogant words. "Want it? Come and get it." Sauron curled his fingers. Ronan rushed towards Sauron and used the top fighting technique of the Kree Empire. But no matter how good your skills are, if you buy absolute power and absolute speed, it will be ruined. Sauron punched Ronan in the chest. Time passed quickly, Ronan's body jumped into the air and retreated, and his chest was gradually sunken by Sauron's hand. Time returned to normal, and Ronan flew backwards for hundreds of meters in an instant, and his body hit the undead spaceship he was walking down from. The entire Necromancer spaceship was destroyed by him. "Am I not using too much force?" Sauron looked at his fist. It was not that he was too strong, but that the opponent was too weak. The explosion of the undead spaceship blew Ronan in front of Sauron. Blue blood spewed out of his mouth, and there was a deep depression in his chest. His ribs and heart were turned into bone meal and flesh. What you can see is that there is less air coming in and more air coming out. Sauron squatted in front of Ronan, scratched his head. Tian Fen said embarrassedly. Ronan, I didn't want to beat you to death, but I didn't expect you to be so incapable of being beaten. Don't worry, if you die, the Dark Star will become my vehicle. As for your wife, I will support him. He didn't say anything. Who knows if Ronan has a wife? Ronan wanted to speak, but only blue blood and internal organs came out of his mouth. Oh, you want to see the Cosmic Spirit Ball? Sauron generously opened the Cosmic Spirit Ball and let him see the power gem inside. Ronan, it's useless even if you get it. Your body can't bear the power of the Power Stone at all. And although your hammer can be used as a temporary carrier of the Power Stone, when you use more than a certain amount, when you use energy, your hammer will also explode. So, if you want to destroy Xandar with a hammer inlaid with power gems, you can only call it a dream. If it could be that simple, would Thanos specifically build the Infinity Gauntlet? Ronan's eyes widened as he breathed his last. I originally wanted you to die in peace, but why did you die in peace? Sauron was really speechless. Nebula saw the Cosmic Spirit Ball, and also saw Ronan who was beaten to death. She piloted the undead spaceship to fly out of the void and returned to the Dark Star. Ronan is dead, use all your firepower, destroy the land of nothingness for me. She knew she couldn't defeat Sauron, so she just resorted to heavy firepower. When everyone was killed, she could get the gems from the ruins and give them to her father, Thanos, to prove that she was the best daughter. On the Dark Star, all weapons began to charge. Sauron frowned, and the power of his mind covered the entire Dark Star, controlling everyone inside. Then, all weapons are turned off. Nebula was dumbfounded. FAQ? I said fire. But no one responded to her. The next second, Sauron appeared in Nebula's undead spacecraft, and his hand grabbed Nebula's neck. Nebula froze up. Thanos is really nothing. You are much more beautiful than Gamera, but he transformed you into this. Are you cruel to him? Sauron said in Nebula's ear. You don't need to say that about my father. His transformation of me has given me greater power. Nebula retorted vigorously, but Sauron's telepathy knew that Nebula was full of hatred for Thanos in his heart. If she didn't hate him, she wouldn't resist Thanos like Gamera. Sauron's hands wandered around Nebula's body. He was checking to see how much Nebula had been transformed. Fortunately, only the limbs, one eye, and one ear were modified. The body is still original. Nebula's heart was filled with fear and anger. She had never been treated like this before. Nebula, the Power Stone is in my hand. You can't take it away. However, how can I bear to let you go back and be punished? I will tell you the location of the Soul Gem and how to obtain it. I think with this, your father will still reward you well. In the face of obtaining Soul Gem, all living beings are truly equal. Let's leave such an equal matter to Thanos, who believes in the principle of equality. He just picked up a ready-made Soul Gem that he snatched from others, and it worked just as well. Nebula, the Soul Gem is on Vamir Star. You can only exchange for the Soul Gem by sacrificing your loved ones. Soul for soul, this is the only way to get Soul Gem. Xing Yun was suddenly stunned. Who will be his father's most beloved person? Ronan was dead, and the entire land of nothingness gradually became quiet. The accuser, I typed everything wrong before, sorry. Countless undead spacecraft returned to the Dark Star. The Dark Star is different from the traditional Kree Empire battleship. This is the strongest battleship on the undead planet that Ronan once conquered and became his trophy. Even though the command of the entire fleet was deprived, Ronan still owned the battleship and the Necron spaceship in the battleship. The pilots of these undead spaceships are all undead, but they are actually living beings. Their master died, and Sauron became their new master. Nebula is driving a Necron spaceship to escape here. She wants to tell her father Thanos about the Soul Gem in order to obtain his forgiveness. Sauron entered the undead spacecraft, and everything here was dominated by dark tones. But this does not affect the fact that the Dark Star is a powerful space battleship. Although it is not as huge as Thanos' car, Holy Place number 2, it is quite good in size. If it is sent to the Nova Empire, and the Nova Empire can perform some technical upgrades and modifications on it, it can completely serve as its own car. When the time comes, drive back to Blue Star and scare to death those who are hostile to you. There are only a few days left before the carnival party of the gods held on the planet Ego. It's time to take Star-Lord there and let father and son recognize each other. Then kill the god-brained Ego. Whether the core of the god is integrated or recycled depends on what gains can be gained by killing the god's brain, e.g. But Sauron still prefers to recycle. 8 million gold coins are enough to show that the legendary equivalent of the core knowledge of the gods is not the mythical equivalent. Now Sauron is more eager for the mythical equivalent. After recycling the core of the gods, he can collect a few million gold coins. You can perform the mythic triple draw. Just thinking about it makes Sauron have a tendency to raise his head. Sauron summoned Star-Lord, Rocket and others to enter the Dark Star. In the land of nothingness, due to the firepower of the undead spacecraft, there are ruins and injured people everywhere, but Dyphon is not dead yet. With the protection of the Dyphon group, the place will be restored soon. In the Dyphon Museum, all the remaining display cabinets were destroyed due to the explosion, and only a few species survived. Among them, there is a facehugger. The alien egg that gave birth to the facehugger withstood the damage of the explosion. The facehugger took advantage of the chaos and quietly left Dyphon's museum like a mouse. It is in the land of nothingness, looking for a parasitic target. An ordinary miner is 90% similar to humans, but has natural black lines on his skin. This is an ordinary alien race, working hard to mine here to feed their family on their own planet. The facehugger was hiding in the shadows, but the little movement it made attracted his attention. What is this? He got closer to observe, but the facehugger suddenly pounced on him. It hugged his face, and the tail of the facehugger was tightly wrapped around his neck. The toxin released caused him to fall into a coma instantly, but an alien egg had already entered his body and began to absorb his genes and hatch. Gradually, the facehugger loses its life and dies completely. When he woke up, he saw the facehugger on the ground, his face full of confusion. I checked my body and found that there were no changes, so I hurried home. When all this happened, Sauron had already left the void in the Dark Star. Little did he know that the alien baby who had just joined the Marvel family was about to cause a disaster. But even if Sauron knew it, he would never stop it. The alien can absorb the host's powerful genes to evolve into an alien warrior with its ability. In this universe, there are countless super abilities. If an alien parasitizes the body of a god, and then hatches a godlike alien and becomes the alien queen, then the aliens hatched from her eggs also have the gene ability of the god. That is to constantly send high-quality leaks to Sauron. On the Dark Star, Rocket, Groot, Drax, Star-Lord, and Gamera are all there. Because of the appearance of Sauron, the plot changed. Star-Lord did not make sacrifices for Gamera, so Gamera did not fall in love with Star-Lord. There is also an additional space dog. She is squatting next to Sauron at the moment, wagging her tail happily. The master praises me as a good dog. The master praises me as a good dog. Her spacesuit has a kind of black technology, and the space dog can use this device to speak through force. Sauron sat on the ground and touched the space dog's head with one hand. This dog was very clean. He could use his psychokinesis to clean dirt and bugs such as fleas on his body. Quill, do you want to see your father? Sauron asked directly. You know my father. Quill was instantly excited. He had never seen his father, but only heard from his mother, but his mother died of cancer when he was a child. And he was also kidnapped from the Blue Star by Yondu and brought into the vast universe. Your father is not human. As soon as Sauron opened his mouth, Quill was so angry that he dared not speak. Why are you scolding people all of a sudden? He is the brain of a god, and has existed for millions of years. After a long evolution, he has possessed huge divine power, gathered the matter in the universe and wrapped himself tightly, and gradually he became a brain planet. But he couldn't move, so he created an avatar and walked the universe in search of life. After he came to Blue Star, he met your mother, and you were born. You have half of the god's genes in your body. After Sauron finished speaking, not only Star-Lord was stunned, but Rocket and Gamera were also stunned. How can this be? Star-Lord was immediately surprised. He had never thought that his father would be an alien or a brain that had existed for millions of years. Ego Star, you should have said that. In the eyes of many ordinary civilizations throughout the universe, Ego is a private planet with a beautiful environment. Little did he know that the owner of Ego Star, Ego, was actually the original incarnation of Ego Star. I really want to hear Thanos say that Ego is a very special existence. Gamera suddenly spoke. Star-Lord didn't believe Solon but he believed Gamera. In a few days, I will go to Ego Star to attend a rave party. Star-Lord, do you want to meet your father? A rave party? What is that? Drax said with confusion in his mind. Ego Planet never allows outsiders to enter, so how could it possibly hold a carnival party? Rocket didn't believe it very much. I'm Groot? What is a rave? Can I attend? Sauron stood up and said to everyone. Forgot to introduce me, I am the sun god of Asgard, and I am a cosmic god like Egos. The carnival party on the planet Ego is a carnival of the gods, and Ego will also participate. At this moment, Star-Lord and others knew Sauron's identity. Star-Lord has followed Yondu for so long, so he naturally knows that God is real. Please give me flowers. You are actually a god? No wonder you are so powerful. Star-Lord quickly said respectfully. He completely believed Sauron's words. I am willing to follow you to Ego Star. Sauron patted Star-Lord on the shoulder and smiled. Quill, I am also from Blue Star, relax. Star-Lord's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Sauron in disbelief. He can accept that Sauron is the god of Asgard. He can even accept that Sauron is an extremely ancient existence. But he never imagined that Sauron was actually a Blue Star person. This is simply incredible. Are you also from Blue Star? But how is this possible? Sauron smiled and said, I met another god on Blue Star in the Almighty City half a month ago, Jesus, the god of carpenters. Unfortunately, he is not very good at fighting. Jesus was a carpenter, and the carpenter god in Thor 4 means Jesus. This is why when talking about other gods, they are all on camera, but the carpenter god is not afraid of opposition from believers. Star-Lord was completely dumbfounded. Western families grew up in such an environment even if they did not believe in Jesus. When Star-Lord entered the universe, he thought it was just an ordinary religious legend. 0. What are you guys saying? Rocket couldn't understand the conversation between the two. Star-Lord shook his head vigorously and explained to everyone. In Xandar, the capital of the Nova Empire, the orbital defense system was activated instantly. The Dark Star jumped through space and appeared above the Xandar star. Ronan the Accuser, are you going to declare war on our Nova Empire? Xingxing Supreme sent a video communication to the Dark Star, and asked sternly as soon as the connection was connected. Star-Lord's face appeared in front of Nova Supreme. Dear Nova Supreme, Ronan the Accuser has been killed by the Sun Temple. Now this giant ship is the trophy of His Highness Sauron, the Sun God. What? On Xandar, everyone in the Empire Command Center was stunned. Xingxing Supreme's eyes widened even more. Are you talking about His Highness Sauron, the Sun God of Asgard? Nova Supreme asked with some uncertainty. Definitely. Quill moved the camera and Sauron appeared on the screen. His Majesty Xingxing, doesn't he recognize me? Sauron says hello. Under the Temple of the Sun, aren't you in our hotel? The security personnel in the hotel have confirmed more than a dozen times that Sauron has never left. Just a little duplication trick. Sauron said calmly and took back the duplication. Nova Supreme saw the Sun God Sauron disappear instantly in the hotel, and they really believed it. Turn off the orbital defense system and allow the Dark Star to land? Xingxing Supreme led his ministers to the spaceship dock to greet him. Sauron stepped off the Dark Star, faced the new Star Supreme, and said with a smile, Your Majesty, the new Star Supreme, can you do me a little favor? Ronan the Accuser, a troublesome figure for the entire Nova Empire, was eliminated by Sauron. Nova Supreme said quickly, You eliminated Ronan and solved the war crisis facing the Nova Empire. If you have any needs, our Nova Empire will meet them. Then please help me carry out a comprehensive upgrade and transformation of this Dark Star. My dignified Sun God, driving a Dark Star is a bit inconsistent with my identity. For specific transformation requirements, Rocket will tell you billions. Nova Supreme looked at the Dark Star. This is a very large battleship that is rare in the universe. A comprehensive upgrade and transformation of it will consume extremely huge resources of the Nova Empire. The Nova Empire has always been stingy. In the original work, the Guardians of Galaxy protected Xandar from destruction, and also handed over the extremely precious Power Stone to the Nova Empire. What did he get in exchange? Erasure of criminal records, and a brand new Phoenix small spacecraft. As for the spaceship in Silver Guardian 3, they only had the funds to build it after they occupied the Land of Nothingness. One of the most powerful empires in the galaxy, just a few cards. Sauron will not be polite. It was impossible for Rocket to be taken to the carnival, so it would be just right for him to stay and help Sauron supervise the transformation of the Dark Star. Rocket is a super genius. Even his creator, Supreme Evolution, was confused by the problem that Rocket could see at a glance. Sauron left a duplication as a deterrent. He believed that the rocket would make the people of the Nova Empire use all their strength. This time, there are Star-Lord and Gamera on the sailing battleship. Sauron, you are so uninteresting. You should take me to participate in such a battle. What is Ronan the Accuser? I will definitely let him taste the departure of my hammer. Gamera's eyes wandered over Thor's body. When Star-Lord saw this, he immediately became jealous. You are a little hammer, but you still want to deal with Ronan? I think you have trouble dealing with a child. Star-Lord immediately turned on Thor. Thor was instantly furious. How dare you, a mere mortal, be so disrespectful to my mighty Thor? Do you dare to accept my challenge? Thor looked at Star-Lord with contempt. If Star-Lord was not brought by Sauron, he would have killed him immediately? What's wrong with that? Star-Lord accepted the challenge immediately. In his opinion, Thor only drank and boasted about wanting to pick up his woman Gamera. Loki looked like he was enjoying the show, while Sif rolled her eyes. Don't beat him to death, his father is Ego, be careful Ego comes after you. Sauron reminded him, went into the cabin, and hugged Sif's waist. Sif's body trembled slightly, then softened randomly, and followed Sauron's footsteps obediently. I have admired him for long enough, and this feeling has changed in other directions. The three warriors and others went outside to watch the duel, and Sauron and Ximon were the only ones in the cabin. Just letting Sif sit on his lap, Sauron smiled and said, Come, wait for me to drink. Sif's face was rosy and he said shyly, Yes, under the crown of the Sun God. Although you can't really do anything, it's still a lot of fun. The duel between Thor and Star-Lord is not interesting. The difference in strength between the two is too big. Thor has awakened the power of life and thunder, which is basically the same strength as in Thor 3. Although Star-Lord has the ancient god gene, he has not awakened, so he is stronger than ordinary humans, similar to Thor who lost his divine power in Thor 1. How could he beat Thor? Soon, he was taught a lesson by Thor. Thor kept in mind Sauron's words and could not kill him. But that didn't stop Star-Lord from being beaten until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Gamera brought the medical kit and gave Star-Lord medicine. Are you a fool? He is Thor of Asgard. The Sun God is so powerful, how can Thor be worse? Gamera couldn't help but complain. Star-Lord grabbed Gamera's hand and said with a serious and tender face, Because I'm jealous? The way you look at him makes me angry. As the adopted daughter of Thanos, Gamera has experienced training and killing since she was a child. Thanos' subordinates are also a group of cruel guys. Who would play a show of tenderness with Gamera, express love, or something like that? This is the first time Gamera has been confessed. She suddenly panicked inside. Star-Lord and Gamera are each other's destiny. Even though the plot has changed, the two still came together. Star-Lord looked at Gamera who was stunned and kissed her directly. When she first tasted this, Gamera's mind went blank. But the vigilance instinct formed around Thanos still pushed Star-Lord away. She suddenly sat on Star-Lord's body, took out the knife on her leg, and put it on Star-Lord's neck. Damn bastard, what did you do to me? Star-Lord is confused. Just give him a kiss. What can he do? Have you never kissed anyone? Star-Lord thought of a possibility and asked quickly. The knife in Gamera's hand was so hard that Star-Lord's head was pressed tightly against the ground. Gamera, I admit that I was impulsive and kissed you without your permission, but I really like you so much. Waiting for people and watching the excitement. Gamera was extremely panicked. She lowered her body, stared at Star-Lord and threatened, shut up. If you dare to do this again, I will kill you with one knife. In Star-Lord's carefree pursuit of Gamera, the sailing battleship finally arrived at its destination, the planet Ego. Planet Ego is about the file size of the moon, but it has a gravity similar to that of Blue Star. The surface of the planet is full of all kinds of mysterious life. The entire Ego star is like a beautiful paradise on Earth. Under Sauron's supervision, the constantly beating god's brain was wrapped in a layer of extremely hard metal. Many gods have already arrived here, and the spaceship is parked in outer space. Sauron took everyone and teleported to the planet Ego. In the palace built by Yi, all the gods gathered and chatted here. The appearance of Sauron caused all the gods here to stand up quickly. The strength of the number one god in the universe was achieved by Sauron forcefully. Sauron, Sauron, Sauron. The gods began to cheer Sauron's name, and Sauron was generous and waved to the gods with a smile. It was the first time for Egg to see Sauron, but his eyes were firmly attracted by Star-Lord next to Sauron. The throbbing feeling coming from one's own blood cannot be disguised by any force. Sauron also looked at the gods here. He was looking for his father, and soon met Ego's eyes. Seeing this, Sauron said loudly, "Everyone, before the carnival begins, I would like to announce something good. This human named Quill is Egg's wandering child. Egg, I'll help you bring your child back." The eyes of all the gods present are intriguing. What Ego has done over the years, the gods, many cosmic powers, and the powerful Big Shot all know. They believe that although Sauron is a newly promoted god, since he has found Yi-Ji's son, he must also know what Yi-Ji is going to do. Then, Sauron must have an agenda. He is definitely not a good person. He is purely helping Egg and his son get to know each other. Only Egg felt that his affairs were very secret, but he didn't know that it was already an open secret in the universe. "Quill, I am your father." Egg's face was full of love and surprise, and he said to Star-Lord with an expression. Star-Lord has been longing for his father's love for a long time. "Are you really my father?" Star-Lord also stared at Egg. Although he believed what Sauron said, when he actually faced it, he was still a little unbelievable. Egg reached out and touched Star-Lord's face. When he touched it, the god gene in Star-Lord's body was awakened. A feeling of blood connection established a connection between Star-Lord and Ego. "Father? You are really my father?" Star-Lord hugged Egg excitedly and cried bitterly. But the gods present looked at each other in confusion, with only the thought of watching a show in their eyes. After Ego and Star-Lord recognized each other, no one cared about their father-son exchanges. The gods are only focusing on Carnival now. And what on earth is the sun god Sauron planning against Ego? They didn't think about killing the god at all. The mind of the god Yi-Ji is not that easy to solve. Although Sauron had some guesses, he still felt that his heart was too narrow-minded after actually seeing the carnival scene of the gods. The carnival of the gods deserves to be called crazy. The specific scene cannot be described, otherwise it will attract the attention of the supreme god of the endless multi-universe. Gods who are not bound by any moral code are really playing tricks. What Sauron had seen and heard in his previous life was only a fraction of what he had seen and heard in this carnival. Such no taboos made Sauron lose interest in participating. He only likes happiness in the normal range. Thor and Loki, on the other hand, happily joined in. Sauron's self-righteousness made Zemo's feelings toward Sauron even more intense. There was no one left on the sailing battleship. It was the first time for the three warriors to participate in such a carnival. It can be said that he has benefited from Sauron. A spiritual barrier envelopes the sailing warship, blocking out the prying eyes of any gods. It is better to have some normal things with Sif here, which is the happiness Sauron likes. The carnival of the gods made Gamera just want to stay away from here, but she did not have a spaceship, and Star-Lord was asked by Igara to introduce his History 5.7. Aboard Gamera wandered around the planet Ego. When she passed a cave, she heard crying coming from inside. Curious Gamera walked into the cave and saw the back of a girl. "Hello." Gamera said hello, and Mantis Girl was instantly startled. She turned around suddenly and saw Gamera. "Who are you?" Mantis Girl warned, but Gamera was shocked by the dense pile of skeletons in front of Mantis Girl. She strode up to the Mantis Girl and put the knife in her hand on the Cockroach Girl's neck. "What's going on? Who are these skeletons?" There was a faint worry in Gamera's heart, and Mantis Girl felt extremely frightened, and her two tentacles began to glow. She is using her ability to comfort Gamera. "Who are you? How did you get here?" Mantis Girl asked back. She took advantage of the gods' carnival here and Egg's attention was on the gods, so she secretly came here to pay homage to her half-brothers and sisters. Because Mantis Girl's ability was useful to Yi-Ji, Yi-Ji spared her life after confirming that Mantis Girl had not inherited his god's power. "Speak quickly, otherwise I will kill you." Gamera's resistance to Mantis Girl's ability is a bit high. The sharp knife made a gash in Mantis Girl's neck, and blood flowed out. Mantis Girl knew that Gamera was not joking. She said, "These are all Ego's children. They were sent back from all over the universe. After Ego's test, none of them inherited Ego's power of the gods. So they were all killed by Egg." Gamera looked at the piles of bones and skeletons in front of her. "There are only a few if there are not even 10,000. Are these eggs children? Gamera is simply unbelievable. There are actually cruel existences in the universe. These are all Ego's children, but he killed all his own children? Egg's level of evil in Gamera's heart instantly surpassed that of Thanos. Although Thanos is not a good person, he attacks the planets all over the universe, and then randomly loses half of the population. But Gamera also had to admit that Thanos was really kind to her adopted daughter. Thanos thinks it is fair that he randomly wipes out half of all life, so when he snaps his fingers, those planets that he once wiped out half of the population will have wiped out 3/4 of the population. Then Thanos is unfair. The knife left Mantis Girl's neck. Mantis Girl quickly reached out to check and breathed a sigh of relief when she found that it was only a small wound. At the moment, Gamera only worried about Star-Lord in her heart. Then who are you? But Gamera did not let go of Mantis immediately, but continued to ask questions. Actually, I am also Egg's child, but I have the ability to soothe my emotions. Egg is in great pain in his heart, and he needs my ability to fall asleep. So I became the only child he didn't kill. After Mantis Girl explained, she asked Gamera, "Are you the one who comes to the carnival with the gods? Why didn't you join the carnival?" Gamera turned around and walked out and said, "I'm not here to participate in the carnival of the gods. My friend is Yi-Ji's child, and I'm going to save him now." Mantis Girl's eyes lit up instantly. She was taken away from her planet when she was still a child, and she has never seen any relatives since then. Even though he stayed by his father's side, he didn't feel his father's love at all, and he could feel the pain in Egg's heart every day. When she heard that she had an older brother or younger brother who had fallen into the hands of Egg, she decided to save her older brother or younger brother. "Wait a minute, I'll help you." Mantis Girl chased after me. At this moment, in Ego's palace, Ego had already introduced his birth and love with Star-Lord's mother to Star-Lord. With his father's love, Star-Lord, under the guidance of Ego, carefully felt Ego's star. The power of the gods was born between Star-Lord's hands, and he produced an energy ball. Yes, that's it. Egg was extremely excited. He has waited for thousands of years and reproduced life with countless races. Some of these races are not even humanoid. However, none of the children Yondu gave him inherited the god gene. Now, the child with the god gene finally appears. But while the gods are carousing here, he can't carry out his plan yet. He could not guarantee that his plan to destroy countless lives would be opposed by some powerful god. He continued his role as a loving father. At night, the excited Star-Lord returned to his room, but Kayla suddenly walked in. "Hi, Gamera? You never imagined what I did today." But Gamera looked anxious, took Star-Lord's hand, and said, "Follow me quickly." But she didn't pull Star-Lord, who said with confusion, "What's wrong? This place is so beautiful, why do you want to leave? I just met my father." Gamera was so anxious that she grabbed Star-Lord by the collar and whispered, "Quill, you have no idea what kind of person Ego is. I found a cave filled with thousands of skeletons. Do you know who those skeletons belong to? Your half-brothers and sisters? They were killed by Egg because they didn't have the god gene." After Gamera finished speaking, she was about to pull Star-Lord away, but Star-Lord's face was full of confusion and disbelief. "Gamera, don't joke with me. How could my father do such a thing? And can all children who are not fathers have the god gene?" Gamera was stunned for a moment. Mantis Girl's voice sounded from the door. "Oh my god, do you have the god gene? Who are you?" Star-Lord looked at Mantis Girl. "She is your half-sister." Gamera's voice sounded faintly. "My biological sister." Star-Lord looked at Mantis, who was obviously younger than him, and he was surprised. "Are you really my sister?" Mantis Girl walked up to Star-Lord, and she indeed felt the special aura of her father, Egg. Kanji said that Mantis Girl and Star-Lord are not biological siblings. Star-Lord's body is half human and half god gene, but Mantis Girl did not inherit the god gene. Her body is pure cockroach gene. But in fact, they are indeed half-brothers and sisters. What she said is true. Egg killed all the children who did not inherit the god's genes except me. Although you have inherited his genes, he will not let you go. He has planted his own life seeds on almost every living planet in the universe. Shilly, by combining two godless power emperors, he can make all the life seeds in the universe start to sleep. He will destroy all life in the universe and make himself the only life. The planet you were born on, the planet I was born on, will be destroyed. All life on it will be replaced by Ego. Mantis tried her best to persuade him, saying that as long as Star-Lord leaves, Ego's ambition cannot be realized. Before Star-Lord could be controlled by Ego with the power of the gods, he immediately thought of his grandfather on Blue Star. Then we must stop him? What if he gives birth to another child with the gene of a god? At this moment, Star-Lord only feels that he has a heavy responsibility. Why? At this time, a sigh sounded. Egg stepped out of the darkness. "This is my planet, and everything that happens here cannot escape my perception. Child, now that you know, then come with me and realize my ideal." A tentacle formed from the power of the gods pierced Star-Lord's chest, and Star-Lord's spleen and Ego Star became one body. At this moment, Ego was able to mobilize the power of the two gods, and he instantly sensed the countless duplications he had placed throughout the galaxy. He began to provide energy for these duplications. Throughout the galaxy, on almost every living planet, Egg's life seeds began to grow crazily. Like a growing snot, it crazily invades the ground. Gamera begins to attack Ego, but how can she fight Ego's duplication standing on Ego's planet? The energy rope formed by the power of the gods trapped Gamera and Mantis Girl aside. Star-Lord's body was tortured by endless pain. At this moment, he could also feel the crazy expansion of the seeds of life on every planet in the universe. Ego, you keep saying you love my mother, why do you want to destroy her planet? Star-Lord asked loudly. Egg couldn't help but fall into memories, and he said, your mother is indeed the woman I love most. My Sayuri, I can remember the lyrics of every song I listened to with her. I have gone back to Blue Star 3 times to see him. 3 times? I know that as long as I go back one more time, I will never be able to start my expansion plan. I had to make the painful choice to put the tumor into her head. Star-Lord, who was suffering endless pain, instantly fell into a rage that transcended everything. You killed my mother. The anger in Star-Lord's heart surpassed everything else. He fought for the power of the gods inserted into his chest, grabbed his 2 guns and aimed at Ego's crazy designs. Egg's body was blasted with holes by energy bombs, but he was just an avatar. As long as you stand on the Ego Star, there will be an endless supply of divine power to replenish it. Seeing Ego being repaired by energy, Star-Lord knew that he would never be able to defeat Ego with his own strength. The only thing he can count on now is one person. Sun God, Sauron. Sun God Sauron, I need your help. Star-Lord suddenly shouted, as you wish. A loud voice rang in everyone's ears. A tall and straight figure descended from the sky, penetrated the palace building, and landed in front of everyone. Sauron was wearing his Superman battlesuit, but the S on his chest became a sun pattern. Sauron, do you want to be my enemy? Egg said with a gloomy expression. He chose to wait for the gods to leave before taking action, just because he was afraid that the gods would interfere. Star-Lord knew his intentions and forced himself to take action now, which indeed led to the intervention of the gods. Ego, you are just a brain, what qualifications do you have to talk to me like this? Sauron will not give Ego face. Blue Star is my territory. If you dare to take my territory, this is a declaration of war against me. When Sauron came up, he stood on the side of justice. Even if other gods came, they could only stand on Sauron's side. Egg had heard about Sauron's undefeated battle against all the gods in the Golden Temple of the Gods. He also didn't want to start a war with Sauron casually. I can let Blue Star go, but don't interfere with my behavior, okay? Egg felt that Sauron should be satisfied. However, Sauron's response to him was only a blazing white heat vision. Egg's duplication was completely destroyed, but this also completely angered Egg. The entire planet Yugo began to shake. The majestic power of the gods began to boil. The gods in the carnival suddenly woke up. In an instant, they knew what had happened. Shit, is Egg crazy? He dares to confront the sun god. Want to destroy all sentient beings in the universe? Born from madness, they must be destroyed from madness. Are we watching a show or not? For a moment, the gods returned to their spaceships in space, then stayed away and watched the show quietly. Sauron casually sent Star-Lord and others to the sailing battleship. He was suspended in space, looking at Rage's planet in front of him. Don't be too relaxed when dealing with a target that's huge and can't leave at will. Sauron flew downwards, and the friction between his body and the air produced strong flames and light. Sauron, the Japanese fist hit the ground hard. A mighty force exploded. The Earth's crust was fierce. This blow was no bigger than the impact of a small planet, but it couldn't cause any harm to Egg. His body is not the planet, but the huge amounts of brain in the planet. Sauron didn't even think about sending Egg away with just one punch. He grabbed the loose and broken crust and threw it outward. A piece of land broke away from the Ego Star and became a meteorite wandering in space. When the gods saw this scene, they were stunned. Oh my god, his power has increased again. He is obviously the sun god, but why does he have such a terrifying body? Hercules, can you do this? No? If you ask me to do that blow just now, I can still do it, but I can't throw such a large piece of the Earth's crust into space. Boom. Another huge amount of the Earth's crust was torn off by Sauron and thrown into space. He wants to clear all of Egg's defenses bit by bit, and then kill him completely. An incarnation of huge amounts of ego appeared. When he saw this scene, he was extremely angry. But there was fear in the anger. No, what are you doing? You have already taken away my child and I can no longer carry out my plan. Why are you still attacking me? The incarnation of Egg came to stop Sauron, but all the attacks formed by the power of the gods were unable to cause harm to Sauron. As Sauron operated the god's breathing method, Yiji's power of the god was plundered by Sauron. Refined? What kind of power do you have? No, this is the power of the gods? Why do you also have the power of the gods? Egg felt like his huge brain was turning into paste. Sauron would ignore it and continue to dismantle Ego Star. Gods in the distance can hear their voices. Zeus said, "This ego is just the brain of a certain fallen group of gods. How dare you underestimate the gods of the world?" Sauron is a descendant of one of the 5 gods, and he is a being above the gods. The other gods nodded and thought that was it. Egg's whole brain was numb. With the power of the gods, his attack on Sauron was not effective at all. Instead, he was attacked and devoured by him. His own duplication cannot stop him from dismantling his outer rock defense. Sauron, I surrender. Please let me go. Seeing that half of his outer crust was removed, his inner metal defense was exposed. As Egg surrendered, Sauron stopped, but he didn't really stop. Just when Ego breathed a sigh of relief and thought he had escaped, Sauron's eyes lit up with scorching white heat vision. The thick layer of metal surrounding Ego's core cannot even block the industrial laser used for mining on Yondu's spaceship, let alone Sauron's heat vision. Within a few breaths, a huge amount of metal holes appeared. Through this metal hole, you can see a constantly beating super brain. Yi Ji was extremely frightened, and the majestic power of the gods shrank completely, wrapping his brain tightly. Sauron, I am willing to hand over my collection of hundreds of years. Please let me go. Egg kept begging for mercy, but in Sauron's eyes, the most precious thing was this brain. This is the brain of the celestial god group, which gave birth to self-awareness, like an alternative celestial god group. Sauron stood at the entrance of the metal hole, holding both sides with both hands. In the fixed star system where the ego star is located, the power of the fixed star blessed Sauron. He used all his power. Plus the blessing of fixed star, his power jumped to bronze Superman level. Click. Thick cracks appeared on the thick metal shell. This metal shell is not an ordinary metal. It can be used by Egg as a final defense. It can also be used to build battlefields. But it was torn apart by the terrifying power of Sauron, the bronze Superman. Boom. Sauron's muscles all over his body were tense, showing the ultimate beauty of strength. Many female gods drooled with envy when they saw this scene. The metal sphere, together with the half of the intact crust, was split into two halves by Sauron. Egg, the brain of this god group, was completely exposed to the universe, just like millions of years ago, when it first gave birth to self-awareness. No, Egg let out a cry of pain and despair. The extremely rich power of the gods made Sauron drool. That is Yi, millions of years of accumulation. If Sauron is allowed to practice on his own and accumulate such a huge power of the gods, it will probably take thousands of years. Ego relies on instinct and millions of years of accumulation. Sauron uses the breath of the gods to draw energy from countless fixed stars. But fixed star energy is low-level energy, and low-level energy is converted into the power of the gods. Extremely high-level energy, 10,000 units of fixed star energy can be converted into 1 unit of God's power. In a short period of time, Sauron can no longer kill Yi. Once Yi dies, these huge powers of the gods will dissipate. That is a waste of natural resources. Sauron calculated in his mind that it would take him several years to refine all the power of the gods. But once it is refined and becomes your own energy, you will reach the bronze Superman level. Otherwise, you don't know how long it will take to slowly cultivate. Sauron decided to devour Yi's power of the gods right here, and then kill him after he is done. Ego, I don't have to kill you, but all your powers from the gods belong to me. How? In despair, Yi saw a hope for life. He has an infinite lifespan and is most afraid of death. I promise. It's just the power of the gods accumulated over millions of years. He still has countless lifespans, countless millions of years. Sauron smiled faintly. Close the cracked metal balls and use heat vision as electric welding to weld them together. Seeing Sauron's scene, the gods were stunned again. Everyone, I have reached a deal with Egg. This place will be turned into a restricted area. Please leave. Sauron faced the gods and spoke calmly. Although Zeus and others were extremely curious, they did not want to offend such a powerful god like Sauron. One spaceship after another jumped through space and left. Sauron returned to the sailing battleship and said to everyone, I will retreat here to absorb the power of Yi. Thor, please return to Asgard. The mission is over. Yes, Sauron. Then Thor said to Star-Lord, don't worry, you will never have to worry about Buddha again. After Sauron finished speaking, he flew out of the sail warship and sat cross-legged at the entrance of the metal hole. Start operating the god's breathing method, and frantically refining the power of the god belonging to Yi. The sailing battleship departs. On Xandar, Sauron's duplication knows everything that happened. Although he has 1/3 of Sauron's strength, Xandar actually has the main sun. With 3 times the blessing of fixed star, duplication's strength is almost as strong as Sauron's. The transformation of the Dark Star cannot be completed overnight. At first, Xingxing Supreme felt uncomfortable, but Xingxing Supreme soon figured it out. As long as Sauron is on Xandar, no powerful man in the universe will dare to come to Xandar to cause trouble. After thinking about it, Xingxing Supreme began to provide Sauron duplication with various kinds of enjoyment every day. Star-Lord still formed the Guardians of Galaxy. Together with Gamera and others, he established a mercenary team to accept commissions and complete various difficult tasks. Rocket will occasionally join in, but until the transformation of the Dark Star is completed, his main mission is still on this. Thor and Loki returned to Asgard and saw the power of Sauron. Thor looked down upon the giants of Jotunheim even more than in the original book. Thor is eager to conquer the giants of Jotunheim and prove to the universe that Asgard is not the only powerful sun god. Many trains that had fallen off the tracks gradually returned to their original tracks under the terrifying power of correction. Just like the car accident experienced by Doctor Who, it is a fixed point in time. No matter what changes are made, the car accident is destined to happen. All of this happened without Sauron's knowledge. He was immersed in the ultimate happiness of running the breathing method of the gods, absorbing the power of the gods accumulated by Yi for millions of years, and quickly strengthening himself. Time flies. It's 2008, the most critical year in the Marvel Universe. This year, Iron Man was born. The entire universe entered an era of disaster and disaster. Above the Blue Star, in New York, on Manhattan Island, the world's tallest skyscraper rises from the ground. This building covers a huge area, and Qian's construction is extremely majestic, especially the rooftop at the top is built into an extremely beautiful garden. This building is the headquarters of the Super 7. For several years, 2 Spider-Men were active in New York, Spider-Woman Gwen and Toby Spider. However, the popularity of the 2 Spider-Men in the hearts of the public is very different. Toby Spider is just a good neighbor in Queens, but Gwen Spider has become the most popular superhero in New York. Dr. Octopus has completely solved all the problems of artificial sun technology through research on blue giant weapons. The artificial solar power stations built around the world have provided the Super 7 with extremely abundant funds. Norman's interests are in business and research, not being a superhero. In this way, the huge resources of the Super 7 were poured into Gwen Spider and Sandust. But Chechen Mutant's identity is far less popular than Gwen Spider's popularity among the people. MJ has now become the most dazzling star in Hollywood. Her Spider-Man ability has become the best asset in her star career. Sauron Duplication has been hiding himself and completing various plans in secret. However, just today, Blue Star's peace was completely broken. The owner of Stark Industries, Tony Stark, went missing after being attacked in the desert of the Middle East for a weapons display. Super 7 headquarters building. A guest came today. Pepper. Ms. Gwen, I'm here to ask you, the Super 7, to help me find Tony and bring him back safely. Tony was attacked and disappeared in the desert of the Middle East. This news spread back to China, instantly causing a stock market crash. Stark's stock fell to the bottom, but for Stark, that doesn't matter. Stark's most precious asset today is Tony, the super genius originally. The advanced technologies he continues to invent are the guarantee for Stark to become America's #1 military-industrial group. Stark's executives and shareholders are looking for their own connections to save Tony. Except for Obadiah, who caused all this to happen, everyone else knows very well that Tony's shares in their hands will become more and more valuable. Nick Fury, who has become S.H.I.E.L.D. director, also sent Phil Coulson to contact Pepper, hoping that Pepper can accept the help of S.H.I.E.L.D. But Pepper is more willing to believe in Spider-Woman, who has become the most popular superhero in New York, as well as the Super 7 team behind her, and the Superman who has disappeared for many years. Gwen is now a graceful woman, with a hint of mature sexiness in her youth. Sister Pepper, our Super 7 team will find Tony. Gwen held Pepper's hand and comforted her. Pepper couldn't help but nodded and said, "You are the only ones I can rely on now." Her current position is nothing more than Tony's personal assistant and secret admirer. Once Tony disappeared, the company resources she could mobilize were very limited. After sending Pepper away, Chechen said, "Gwen, are we really going to find the kidnapped Tony?" Gwen shook her head and said, "It's not me, it's you." Chechen was very confused. "Yes, your ability, Tony, is to disappear into the desert area of the Middle East, which is your home ground. You become a sandstorm and there are no places where you can't spy. When you find Tony, Mr. Norman and I will go and rescue Tony." Chechen nodded and accepted the task. "Let John go with you, his ability can keep you safe." Gwen spoke again. Fireman John, after years of training, has finally mastered the fire element transformation, and his strength has been greatly improved. He also successfully joined the reserve team of the Super 7s. The current Super 7 team is decided by Gwen, who makes her someone's obedient little apprentice. The Super 7 naturally has a huge logistics team and its own supersonic aircraft. Dust and Pyro prepare to go find Tony, while Gwen reaches the top. Master is really too bad. He's been away for so many years and hasn't come back. When he comes back, I will definitely ignore him. Gwen said to herself angrily. "Huh? Who messed with my Spider-Woman?" Sauron Blue Star Duplication suddenly appeared behind Gwen. Hearing this familiar voice, Gwen turned around suddenly, but she was not surprised, but looked wary. "How do you prove that you are my master?" Sauron Duplication nodded with satisfaction. As expected of Gwen, he was very vigilant. A spiritual power connects Gwen, which are the memories of Sauron and Gwen getting together. "Master." Gwen suddenly threw herself into Sauron's arms and beat Sauron's chest with her small fists. "Master, where have you been? Why haven't you come back for so long? Have you forgotten your good little apprentice?" Gwen accused eagerly. Sauron wiped away Gwen's tears and said helplessly, "Gwen, I have not actually come back. The subject is currently more than 1,000 light-years away from the solar system, and is in retreat to absorb the power of an ancient god. I am a duplication created by him. I have been hiding on the Blue Star since he left. Protecting you." Gwen's eyes widened and she didn't even want to cry anymore. What Sauron said really surprised and incredible her. "Are you the master's duplication? Are you a clone?" Gwen's understanding of the existence of duplication is probably cloning. No, clones are different individuals with the same genes, but duplication is completely another self created by the subject. We have the same memory. In other words, he can see you through my eyes now. Gwen understood. She stared longingly into Sauron's eyes and said, "Master, when will you come back?" "Soon, I'll be back soon." Gwen turned back into the little girl she was before, pulling Sauron into duplication and telling her everything that had happened to her over the years. In the desert of the Middle East, Tony was hit in the chest by fragments of his own missile just like in the original novel. When tiny shrapnel enters the blood vessels, it can only be held by the magnet placed on the chest to prevent these tiny shrapnel from entering the heart. He went through all kinds of torture before being asked by the Ten Commandments gang to build the Jericho missile. And here, he also discovered a large number of sophisticated weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. Yinsen, why are there a large number of weapons produced by me here? I remember that I never approved the sale of weapons to these terrorists. Tony still looked like he couldn't accept it. This was a huge blow to him. He would rather be hit in the head by a bullet produced by another company than be hit by his own weapon. Tony, don't you know? The weapons produced by Stark Industries have stable performance, powerful firepower, and high accuracy. They are the favorite weapons of local warlords and organizations. 8 of the 10 people here who own weapons have it's a weapon of your Stark Industries. Ho Yinsen lives here and has seen too many people die from the bullets of Stark weapons. But through Tony's words, he realized that these weapons were not sold by Tony. Tony is so smart, he quickly understood that someone in his company sold weapons to those terrorists. Even his kidnapping was related to that person. Tony recalled carefully, and soon connected it with the phone call he received from Obadi before the attack. The day here in the Middle East is the night in America. Are you really worried about this arms sales? Osborne Company has fully transformed into biomedicine and energy, and Hammer Industries is no match for Stark Enterprises. Originally, Tony did not need to come to the Jericho missile soldiers this time, but Obadiah convinced Tony to get involved with the military. Damn Obadi! Anger grew in Tony's heart, and he was sure that his guess was correct. Obadiah must have betrayed him and wanted to seize his Stark Industries. Ho Yinsen acted as if he hadn't heard anything. Yinsen, I need your help. Tony, who understood everything, immediately regained his fighting spirit. I need to make a powerful weapon to help us jump out. But I need your help. Tony looked at Yinsen with a sincere face. Ho Yinsen was kidnapped, so he is naturally an enemy of the Ten Commandments gang. How to do? Yinsen asked. You know Osborne's artificial sun, right? Tony started drawing on the paper. I definitely know. It was a great energy revolution. If it weren't for the wars raging here, we would probably be able to use cheap and clean energy. The artificial sun is thermonuclear fusion, and we at Stark Industries have the only cold fusion reactor in the world. Ever since I witnessed the birth of the artificial sun, I have been studying how to shrink the cold fusion reactor. Now, it's time to present the results of my research. With the help of Ho Yinsen, Tony began to develop the world's first micro-arc reactor in this cave, relying on backward equipment. Tony, how's his hair? Ho Yinsen is a doctor and has only some basic understanding of nuclear physics. 3 billion joules of energy per second. Tony said proudly. It is equivalent to generating 833 degree points per second. If a Tesla is fully charged and then drained, it can be charged a full 8 times. If it is fully charged and runs 500 kilometers at a time, a Tesla can run 4,000 kilometers. And this is just the electricity generated by the arc reactor in 1 second. Oh my god, this will give you 50 lives. Or give a big guy 5 minutes of energy. Tony overlaid the drawings he drew under the light, and a steel armor appeared in front of Ho Yinsen. Tony replaced the arc reactor and, together with Ho Yinsen, began to build his own war equipment. But the terrorists who were monitoring Tony through surveillance had no suspicion at all. No, there was only one leader of the Ten Commandments gang, who was also the bald man in the original book. He had doubts but allowed Tony to carry out his own actions. Master, Tony Stark has started building the steel armor. The bald leader Rasa knelt respectfully in front of Sauron duplication. Very well, don't go there anymore these days, or you might get killed by Tony. Yes, Master. Sauron used the power of his mind to turn bald Rasa into his slave, just to wipe out the Ten Commandments gang. What Mandarin? Shang-Chi? Destroy all these insulting things? At the same time, the sand turned into a sandstorm, blowing everywhere in the desert areas of the Middle East. She actually found the cave where Tony was trapped. She sent a small stream of sand and flew into the cave, confirming Tony's existence. In a supersonic plane hundreds of kilometers away from here, Sandust turned back into human form and walked into the plane. How about it? John has matured a lot and has shown his ability over the years, but his identity as a mutant has never been accepted by the public. Although he obviously has great super ability, he can only become an auxiliary logistics role like Shechin. Found it? Our mission is completed, we can inform Gwen. John looked at the vast desert outside, but said, Shechin, I want to go and rescue Tony from the hospital. John, don't act nonsense. Gwen has her own plans. Shechin said warningly, but how could Hua Ren listen to her? Without Sauron, only Gwen could suppress him. He would not even pay attention to Norman if he had time. There are terrorists here. They use machine guns, rocket launchers, and even missiles. Not the criminals and gangsters in New York City who all use small pistols. Although Gwen is Spider-Woman, she is not bulletproof woman. If something goes wrong with her, can you take the responsibility? The fireman opened his mouth and said something that even Shechin couldn't argue with. Everyone knows that Gwen is the captain's little apprentice and is different from everyone else. Then I'll go with you. Shechin gritted her teeth and decided to go along to ensure that Tony would not die. One of them transformed into a sandstorm, and the other transformed into a fire element, heating the air and flying towards the cave where Tony was imprisoned. Soon, the Tiancheng gang outside saw sandstorms and fireballs flying from the distant sky. Mutant? It's mutant. Someone shouted loudly, and the entire camp instantly entered a state of fighting. On the anti-aircraft positions on both sides, 12.7mm bullets from anti-aircraft machine guns were fired at the sand and burning people. The sand transforms into a sandstorm. Unless it destroys the entire sandstorm at once, any attack will just scratch it. As for Pyroman, under the transformation of the fire element, he himself is a fireball of more than 5,000 degrees, and the 12.7mm bullet is directly vaporized. The sand and dust rushed into the cave minister against the flying bullets. The burning man was suspended in midair, allowing the bullets to hit him and be evaporated. You terrorists should all die. John showed no mercy. His hands fired fireballs with temperatures of thousands of degrees. Boom! Pile up outside the cave, tightly covered with concealment nets. These are the raw materials for Tony to build the Jericho missile, because some of them are various rockets and missiles produced by Stark. These ammunition were detonated. The tongues of fire that broke out were hundreds of meters high. John immediately laughed. He is a fireman, and he can control flames before the fire element transforms. He controlled the flames generated by the missile explosion. Under his control, 2 giant snakes formed by flames launched an attack on the terrorists in front of him. Boom, boom, da-da-da. There are gunshots and explosions everywhere. John laughed loudly and vented his ability to his heart's content. Deep in the cave, Wang and I and Ho Yinsen were stunned when they heard the sound coming from outside. What's going on outside? Is the military coming to rescue you? Yinsen looked at Tony suspiciously, knowing that he would not alert anyone to rescue him. Maybe, but we'd better save ourselves. After Tony finished speaking, he quickly asked Yinsen to help him put on the armor. It was a sandstorm that broke through the door, and in the shocked eyes of Tony and Yinsen, she turned into a Middle Eastern woman with only her eyes exposed. Shit, how could it be you? As a well-known mutant superhero in New York, Tony knew him. It was your female assistant, Miss Pepper, who entrusted our Super 7 team to rescue you. Shechin glanced at the armor on Tony's body and said, the fireman is dealing with those terrorists outside. I'm here to protect you. Watching the startup process of the armor complete the final countdown, Tony said proudly, you protect Yinsen, I have the ability to protect myself. With that said, he controlled the armor and walked outside. Soon, Tony came outside and saw the terrorist camp engulfed in flames and people suspended in midair. He suddenly felt like his efforts were in vain. The armor he had worked so hard to build was of no use at this moment. All the terrorists have been eliminated by Zanran. Seeing Tony wearing the armor, Pyro smiled and said, Mr. Tony, if you come out early, I can leave a few for you to try. Shit, you mutants are truly God's darlings. Tony made no secret of his envy. In the past, his sense of mutants was a group of mutated humans with special genes. Don't say I hate it, don't say I like it either. But after this kidnapping, he developed a desire for powerful power. He was envious of mutants, a group of people who were born with super abilities. His heart was shaken again, and he wanted to have powerful abilities. We cannot allow ourselves to be slaughtered again. Tony took one look at the armor on his body and decided to upgrade it when he went back to create a more powerful armor. Shechin and Yinsen also walked out. Shechin said, our plane is 100 kilometers north of here, how are you going to get there? Tony let Yinsen hug him and said, I prepared the flight system. It can't fly 100 kilometers, but it's still no problem for 40 or 50 kilometers. With that said, Tony started up, and Mark 1 took him to drink Yinsen and fly into the sky. Shechin and Wuman followed, and soon, Mark 1 consumed all its energy and disintegrated in the air. Tony and Yinsen went into the desert. High in the sky, Sauron duplication watched all this happen and did not interfere. Tony becoming Iron Man is a fixed point in the timeline of the Marvel Universe. Even if he wasn't kidnapped by the Ten Commandments gang, Tony would be inspired to make a steel armor for various reasons. On the other hand, John and Tony got along very well. Tisk tisk. This is the steel armor made by the famous super weapon genius. Just like his master, it only lasted less than a few minutes. The burning man landed and opened his mouth like an experienced driver. Tony was immediately irritated and said, you stupid kid, have you ever had a girlfriend? Ask those female models on the cover of Maxim magazine. I never started in half an hour. Pyro's reputation is about the same as Sandust's, and Mutant's identity has caused his talent to be seriously underestimated. Tony, did you really sleep with all the models on Maxim's cover magazine? Pyro was in his 20s and still unopened. He was no match for Tony, a real playboy, when it came to talking about women. As soon as Tony opened his mouth, he was attracted. Tony said in a very showy tone, the one in March is not scheduled because of my schedule, but the 12-year-old is a pair of twins. The burning man was truly envious. Tony's confidence is back. For the sake of saving me, I can eliminate all the terrorists and leave without you saving me. When we get back to America, if you tell me which female model you like, I will give you the following. Pyro's face suddenly became excited. Shechin said with great contempt, Mr. Tony, didn't you realize Miss Pepper's feelings for you? When she came to us for help, I could see her feelings for you. Tony fell silent instantly. Please give me flowers. This kidnapping was a complete baptism for Tony. He not only discovered the harm that weapons bring to the world, but also the prodigal son turned back to find his true love, Pepper. You are right, let's go back to China. Tony spoke after a moment of silence, and then said to Ho Yinsen, you come with me to America, and I will find your family and bring them to America. Yinsen nodded. Although this is his hometown, he just moved here. He also wants his family to have a stable life and a safe living environment. After Gwen received the notice, she didn't say anything about Pyro and Sandust's private actions to rescue Tony. Instead, he took the opportunity to use the funds of the Super 7 to start sweeping the stock market and acquire shares of Stark Enterprises. As soon as the news of Tony's rescue is announced, the stock price of Stark Enterprises, which has hit rock bottom, will skyrocket. The supersonic plane of the Super 7 landed in the square in front of the headquarters building. At this moment, many journalists, people from the military and conquests, as well as people from various intelligence agencies and military-industrial enterprises have gathered here. Pepper, Obadiah, they're all here. When the cabin door opened and Tony, Yinsen, Huo, and Shadu came out, the audience burst into warm applause and dazzling flashes of light. Obadiah stepped forward with a smile on his face and held Tony in his arms. Tony, I'm glad you're back safely. Tony was already suspicious of Obadiah, so he wore a thick coat to cover the rafting reactor on his chest. Tony dealt with Obadiah casually, and then looked at Pepper. Pepper, you and I. It was the first time Tony said such words to Pepper, and Pepper's eyes were full of tears, and her eyes were filled with deep love. I'm afraid that if I change my boss, I'll have to adapt again. Pepper would not say anything sweet in front of countless reporters. But Tony saw what he wanted in Pepper's eyes, and he turned around to face countless reporters and cameras. I can come back safely, thanks to the firemen and Sandust of the Super 7. They rescued me from the terrorist camp. Tony hid Yinsen's help to him, not to mention Mark Shishuan. Facing so many lights, cameras, and reporters for the first time, Burning Man was a little nervous. He pretended to be calm, stood tall and straight, and looked very serious when facing the camera. In fact, he didn't even know what expression he should use. At this time, a reporter loudly asked, Mr. Tony, what do you think of mutant? This is a rather malicious question, because Tony's answer is related to his position. The issue of stance has always been very important. Mutants are just a group of humans with special genes. Among them are good mutants like firemen and Sandust, and there are also bad mutants who do bad things everywhere. There are also non-mutants who are good people like you, and there are also terrorists like those who kidnapped me. Bad guy. We should use behavioral ethics to distinguish a person's good or bad, rather than genes, which are things that people are born with. After Tony finished speaking, the audience burst into warm applause. Tony raised his hand and pressed it down, signaling to everyone that he still had something to say. Fireman and Sandust are all my friends. I hope you won't ask me similar questions in the future. As chairman of Stark Industries, I am now announcing a decision. From now on, Stark Industries will shut down the weapons department. Effective immediately. One word can stir up thousands of feet of waves. As Tony said, shutting down the weapons manufacturing department of Stark Industries, everyone was shocked. This is the core and most profitable department of Stark Industries. It can be said that this is also the foundation of Stark Industries. The closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing department not only seriously affected the interests of Stark shareholders, but also caused the military to suffer huge losses. Obadiah stood in front of Tony on the spot and said to reporters, Tony has just come back and is in the midst of a stress reaction. We will hold a special press conference for the specific decision. Obadiah hated those losers from the Ten Commandments gang in his heart. So many people took so many of his weapons, and even Tony couldn't stand them. He also sent him a video threat to ask him to provide more military needs. But he didn't doubt it yet. After all, with Huo and Shechen coming to rescue him, it was very easy for mutants with powerful super abilities to deal with some terrorists. The impromptu press conference is over, but the entire Wall Street is busy. Stark Enterprises shares crashed. In the headquarters building of the Super 7, Gwen huddled in Sauron's arms aggrievedly. Master, people thought that Stark's stock price would skyrocket when Tony came back, but they didn't expect that he would announce the closure of the weapons manufacturing department. All the Stark shares I bought were lost. Sauron smiled and said, Gwen, you must not underestimate Tony. Didn't you read the detailed report of Fireman and Sandust? His steel armor will be a weapon beyond this era, especially the micro-arc reactor that provides energy for the armor. Our artificial sun can only provide energy for cities or large bases, but this micro-arc reactor can provide power for aircraft, submarines, tanks, and armored vehicles, etc. Stark Enterprises and Osborne will become the two giants in the clean energy industry. If you continue to buy shares of Stark Industries now, you can buy as much as you can. It will be a huge amount of wealth in the future. After listening to Sauron's explanation, Gwen suddenly became confused. Master, I'm going to continue buying stocks. Gwen ran away in a rage. But under the supervision of Sauron's super hearing, something interesting happened to Obadiah. Obadiah's villa, he has a special guest here. Hydra MP, Stern. Congressman, I don't know what business you are talking about. Obadiah still doesn't know the true identity of Congressman Stern, but just thinks that he is a powerful congressman. Stern did not speak, but asked his subordinates to come up with a piece of information. This is a picture taken by a military satellite. It is a picture of Tony wearing Mark 1, with firemen and dust flight beside him. He was intercepted by Hydra lurking in the satellite command center and did not report it. Mr. Obadiah, I think Tony has lied to the whole world. Stern handed the photo to Obadiah, who took it and looked at it and was stunned for a moment. But soon, greed and excitement appeared in his eyes. He knows very well what impact this thing will have on the world once it is mass-produced. Congressman Stern, how do you want to cooperate? Obadiah asked. Mr. Obade, I hope you can master the manufacturing technology of this armor and then provide us with the Emperor's armor. The Stern is talking about are not the military. How much does your military want? Obadiah asked without thinking much. Senator Stern shook his head and said, Mr. Obade, I think you haven't understood that we are not conquering America or the military, but Hydra. Obade was stunned for a moment. As a good brother of Howard, although he did not participate in the establishment of SHIELD, he knew a lot about Hydra. However, he is not an upright good person. He can even sell weapons to terrorists. In his eyes, the five-headed snake is just a big customer. No problem, but you have to help me completely control Stark Industries. Obadiah also put forward his own conditions. He knows that Hydra has great powers. As you wish. Obade quickly obtained the wreckage of the Mark I. Bald Rasa, reminded by Sauron, prepared sufficient manpower and alerts. Obadiah had no chance to take action, so he could only agree to Rasa's conditions and took away the wreckage of the Mark I. Obadiah established a hidden new department within Stark Industries, gathered the best engineers from Stark Industries, and began to restore and upgrade the Mark X strings. Stark Industries quickly completed the repair and upgrade of the armor, but it also encountered the only problem, the miniaturization of the arc reactor. Not everyone is as talented as Tony. Meanwhile, Tony stayed at home, building a new Mark II. All the information is stored in his private server, and Obadiah has no way to obtain the microreactor technology. The difficulties faced by Obadiah cannot be difficult for Hydra at all. Don't forget, Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. is Dr. Zola, a genius Hydra scientist recruited through the Paperclip project. And Dr. Zola's most genius design was during World War II. He created various devices that can perfectly utilize Tesseract energy. Weapons and equipment? In Hydra's base, there is equipment redesigned by Dr. Zola, which can constantly draw energy from the Tesseract. Energy batteries containing high-level energy were delivered to Obadiah's hands. The Tesseract is still in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D., which is equivalent to being in the hands of Hydra. There are as many high-end energy batteries as you want. Hydra is also more willing to control the energy of this powerful armor. While Tony was manually building his own Mark II, powerful Iron Overlord armors were being constantly produced in Stark Industries' super factory. Even the high-energy drawn from the Tesseract has a longer battery life that is more powerful than the current arc reactor before the upgrade. In a certain top-secret base of Hydra, each of the carefully selected elite Hydra pilots are constantly familiar with the operation of the Iron Overlord. These Iron Overlords were weapon upgraded by Hydra scientists. They fully adopted the energy weapons designed by Dr. Zola. Hydra has stored a lot of Tesseract energy over the years, providing these Iron Overlord mechas with sufficient energy and firepower. An Iron Overlord army is being formed. Osborn, Artificial Sun Laboratory? The huge funds brought by the Artificial Sun have allowed Dr. Octopus Otto's laboratory to be constantly upgraded. It has now become the world's top nuclear physics laboratory, attracting many big names in the field to come here to study and work. Dr. Otto rarely leaves here. He is devoted to the research of blue giant weapons. Over the years, it's not that no one came to seize them, it's just that they were all defeated by Dr. Otto. His 4 mechanical tentacles have become more and more powerful after constant upgrades. Since they could not send troops to attack directly, the military and other major forces could only put their minds aside. The HYDRAs who established the Iron Overlord Legion are active again. A team of Iron Overlords, a total of 10 Iron Overlords, took advantage of the darkness and entered the location of the laboratory. The artificial intelligence mechanical tentacles linked to all monitoring in the entire laboratory discovered the intruder instantly. Dr. Otto restored the blue giant weapon to its polycrystalline structure and put it in his arms. If he is alive, the blue star weapon will be safe. If he dies, the blue star weapon will be found wherever it is hidden. But Dr. Otto's heart suddenly thought of Sauron's voice. Put your stuff in a safe and let them snatch it. Dr. Otto was stunned for a moment and said, Sauron, are you back? But they don't understand how terrifying this weapon is. Even an energy attack of 100,000th can turn the entire New York into a canyon. It doesn't matter, I set up the authentication, they can't launch it. Dr. Otto still obeyed Sauron's advice and placed the things in the super alloy safe. The Iron Overlord team is only on the surface of Hydra, to attract the attention of Dr. Otto. The person actually responsible for stealing Blue Star's weapons was a mutant with the ability to become invisible. His invisibility is very powerful. He hides his body in the secondary space. He can see everything in the main space, but he cannot be seen by any detection method in the main space. Therefore, he personally watched Dr. Otto place the Blue Star weapon in the super alloy safe, and also saw the various passwords and unlocking methods required to open the safe. A set of mechanical knob passwords, a set of 36-digit electronic passwords composed of numbers and letters, palm print authentication, iris authentication, and voice print authentication. Hydra has already obtained the latter 3 biometric authentication methods through various methods. Dr. Otto, Kunita Arms. The Iron Overlords directly blew open the door of the laboratory, and the muzzle of the energy cannon was aimed at Otto. The 4 mechanical tentacles were also aimed at the Iron Overlords, and the top of the tentacles also shapeshifted the muzzle of an energy cannon. If you want to get something, step over my body. Dr. Otto did not give in at all, and even opened fire first. Energy bombs were fired at the Iron Overlords one after another. The Iron Overlords were not afraid of bullets and cannonballs, but were afraid of all kinds of energy bombs. After all, Iron Overlord is made of ordinary military-grade alloys. The flexibility of the Iron Overlords cannot be compared to that of Dr. Octopus. A 10-on-1 battle begins? Dr. Otto relied on his familiarity with the terrain to constantly avoid Iron Overlord's energy bomb attacks, and even took the opportunity to constantly counterattack. Iron Overlord's combat effectiveness was severely restricted by the laboratory, but they are meant to attract fire. Mutant, who possesses the ability to become invisible in dimensional space, quickly opened the super alloy safe and obtained the blue star weapon with a shrinking polycrystalline structure. Target acquired. Withdraw. As the blue star weapon was stolen, the commander's order to retreat came to the ears of the Iron Overlords. They fired at Dr. Otto one after another, and at the same time, thick flames spurted out from under their feet. Boom. The floor was knocked open, and they flew into the sky and disappeared. Dr. Otto hurried back and saw the empty super alloy safe. Although Sauron asked him to deliberately steal it, he still felt very unhappy. Boom. The super alloy safe was blasted into liquid metal by him. Inside the Hydra base underground in New York, Pierce looked at the polycrystalline structure in his hand and couldn't believe it. Is this the blue star weapon? Hydra scientists on the side stepped forward. They studied all the videos monitoring Dr. Octopus and figured out how to turn it on. Soon, the polycrystalline structure trembled and instantly turned into a blue giant weapon. Everyone is attracted by the super-compressed blue giant star. Oh god, look at the convective energy from thermonuclear reactions. This is definitely a fixed star. Blue superstar? Really blue superstar? What kind of civilization can compress a blue giant star into such a file size and make it into a weapon? Where did you get that guy named Superman? Hydra scientists are going crazy. Pierce smiled and said, everyone, it doesn't matter what civilization such a powerful weapon comes from. What's important is that it now belongs to us Hydra. You should study as soon as possible how much energy can be released that can destroy our enemies without destroying our planet. 22 Yes, a kind of Hydra scientists have invested in crazy research. Pierce, on the other hand, is intoxicated in beautiful fantasies. Fantasy, he becomes the leader of all Hydra? Become the leader of the world? Sauron, who was in the garden on the top floor of the headquarters, had a disdainful smile on his lips. Is my stuff so easy to get? Only when they saw the blue star weapon and regarded it as their own treasure, they wanted it back. They will do everything they can to protect you. Only by using America's national power to mobilize mutants and superpowers can he usher in a crazy harvest. Therefore, because of Sauron's departure, Hill Agent, who had returned to SHIELD, saw Sauron in his home. Didn't you already leave Blue Star? The satellites have already photographed you being taken away in a special way. When Hill saw Solon, his face was full of shock. I left the solar system but not the human world. I can walk naturally and come back. In fact, I am just a duplication of that guy. I will disappear as soon as he comes back. Hill glanced at him and said, is it multiple man's ability? S.H.I.E.L.D. studied all the information on Sauron and discovered something surprising. Before he killed the Sunfire, there was no information that showed that Sauron could transform into the sun. Before Sauron disappeared, a mutant criminal, Multiple Man, was also attacked. But now, the Sauron in front of her is a sharer. Sauron neither confirmed nor denied. Hill, the blue star weapon has fallen into the hands of Hydra. Hill, through secret investigations over the years, has also found out that Pierce is Hydra. But at the same time, she was also surprised by the hairstyle. More than half of the elites in S.H.I.E.L.D. were Hydra. Therefore, she did not dare to expose all this easily. He could only quietly replace some key positions with his own people through Carter's connections. Because of this, she became the deputy director with real power within S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury saw Sauron leaving the solar system and put behind the threats he had made. Through his identity as director, he constantly sucked blood from SHIELD. No, since you are his duplication, you must have powerful abilities. Why did you let Hydra take the blue star weapon away? Hill got into brainstorming mode. Whether Dr. Otto has a blue giant weapon or not, he can perfect the artificial sun technology. The difference is just a matter of time. There is no need for you to take out the blue star weapon. But you still took it out, then your only purpose is to attract the attention of the military and even other forces. Hill immediately thought of Sauron's way of obtaining ability. She woke up instantly. You are here to harvest super abilities? You must be here for this purpose. Because whether it is Hydra or the military, as long as you get the blue star weapon, you will never take it back. At that time, in order to protect the blue star weapons, they can only recruit a large number of mutants or super abilities, because they know that human weapons cannot deal with you at all. The only thing that can deal with you is such a powerful super ability. And you can harvest all kinds of powerful supers. After all, whether it's mutants or super abilities, many of them are anonymous, and if you massacre them all over the world, it will arouse fear and opposition from all over the world, and they will completely hide themselves. The more Hill analyzed, the more he looked at Sauron with fear in his eyes. Only now did she realize that she had become a pawn from the beginning. Pa. Sauron applauds. Hill, you are indeed the woman I like. You are indeed smart. Hill subconsciously retreated. She wanted to escape. But knowing Sauron's power, she knew she couldn't escape at all. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After being guessed by Hill, Sauron just thought she was smart but would not want to kill anyone. This is a conspiracy. Even if the whole world knew his purpose, would Hydra be willing to give up the blue star weapon? But Hill got it wrong. In S.H.I.E.L.D's test of Sauron, one item is extremely eye-catching. Sauron loves beauty. Hill is also a very beautiful woman. She subconsciously wrapped her arms around herself, full of vigilance. Sauron, even if you get my body, you can't get my heart. Sauron was stunned. Because of the power of his divine body, mortal women simply couldn't bear it. Sauron was like a super hydraulic machine, and mortals were like a piece of tender tofu. Even with just a slight push, the tender tofu would collapse, become crumbled tofu dregs. This made Sauron duplication stop thinking about that aspect. But although he is connected with the subject's mind, he seems to be doing two things. But this body is only half of Sauron's strength when he left Blue Star. There is still no problem communicating with mortal women. The main body has been in seclusion refining the power of the gods accumulated by Ege, and the duplication of Xandarna is also unable to communicate with mortal women. The Xing Sing Supreme cannot attract strong women, so the county wants to make Sauron duplication happy. The emotions accumulated over the years were ignited by Hill's words. Hill paid the price with blood for this. Agent number 13, Sharon Carter, came to see Hill. Just as she was about to knock on the door, she heard voices inside. She shrugged and left. When did Sister Hill fall in love? I wonder if I know that person. However, someone who can conquer Sister Hill must be extraordinary. As the deputy director, Hill will not go to work for a day, so naturally no one will take care of him. On the third day, after Hill was able to go to work, he went directly to meet Nick Fury. Director, do you know that the Blue Star weapon has been stolen? Nick was not surprised when he heard this. He showed some photos to Hill. Although Dr. Otto's laboratory was very remote, the Iron Overlords left in a high-profile manner. 10 tall mechas were flying in the sky and were photographed by some night owls. I've arranged for Hawkeye and Natasha Romanoff to investigate. Last year, Fury sent Hawkeye to capture Black Widow, and then the two of them had a fight with the man in the Red House. Natasha Romanoff thought she had killed the leader of the Red Room, so she accepted Fury's recruitment and joined SHIELD. Director, the Blue Star weapon is now in the hands of Hydra. Hill's words stunned Nick. Deputy Director Hill, are you kidding me? Hydra has long since perished with the disappearance of Red Skull. Also, who told you this news? Hill has no respect for these 900 treacherous Nicks. He obviously promised Sauron to help him become the director, but as soon as he became the director, he suppressed himself everywhere while Sauron was not in the solar system. Definitely Sauron. Hill directly said the famous minister who made Fury afraid. Didn't he leave the solar system? I have investigated clearly the pattern left behind. It has appeared many times in the history of Blue Star, and it has a lot to do with Norse mythology. It is said to be the unique mark of Bifrost. If Norse mythology is true, then he must have lost Asgard. Why do you say you are still on Blue Star? Nick Fury is really scared. Afraid that his wife is an alien will be revealed. Afraid that he will be treated as an adulterer and secretly dealt with by the Security Council. Yes, his body has indeed left the solar system and gone to Asgard. Not only is he thousands of light years away from the solar system and unable to come back in a short time, he is also trapped by something. But, he still has a duplication on Blue Star. And this duplication also has powerful power. Director Nick Fury, it's time to fulfill the promise you made to Sauron. Hill begins to force the palace. After being punished by Sauron, her body and mind were completely conquered. Huge amounts of changes took place in her inner thoughts. Shit, damn it, this can't be true. Nick Fury still can't believe it. Director, you should know that on the eve of Sauron's departure, a mutant with duplication ability was attacked, right? Hill said with a slight expression. Nick Fury's eyes froze in an instant. He can become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, and is also known as the King of Agents. Not a fool. In an instant, he understood what Hill also wanted to understand in front of Sauron. No, he is a devil. Shit, how dare he make an enemy of the whole world? Fuck. Hill, you betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.